basic principles of what Jews should believe. It says something about our religion, though, that we can go so long without ever having to actually agree on something so basic. But he wrote 13 basic principles that say things like, yeah, God exists, God is one, God is non-corporeal, we're waiting for a Jewish Messiah, he hasn't come yet, don't confuse us with that other religion, there is life after death, things like that, saying that the Torah is valid. These are the basics of Jewish belief that he codified. Of course, once you put it out there, saying these are our 13 core beliefs, then you'll have 1,000 people who disagree with you. And so he was also criticized very heavily for even daring to suggest that these are our beliefs held in common. Okay, so let me wrap it up by talking a little bit about his legacy. This is his grave in Tiberia, although as I mentioned at the beginning of this lecture, the Cairoese Jews would disagree with that. His legacy is absolutely phenomenal. He literally started the entire industry of codes in the way that we understand it today by taking a very bold intellectual leap and saying we can reorganize the Talmud. For example, the way he refers to the Mishnah Torah, this is also criticism. He said, listen, all you really need to be a good Jew is your Chumash, right, the first 5 books of Moses, and my book, the Mishnah Torah, the repetition of the Torah. That's really all you need to be a good Jew. And that was a very bold intellectual statement, but by and large, it's got a lot of truth to it as well, even though we differ in how to interpret it. He worked as an indefatigable, is that a real word? Indefatigable. Thank you for saying that correctly. I should give you the microphone. Tireless worker for Jewish causes. We only very briefly touched on this in the lecture. And he also created tremendous philosophical works. And on the side, he was an extremely successful physician with a very lucrative practice and a good publication record. So Maimonides is really one of those towering figures in Jewish history, but I strongly urge you to encounter his writings for yourself because they really are quite brilliant. They're available in English translation if you find the Judeo-Arabic or the Hebrew challenging. And once again, I want to thank you very much for your endurance and your attention tonight. I look forward to speaking with you next week.
I had never saw it. And as I was getting on the 405 at home, I saw a little bit slow, and I heard all the ambulances and fire. I didn't know what it was. I got off your old house, 405, that street there, where you had Fall Canyon or something? Yeah, no, before that. Oh, okay. And I used to shoot down. I remember getting home. My daughter and my wife were in church. I walked into the back and I hit Yahoo. I turned the computer on and the Yahoo page just said Kobe Bryant, Don, the helicopter. And you could still hear it. Yeah, you could still hear something was going on. And I just remember the way the sky looked. It was a cloud. I landed in LA and said that was cloudy. And that weekend was very weird. That was a very scary weekend for me because
important military victory in 1967.
my kid got canceled in November with Steve Simone. Okay. We were going to Atlanta. Right. And we got canceled. And we had to remake the date. So I said, you know what? I don't want to fuck around and not make the date. Just give me Atlanta. I'm just doing it. No! You can't do that. You gotta listen. I'm just doing fucking Atlanta. So I'm leaving Friday and I come back fucking Sunday. And that's it. We're gonna focus on Atlanta. I own that date. As a man, I own the date. I gotta fucking do it. Me and Steve left Friday night. The airport was fucking weird. And that's the night. I think I got on the elevator first. That was my favorite story. And a lady came from the elevator, fucking mangled Asia. Mangled. Her hair was pulled, the dress. And that's when the beginning of COVID.
Highly contentious nature was in international zone.
There was something, because I didn't know about COVID until Vegas weekend.
The Jewish state, we call Israel, accepted these terms. That was the first time I heard about Israel used.
Because chemo was there. Dear friend of mine, he's security for Guns N' Roses.
Israel was
He said
able to
Guns N' Roses and canceled all their dates, except one day in Mexico. That will not get canceled. That the Mexicans do not care.
Shaded area is
Because
what's
they have
called
like
the
an
West
Asian. Right. Oh, that can't happen. That can't happen. So when I came back from there, This one I was like, fuck, COVID is real. This is real.
I love that you told her that you're not to take the next elevator.
The next fucking, she gave me the other one. Get the fuck out of here. But that was on the way out.
right-hand side,
On the way back,
what was
that's
known
my
as
plan.
East Jerusalem,
And it was
was
tough
under
to change
Jordanian
me.
rule.
Like, I'm
The
thinking to myself,
crucial
I trip
central
on ass.
part of
Because first of all, it's a chocolate city.
historical
Why all
core
these Asians
was
landing
the
here?
old city, the old
And
city.
then when I got
See
home,
in this image, the
and
Temple
then we got on
Mount,
the 405, and
the
that's when we
golden
found out
dome
Kobe
of the
tank gun.
mosque on the
But
Temple
they took a
Mount
shot
there.
at it.
The western
Remember,
wall is
everybody all of a sudden,
just to
the lady,
bottom left of that
the
major
judge, up in
courtyard
her
area,
mouth, had a fraternity party. 32
and
years
this
earlier,
was
all
entirely
the fucking Me Too started coming out. Women started remembering that in 1955, Joe Diaz moved into the elevator. And that dog, it was insane. It was insane. And I'm sitting there going, I don't know what the fuck is going on in the world, which is changing. And I'll never forget that this dumb girl,
1967, the context of the
that
war,
was a fucking Cold War comic.
Israel
I didn't know
attacked
where she addicted the kid
and
away from her. She started so much coke. Damn, that bitch was selling her eggs.
door-to-door fighting.
We did a show one time. I don't think I stayed with her that night. We did a show in Sequoia. I had to go to Harlem Cove in the morning to do the Disney bus. And Disney wanted to try something. So they wanted you, if you did something in the city for Disney, you did the park and ride. They wanted entertainment for the buses. So I got a call for $75. To do a bus, 75 each way. So you got two of them. You went over and back. And we're just going to do one thing. You got to be there at 8 in the fucking morning.
This
Guess
meant,
what?
however, that
I just like I was at home baggage. And when I showed up to the job, I had a baggage. So I'm sitting down on the back of the bus because they said the comments. Sit in the back,
and
open
on the
the
right,
right, open the front. As the bus is moving, you have to come. This is a horrible idea. This is fucking.
If you were standing up while the bus was moving,
Oh my god. No, let's get to the fucking story at hand here. So I'm sitting on the bus and I meet this girl. And I'm talking to this girl and she's looking at me because she knew what time. She knew what time it was. She's like, were you partying last night? I'm like, and she smelled it. She's like, oh my god, what were you doing? I go, you know what I was doing? She goes, do you have me left?
Very different
I go, yeah.
socioeconomic and demographic.
There was no booze on the bus. I couldn't drink. I wasn't even thinking of doing it on the bus until I met this broad. So I go, hold on 1 second.
The observances of Yom Yerushalayim vary across the Jewish spectrum. Parts disagree with the idea of how
Baggage on the phone. With that, you got out of the back. It's a fucking bus. Two people even spit in the fucking
there
back.
are lingering tensions with
So I go to the back and me and George go. 5 minutes go
many
by.
religious
Oh
Jews
no, 10 minutes go by. 15, we'll get to the city. I'm about to get on fucking. Well, I don't know what's on stage. I'm about to stand next to the bus driver and
other
do a little fucking musical there.
feel that the
And talking late that day, and I'm like, she's
holiday
getting coked up. You're like, this bitch is doing all my coke. So I start pounding on the fucking door.
I was trying to last 15 minutes.
You right now, but she'll D like the chicken.
Without a doubt,
Turn the chicken, blow them up in the face, and they just picked her up. They go, I don't know what happened. She just smacks them in the face. Shut up. Shut up. This is the second girl that OD'd this week. Maybe you should get different stuff.
thanks very much for
That's
watching.
why.
Not stop doing it, just get different
So
stuff.
then she finally opens the door, and I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? And I go, where's the coke? And she goes, right here, I was taking care of myself. So I took the coke, and she went out. Never thought about it again. I think I gave her the rest of the package on the way back from New York. Never saw her again. Bumped into her at the Ha-Ha, where losers go to die.
Hello,
And
everyone.
there she was, telling me about her kid,
Very important
the husband, the drinking, the drugs.
November of 1977, Egyptian President Anwar Sadat
Then tweet. She goes,
with
why don't you tell him about the time you busted into my bathroom door?
the Israeli Knesset about the
Fucking
possibility
saying, I looked at it on
of
Twitter,
this
I go,
initial visit
how about I
ultimately
tell him
led
that you were doing
to
coke in that
the
fucking bathroom? My last fucking couple
and
fucking grams. And that's the
current
story.
status quo of a fragile,
No response.
nevertheless
No, she
enduring
was fucking a skinny little ratty
result of
chick.
that
Long hair.
religious trip.
Like done porn or something. She was ratty.
Anwar Sadat
And she had a
is very
kid. She was
important
like already like, and I'm like, that a fucking
connection to Jewish
3-month-old
history is
kid.
especially important.
She's coked up to the gills. That kid is in a fucking
1977,
drinking the bottle. His jaw's going from side to side. It was just very weird.
neighbor.
Yeah, I can't imagine.
Israel, And the fact that
But that's drugs. Like, this is everybody now. Like, the other thing you were talking about before the podcast is you just
shaking hands.
you just heard the term woke comedy for the first time.
Background is that
Well, the last couple of weeks, we've been going after all these anti-woke comics.
details were worked out.
Anti-woke, Sophie Payne. I was like,
His history with Israel was wrapped up with military conflicts between the countries.
so this morning I woke up since I got up early for that
1967
blood
war,
test.
also known as the Six-Day War,
Just
was
saw
one that
another YouTube
devastated
video
Egypt.
about anti-woke comics.
President
They were
Gamal
rubbing
Abdel
street.
Nasser had mounted his troops and his
They're like 3 more
various
comics.
tanks to invade
Making it
Israel
really
through the Sinai Peninsula,
That big specials on
along with
Netflix.
invasion from Jordan and Syria at the same time. But the Israelis, remarkably, like Israel, not only able to retain their territory, which is shown here in yellow, they actually expanded it, taking over the Golan Heights in the north, the West Bank, which is shown on Yehuda, and the Gaza Strip to the south, and the massive Sinai Peninsula, which is taken, of course, from Egypt.
Just
This
fucking say.
was a huge
But they
blow
want
to
to
Egyptian pride and
They
Arab
want to turn
pride in
everything
general,
into a Republican
something that
Democratic.
Saddam was able to regain
They can't wait.
by his
They can't wait.
surprise attack in Israel
All
in
anti-woke
1973,
Republicans. Is that
known
right?
to Arabs as the War of
Anti-woke for the
Ramadan,
Republicans and for the
Jews as the Yom Kippur War, and the rest of the world as the October War.
And I'm like,
Although Sadat was not successful
how they
in
still
making
fucking
more than very marginal
How these
gains,
why do they-
really just out on the very western
why do
portion of the
fucking
Sinai
white people
Peninsula.
have to make everything
Nevertheless,
so much more
he did
difficult?
get very
Just add intelligent words, and they just it's a this hurricane ever.
in
Okay.
general. And as a result, many Arabs felt that Israel was not really
It's
invincible,
gonna be the
and in
worst
fact,
storm
Arab
after.
armies
They got knocked down no
would
category.
on the country. Sadat's
How can one
take
day
on all of this, however,
you
was
see in
not
the
to
morning,
prepare for
this
yet
morning when you
another
woke
war, but
what
to
did you
use
guys
that
see on the
momentum
news?
to create a peace,
On the
which is
computer
something
page,
he did in
3 dead, 10
1977
shots
when
in the
he
bush.
traveled to Israel
3
on
shots,
an
10
unprecedented
dead in the
journey,
bush.
specifically to meet with his
By 1 o'clock,
enemy, Menachem
it was
Begin,
mass massacre
and to speak to the
in the
Knesset.
Bronx.
Here's a photograph, or rather, a remarkable photograph of the period. It shows Sadat shaking hands with Menachem Begin, who was one of Israel's more hawkish political leaders, along with Yitzhak Shamir applauding on the right, also
to do a terroristic
much more
attack or
hawkish
just shoot gay
individuals
guys
in
like a
Israeli
foreigner. It's the
Together
fucking
with
works. Somebody gets shot in the fucking
President
Bronx.
Jimmy Carter, they were able to work out a deal which essentially dictated
That's what it means.
the
The Bronx.
return of the
You're gonna get
Sinai
stabbed
Peninsula
every fucking
territory
night.
to
That's what
Egypt,
that
a
means.
massive territorial
But last
concession,
night, I don't know
which
if you
certainly
got
assuaged
10
the
people got shot
Egyptians.
in the Bronx.
However, they were not willing to
And
take
they're
the
like,
tiny bit of territory to the north, the Gaza Strip.
A mass
It
shooting.
remained in
Wasn't a mass
Israel,
shooting.
and Israel inherited very considerable economic and demographic
And pull the
challenges
fucking,
of
you know,
that.
the CIA, let's go up there and shoot.
Israelis took the news of the return of the Sinai Peninsula to Egypt with mixed reviews.
It was
On
a
the
game
one
delay.
hand,
Yeah,
Israelis
that's what it
were
is.
generally
There
very
wasn't
pleased
no
with
mass
the
shooting. No one came
concept that
in
there would
and
be
they
a
went to his
lasting
house
peace
and
with their neighbor to the
put a
south.
picture 10
But
reasons that he
many
wanted to
Jews
shoot.
had begun
You
to
know what I'm saying?
settle,
Like jihad,
particularly
the
along the
Puerto
Mediterranean coast in the Sinai Peninsula, and viewed
This is
the
the world
return
we
of this
fucking
land
live in.
as a betrayal of
Everything's got to have a
basic
fucking
Israeli
end.
principles.
Stand
And so it was a very wrenching experience,
petrified people.
which would be
Hurricane everything. Did everybody
repeated
not see that?
a quarter century
The
later
storm will
with
see
the
the century.
evacuation of the Gaza Strip.
Jesus.
What Sadat earned for this was not the undying loyalty of all Egyptians, but rather the burning animosity of the Muslim Brotherhood in particular. Muslim Brotherhood members infiltrated his bodyguard at very high levels, and in fact, in October of 1981, while he and his rescue were watching a military parade, they turned around and opened fire on Sadat, hitting him with 37 bullets, and stands there blood loss while the parade went on. So he was unfortunately assassinated for the audacity of making peace with Israel. The legacy of his rule, however, says much about the state of Egypt and the state of Israel, and his leadership created a much more lasting
That's just gonna sound like hot cakes. Everybody's gonna go over there to see if they can die.
That's it for this week.
I think it's the
Hope
same
you
thing
enjoyed the
with the
video,
water.
and I look forward to speaking
Tell
to
me
you.
if you ever got caught in a riptide, if you ever got caught in a riptide, you know that it's not a game. 1 minute it's me and you in there, we just smoke the dude, we looking at the girls, hey, look at us, espresso martini like a motherfucker, and we're out there, we jump in, and all of a sudden we get up, and you look, and you're not even in line with the girls no more. You're fucking 30 yards that way, and all of a sudden you're trying to swim, but then something's pulling you, and every time you move 2, you go back 5,
Hello, everyone.
you go 3, you go back 6, and next thing you know, your feet are off.
I've got
And you're like me at the YMCA, you like your little fat legs and go back and forth. Listen, at our age, those legs don't go back and forth no more. No, okay, so you tap the fuck out. And kids were driving, like a 16-year-old kid went down there, and no left arm. Look at me, I'm Jack Daniels. That shit will take you like George.
Isn't that how the Cosby Show guy just passed away? He just went to go get his kids. But it was, dude, it's, I've had it happen. I didn't get pulled away, but I was in the beach once, and it just kept knocking me over. Like that's when, like when you can't get up. Like I've been moved. Well, like when you kept getting knocked down.
Like it was about 2 weeks ago, I don't know.
Every week for 15 years, maybe 2 weeks ago. Every fucking time I see you.
2 weeks ago. You were upset at the last
Who was upset?
You're walking around the field.
I don't know how you do it. Every time, dude, it was on the road on Friday. I called you at 7:15 at night. I was like, what are you doing? Like, I'm waiting for the bus rush to kick in. Which means at 7:15, you've been in there for like an hour. I don't know how you do it. Like waiting, I was dying.
I had something going on the whole fucking night. I thought I had something at 5:30 that went through. I did 2 workouts on Friday. I was in the fucking out. So I went to the gym first, and the brain was down, right? I got home at 11 o'clock, and I'm like, what am I
You're not joking. Let's go straight to the president.
What's the jiu-jitsu? Like an idiot. And I stayed.
One of the more
It's
interesting
about
aspects
fucking
of
tapping 3 times, stopped me 6 times in 10 minutes. Jesus, I was like, Jesus Christ. My jaw was hurting.
certainly in the ancient
I'm like
period,
Saturday, Sunday.
Second
So I
Temple
said,
period,
fuck it,
there's a lot of
Friday night.
politics
Just
and
eat the rest of that bag of Russian Josh.
That's not recovery. That's fucking insane. Who gets fucking choked down? Like, what am I gonna do? I'm gonna get fucked up. Oh my god.
Everything I had to do all week.
political.
I think I earned the right to.
You don't have like large organizations.
And then I found the last 500
Kind of
people.
democratically based.
I forgot about that. You just found them in your car.
Ideologies that capture a large population. Growth and try to direct
I think that's why you don't need vacations. You just fucking go fucking nuts.
and democracy is
2
not
or 3 nights. What is it? 2 nights a week?
Jewish tradition. But the idea of
No,
trying to change
I didn't eat a mushroom.
I think we are
change the nation, trying to change the large nation, that it's a lot of nonsense. On a political level, that's something there are a lot of reasons why that is called. Perhaps the most significant, though, is the fact that always constituting a minority population and a larger, sometimes hostile majority population. Basically, they just try to get along. The idea is to keep their
If I
heads
found
down,
it, I might eat a quarter.
avoid being singled out by the government for one
Because
reason
you
or
don't know
another.
that
And there are a lot of
believe
sources
in
of
the
the
fucking
Jewish tradition that really emphasize
in
it.
the
For
fucking
example, passage that I use as the title of one of my books, Praying for the welfare of the nation, as the mission continues to support it or not, the fear thereof, people will swallow each other alive.
I go for adventures all the time. Yeah, but it's just not 2,000 milligrams. I can fucking. Oh, don't say that. I tell people because it's like a very minuscule version of you. I'll take a joint or an edible and I'll smoke with people before shows, and they'll be like, "Oh, I can't do that. I can't," or I'll take a puff. And like, I don't know how you. And I'm like, I have to. That's the training that I put myself through. Is I will go out and do mics or some shows at night because I know that when I do shows with you, it's not a choice. So I do it. It's just I don't do it to fucking. Like I don't. You've never once. I'm surprised you honestly found edibles in your car. You usually don't keep them.
But I always know when I lose an edible, I know there's somewhere around. You know what I'm saying?
How do you lose
I'm
now?
one of those guys. I'm like, wait a second, I brought 4 edibles up there the other day, but I ate 2. So there's gotta be somewhere. There's gotta be an edible. I just have it in my mind. And one day I'm driving, I'm looking at the glove compartment, looking for something else. And I go, that's where I'm at.
In Eastern Europe,
One day I'm here.
particularly in the Russian Empire,
Do
where
they
you have
affect your
a
memory at all?
large population
Or no?
of Jews. And with the assassination of Tsar Alexander II,
Because people keep telling me that they've told me things, and I don't remember it at all.
Because you don't training. That's why.
No one has ever once said you need to take more edibles to remember things.
Because the Russian government, then you remember. Let's say you write something with you.
So therefore,
Let's say you write something with you.
Right.
You're not going to find that in
that were emerging all over
So you gotta get high, then you'll find it.
nationalism.
If I write a joke in my mind, I write it down. And I
Especially
forget it.
non-titular nationalities that did not hold their own state.
Back in that state. Gotcha.
So Jews began to
Yes,
love
Jesus
politics
Christ.
for themselves as well.
I wanted to show you
This is going to
something.
be a very brief lecture. I encourage
I
you
just-
to
I am
watch
talking
it
about
more discussion.
My favorite
So
is
let's look at
black guy crackhead on the t-shirt.
Right, yeah, that was a good one. This is,
The
this
black
is,
head with the fine crack with his star.
right.
They're not into that.
one of the
They're
most
not
important
It's
early
just a picture, it's not a video.
as the
It's just
Jewish-
one.
that's
You
short
see him later? All right.
Jewish
You know, you talked
general
about something.
general
I
Jewish
spoke to you that the most hate I've got.
This was an
Their
organization
years
that
was
was
the vacation.
social.
Right.
That is,
People emailing me. Talking, I went on my junk email. I must have found that email. Fuck you. You fat fuck. You never worked hard enough in your life.
whatever it is.
Blah, 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 blah. You know,
within a Marxist
when you're a comedian, when you do what I do,
create a
Lee does,
dictatorship of the
or
proletariat,
even George
following
does, he's
a
an artist.
socialist model
In many facets of his life. When he remembers
was, at least in its origin,
you,
the late 1890s,
listen, man, it's not about,
anti-clerical
a
party.
lot of people said that you don't work hard. And
Religious,
I was like,
and in fact, its Jewish
obviously, they're
character
Christian.
initially
Obviously, they never
played
wanted
primarily
to
in the
they
fact
just,
that a lot of its
again,
early members
they just assume that you walk up on the stage or you go on Joe Rogan and he gets you swat on Netflix.
like that.
People
It
really
made
think
sense
that.
in those early years.
People really think
That
that.
a lot of its
You
propaganda
know, all
in
let him say
Yiddish,
it.
which was
Okay.
the mother
You
language
know,
of
and it's not
many of
that.
these
But
urbanized
the
Jews.
toughest thing
And
about
it
stand-up
worked well
comedy,
alongside
They
the
should
Russian language propaganda,
stand-up comedy isn't about your feet,
generated by other social
arms, or
democratic
your
parties.
hands, or
This was
Or
actually a
material.
very large party.
It's
It was
about
illegal
mental.
until
It's
1905,
all
and nevertheless it garnered
because the number one
tens of
mental
thousands of
aspect of
members
the deal
during
with
this
this.
period.
How many
However,
fucking
it was
no's
not
can I
the most
take
popular Jewish party.
before I just become
In the
Serial killer.
fucking no's?
sources that we
How many
have, we get a
no's
real
can I take
measurement of what Jews actually
before I
thought
become a
before,
line
let's say,
cook
1921.
at a restaurant? That's it. Like how many fucking no's can I take?
science.
So on a stand-up, you got to be a little retarded.
Just as socialism
Because
represented a
people
break
tell you no so many times.
religiosity,
It's like that girl that tells you no, and you're like,
capitalism,
I'm telling you, it'll be different this time. No, you're retarded.
it also represented
You're retarded. It's not going to be different. You still don't have a job.
Jewish
You still live in
identity in
your mother's
exile
basement.
because it
You still don't fuck, you know, it's the same thing. People have no idea the mental aspect of going for a movie thinking it's going to change your life. Going to do a spot at the Broadway Comedy Club because this showcase means so much to you that you're obviously might become something. People have no idea the pressure that we put on ourselves, or maybe no pressure. Like that's why it worked for me because I didn't beat myself up about it. But when you get there, you know what you have to do. And you know the other side of that fence. It's like politics. You're either going to win or you're going to lose. There's no second fucking place. So when you start campaigning, I want you to know that there's two sides to this. And the same thing with stand up and construction. Construction, yes, you have to measure and mix blood and deal with people and carry stuff in wheelbarrows. I get it. But you know what? I'm you to fucking put a board up. You know what I'm saying? Like I've done construction work. I know that when I got hired, it's what I'm not putting anybody down here. What I want people that didn't like the vacation stuff. Comedy's very effective. You get headaches. You hold up some days. You know, you just hold up some days, you know. But wait, you don't want to wait.
Overview of all of
Right?
these
So
parties.
I am not delaying it.
Really
Fuck Joey
complicated.
Diaz. Fuck Mitzi Shore.
Having a look at this
I'm just
image here, this
It's like when
looks
you
like
make
a very
a movie Sunday.
traditional
The
Jewish
reason why I
symbol
don't
method.
Friday want to do comedy is because
It's
Sunday.
actually a
I don't care about
complex
Friday. I
political
don't care
spectrum.
about taking pictures,
Whereas on
smoking
the
dope,
left, you
or
have
eating a
socialism,
show running late.
and on the right, you have
Sunday
capitalism.
I've done my
Familiar
fucking
with that kind of political
We've done
spectrum,
5
where on
shows,
the left wing,
all 5
you
shows.
have
they've all been sold out. Like the pictures are in the audience. It may not look like work to you. You smell 250 fucking people after a show. Let them put their armpit on your arm. It wears them, you guys. All this stuff wears them. So your mental
On the right,
would
we
be in
have
shape.
an argument for a smaller
You let
government
that,
and
you know,
smaller taxation.
that's part of lifting weights.
And
That's
often
part of
associated with more
You
tolerance
know,
of
that's
religion.
part of
But
writing.
we
There's
shouldn't
so
do
many
this
things
necessarily
that
in
have to
American
go into this
context.
job
If we were to put
for it to
American
be
parties
work.
on
It's
this
not
graph,
just
then
I'm
the
going to
Democrats
take
and the
cracker jokes. I'm
Republicans
going to fuck some
would be
chick after
very,
the show.
very close to each
That
other.
worked for 3
In
years.
reality, turn of the 20th
That
century
worked for 3
politics,
years.
Jewish and
It's
otherwise,
patience. It's
was
looking
quite a
at
bit more
different things
polarized.
and going,
You had people
I'm
go
doing
way
show
on to
there
the
in
left,
February.
way
I'm
on to
going
the
to go
right.
there in March because
Unlike
I don't
American
sell tickets.
politics,
Well,
where
that's not like the
they
same
argue
material.
with each other
No matter what that
intensely,
guy pays,
they're really
there's a
close
business.
together on the
There's just so
document
much to it. Everything
But
else
there's
is 10
also,
minutes of
besides
your
this
day.
x-axis, there's
It's
a
like people say,
y-axis. The y-axis
you don't pay me
is
to stand up.
Zionism at
You
the
pay me to
top,
fly.
meaning
Right.
the urge
Pay me for the bullshit I got to put up with at the airport.
Jewish state.
Oh, you know, like a first class ticket.
And at the bottom you have
Stand back
diaspora
there.
and
I remember those days. I remember all that shit. That's what stand-up comedy is. It's your mental.
Here,
You're not taking
affirmation
anything. If it
was
means
like in the
taking
diaspora
a few
as
mushrooms
opposed
or
to
whatsoever, just to see what the fuck
Okay,
you
so
are.
there's your
Just to
complicated
keep it
Jewish
straight.
political
The 3
spectrum.
weeks you've been here in
Turn
the
of
break.
the 20th century.
Right.
Let's see how the
I
parties
told you, it ain't that
place
fucking
themselves
break.
on
None of
this
us are.
quadrant.
Only one
So
we have
first
is
we have the book.
Jesus and the Jew guilt.
And as you can see,
That's it.
one is both socialist
Jesus, the
and
Jew guilt.
diaspora nationalist.
Those are the two greatest women
Obviously
ever lived.
rejects
Okay,
capitalism.
so
They are, after all, socialist parties. But they also reject Zionism. They felt that Zionism was just a step backwards.
when you start believing you're a man outside
Politics,
right?
that really
It takes
the
a
whole
mushroom
world
to yourself to
towards a
go. I
messianic
ain't shit.
socialist
I'm just a
position,
lucky
and that
motherfucker
they
that wrote some
would
jokes. Know how to
that
say
would
it.
be the true
And idiots pay for me to crack jokes.
Then if you
Which is
go to the other
fantastic. It's a
party,
dream come true.
the Folks Party.
I don't ever
Folks Party were very interesting. A small political
that
party.
it's a
My
mental
lecture
struggle.
on Shimon
Is that why the
Dukes
comments
more
don't
about
bother you because you
These
heckle
were,
yourself?
these
Like
were
it seems like you
felt
like yell at yourself worse than
the
they do.
Jews should
Like the
affirm
you just said, "Oh, I'm just a lucky motherfucker," because that was just true, but it's also not true.
The fucking
activity in the
I just
diaspora.
looked at
But
what
it should
goes
be within
into
a capitalist
everything.
and not a
When you
socialist.
have it, fucking
A lot more to
judges,
say
there is
about
some
that.
talent.
We don't have time for it
There's
now,
a
but
ton of
there's
talent.
inspiration.
You can have all the talent in the world, never
For
work with a
example,
Rothschild.
the
We're
Federation.
making new play here. You can have
Over
all
here
the talent as a
top right
fucking.
corner, here
For
you have
years
the
I had a
so-called
ton of raw
ultra
talent,
finance on this
but I was
side.
making the
Or
back of the
general
room.
science.
The rap
This
in
is
the back of the
essentially
room don't pay
Herzl's
you
party
much.
that
No,
obviously
it's
was
bad.
in
It's in front of the room.
homeland in Israel.
So I had to learn
And
how to
also
stop
that
making
this
the back
homeland
of
should
the room laugh.
essentially be like a Western
Go for
European
the front
country, a capitalist country.
These are all business
They
decisions,
are
but
backed
they're
up by
all
the
business
revisionists
laws.
who are also
When your
Zionists
fucking girlfriend
and also
tells you that
capitalists, but they were quite a bit more
the
radical.
baby
They
she's
felt
had
that,
on
unlike
for 6 months,
Herzl's strategy was to
and you're on your way to Chicago to do 2 shows.
I'm not
And Chicago gives a fuck about your dead
say
fucking
that
baby.
Herzl's
I'm
strategy
sorry to
was
put it
one
that
of
way, but this is the
negotiation,
reality of what we
accommodation,
fucking
of
do.
shuttle diplomacy with the various heads of state.
Yeah, some people go, I lost this, I can't make it, my father died. I don't know about you motherfuckers, there's a white
felt
guy.
that this
His name
was
is Brett Bond. Best game of his life was the day his father
reality
died.
Israel
Look
had
at the
to
stats
take
he
it
put up.
by
Look
force.
at the stats that Brett Bond put up the day his father died. He
Was he
found
sick
out.
too or no? Was he the Eva Cole too, or is that am I mixing Michael Jordan flu game with
Finally, on the top
All right,
left
but again,
column,
Cole,
top left,
gives a fuck. You and George love to throw a fucking question there. It's got nothing to do with what we're talking about.
Zionist and socialist, meaning that they
Yeah, his
felt
father
that you
died.
should
Found out like
Israel,
an
they
amateur.
should leave Russia and
So,
the rest of Europe.
that's a tough
But
fight.
when they got to
He took
Israel,
pictures
it
of
would
his
be a
dick.
shame if
The
they
chicken
were
is or whatever
a
fuck.
Western European economy.
That's a
They
tough
should
not here
be
nor
a
there. Yes,
socialist
that's
economy in
an
Israel.
American person.
So that's
That's what
basically
we're
how
trained to be
major
as Americans. Not all this other shit.
lay
I'll
on
put a
this
flag up and
spectrum.
I'll put it down.
It's
That-
more
that's not the
complicated.
plan of
There's
this.
also a
That's
free
American.
access.
Right.
When you have to use your imagination, it's like big
Funeral, and I'm gonna go and
See, yeah,
sing
there are
with
people
people
with
around.
religious
No,
parties, because up until
I'm
this
gonna go do
time,
my fucking
none of
job.
these parties are
So whatever Brett
specifically
Bond did with
associated
cheerleaders, with drug shows,
in
went
fact,
all out the
the
window.
left
He did that
towards socialism, they're
because
actually
that's what
anti.
we're trained to
So
do.
we put a Z-axis
Have a
here, you
position.
have the so-called Agudat
Fucking
Israel,
attack on our
the
lives.
or
Whether you're a fucking heartbreak, a fucking politician, a comedian, a construction worker,
Israel. the association of
destroy
Israel.
it.
This is
So,
a group that
tell me whatever
essentially
fucking excuse you want.
politically mobilized
That's
when
what
they
killers do.
realized that
Let's take a
traditional
break. I
Orthodoxy
gotta
was
fix this
not
fucking
being
reference up.
represented.
We'll be right back. I gotta take a beat
By the
too.
way, there's no
Stay
group
quiet.
that's-
Yo, Uncle Joey here. I want to talk to you about something. It's that time of the year. You want to be the biggest dick in the room in a good way. Blue Chew is the original brand for renewable tablets for better sex. Have long-lasting and stronger and harder erections so you can crush EDs and dominate the bedrooms. Who's the Captain Kirk of the Enterprise? When you're nailing fucking pictures and nails the wall with your dick. That's Blue Chew. Let me tell you something about Blue Chew. It tastes great and it comes from a company that you know you can trust. Instead of buying some dusty pills from some gas station shit, I don't need that shit. Take Blue Chew at any time of the day or night so you can be ready to go whenever the moon strikes, whenever you find the victim, and whenever it's time to lay down the hammer. And we've got a special thing for our listeners. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just press the promo code Joey, Joey at checkout, and pay $5 for shipping. That's it. $5 for shipping. That's it. Join Blue Chew's mission to upgrade humanity one thrust at a time. Slinging dick. Blue Chew way. Head to BlueChew.com for details and safety information. I'd like to thank Blue Chew for sponsoring. We're back, savages. We switched seats. The studio's still the same. The place has changed a little bit. We were talking about things that were interesting, but it's like
stayed the same to today. There are a few significant shifts. For example,
I did a couple of creepy things.
it's split in half.
95.
So that half
Not
Soviet
nothing like that, I think.
until Joseph Stalin wiped them all out. The right half moved to America and became completely out of that ring, and they eventually kind of faded in popularity.
Honest,
The
like
Agudat
93.
Israel, of course, with the sad
Like 95,
declaration
the last
of
one being
the post-Holocaust period,
an altercation in
to
the trailer.
Israel, and
With
even
a
though
guy
they had
who-
originally an anti-Zionist or a non-Zionist position,
I
they're
was,
now very active in
for some
Israeli
reason,
politics,
there's parts of your
still
life when
traditionalist and Orthodox.
you just attract trouble.
But many of the same
It just follows you. There's
of
something
the
about
era,
it.
for example, the
It was
socialist
just
Coalition,
rough, you know.
which became the Agudat or labor movement, facing off against the Likud,
I
which
got
is
into
essentially
a
the general
altercation with a friend of mine.
together.
And
These are the same
when I went
politics
to
that he's
Colorado,
arguing about.
I got into a couple altercations and I was on fucking,
So that's about it for
you know,
a
if
quick
I got in trouble in Colorado, I would go to jail.
of
Fucking 100 years.
politics. And
I was thinking about it yesterday. I booked a guy in Colorado. Had a fucking Toyota store.
Were you working there?
Yeah, I was working there, and we were talking about lunch, and the guy kept aggravating me. Me and Vinny Caffey, and there's all these Italian guys, and we're talking about lunch. And there's this guy that's a ball buster, and he kept saying, I'm not going to go there. And it's like, guys, 6 people are going to go there and pick up lunch. What's it? Just get a sandwich. And the guy just was a fucking snob. Like, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. I don't like those people. I don't even like New Yorkers. I turned around, George, and I just fucking poked him in the eye. And he was like, I'm calling the police. All the guys, the manager told him, no, I'll give you Saturday off.
What are you gonna get 3 Stooges style?
No,
How did you poke somebody in the
2
eye?
fingers right in his fucking eye. Like, shut the fuck up. I just went deep in there. And that motherfucker. And then the one that hurt me the most was March of 95 when I smacked my ex's boyfriend. And my daughter was in the car. Well, my ex-daughter at this point. And that was what dawned it. That was what let me know who I was. It was when I smacked him and I turned around and she was really upset. And I couldn't understand why. Like, your dad just smacked somebody who's been busting his balls.
Right.
But she didn't look at it that way. In her world, she couldn't comprehend it. And it really broke my heart. And I remember at the time I was going to Rothschild'S Institute because I was so confused with this divorce and stand-up that I was like, I'll try anything. I'll try anything. Buddhism, I fucking became. I got my confirmation at 32. It was just rough, guys. I forgot who the fuck I was. With the divorce, stand-up, fucking being broke, and you know. And I was just falling at the fucking mouth in people. But after that, I remember a guy, I learned something there. And the guy said that sometimes you have to think about not what you did, why you did it. So for years, I broke those incidents down. I mean, guys, for years, I would write in a notebook about why I acted that way, like what made me. And for years, I was always a decent guy. When I kidnapped Bella, after the kidnapping and prison and shit, a different side of me came out. And then the shit went down, my ex-wife, and a real different side of me came out. I was just a walking fucking animal, you know. But that was like a 4 or 5 year period that I really thought about, not that I hit the guy, but why, what was going on inside of me. It became like a fucking mission in my life. And then I extended it to everything. Why I robbed some people, the things I did, I broke them down.
Okay, welcome everyone for another lecture in Jewish history. Oh my gosh, we got so many bunch of guests today. We have Mr. Rabbi Aryeh Wunsch of Alliance Gallery just joined us. Wow, world class. We have one of the master educators of our community, Rabbi Nathan Hashi Rizal. Give a hand to Rabbi Rizal. Been educating our youth here for probably 30 years now, I think. Probably. He's a little embarrassed, but it's great to have you here. And tonight we've got an excellent topic. I don't really have a joke. Mr. Rodriguez tried to give me a joke, but it's a really old one, and I'll save it for later on in the season when you're a little tired of the jokes. But this is one. It's not really a joke, but it's kind of an anecdote that somehow relates to what we're talking about. At least it reminded me of this one. Rabbi Grunstein, the Rav of Young Israel, told over the story a couple of weeks ago on Shabbos that there was on Yom Kippur, there was a Jew who went swimming in the Mediterranean. You know, Chiloni, not an observant Jew. He went swimming on Yom Kippur in the Mediterranean off the coast of Tel Aviv, and there was like a huge rip current, and he was being pulled out to sea. And he was screaming and screaming, being pulled out to sea. And so the lifeguards, they were screaming, they rush out to save him. They rush out to swim out there. And as they get closer to him, they think, he's yelling, help, help, something like that. But actually, what he is screaming over and over again is, Ani lo chozer b'tshuva. Ani lo chozer b'tshuva. It says, I am not going to repent. I'm absolutely not going to repent. And so, he's like maniacally screaming this over and over again. So they take him and they drag him out of the water and they put him on the sand and they revive him and so on. And afterwards they ask him, what's this up? What was the story with that you're not going to do tshuva? And he said, it's very simple. Many years ago when we lived in Europe, my father, he saw me going off the derech, going, away from the straight and narrow. And he said, look, I know that you're going to choose your own way in life and you're going to go around Israel and you're going to lead your life in a secular way. But before you do, I want you to meet with the Slonim Rebbe. It's very important you go speak to the Slonim Rebbe. So he takes him into the Slonim Rebbe and they had a long talk. And when he came out, his father said to him, so what did he say? He said, look, he said basically one thing. He said, I'm not going to die before I do tshuva. I'm not going to die until I repent. So that's why I was screaming in the water, I'm not repenting. I'm not repenting. It's kind of a strange sort of dynamism between, mamin, be'eno mamin, believing and not believing and trying to find our dynamism between those two extremes. Anyway, it's a fun story. But so let's go straight to our topic. Saadia Gaon, a very important figure in early medieval Jewish history, really a pivotal figure and a fascinating individual. His personality was quite fractious and highly individualistic. He had absolutely no fear of any man. So says the various chronicles that speak of him. And in fact, when we chronicle his biography, we see that it got into trouble on numerous occasions, and nevertheless he was able to lose the screen. Okay, let's go right back to our screen, and we'll log in quickly. Excuse me for this. Mr. Rodriguez, make sure we edit this out when we do the final version, right? Okay, do we have the VGA? It's going to find it. There we go. Okay. This, by the way, is a very rare picture of Saadia Gaon. It's very hard to find accurate. No, this is not at all. It's a picture of a Yemenite bride. I tried to get something in the Arabic context, so let's just ignore that and go straight on. Tonight's lecture, we're very grateful to an anonymous donor who partially sponsored our time here tonight, and the remainder of the costs are borne by the Young Israel. So it's sponsored jointly by the Shul and an anonymous donor. Again, I'm always so grateful that you're here. Your presence here is sponsorship enough. but it's nice to give the shul a little bit of support because we are engaged in a massive building campaign, another Jewish edifice complex right here in the Young Israel out of Bell Harbor, and whatever you can do to help through this class is certainly appreciated by the congregation. So Saadia Gaon's years are 1882, a little bit of dispute about that early year, and he was born in Egypt, and he died in 942 in Babylon. His claim to fame is the fact that he was a Gaon, which you'll recall from our discussion last week of Shavira Gaon. That was actually an institutional title. It was given to someone who headed one of the great academies in Babylon. This is the areas where the Talmud was formed and debated for literally hundreds of years. And to have the title Gaon essentially meant like a Nobel Prize winner 10 times over. It was a huge title of responsibility and signified a tremendous intellectual achievement. Of the several cities that had academies in the Mesopotamian region between the Euphrates and the Tigris River, leading down into what would be contemporary Kuwait, there were two cities that were primus inter pares, the first among equals, and they were Sura and Pumbedita. The Saadia Gaon was actually a Gaon of both institutions, first Pumbedita and then later, more famously, Sura, which is some indication of his status. While he was there, he distinguished himself not only as an incredible administrator, taking Sura, the yeshiva of Sura, from a point when it was at a bit of decline to a point of great prominence internationally among Jews, increasing its student body tremendously. But at the same time, he was a major Jewish philosopher, compiling some incredible works on lexicography, and on theology, liturgy, and so on. We'll go through some of those catalog them today. So, ironically, though, he accomplished most of his great literary achievements when he was fired from his job temporarily at Sura, and that's when he was really his most creative. So we'll see how that works out in his biography. And the context for Saadia Gaon's rise to power is really a high point in Muslim history. So I'd like to take a little bit of time now just to open up our lens and look at the context of Islam in the Middle East and understand how Judaism fit within that region. We will be returning to this topic again over this year, especially when we get to the modern period and we talk about Zionism in Israel. But for now, let's look at it in the 9th century. So Islam, here's a map that shows the spread of Islam. It begins in the early 7th century when Muhammad proclaims a new religion, which is in many ways highly derivative of both Judaism and Christianity, but he claims that it is really a huge upgrade, an improvement over earlier systems. It's kind of like Windows 8 is really much better than Windows 7 and XP and so on. And it's more than just a patch on the old systems to milk that metaphor dry. And he is able to really take this message to the residents of Mecca and Medina, which are here in the Saudi Arabian coast of the Red Sea, and it expands tremendously. But during his lifetime, you can see the sort of brown areas, and then amazingly, by the year 711, it has expanded all the way across the coast of North Africa and has entered into Spain, going all the way up to the Pyrenees. It's also extended all the way through the Central Asian portion of Syria, Lebanon, Turkey, Iraq, Iran, and goes all the way out to modern-day Pakistan. And he also extended it through the Balkans into Europe, right up until the gates of Vienna. It's an incredible story of phenomenal expansion that cannot be explained solely by, for example, the sword. That's kind of a historiographic conceit that was favored by many Christian historians in the 19th century to explain the rapid rise of Islam, because they forced pagan countries to either convert or die. And of course, many chose, therefore, to convert. But that's only a small part of the story. Although the Muslims were fierce and ferocious warriors, they also presented a religion that was remarkably egalitarian. It's impossible to speak appropriately about race in the ancient world or medieval world, but they certainly had much less of a color bias than other nations, and it was possible to convert to Islam and to reach literally the heights of their administrative structure. And there was also a lot of really basic, beautiful ideas in the religion that appealed to pagans, appealed to early Christians as well, and possibly even to some Jews. That accounts as well for the tremendous spread of Islam over such a small period of time. These little arrows here, which perhaps don't show up so well, show you Sadia's own journey in life. He was born here in the city known as Pitom, which I believe is associated with the biblical Pitom, like Pitom and Ramses, described in Tanakh. It's now known as Abu Suwair here in the Nile Delta region. He made his way from there to Jerusalem, and he lived in Jerusalem for some time, collected some students there, and eventually made his way across what would today be Jordan and Syria into the Mesopotamian region here, where he eventually ended settling up in Sura, which was where he was the Gaon. So that gives you a sense of kind of like the geographic spread of Islam and why it was so significant. Now, Jews had a very interesting relationship with Islam, which is quite distinct from the relationship that they had with Christianity. And in fact, over the last 2 millennia, we can pretty much divide Jewish history into two roughly equal sections. One that describes the experience of Jews under Muslim rule, and another which describes the experience of Jews under Christian rule. One of the most profitable areas of scholarly enterprise in the last 20 years or so has been, contextual comparisons of what was it like living under these various regimes. And the general consensus of scholars is leaning towards the notion that it was actually much better for Jews under Muslim rule for most of our history there than it was under Christian rule. Now, for various reasons that hopefully we will explore over the next few weeks, we'll just look at one of them today. That may seem surprising today because over the last, let's say, 100 years, 150 years, there's been a growing escalation of animosity between Jews and Muslims, primarily centered on the conflict over the land of Israel, which is, somewhat a divergence from the general trends of Jewish Muslim history. Certainly, there were episodes of violence directed against Jews in Muslim lands, and certainly there are passages in Muslim holy texts that are not complimentary of Jews, to say the least. But when you look at the scope of these things and you compare them between Muslim lands and Christian lands, it's very clear that there's a distinct imbalance between them, and the Muslims actually come out fairly good by comparison. It's not surprising in some ways, because when you look at Islam, it has many structural similarities to Judaism, and in fact it makes sense that in many ways Jews should get along with Muslims. For example, Islam is known above all else for its monotheism. The Muslims believe there is, no God but Allah, and Muhammad is his prophet, and they even view with tremendous suspicion the idea of the Trinity, that is a Catholic notion, the idea of God the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. The idea of somehow, breaking God into parts smacks of polytheism for them, and so they ultimately reject any kind of polytheistic ideology. So in that sense, Jews and Muslims have quite a bit in common, which reminds me of a joke. But you'll have to let me know. Did I already tell you the joke about the guy who buys the car with no gas pedal? Lisa, you've heard it, of course, because Mr. Rodriguez, you've heard it all the time, but twice. But twice. I don't have to come here for this abuse. I can go home. I don't have to. Right. Yeah. Okay. So I'll tell you the joke. Forgive me.
Listen, I know as an actor, if I go to so
a guy wants to buy a car. He doesn't have very much money. He goes to the used car dealership. And I have to give you a little bit of a cultural background. I was talking about monotheism, right? So what's the great statement of Jewish monotheism? The classic verse, Shema Yisrael, Hashem Elokeinu, Hashem Echad, right? Hear, O Israel, Lord our God, the Lord is one. Great statement of Jewish monotheism. We take that to heart. We say it twice a day. It's even something that on their deathbed, Jews are supposed to try and proclaim that monotheistic credo, and so on. So anyways, and the other part of the cultural background is, of course, the expression that Jews typically use to express their satisfaction with the world. They say, Baruch Hashem, right? Blessed is the name. Blessed is the name of God. How are you today? Baruch Hashem. You know, I'm fine. Things could be terrible. You just say, Baruch Hashem. Blessed is God. So with those two little bits of these, I'm saying this over. I know everybody in this room knows that, but for the people in Thailand who are watching this on the internet, I want to make sure they get it. So it's like this. So he goes to buy a used car. And he's looking at all the cars. None of them are in his price range. None of them will fit his huge family. He has all kinds of things. So finally, the dealer comes in and says, you know what, I think I have the perfect car for you. Come on around back. Takes him out back. And there's like one of those station wagons with the faux wooden sides. I forget what they call those. I don't remember those. It looks like wood on the sides. Yeah, anyways, my father drove one of those for a long time. And it's kind of ratty and the upholstery is falling apart. And he gets in and he says, well, it looks nice. I mean,
there she is.
Family, the price is right. You know, it doesn't have a gas pedal or a brake pedal. I mean, how are you supposed to drive it? He says, listen, this
Hello.
is a very, very religious car. If you wanted to move, you have to say,
How are you today?
and the car will drive. And if you wanted to stop, you
I'm
say,
lovely, thank you.
Shema Yisrael, and it'll stop. Many of you already figured out the joke.
Are you ready?
I'm ready for you.
Excellent. Alrighty. How was your day?
It was good. It was good. I'm glad it's over with. Had a good day.
There you go. Alrighty.
Remember Rabbi. There we go. Oh, yeah, what's going on? Sitting up. It's okay. Come on, Rabbi. You got this.
Ooh. Come on.
Hey, Rabbi.
Come on.
Come on, Rabbi. Strike it.
There we go.
Yes. Good job. Rabbi got it in the way. Come on, Rabbi.
There we go.
That's right. Good job. What's going on?
Get it. No.
All right, good job.
All right, Miss
You
Aquarius.
win, I win.
I win, you win.
That's right. Let's go. I'm not getting this. I'm not saving this. Then come on, Rabbi.
Oh, no. Go, boy. I got fortune.
Good spare, good spare.
Nice spare.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Come on, Rabbi.
Get it. No. Get it. No. Nice spare.
Thank you.
No. Get it.
Come on, Rabbi. You got this.
No doubt. Come on. Come on. Get it. All right. Mr. Aquarius about to put me away.
I don't know. You have I just said.
You're going to get this.
Nope, I don't. You got this, Rabbi. Go.
Comeback time, Miss Aquarius.
Yeah, it's a comeback time. I don't care. You win, I win. Let's go. See?
I need this.
Mm-hmm.
And I got it.
Yay.
Here we go. Here's the comeback.
Okay, come on.
Get it.
Get it.
I'll take it.
Yay.
I win,
Good
you win,
job.
Miss Aquarius. Good job.
Yeah. You win, I win. Good job.
Undefeated
That's right.
in bowling, undefeated in friendship.
That's right. That's what we do. Yeah.
All right, Miss Aquarius. That was fun.
I'm here, though, okay? I'm here. I'm going to go take my bath.
Excellent.
And then I'll come back later. I will talk to you in the morning, okay?
Sweet dreams. Take care, Miss Aquarius.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. Number one for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app. Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go, beyond the iPhone and Android app at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. Just ask Google Assistant for your favorite radio stations, and iHeartRadio will be there for you on your Google Home, Google Mini Nest Home, Nest Mini, Android TV, and any device that uses your Google Assistant. The convenience of playing all your favorites hands-free. Just say, okay, Google, play today your favorite AM FM stations from iHeartRadio. iHeartRadio, everywhere you want to listen, including in your home and office through your Google Home, Google Nest Home Mini, Nest Mini, Android TV, and any device that is Google Assistant powered. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio, anywhere you want to listen, iHeartRadio is there.
More stimulating talk. Mark Thompson here with the Conway Show, and tomorrow it's Neil Savadra filling in for Tim. Oh, he's always fun, and I'm told he has fun guests. It sounds like fun. Chris Barrow and Philadelphia, like an idea of my hands. More stimulating talk. Everywhere you go, and elements do it now. Yeah, you can't even go to Taco Bell. I mean, you can, but they really emphasize, they lean on you in the Taco Bell. In the app, go to the app, or under the app. Drive-through at McDonald's, I said drive-through versus McDonald's on the app. Drive-through is the same. Are you using more words today? Well, no, I have a phone. Why did you ask me if I'm using rewards? I don't, was that even, do I have rewards? How do I use my rewards? Do I have rewards? It doesn't work. No, it's too complicated. I just want some lousy fast food. I don't want you in my phone. Thank you. When I go to McDonald's, here's what I want. Hello, welcome to McDonald's. May I take your order? Yes, I would like to go. And yes, of course, obviously, super size. You get Diet Coke, you get that. This is what we should be doing. Don't W plus value. Yeah. Yes. And remember, the dollar $1 is the dollar figure that you can pay. $3 figure that you can pay a month figure. So I guess now we know the problem. Actually, value. I was like, so drifting back. Combine everything all apart, big back, combo, 1277. Combo being stable. Seems nice. See the Domino's app? I don't know, I gotta get their app too, but all people do. But they don't really do that. They're smart. I think it's amazing. Yeah, they're smart. A lot of people are saying they're going out there. The prices jumped up so much. So you see that with some chilies, it's like $12 you can get this gourmet burger, or you can get that burger. That's pretty good. But then Domino's had that. You know, they got the $6.99. So they've got what's the thing? 8 chicken wings, or you can pair it up. Sandwich. Or you go, or you can get the medium one topping pizza. And they go, medium one topping pizza, but they show a slicing. For $6.99, you get this. You know, or you get a $6.99 burger, and then they cut the burger into 6 pieces. And then you got a bunch of kids grabbing a little tiny little piece of burger. They're like, $6.99. And I thought that's really good. Oh, that makes me sad. It really does. But I thought, Domino's never really got to show you value increase in their $6.99 burger. I tell you, my son was recently straight to the like the stores. And he still convinces me to like Whole Foods pizza. And I find like pizza because it's so much, I get so much more for it. I bucks the hell out of me when I buy a couple of pizzas and I was going to decide whatever, and it's $50. But I just think, $50 for this fast food place with pickup meals for the family, you can $50 for too. And there's nothing left to get. At least when I spend $50 on pizza, I got some leftovers for me. You know? The thing about Domino's is though, less when people order Domino's, they send me at least 20 meals every single day. It's like, I didn't forget that you make pizza. Okay. I'm not sure how much you think you need to remind me that I'm able to order a pizza from you. But I don't need 1 or 2 emails a day. It's certainly not 3. I've been ordering pizza, and then ordering pizza. Here's a quick one. 50% off the next one. And then the next Friday goes right. We're going to have the Subway family meal with us. Okay. I downloaded the app. My phone might just automatically download it out of the app. Just put a kid in me. Let her go. You're following my every move anyway. All right. For all our promises, he's got a great surprise. There's that phenomenal review. First of all, and then we'll give the update on what's going on with Eric. Sleeping behind bars. Chris Harold, even though Billy made a line, it's great. Well, I've ever I heard the KFI and KOST HD2 Los Angeles Ford J4 Studio Talk. So, what are the odds now on wild wins from Mark Walker Life Wiki and my 24-hour user? Eric Menendez has been denied parole after serving decades in prison for murdering his parents and his older brother in 1989. The panel of California commissioners denied Menendez parole for 3 years, after which he'll be eligible again. Parole hearing for his brother Lyle, he held in the same prison in San Diego, scheduled for tomorrow morning. The two commissioners determined Menendez shouldn't be free after an all-day hearing. The question about why he committed the crime and why he murdered his victims. Family members of Menendez brothers have spoken in favor of him. As ABC's Matt Devlin says, he spoke with several of them.
At this point, the family is absolutely unanimous that they should be released.
LA County DA David Hochman has said he's against the brothers' release. Democrats in California are moving forward with redistricting efforts covering Newsom's signed measure today.
They fired the first shot in Texas. Here in Texas, like that one day just did. Without Trump, he just did.
Statewide vote will be held in November. California's redistricting push analyzing their own experience. Venture people were nerds and how that influenced their blocking news agents from detaining Tatiana.
On Wednesday, a federal grand jury indicted 20-year-old Adrian Martinez as a U.S. citizen. He's charged with conspiracy to obtain federal aid.
Een nieuwe baan is meer dan alleen werk. Ik wil weten, past de cultuur bij mij? Hoe is de werk-privé-balans echt? Ik wil niet pas na maanden ontdekken dat het toch niet de plek voor mij is. Daarom check ik nu altijd de bedrijfsreviews op Indeed, echte ervaringen en meningen. Zo kies ik een werkplek waar ik me zit.
Now he made her experiencing good set records even overnight.
The House worst weekend of the year is bringing triple-digit highs and record-breaking warm nights. Officials warn the lack of
Recorded live in Austin, Texas, USA. It's the William Montgomery Show.
Joke, but I'll quickly run through the end. So he's driving the car, he's going Hashem. Car's going so nicely, he's thinking about how he's going to tell his mother, his aunt, his kids, everyone's going to love it. Hashem. And suddenly he realizes he forgot the phrase that makes it stop. And the car is speeding up, and he's honking the horn, and he's saying, I don't know what to do, and he's like screaming, and he goes the wrong way on a one-way street, and then he goes through a construction barrier, and he's going up a ramp, and he realizes he's going to the edge of an unfinished bridge, and in a moment he is going to go off the edge, and he's going to tumble to his death. So what can he do? He realizes about the guy. He puts his hand over his eyes and says, Shema Yisrael, Hashem Elokeinu, Hashem Echad. The car stops right at the edge. Takes his hand off his eyes and he says, oh boy, Hashem. All right, thank you for laughing. I appreciate that. It's very therapeutic. Okay, so Islam and Judaism, they have a monotheism, a very major point. Another perhaps more important point on an anthropological level is that Judaism, traditionally practiced, and Islam are both orthopractic. The term orthodox is a little bit troubling because the word dox comes like from doctrine, and it's not really true that observant Jews have one doctrine. They have quite a large array of doctrines, but they basically agree on one practice. They basically agree on kashrut, Shabbat, Taharat HaMishpacha. There's a certain code of conduct as opposed to a code of belief that's not necessarily held so much in such high strictures. So Islam has something similar, Sharia, which also translates as halakha, as the way, and so they have a unified code of behavior, which is at the same time religious ritual and civil and criminal. It's all one body of law. It's not render unto Caesar what is Caesar's. It is the whole system is guided by the entire religion. It's presided over by a group of scholar judges, just like the rabbis in Judaism. And so there's a lot of congruencies between the systematic thinking of Muslims and Jews in terms of how the whole thing works. And they have a lot more shared vocabulary. Christianity, by contrast, is a creed-based religion, and although, of course, it upholds high ethical standards, nevertheless, there's a lot more emphasis placed on what one believes, what one thinks, as opposed to what one does, when you compare it to Islam and Judaism. Now, they also have things like the Hadith, which are very similar to what we might call Midrash, which are kind of like authorized interpretive traditions, and a variety of sometimes conflicting interpretive traditions, which are similar to the differences between Mishnahs, Gemaras, Braitot, Tosefta, things like that, and these texts are then brought together once again by that intellectual religious elite that rule by force of reason rather than by works of piety and so on. So in many ways, Jews and Arabs can walk side by side because they have similarities in terms of the structure of their religious orientation. The Jews also had favored status in Muslim lands through something known as the Pact of Umar. It's something that in Muslim thought is supposed to go all the way back to Caliph shortly after the death of Muhammad in the 7th century. Most scholars say it's likely quite a bit later, like the 9th century. But basically, the Pact of Umar is a document that is, antedated to a caliph named Umar, in which it's kind of like a teshuvah, like we saw last week, which we were on a response, where the Jews say to Umar, okay, so what's with us? How are we supposed to behave in a Muslim world? What is our status? do we have to become Muslims? Do we have to flee? What are our rights, privileges, and so on? And Umar lays out a list of conditions that basically says how Jews may live in Muslim lands. And it's very similar to something we'll see later in the Christian lands, the doctrine of witness, but for very different reasons. The Pact of Umar basically recognizes that the Jews did receive a special communication from God in the form of the written Torah. They do recognize the prophetic status of many important Jewish figures, such as Abraham, of course, the father of the Arabs as well as of the Jews, Moses, and so on. And so, therefore, while the Islamic tradition regards the Jews as misguided, as using, old, defective, buggy software rather than making the upgrades to the new operating systems, they nevertheless deserve respect and tolerance because they are adhering to an ancient faith, which was something that God gave them. And so they receive a status known as dhimmi, or protected people, and they live as second-class citizens, which is really quite reasonable for the medieval period. We wouldn't tolerate it in America because, we have a very, very different Weltanschauung, but dhimmi status meant that Jews were a tolerated people that could, for example, practice their religion without fear of forced conversion. They could maintain their synagogues, but they could not, at least theoretically, build new ones. So if a synagogue needed repair, they could repair it. They could celebrate all of their rituals, but not publicly. So public Purim, carnivals, or the like the Jews back then, they never had these Hanukkah parades with Hummers, with menorahs on the top. It was just not done in the 19th century. I thought that was funny, but we got it, so we'll just go on. So the dhimmi status, and they also had to. They were exempt from jizya, which was they're exempt, from zakat, which is a special tithe tax, a kind of a tax, because that was a religious injunction on Muslims. But they had to pay a double jizya, which is a kind of a poll tax. So they didn't really get ahead financially. So the Jews, by and large, were pretty happy with this status.
Oh my gosh, well that's pretty sweet. Then you got the weekend, and then you got Saturday, Sunday. Correct. I wish I could have gone to a school like that. What grade is he in?
Okay, that's a fascinating question. We probably have to break it up because, the Muslim extremists today, including, 9/11 type extremists, believe that the Pact of Umar should be upheld. They believe that Jews, should be allowed to live in Israel. Israel should be a Muslim country under the Caliphate, but Jews would be a protected minority, as it was, in the 9th, 10th, 11th century. What is different, however, is that since the French Revolution, the world has moved to this idea that everyone has equal rights, right? Égalité, liberté, fraternité. Everyone, by the way, except women, because they specifically excluded women in that. All men have equal rights. Some countries, including some of these countries, they have difficulty with women driving and things like that. We'll talk about that later. I actually have difficulty with my daughter driving too, but I think for a totally different reason. But
offend you. I was the guy buying drinks down there. I'm like, whoa,
my gosh, what's your ass
you know what I'm talking about.
up at the front?
The rest of the world, the Western world in particular, just could not handle this idea of a certain population receiving kind of like a group status that is secondary.
I totally remember
It doesn't work in
ass.
modern
Yeah,
times.
and then there was that guy when I kept on bringing the manager
Yes,
of the
thank you,
basketball team.
Rabbi
One
Wunsch.
guy did
The Christians had dhimmi status for the same reasons as the Jews, because the Muslims recognize Christianity as a valid software, a valid piece of operating system. In some cases, strangely, even Zoroastrians, which don't conform to the rules because they have a distinctly dualistic system. And I'll say one last example in the Mughal Empire in India, you even have a reasonable amount of tolerance for Hindus, which is certainly not a monotheistic faith at all, with 30,000 known gods. And the reason for those latter two is primarily realpolitik. That the Muslims, when they conquered India, there's just way too many Hindus for them to forcibly convert them. or expel him. It just can't happen. So they have to have some kind of like motives with envy. So to Zoroastrians,
Welcome.
when you come into Iraq and Iran, they have to deal with this population.
Yo, what's going on, Nolan? How you living? Nolan, can you hear me? What's up? How's your day going? Nolan, I hear you, but I don't hear you speaking. What's up? Nolan, can you hear me? I heard you just zip. Nolan, can you hear me? All right. Well.
Conference and
Oh, cool. So it's kind of on the way.
yeah, now once I knew I could catch you in Dallas, I was like, I'm definitely driving. It's a done deal.
Oh, cool. Well, you're so nice, Alan. I totally appreciate it. And yeah, I remember your ass. Yeah, that was kind of some rowdy people around you. So it's because you were feeding them drinks.
Yeah, and I was double fisting White Russians and Scotch that night. So
Oh my gosh, Alan, I wish. I haven't had anything to drink in 4 years, but I swear, dude, whatever. If I can make it to 50, I think I'm going to drink again. And I say beer. I think I won some Newcastles, but I think I also, Alan, won some White Russians. I used to love those things. But Alan, I got to learn how to just sip on them, dude. I would pound those things. I just got to sip on them. That's what I got to learn, or I just can't even drink them.
well, truth be told, I'm the same way. I'm either all or nothing, and I don't drink very often, but that night was a celebratory night, so.
Until they kicked your freaking ass out. So what'd you go do? That's horrible.
I called an Uber, went back to my hotel. It was literally right across the street, the nice Hilton in downtown, and woke up 5:30 and started driving, so.
Oh my God.
Went to Talladega racetrack, got rained out there, then went home the next day.
Oh, that sounds good, except for the raining out part. Yeah, I've never been to a NASCAR race. I think that would be fun. I've heard people wear diapers sometimes so that they don't have to go to the bathroom.
Not my crowd. Maybe some, not my crowd.
Can't you bring in coolers and stuff? Or is that an old thing?
No, you can take all you want, no glass containers. I did back in my younger days, took a handle of Scoresby Scotch, was just cheap in a plastic bottle.
Scoresby.
Yeah. A friend took Burness vodka, just a whole gallon or whatever it is.
Oh, I love that. And what, y'all just get wasted at the racetrack?
We used to. I don't drink it when I go to races anymore. I enjoy it myself. Maybe a gummy here or there type thing, but
Oh, cool. And you will be more alert if there ever turns into like a Final Destination scene. Remember that one Final Destination where at the freaking racetrack and the car goes into the stands and you'd probably give a run better because if you're all wasted, you'd probably just immediately get hit by the debris flying. But maybe if you're only on some gummies, you'd be real alert.
I'll remember that. And listen, I just want to thank you for even letting my call in, man. I am going to join the club at the $40 a month rate and be able to do this more frequently and make you read something stupid at the end of the show. But sincere thank you for your comedy. It's just amazing, dude.
Yeah, Alan. Well, thanks so much, man. I appreciate it. So sorry they kicked your ass out because I think that was nice buying the people drinks because I think drinks are kind of expensive at these comedy clubs.
Oh, I got a $112 tab on the second show, too. I was going to buy those guys drinks. I guess I did, but anyway, whatever.
Oh, my gosh. So, wait, after you left, they still had a tab open on your ass, and it was $112?
Yeah, I was going to buy those guys because, I was by myself, so they seat you with some randos.
Yeah.
And I was going to buy their drinks, too, to be nice. And I guess I did, but anyway, it's all good.
Wow.
I'll see you again next time. I'll buy a fucking ticket to both shows next time one night.
Well, sounds good, and then hopefully they don't kick your ass out, and you can say hello after one of them.
I'll save the drinking for the second show. But,
yeah, that sounds good, and then maybe I can start drinking. Maybe we can meet up after, and then you can give me my first beer.
I want nothing to do with giving you your first beer. Nothing.
Well, thank you, Alan. That's nice of you to say. Yeah, because every now and again, people fuck with my ass. I do something like that. They're like, oh, yeah, let me give you a beer. I'm like, what?
Can't do that, man.
Well, thanks, Alan. Cool. Well, great to talk to you, sir.
Thank you, William. Keep it up, my brother.
Okay. Bye.
See ya.
And Al, wonderful talking to Alan. And look who we got in Casey. We did the math, my friend. I was hoping you remember what I look like. I was hoping I remember what you look like. It's been a little bit of time. You've been very busy. It's been 5 weeks, my friend. Oh my gosh, and you wore the wolf shirt, one of my favorite shirts. The wolf shirt. This is like a Nickelodeon like kid show, like song at the beginning, like Gullah Gullah Island, like there's a part of the song or something. I had to wear my wolf shirt. You're about to watch Ed, Ed and Eddie. I had to wear my little wolf shirt. And then they put the little stick guy. That'd be funny maybe if in that episode they put the stick guy character, put the wolf shirt on the stick guy. No way. And they say, send in your stick guy pictures to Nickelodeon at CartoonNetwork.com. Please send them in, kids. If y'all are watching this shit, send in your pictures. The website's still active. What do you know? Great. What do you know about HelloFresh? What do you know about this company? HelloFresh? I've used them for a bit. They're great. Oh my gosh, they're wonderful. And Grant, I don't think a lot of people know this. It happens to be my favorite dinner is a HelloFresh dinner. It happens to be my absolute favorite. And Grant, also people don't know this, but there's a major menu upgrade this summer. Ooh, I didn't actually know that. This summer, okay? HelloFresh just doubled its menu. And Grant, do you know what that means? If they doubled their menu, do you know what they used to have? Half of the options they're about to have. Well, you got 100 options now. And Grant, I'm going to be honest, it's almost too many options. I know, overwhelming. Yeah, but it's a good thing. I mean, some people say it's a really good thing, and I think it's a really good thing too. But be careful. It could take a long time. I mean, that's 100 different options. That's a lot. They do at least have categorization, so you can kind of drill down around what you like. Oh yeah, so you want some mashed potatoes with something. Say you want only mashed potatoes. Only mashed potatoes. Yes, they do have really good mashed potatoes. Chicken. They have chicken. They have all kinds of stuff. And it's really healthy. And oh my gosh, I mean, it's so great. You get steak and seafood recipes delivered every week for no extra cost. What? There's 3 times more seafood on the menu now? What? Wait, no extra cost on that either. No extra cost. That is crazy. This is crazy. Okay, they have snappies, stone fruit, corn on the cob. What? But yeah, it's very great product. Okay, makes dinner, lunch, what have you, so much easier. And the best way to cook just got better. Go to hellofresh.com/WMS10FM. That's a mouthful. WMS10FM now to get 10 free meals and a free item for life. For life. 1 per box with active subscription. Free meals applied as discount on first box. New subscribers only. Varies by plan. That's HelloFresh.com/WMS10FM to get 10 free meals and a free item for life. I use this and you should too. No, we bought the domain. We own the IP. Sorry, idiots, it lapsed. Yeah, and every time we get a click, which I don't know if any of you people out there, that means basically when somebody goes on our website, we get 50 cents. So y'all just get on the website, y'all just click it into your browser, we get 50 cents. Dude, and it adds up so quickly. Oh yeah, there were probably 2,000 people yesterday. So do the math on that. Grant, do the math on that. 2,000 clicks, we get 50 cents. You have time, Grant? That's like $1,000, I think. Yo, do it. It took us 10 years to get in the main for whatever. It took us 10 years, but it's like so sweet once you get through. It's like the crypto miners. We're pretty much like crypto miners for websites. Well, once you break through, you go, I never have to work again. I know. You just get the residuals, baby. We're sitting back. Chill. Oof, I'm getting that Ren and Stimpy money. Damn. And that's a crazy one you got on that shit. What butt cheeks and stuff? Or was that, what was the one with the cow, Grant? Cow and chicken? Well, Ren and Stimpy had it. Yeah, you're talking about cow and chicken. But cow and chicken also was kind of perverted. I thought about cow and chicken at first. That was like kind of a nasty one. Well, I was like, we own the Java, right? We own like the source, quite literally the source code to cow and chicken. So yeah, last night I was tooling around with it, and I think you're going to be in for a big surprise when the new Mission Impossible comes out.
I want to think you're messing with me, but it's like I know in my heart you're telling me the truth, so I can't wait. Yeah, and I think it's the last Mission Impossible movie, which so everybody's gonna go watch that one. Oh yeah. Oh, it's gonna go out. I'll put it this way: it's gonna go out with a real bang. And Tom Cruise is doing all the stunts as always. That guy's crazy. He's getting older. He's getting up there, and he's still doing all these stunts. Well, I think he's a stunt addict. Like I've met freaks of all kinds, and he's one of the oldest guys still working in show business. What is he, 70? Yeah, I think he's 70, and he's still jumping on trampolines. It's crazy. And yeah, trampolines, God. Were you allowed to do that when you were a little kid, or were you ever around them as a little kid? Okay, I'm happy you asked, because I've been meaning to address this. One of the few luxuries I had as a child, among many other luxuries, was a trampoline. And I learned how to do the double backflip. Damn! So, at once, I'm so near. And I can't even imagine, but I flew too close to the sun. So I do the double backflip. I only knew how to do it for like a week. Scrape my nose real bad. I'm out. Were we talking like a scorpion situation where you hit your face and your legs go up behind your head? Yeah. And it left the unique injury that can only come to human skin from a trampoline. And it's like that burn, you know, for sure. So my whole nose, I almost lost the nose. Dr. Razmatazzi was my pediatrician. I said that. And he is not obviously I'm not judging anybody, but with that last name, that sounds like an Armenian person. Is he Armenian? No, he was he was a big Sublime fan, so he would do fire sticks. But he was like a white guy, I guess you would say. Well, speaking of Sublime, somebody is releasing these concert things on YouTube and somebody else is taking them off, and I want to watch them because apparently there's a live version of Santeria, like old school Sublime. Yes, that I don't think ever existed. It's some song. I think it's maybe that one that's never existed in a live concert, and some dumbass is in the comments saying, "Oh, I own the copyright. I'm taking it down." And he's taking it all down. And it's like, hold on, how does this? What do you mean you own the copyright to a Sublime? I just don't understand. It's a random account saying that? Yes, but then apparently I get on the subreddit, the Sublime subreddit, and people are talking about it. Yeah, it's some guy who does have these tapes and stuff, but I don't know. It's fucked up. He needs to release them. Well, yeah, dude, release the Sublime cut. You can't hold that hostage. I want to see Sublime at their most raw. I want to see him living in a van with Lou Dog. I know. And it smelled like a Lou Dog in my house. I know. And he put his finger in his butt. I think that was that part of it, Grant? Is that in the uncut version? Certainly uncut version. Yeah, you got me. This isn't Magic the Gathering. This is real life, Grant. Let's get it together. We're talking Sublime. I don't even know. And by the way, I don't even know if I would see the new version with the sun. Well, I don't know. Maybe it does. Why don't you like it? I don't know. I haven't even seen it. I've only heard one song. He sounds pretty good. You know, it's funny you say that. I've only heard the one song too. That's all I've heard. It's like, I think it may be fun. I don't know. I'd still maybe go see that. Well, I remember the first show they did with the sun, and the internet was like, history is correcting itself. This is how Sublime was meant to be. Yeah, Rome's out of the way now. Yeah, everybody's talking shit about the poor Rome guy. He toured with him for like 20 years. I know. Like, good riddance. They hated him for some reason. Well, he sounded just like Bradley. It must be a weird job to take someone, I can't think of a different example of this, in a band, and you're hired just because you sound like the lead singer who died. Queen does it, I guess. Do they still do music stuff? Right, Grant? With Freddie Gibbs? Yeah, can you push your windscreen down? Windscreen? The foam thing. Just push that down. No, Casey, just push that down. It's just making a little... There you go. Yeah, that's all. You're going to have to roll a little higher for that. It costs a little more mana than you're ready for. I'm not talking to you guys anymore. I'm just going to be here. Well, gee, I'm just ripping you. I haven't been here for Christ's sake. I know, right? And look, you got a new camera. Look at that white camera. You see it, just the camera right there. Yeah, they got a new white camera. Wow, bragging my ass about that. That's like one of the rare ones, Grant. They only made 50. Yeah, they only made 50, and they're getting 10 of them here.
Wow, did you win that in like an auction or?
It's like a 4th edition, revised edition Magic card kind of thing, like a Shion Dragon.
Oh,
if you know your Magic the Gathering.
Did you ever play Yu-Gi-Oh? No, it was a little. I was with the age thing. I wanted to like it, like Harry Potter. It was like a little too old or something. Even though I had a couple friends who liked it. Never got into Yu-Gi-Oh, but I'm familiar. Did you like Yu-Gi-Oh? Well, what Grant was blabbing about. I'm pretty sure he was speaking a different freaking language. I felt like he was doing an incantation. I sure hope not. I don't need any kind of bad energy like that right now. Neither do I. I have all kinds of stuff going on. I told William I got a rash on my thighs. And it got better, luckily, with the medicine. I went and saw a doctor. It was called a dermatologist. I'm one of the first patients of my kind. Did you hear this, Graham? You listen? Barely. Barely? What? You can't hear me? I can hear me good. I can hear you. Oh my god. So anyway. But they sat me down, they said, son, you got 2 options. You lose the thighs, as in they cut the thighs off, not the legs. The thighs. Or you lose the legs. I said, well, take the thighs. Yeah. And they said, okay, we just wanted to see what kind of man you were. You're gonna be totally fine. And what do you mean? Because they told you to take your pants down or something? It was like a test. Yeah. Oh, that's awkward. It was like kind of like hazing, and then so I said the thighs, right? And then the lights came on, and everyone came in, all clapping. And what a relief! I know. Thank God you're not gonna cut my thighs off. I know. Wait, what were they gonna do? Just literally cut a big chunk out. Yeah, so they had one of those turkey carvers, and he said, it was, in hindsight, I should have known it was like a prank. Yeah. And he was like, we gotta take them quick because the infection's gonna spread. And he like presses the button and makes a scary noise. Yeah. I said, okay. I said, if this is what God wants, isn't God hands down? Isn't God hands down? Yeah. And I noticed a little movement, and they went, all right, and everybody popped out, and they went, congratulations. That's good. That's like my fantasy for my best birthday party ever that I never had. I always wanted to have like a surprise party where like I walk in, somebody's walking to the front door with me, kind of getting my attention, and then I see everyone, and then I see somebody like behind the curtain, and I'm like, wait, it's my birthday. Who's that? Hold on, wait, it's a party for me. But it never happened, and that's fine, Casey, because sometimes I don't know. That's life, dude. Here's the thing. You're what? 38. You're 31. 38. Okay. Let's say, Grant, what are you thinking? Tell me to stop if you think I'm wrong, Grant. Tell me when to stop, actually. So here's William. Seriously, Grant, tell me. It's not a freaking joke.
I should probably cut it out right now.
Well, this is where William is now, right? 38. Tell me when to stop for how old he's gonna be. Jesus Christ, dude. You're gonna be over 110 years old, it seems like, according to Grant. So the technology, so why do you think that, Grant? Because most people don't live that long. What do you think that just the technology's gonna get better? Yeah, just sheer good luck, or I think so. Or just, sheer good luck. Like I never slip and fall, or I never, I never get food poisoning again. Just stuff like that.
Good genes.
A good pair of jeans. Levi's. I need some good jeans. You and me both pounced on that riff. That was mine. And it's been Casey. Oh my gosh, it's been a while. We still got it. Well, it's like riding your bike. As soon as I walked in, I went, I'm about to bust a gut. This motherfucker. I'm about to bust a gut. Whoa, fuck. I started looking around. I started kicking some tires. Because you'll see in the footage, I was kind of shaking the camera. I went, God, that's how I remember it. Mm-hmm. Yeah, holy shit. Yeah, buddy. Then I checked under the table, sure enough. Still my signature carved into it, KC plus GG. And did you see my little piece of bubble gum I put up there one time? Yes, I did. And it looked like your gums have been bleeding, maybe. I know. Well, it's red. It's these Zens. It's the Zens. Do you still do them despite the blood? Yeah, dude. Why not? Keep going. Keep going. I gotta stop doing it at some point, dude. I don't know. It's not good, Casey. I guess. I don't know. It's probably. I don't know. It's not. It's something on. It's on my mind. Well, I think you do too many. Because what do I need to do? You do doubles. Less? Don't you do doubles?
No. Oh, I thought you did dub-dubs. At one point in time, I did the 2 6s, which that was way too bad. Then after the Gators lost to Florida State, I finally looked at my gum because I was in such a horrible mood. I was like, oh, shit. What else is wrong with me? Yeah, the Gators lost. What the fuck? Let's see other problems I've got right now.
You start taking a moral inventory. You go, you know what? I'm going to look at that ingrown toenail.
Yeah. Fuck, I should have went to the doctor. That's infected. I know. Well, it's a work in progress, dude. That's what I'm calling it. It's a work in progress.
We are all exactly where we're supposed to be, except for those of us who still have a little more work to do.
I know. And some people just have a little more work, and that's okay.
It's okay, and here's the thing about heaven needing a couple angels.
They're full right now.
You're not going to die anytime soon, we promise.
Yeah, because that's, again, I think it's like 1 in, 1 out kind of deal, and heaven's filled with angels right now.
Basically, from the intel, I have been sort of, well, they call it transdermal location, and it's when you're, it's from deep meditation, but I've been able to visit just for glimpses. I'll get a glimpse of it, and it's basically like the line of like Studio 54. It's like, if you know,
it's fun. So that's fun.
Yeah, for sure. Like Mick Jagger's wife is there, and like, kind of like people you're like, oh, it's like I wish Mick was here, but his wife's like, that's cool, I guess.
See, that scares me so bad, Casey, because it's like I'm so embarrassed to even say this. I'm worried I wouldn't even recognize her ass, dude. And then it's like, she's probably gonna be like, who's this new person? Like,
yeah, there's like 4 people. there's 4 people in the Heaven nightclub.
Yeah.
You go, oh no. I'm one of 5 people to go to heaven.
Yeah, and I don't really know these other people. These other people have to spend a lot of time.
But it's like, it's you, it's Richard Jewell, who got wrongly accused of the Centennial bombing.
Yes.
And then it's probably Eddie Guerrero, the wrestler. Then Ozzy Osbourne. He's back.
Ozzy, he's a new one. He's a new one. When the Lord saw him.
Wait,
what am I doing that big? Yeah, what do you think? I bet Ozzy, he could have had a relationship with God. I think so.
Well, I don't know. I think here's the thing about God. If he makes jokers like us, he's gotta have us on the camera. So
he must, Casey. He must. I agree.
He simply must. Well, Black Sabbath, it was kind of satirical. I listened to a book about it, and they didn't, really worship the devil, but they did do a lot of coke. So they were like,
and didn't he bite a bird's head off one time?
He bit a dove's head off and a bat's head off.
Yeah,
separate day. It would have been a big day. It was one for breakfast, one for lunch.
What am I gonna do for dinner? Yeah. Maybe a hot dog. Yeah, maybe something normal. Yeah. Yeah, after 2, maybe you can't have more than 2 just really weird meals in a day.
Especially because it's not like Ozzy's taking the time to take the little hairs off the bat or take them.
Yeah, I want to die thinking about that. That grosses me out to the max.
Here's the thing about, I live my life so steady, Grant. I'm right down the middle. I'm not maxing anything. I'm not joke maxing. I'm not ice bathing. I'm eating Flintstones.
Not maxing at the credit card.
Hell no. My credit is perfect.
Woo! What do you have, Experian now?
I got rocket money. So wait, you've been reading ads?
Yeah, a couple times. Yeah, we did freaking. Yeah, you missed now 2. The first one was, what was the one last week? It was BetterHelp.
That is okay. So that's pretty cool because that's one that I need again because I'm a little bit sad sometimes.
So BetterHelp could be wonderful. And then today was, what was today? HelloFresh.
Those delicious meals.
I know. Maybe they'll do that again.
That would be good. Well, I'm on the road, so I imagine they would send it. Then it's just turkey rotting in my hallway for a month and a half.
It would be cool if they could deliver to hotel rooms and stuff. Maybe they could.
Take it to Cincinnati, but how would you cook it? They're saying, you got to think about the kitchenette.
And a lot of these places don't have anything. And I mean, if you're in Las Vegas, the rooms don't even have a freaking pasta pissin, dude. I mean, Vegas is going downhill.
No, if you're anywhere but Old Vegas, like, Grant, let me ask you this. if you see a couple of guys like us, you think we're a couple of Caesar's Palace guys, or you think we're a couple of MGM freaks?
Yeah, what do you think when we're walking off the plane and you're watching everybody walking off the plane at the Vegas airport? Where are we going?
Where are we headed?
I hate to say it, but I would say MGM.
Come on, man. And you already know that's the score, my man. We love going there. We love playing high stakes craps.
I just love that the building's green.
Dude,
I love that green building.
you get lost in it and you start thinking, is it Christmas already? Because it's green and
When it's so dark in those hallways, it's like, what time is it?
Where-
Motherfucker, get me out of this fucking hallway, bitch.
yeah, whenever me and William go to the casino, we normally divide and conquer. So we'll split the room in half, right? Because we don't want to step on each other's toes.
You start eating with the room.
Oh my gosh, Casey, you know what I started doing? You should do it. I think the last one is coming up, but Nadav, he has, Nadav guy, he has that poker thing, dude.
Maybe. There's been rumblings.
Look, it's been so fun, Casey. Last time I was going into my last thing, I was down $200, and then I won 500, so now I'm up 300. So now I can play one last time, and even if I lose everything, I was even.
That's a lot of money. You guys are playing big.
$300. Yeah, it's a hilarious podcast. You have to pay $300.
I had a buddy, I won't say who it is, but he texted me and he was like, yo, dude, will you buy me in so I can do the podcast? What? I'm not your dad. Why would I buy you in to do a poker podcast?
You're kidding.
Was it $500?
Was somebody there? Like
Like he was already there. No. I would have been like, freaking get your life together, nut job, because I'm actually coming over to kick your ass.
Yeah. Get ready for an ass beating, dumbass.
I would say, here, I actually got something for you. Open the door.
One. And I'd say, don't touch him. He brought this upon himself. And then everybody's like, just has their hands up, like, what the fuck? Who is this guy?
Then I take his car keys and I go, hang on.
Yeah, bitch.
Yeah. So he ain't driving no more.
Yeah, unless you got a spare somewhere, dumbass.
Yeah. And then I got your Uber app canceled. I said something bad on there, and it as you, so you look like a piece of shit.
Yeah, and they kick your ass off so easy on that app. That's what I don't like about Lyft and Uber. I mean, they're kicking your ass off. You gotta make all these fake accounts. It's like this nightmare.
Well, it's like you get caught. Uber, they'll catch you in a lie, right? When your story gets too complicated, they'll like double back like a good detective, and they go, wait, I thought you didn't take a ride yesterday morning. And you go, oh,
Yeah, wait,
they got you. They caught you in a lie, and they're gonna come. Frankly, they'll kick your ass too. They beat the hell out of my buddy Brian.
really? Is that what happened to Brian?
Van, yeah.
I saw he had those two black eyes. Yeah, no, I mean, when I got in a literal car crash in an Uber, and I'm communicating with them, yeah, they pull the same shit. They're like, okay, so you claim you're going to the airport at 12:40 p.m. on this date. Is that correct? I'm like, yeah, that sounds about right. And then they're like, well, when I look at your app, it actually weren't there at that time. I'm like, I'm not lying that I just got in this car crash with one of your drivers, okay? Why are y'all putting me through the ringer right now?
Well, it's victim blaming, right? Like, which is not the term victim shaming. I think it's the term, but Gigi said I could mess with like making my own.
Well, it sounds about right because I was the victim in that situation.
Well, it's the same concept. They're going, oh, are you sure you were in the car?
I was just like, wait, what am I fucking going nuts right now?
Well, they're gaslighting you. They're trying to see if, well, maybe they'll luck out. Like, this is the company's position. Hey, maybe we'll luck out. This dude's like fucking nuts.
Yeah.
Oh, they'll lock you up. They'll 5150 you.
And then you're just trapped somewhere and you can't get out. And it's like fucking Bram Stoker's Dracula. Remember that guy stuck in that padded cell with that lawn? He has that weird outfit on.
The guy in the padded cell?
You remember that?
You talking about Count Orlok?
Yeah, was it Count Orlok in the padded cell? Grant, help us, man.
I'm looking it up.
Yeah, okay, I hear his little tippy tappy's going. He's hard. He's either riding on the road or
he's riding his book and while he helps us.
Grant's on fucking Dexedrine, dude. He's on old school diet pills, just riding.
Damn. I thought you looked a little more slim, Grant. You're probably not eating shit all day, right?
Is it Tom Waits?
Boy, what are you getting at?
Huh?
Wait,
Is what Tom Waits?
that's
The guy in the padded
is
cell.
this the scene?
That's him?
Oh, that is Tom Waits. Oh, I feel stupid. Never mind.
It is Tom Waits. He was the guy in the padded cell.
Sure enough. You know what they used to call me, Grant, at military school? You want to guess?
Tom Waits.
They used to call me the man in the iron mask.
Whoa. What did they make your fucking ass like walk around in a mask or something?
So they had their own unique system of punishment that was designed to both publicly shame and internally euthanize, to sort of euthanize their emotions while publicly breaking down the social structure. So yeah, if you said a cuss word or kicked a football or like anything fun, like yeah, we're like playing the hallway, like playing tag or something, you'd have to wear this spike mask and it hurt and you couldn't blink basically. God. So they would take needles right here, and so if you blinked it would kind of poke, so you're kind of stuck like a clock.
How do you sleep in that thing?
That's what a lot of people have asked me, and the answer is you don't sleep too well. You don't get 8 hours, that's for sure.
God. Well, I hate that. I'm so sorry that happened. I mean, that sounds great. I've heard of corporal punishment, but I mean, that's like medieval punishment or something. That's like insane.
Well, because I'm not afraid to speak up for myself. Around the second or third time, I start going, "You guys can't do this," and I said, "Oh, we can. We've been around for a long time.
That's horrible, dude. That's like so scary. How do you even keep moving forward after shit like that?
You just, I try to make light of it, right? Like I go on podcasts and I try to be funny, and I try to keep my friends close. Like I keep my inner circle close, right? But for sure, sometimes it creeps in.
I know. Well,
the darkness.
And that's where BetterHelp can help. Sometimes BetterHelp can totally help. Maybe sometimes it depends on the situation. Like a situation like that, that's like crazy.
Well, that's what they said. BetterHelp. They said, look, we love helping. It's quite literally all we do. You should probably see, like, maybe you should go live somewhere and see something. They said I should go live at like the state hospital or whatever.
And see, that's the last thing you probably want to hear from a person trying to help your ass. And they're like, okay, you're a lost cause. So sorry. Just check yourself in. There's no hope at all.
They said, well, I started checking my damn watch. I go, I've been in here for an hour.
Yeah, you're already ready.
You're on that right now. Well, they call it a 5150. And Grant, it's nothing to be scared of, right?
Right, Grant? Page 5150?
Yeah. They correct.
Yeah.
So
that's correct. Oh, Baccarat.
I was getting to that because I went to a really cool one where you can gamble with the padded cell.
Oh my gosh!
You can play baccarat. You can play pig slots. They have Huff and Puff.
We love Huff and Puff.
Blow the house down, make me rich.
Oh my gosh! Yeah, what is it? The wolf comes, right?
Oh yeah,
blowing stuff.
Well, you and me always had bad luck when we would play the pig one, but since then, I have come to grow as a gambler, and I've lost so much more money since then. So,
are you still gambling some? You're in a place that if there's a casino.
I haven't been in 2 months.
Oh, damn.
How about that? So
that's a pretty good amount of time.
I know.
Wait, what do you mean? Because, Casey, whenever I was with your ass, literally every time, and we were gambling together, you were always very lucky. So are you telling me that the luck right now in regards to gambling?
Yes. So here's what's funny, and this is my own.
Well, I mean, you always had like crazy.
Dude, it was luck. And I remember it would make you kind of feel bad because I could see it in your eyes that you thought you were winning because you were a bad guy. And I would go, it's not who's best and who's nicest. It's just like,
it's kind of weird gambling with somebody playing slot machines and the person you're with just continues to win.
I could not stop winning. And I'm not even kidding. I would put $1 in and it was like, congratulations, $81. Holy shit. But, okay, so when I was in Australia, they said I was losing money. I started losing money at like record speed. And I told this chap, I said, I'm having a tough night at the pokies.
And that's what Australian people call the machines over there.
Yeah, the pokies, they call it having a slap at the pokies.
Oh, God, Australian people are so fun what they're saying.
I know.
I wish American people could be a little more like that. That's so much more whimsical, mystical, kind of better than, it's good slot machine.
You guys want to go slot machines? I know a gas station has one in the back, but it doesn't pay cash.
Yeah, it's like that's what you get in America, but over there you're getting
Well, all the bars have like legit like Huff and Puff, like real slots, and it's a real cool culture. Anyways, I was losing money, and this is the first time I'm coming off being with you. I'm coming off. I didn't gamble really last year on the road, and I go. I'm so excited. It's gonna be such a fun night. I'm losing so much money. I'm losing money. And this guy pulled me aside and he said, "Listen, mate, you can be lucky in life. You can be lucky in gambling. You seem like you're lucky in life." And I said, "That's such a good one."
So it's one or the other.
Yeah, one or the other. Yeah, but so what changed is now I'm on my own tour, and the headliner, he don't want no money. The features one. It's just the way the world
Where
works.
you have figured it out, so you're not going to go chasing that anymore because he's right. Yes,
I know, but I still do chase it. But I only do like maybe $200.
we'll never play the dump. Do you like cards? See, I've had the funnest time playing cards, dude. I've had the most fun playing.
Okay, well, is it just poker?
Yeah, it's the Texas Hold'em or whatever.
Okay, well, I think I would do it for, I would probably, honestly, I'm a bit of a cut up. Like, I'd probably be somebody like Uncle Laser who's being, like, funny as hell, but also, like, down to earth.
Yeah, oh my gosh, dude, Casey, you'd be great at it. And just watch. All I've been doing is watching World Series of Poker. I have been.
No, you got the itch. You really like it now?
I have been watching it on TV. I have been recording on my YouTube TV, so now I watch it every now and again. It's a little, but then it gets kind of boring, so then I turn it off. But I can watch it for like 30 minutes just to get a general idea of what the people are playing with. That's all I'm looking at. I'm like, okay, now I feel like I have a little better idea. I used to, if I had like a king and a 3 or something, I would play because I had a king. But now it's like, maybe you don't play that.
Oh, so you're saying like the hands?
Yeah, just literally
We're good. You can put the laser figure down.
Yeah, thanks, Grant. Did you hear that? That was on Casey's police radio.
Yeah, that was on the talkie. Actually, Grant, I was going to take a picture of it. Forget it. That was my personal one. So that's, if I need to get right to G, if I need, you have one too. Yeah, I think you forgot. But if I need Motorola.
And you can do the noise. You can click the side and makes it that noise. Yeah, sure.
Well, it goes, "Hello, Moto." You remember that?
Dude, I bust a gut every debris. Dude, it'll make me bust a gut when I'm like about to take a nap or something. I hear that and I just start laughing. I'm like, what the fuck is Casey about to fucking say on this goddamn thing?
I'll go, "Hey, William, it's almost 4:30. You go, shut up.
Dude, I'm trying to sleep over here, man.
Erica's like, "William, it's freaking 11 o'clock. Go to bed already. Turn your beeper off."
And I'm like, shut up, man. It's gonna be funny. He's on Motorola.
I'm gonna go talk to him on the porch for a while.
Yeah.
So what are you doing? Are you looking at the moon? It's huge tonight.
I know. It was so pretty recently. It was very big recently.
What was the date? I'm trying to see if it aligns to something bad happening in my life.
What is the date of today, Grant? Today's the 19th. 19th, so I'm going to guess this was...
Doing Rain Man math? That's why we're so good at DMG, Grant.
I'm going to say maybe it was the 14th. Is that what it was? I'm guessing. Is that when their full moon was 5 days ago, Grant?
Let me check the moon chart.
Yeah, please.
So go ahead and check that. And while you're at it, Grant, go ahead and pull up. Go ahead and pull up. Is the luckiest guy ever? Was that from money or from success? Yeah. Google that so I can get like a tangible idea of if that guy was right, I guess.
Well, Casey, I think he could be. Yeah, dude. Just have a little fun. Maybe play the card game some. Dude, it's a crazy place over there, Casey. And also, by the way, there's a place next door that I'm scared to walk into. Really? That it looks like that has slot machines.
Okay, well that more piques my attention. Places where, even in Texas, you're in there, you're having a slap, right? And so he walks up, he just slides an ashtray. And he goes, "You good, man? You can smoke with nobody in here."
It's pretty cool, especially in Texas, because nobody can't smoke in the place.
Well, all the little slot places are all fronts for the CARTEL. And no, which one am I thinking? No offense. And actually, I was just kidding. No, they're not. Yeah, we're kidding over here. Seriously, we kid about decent amount of stuff. We're kidding about this.
Bunch of comedians here, huh?
I was just joking, and I didn't mean anything by it. Those are good places, and I should say, just stop talking about it. It's making me nervous even talking about it a little bit. Just even mentioning it at all is making me a little nervous, like my hands are getting sweaty. Well, if I could say one parting word about it, that if it was up to me, there'd be one in every HEB. So you guys are doing great.
And that's a really nice thing Casey just said, too.
Sure.
It's like super nice.
Oh, HEB. What is HEB for us? Okay, good question. HEB for us is like basically like a water park.
Yeah, I get my tortillas.
Yeah. Dude, I lit an HEB candle last night that was warm tortilla with smell. And I kept forgetting, because it was pretty small, and I kept forgetting that I lit it. So I'd go to a different room, and I would go, damn, this is like, look kind of good. And I kept thinking someone in my own home was making tortillas.
So you would totally highly recommend the candle because it's really good tortillas.
Well, I would recommend the candle if you have the type of mental faculties to separate the art from the artist and go, this is just a candle.
Nobody's making it. Yeah, nobody's making it. So if I get hungry later, I just got to remember I need to make or get food because nobody's here making it for me. Even though it smells like somebody's making food right now.
Well, I kept thinking there was an abuela in my kitchen. And if you know one thing about me, I want to be an abuela so bad.
And for those that don't know, an abuela is a
Spanish grandmother.
Yes, grandmother.
Or grandfather. Those are called abuela twos.
It's both. Yeah, I knew some words in Spanish, depending on the last letter or whatever, it was like male or female. So, but abuelo is male or female.
Yes.
Grandma or grandpa.
Yes, it's not, like different languages, it's hard to understand the sort of colloquialisms, right, of the verbiage and the syntax of the words, right? But it basically means to give, or to give wheat. So
that's so sweet. Yeah, tortillas probably.
Yeah. So your grandparent it doesn't matter which one you're talking about. You're talking about the ones who make you wheat stuff.
Yeah. Interesting. Well, that's cool. I had no idea, even a background. I didn't even know if it was the grandma or grandpa. That's where I was lost at the very beginning. I didn't even know. And that looks like a grandmother and a grandfather.
Yeah, what did you Google to find that? Is that your grandparents?
I did HEB grandpa.
Okay. Because that looks like a picture you took on your phone as a parent.
Yeah, that's a weird kind of picture almost.
That's my abuelitos.
Well, that's great when the grandma refused to wear a mask and Grant goes, I'm filming you to be put it on.
This is on record.
Shut up. Oh, get lost, kid. Tell me something when you've lived into the 40s. I hate it when that some old person says something like that. It's like, I might need it if I can make it 40 years. What are you talking about, dumbass?
How about I give you 40 spankings for all the years on your old ass life right now?
Yeah, lean over, bitch. I'm about to spank your ass.
Show me those bare cheeks, stink boy.
Yup. Take the jeans off.
Yes, bare butt cheek, HEB produce style.
Yup, that's where it goes down sometimes. So it was butter tortilla. That's the flavor.
Yeah, and I guess I bought it as like maybe a gag. Because I mean, I like this smell of tortillas. I'm not gonna sit here and lie to you. Like I'm a bleeding heart. I wear it on my sleeve. But
do you like fajitas? Me too. And it's such a performance. It's like so fun if you're at the restaurant. You get them because it's like it takes the guy and it takes him a couple times to bring out all your shit, and it's like so sizzling.
And then it's always right in the middle of like a story because it takes a while. And so you start telling a story to your guests that you're eating with.
Yeah.
And then you go, uh-oh, we're going to have to hold that thought. Here comes trouble.
Yes. It's just sizzling and smoking and God. I make them at my place, but I think it smoked the place out.
Well, I could see that being a situation where now you have like 4 pans that you're heating up at the same time, and then you can just blow the place up, propane tank accident,
which is a giant
explosion for anybody that doesn't know, or at least maybe that's not that's what natural gas. Isn't that what happens when the houses are just gone?
Water heaters, I think, will do it too. And then, Grant, what was it where that team got stuck in the mountains? They had to eat each other for food alive. So those people, that was the water heater of the plane that made that happen.
They made the plane crash.
The Andes Mountains cannibal case.
Oh man! And you're with your soccer team.
And you go, come on, this is our midfielder. I don't want to eat it.
I know. It'd be better if it's strangers, probably not just a soccer team you were on.
Well, dude, could you imagine you're the one guy who is on standby? You get on the flight, everyone else is the rugby team or whatever, and they're looking at you just licking their chops.
Yeah, they see you and see a big, like, fucking turkey.
Yeah, and you start going, have I ever told you how I've given over $10,000 to charities? You start, like, making up stuff.
Yeah. They're just staring at your ass. Yeah.
Fork and knife.
Drooling. God, yeah, just seeing you and you look like a big old turkey leg or something. Just like a yummy thing full of mashed potatoes. And they're like, okay, we're going to eat this fucking dude.
I go, hey, that's not a bowl of peas. That's my arm, you freak.
I know.
He goes, I'm sorry, man. I'm so out of it.
I know. And then they're going to get your ass when you're sleeping or something. Like, that'd be a bad spot to be in.
Well, for sure, you don't have a friend in the world when your back is against the wall. Because rugby's more than friends, it's brothers, right? It's a brotherhood,
for sure.
And if you're alone, like, I don't have shit like that. But rugby, if I what if it was two
close team?
What if it was two teams that got stuck and they had to kind of out-eat each other? Like,
they would turn into a whole nother, like, war. Yeah, it'd be like a war. Because it'd be one side versus the other for sure.
Oh, hell yeah, dude. And if you cross that picket line, if you ever escape, you're off the team for sure.
Oh, yeah, you would never be allowed on the team if you end up going to the other side in the situation. Yeah, they're never letting your ass back, even if you really want to, and you were a pretty good player.
And you were like a pretty good friend, but Benedict Arnold was a good guy too until he betrayed the United States of freaking A.
I know. And that's when he helped the English people.
Grant, pull up Benedict Arnold naked.
Yeah.
He was so. Oh my god.
Whoa.
I don't like what came up there.
Is there fan fiction for Benedict Arnold?
Then is it like a cartoon or a real person you're looking at right now?
It's like the fourth image is a dude peeing in his mouth.
Oh god, will you text me that? That's so funny.
No thanks.
Yeah, that sounds funny. Text me
oh man,
in his mouth.
I have no idea why.
Is that what they? You know how an Arnold Palmer is a sweet tea and lemonade, right?
Yeah.
The Benedict Arnold is when some dude at the quick stop just pisses in your mouth. Then he drops a Rico rye in there.
That's a Benedict Arnold. Yeah, I never want.
It does feel like a betrayal.
Yeah, well, it's gotta be a close friend, I guess. Yeah. Hey guys, I know you guys were, we had talked about going to Chili's for my birthday. I'm turning 31, I'm excited, but I'm actually was wondering if one of you guys could give me the Benedict Arnold this year.
And you hope they say yes. You just hope somebody says yes.
And then you start looking and it's like Miles Johnson left the group chat. Fuzzy Kilji left the group chat.
People leaving.
You're like, so maybe we are just gonna have some dinner, you know? You start pulling back.
Yeah, and then they start popping back in.
Yeah. Miles Johnson has rejoined the group.
Damn. Who told us?
Hey Miles, you can come back. We're just going to fajitas now.
He loves fajitas. Wait, hey Grant, hold on. And I did, but you want to talk to a couple of people?
Do you gotta go, She?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Leave here in like 5 minutes. One call.
Yeah, one call.
Okay.
I need to talk to some MFers, please.
Are you guys able to see? You want to pick someone?
Oh. Just, well, hold on. Give me 10 seconds. Dude, how can you see a wife? That's small as an Easter egg on Arbor Day. That's smaller than a rotten egg at the steak factory.
Alright.
Whoa.
Yeah, I'll just grab one.
Do one we've never talked to.
Alright, this one looks, that'll work nice thing.
I swear if it's somebody that... And we couldn't see. If we just offended somebody, we couldn't see what those names were.
Yeah,
Just by the way.
I couldn't read it.
I recognize this. I know.
Let's see if this person pops that.
Well, they've been waiting quite a while if they're being a little patient, little stinker. Maybe they had to go to the bathroom.
It might have been a very patient sticker.
Can you imagine one or both of your heroes is ready to talk to you, and then you go to take a big old dump, and then blow it? Yeah, and then you fucking totally blow it. There's no take backs.
Well, I'm gonna try another person here real quick.
You blew it, my boy. Sorry, my boy. That's funny when people say that.
What's up, fellas?
Whoa, what is up? Rock and roll.
Oh my god.
How's it going, dude?
Well, I can't believe this right now. Wait, holy shit.
Getting a little bit of feedback.
We're in hog heaven too, Matt. We like you. Yeah, dude.
Oh my god. Guys, I've been watching you for so long.
Love it. Love to hear. What are you doing? Where are you, in Arizona, or you just got the Sedona hat?
Here, wait, I'll show you. Try to guess where I'm at.
Oh, okay.
Because you probably remembers when I guessed Indianapolis, right?
I was about to say, yeah, what was that, Indianapolis? You fucking guessed.
I nailed it. I'm clairvoyant. Are you in Massachusetts? Close.
Oh, okay. I was about to be way off, so good to know. But that probably doesn't even help.
We're in the region. Rhode Island?
Below. Let's see. What's below? What's the geography? I'm trying to picture the map of America in my brain right now. Well, sing the song, right? Yeah, sing your state song. Yeah.
State song. This one's for you. This one's for me. All of us together. Let's be happy here. Joni Mitchell.
Wow. Oh my gosh, that is a great state song. I'm impressed you knew your state song. I wouldn't necessarily know Tennessee's, I don't think.
I know Georgia. Well, Georgia's Georgia on my mind. Georgia?
Oh, yeah, that's a good Georgia.
I know I might have given it away with that song. I apologize, but
you actually didn't, Matt. Yeah, hold on. Here's the fun part. New Jersey. To the right of New Jersey.
To the left of New Jersey.
Are you trying not to make too much noise?
To the left.
Pennsylvania.
Yep.
He's a PA. I knew it.
Oh my god.
The houses like that? Okay, but I was in the right area. Boston and Philly. Very similar house structure.
I just went on my honeymoon, and that's why I have the Sedona hat on. Never been out west.
Oh, nice.
I loved it.
Yeah, it's cool out in the desert. It looks cool out there.
I never heard of javelinas before. I never knew that javelinas were a thing, and they were like, "Oh, be careful when you're taking the trash out because of the javelinas."
What is that?
Is that like a Wendigo? It's like well, I watched the video. They're kind of like a wild pig, but the video's definitely not like a wild pig. So just picture like a little wild pig with like little horns. Yep, there it is.
They have horns? That was cute.
Almost I think some of them have horns. I don't know, you don't want to mess with their kids, because if you mess with their kids, they'll squeal and they'll get you.
Well, that's me too. I'm fiercely loyal. Wait, Matt, so how was the honeymoon? Were you and your lady getting it on? Isn't that what people do on the honeymoon?
Yeah.
You had Sedona pockets.
Yeah.
Oh, I love it. That's exciting.
Well, we actually had to split an Airbnb. It was split down the middle, so.
Oh, that sucks. Wait, what do you mean? You and like another family, or you and your wife split it, or what do you mean? Was it like the breakup situation with Jennifer Aniston?
Very similar to that, yes. But I think what the situation was I think that there's a lot of tourism out there, so people are just buying up property and literally just splitting places down in half and having somebody rent one side out and then the other side out.
And then what, so you couldn't F too loud? Yeah, so you had to keep it kind of quiet or something?
Well, they also said not to do it too loud for the javelinas outside.
Because the pigs will try to get in.
Kind of mimic like a child's call, so you know.
Oh sure, my gosh. That's kind of hot almost or something.
That you have to keep it a little quiet or the pigs are going to come get you.
That's hot as fuck. Yeah, the pigs are going to come watch you if you're too loud.
That's hilarious. Oh my gosh. I don't think I'd ever be able to do that. I would like, in my fantasy world, I'd like to think I could, somebody would be real loud or something, but deep down I know that's probably not the case.
What, you're saying you couldn't rock someone's world is what you're saying?
Yeah, I don't have the confidence right now, dude. I don't even want to talk about that.
You don't have the confidence. I've been telling you, I'm not saying it on the podcast, but look, you seem like a confident guy. You're 37 already, 38. Dude, you're 38 this month. Don't you think William could just wreck some shit? Like, just
William, I don't think you realize how attractive you are inside and out. And this is coming from
Matt, stop it.
Well,
I don't even know this guy. I didn't even tell him. I swear to God, I never met him.
Yeah, did you pay Matt to call in and say this shit?
Well, I was his hostess on his honeymoon, and he's a good guy. And so I kind of, I was doing gigs that weekend. I couldn't. Sedona, did you know that portal's there? Is that why you went there? You're trying to get a quartz portal with like crystals and stuff?
Yeah, I think they have crystals and all kinds of stuff.
UFOs.
crystals are big there. Crystals are big. I looked into a place called the Bradshaw Ranch. I never heard about it, but if you want to go down a little rabbit hole, look up the Bradshaw Ranch.
Well, that's a good one. It's like Skinwalker Ranch, right, where they have paranormal stuff. You can't sneak one past me, but some people you can.
Scary. So what? It's like evil. Is it like evil stuff?
Well, go ahead.
No, you're good. You go.
So apparently, from my little research that I did, there's good vortexes out there in the desert, but there's also some bad vortexes out there with paranormal activity. So.
Oh, Grant just put on the screen though. He's got to go get a crunch wrap.
Yeah, he's got to pick up his kids. Well, Matt, congratulations on getting married. So exciting. Glad you had a fun time, dude.
I love you guys so much. Thank you so much.
I love you. Yeah, I love you, dude. Thanks for calling in.
That's awesome, dude. Congratulations.
Take care, guys.
Bye.
Bye. See you, man.
That's so weird. My voice. Grant, can we edit out what just happened?
What happened?
No, that was natural.
And then we got to thank Nolan Void, Opolonia, Papa Coon, Patrick Casey, Poopsicle Butt, Robert Bushel, Ruby Jewel Sparkles, Jenna Shinnekai from the Big Island, Sarak, Sean King, Art, Shiva, Skin Bomb, Gaming Crooner, The Wizard, Vanderweed, Vicious, McFisty, White Magic, William Casey, The Cats, William Kieran, William Ramsey, Worm Truck Show on YouTube, Choose Your Own Adventure, Zombie Warlack, Team Monty Subleski. Yikes, that was hard. Anthony Whitbush Markets and Ashley Belfield, Assalon Avery's your soup bomb. I'm loving it. Beef, Ben Ashik, Gregor Roquette is my dad. Daniel Hunter, Danger Fox, Destiny A4, Devin Swank, Dingleberry Harry, Dova King, Dr. P. Dugan, Eli Slugworth, Goldie Bay, Star, Grantsworth, Nightmare, Juliet Tamiosta, LOL, I love Big Macs, Jethro Tall, Joe Gods, John Shaw, Justin Threco, Captain Chaos, Kyle Heath, Larry, Lawyer Joe, Loop, Nista, Alex, Nissan Pappy, Nolan, Boyd, Opolonia.
Am I the only one, Grant, this is the last thing I'll say. I don't get to do the podcast for a couple weeks. Suddenly the mercenaries doubled in size. Everybody starts going, oh, thank God the freak's gone.
Yeah, mercenaries doubled in size, but I told them we need Casey back, and so they're dealing with it. They're also with the child soldiers. They had your back. The child soldiers totally had your foot.
Well, dude, here's the thing, and mercenaries, love you guys. I'm not saying anything about that, but I'm like kind of a blue collar guy. Like I'm like lower tier. Like maybe they like me, like because I was born in a barn.
Yeah. So y'all remember that kind of crap, okay? Seriously.
And I'm happy to be here with my friend William, and I don't think I should miss too many more episodes. And I just want to say I love doing the podcast. And I love Grant, I love William. And if you guys are ever struggling, you can go to BetterHelp. Too.
Yes. And we love you, Casey.
That's okay.
That's a good fun. All right, bye. Thanks for joining us for this week's episode of The William Montgomery Show. Send your questions, artwork, and manifestos to The William Montgomery Show at gmail.com. Leave William a voicemail at 737-471-1098.
Never miss an episode of The William Montgomery Show by subscribing to The William Montgomery Show channel on YouTube and anywhere podcasts are sold. Check out William online at william.f.montgomery1 on Instagram. For more William Montgomery, check out Kill Tony on YouTube and check him out live at the Comedy Mothership in Austin, Texas every Monday night. Find more of me, Casey Rocket, at patreon.com/Casey Rocket. Follow me on Instagram at Casey Rocket. This episode of The William Montgomery Show was recorded at Record ATX Studios, right here in the heart of Austin, Texas. The William Montgomery Show is produced by William Montgomery. The anthem is sung by William Montgomery. The drums are sung by William Montgomery. The words are sung by William Montgomery. Thanks for joining us. See you next time.
Shh, who the fuck said that? I'm trying to have fun tonight.
Well, George, everyone knows that by now, this is what we're talking about. The fact that these prisons and houses effectively revert to damage, and people can learn about that at www..
Recorded live in Austin, Texas, USA. It's The William Montgomery Show. Starring William Montgomery and the deepest Casey Rocket. With the Tony Chin Orchestra. And William Montgomery Jr. dancers. As always, William is joined by the lovely Erica. I'm Casey Rocket. And now here he is, the big red machine, the Memphis Strangler, William Montgomery.
Look at that. Let's take some little fireworks.
Grant, there was this one time I took acid, and I somehow on YouTube found a video where it was just I think it was on some Adult Swim. It was on some Adult Swim YouTube channel, and it was just the sounds of fireworks, like whistling and then popping. Like not giant fireworks. It was the funniest thing I've ever seen. And I don't even think there was any visual to it. I don't think. It's just the sounds of little firecrackers going off, flying, and then going off. It was the funniest thing to me. It's weird. Have you ever done that kind of stuff? No. Yeah, and you wouldn't even probably want to talk about it.
Yeah, never. No.
Oh, really?
All good.
We could, maybe you and I could do it on a beach. I feel like I'd like to do it on a beach if I wouldn't know what you could pay me to do it right now. I'd have a full-fledged panic attack.
Yeah, that'd be pretty fun on the beach.
I think on the beach would be very nice. If I were to do it now, you wouldn't want to be around me because I would be begging you to call the ambulance.
So we are pushing out live, and people are saying it's a little quiet, so I'm turning up the volume.
Oh my gosh, what is it? This new, I apologize to anybody. Grant got some new camera, and it's all messed up. It's messed up around my shoulders.
All right, I'll tighten it up there, dude.
No, I'm kidding. That doesn't bother me at all. It's a very cool looking camera, too. White camera.
It's a little bit of an upgrade. It's a little sharper on the focus. Right now I have you a little punched in, so it's probably still a little blurry, but no one cares about that technical stuff, do they?
Yeah, oh my gosh, no, not at all. Yeah, hold on. So this is a very special episode. We actually have Casey returning. It's been a little bit. It's been out for a bit.
Been busy guys.
It's been really busy.
Running everywhere.
So we're very excited about that. He's coming soon. And do we need to, should we just go ahead and...
do you want to bring on a caller?
Yeah, maybe just talk to somebody?
Alright, we can do that. Let me check and see what we're looking at here. We have actually quite a few people already on here.
But yes, it has been, how long has it been, Grant, since we've seen Casey in here?
Oh man, I think he was at like 4 or 5 episodes. I can actually pull up the
So this should have been a playlist. Oh my gosh, I wonder if he'll remember what I look like. I wonder if I'll remember what he looks like. Do you think so?
It's going to be jarring.
Sometimes that happens where somebody hadn't seen somebody in a long time and then they're... I don't know. I feel like a lot of the time in that instance, you would be able to recognize like the family member, long lost family member.
He was out for 5 weeks. That's like the longest you guys spend apart.
Damn. And we'll see. Maybe he'll get cold feet. Maybe he won't even show up. I don't know.
Right. I think we're bringing on our first person here. Let me bring up the volume.
Hang on, bro.
Hello.
What's up?
I don't have you on screen yet. 1 second.
I like how you said bruh. That sounded cool. Oh, what's up?
What's up, man? Sorry, I was talking to my son.
Oh my gosh. Well, how's your son doing? What's his fucking ass up to?
He's not feeling real good. We're gonna call the doctor.
Oh my gosh. Okay. I didn't know if he was like playing hooky from school or something. Oh, he's sick. Oh my god. Well, sorry.
It's cool. He's virtual school anyway.
Oh, cool. What does that mean? He just zooms in, just kind of like how we are doing now?
Pretty much. Yeah, Monday through Thursday. He's got it easy, man. Two hours a day.
Oh my gosh, 2 hours a day?
Yeah, stupid.
That seems pretty chill. And what, he doesn't even have it on Friday, or he has to go somewhere on Friday?
Friday, they just give you a free day to make up stuff.
Oh my gosh, well that's pretty sweet. Then you got the weekend, and then you got Saturday, Sunday.
Correct.
I wish I could have gone to a school like that. What grade is he in?
He's a senior, man, in high school. He does have cystic fibrosis, so once completed here, he didn't ever go back to school.
Oh, okay, I see.
And my other son's starting to move around. I don't want that fan messing with you.
Oh, it's fine. Yeah, it might blow my hair a little bit. Man, I had the worst tangle in my fucking hair. I took a shower earlier and I had the worst fucking tangle up in my hair. It was awful trying to get it out.
The talking hair, I just cut mine and I shaved the line by accident, but
it looks good. Wait, you did that yourself?
Yeah, my wife will clean it up, but she's not home from work yet.
Oh, I see.
Just put the number 2 guard on go. All right, I was at your dad.
Recorded live in Austin, Texas, USA. It's the William Montgomery Show. Recorded live in Austin, Texas, USA. It's the William Montgomery Show. Starring William Montgomery and the devious Casey Rocket. With the Tony Chin Orchestra. And William Montgomery Jr. Dancers. As always, William is joined by the lovely Erica. I'm Casey Rocket. And now here he is, the big red machine, the Memphis Strangler, William Montgomery.
My favorite, I'm correct from Memphis, Tennessee. One of my favorite rappers, Project Pat. He had a wonderful line in a song that always stuck with me. It was, I've been eating so many shrimp, I've got iodine poisoning. And now that I think about it, Chloe, I'm lying to you. I don't think that's Project Pat. I think that is maybe E40. I think that's somebody else. Have you ever heard that line before about eating too much shrimp and then iodine poisoning?
It sounds oddly specific.
I don't know.
And also researched. You know, it feels like someone close to him that could have happened to.
I know. Was eating too much, I don't know, seafood restaurants or something. And then, yeah, you got to be careful with also, I think, the other little canned fish. You can get mercury poisoning.
Yeah.
That's from 3-6 Mafia.
Oh, it is
featuring UGK and Project Pat.
Okay, excuse me. Okay, so there's UGK. What does it say? Give the full line because I feel like I'm missing because that doesn't really rhyme what I said.
Sipping on some syrup. The line, we ate so many shrimp, I got iodine poisoning.
Oh, okay, yes, from sipping on
Some syrup.
That doesn't even rhyme. I know it doesn't. They just wanted a way. They knew that they would hook their listeners by just starting with sipping on syrup. They're like, okay, in.
I know.
They're like relatable, and then he's like, they hit him with a fact.
I know. I ate so many shrimp, I got iodine poisoning. And then, yeah, in the midst of sipping on some scissors.
That's what she said.
Yeah.
Stupid. That's stupid. You guys are stupid.
Oh my gosh, yeah, UGK. Did you ever do syrup?
Yeah, I tried.
Did you like it?
Yeah, well, I just liked it. I don't know what exactly syrup is, but I'm drinking a bottle of Robitussin.
Oh my gosh, was it exciting when you did that?
Well, actually, I have a friend who's from Mississippi, and she loves to robo-trip. She said it was like a huge thing in their high school. They would robo-trip and then go to cheerleading practice. She's like, there's nothing like tumbling when you're robo-tripping.
Oh my god, down
like,
in Mississippi somewhere.
Yeah, Jackson, Mississippi.
Capital of Mississippi, for those that don't know that.
I didn't know.
Yeah,
I've learned so many things today.
I know, be careful eating shrimp because that really can give you poisoning. But I do think if you get that vein in the back of it, you're maybe a little better.
Wait, so what type of syrup is it though? I know you mix it with Sprite.
So this is, I
know it's purple drink.
Yeah, it's purple drink stuff, and I think people get it. I think if you can, yeah, it's drink, because I guess it can be different colors. I think maybe there can be orange sometimes, so it's not necessarily purple drink. But yeah, I don't know. I think it's for people if you got a real bad cough and you can't go to sleep at night, then the doctors give it to you.
Yeah, I mean, Delsum, that was like, people were doing Robitussin, and then the whole thing was you got to drink a bottle of Delsum. I went to this rehab once, and not for purple drink.
What was it for?
It was for alcoholism. Crippling alcoholism. But I do pills and stuff. I'm not like a fucking loser. But
pills always scared me a little bit because I was always drinking so heavily. Then every now and again I take a pill and it'd be so much fun. I remember the first time maybe in high school at some high school party taking a Loratab.
Oh hell yeah!
A bunch of like Bud Lights or something and being like, "What is this feeling? I love this."
Do you know that song? I can't remember who sings it. It's called Scarecrow. And it's like Percocet, it's like, what is it called? Oxycontin, Xanax bars, Percocet, Loratabs,
Valium's ecstasy.
It's all over again.
Oh my gosh, that's a Lil White, who is a Memphis rapper.
It's called Scarecrow. And I went to SMU in Dallas. And we were like, everyone was so into it. They call it farming school because everyone loves pharmaceuticals. And like
I thought it was because farmers or something.
It's pharmaceuticals. You meet those boys, they have the softest hands you'll ever touch. They've never worked a day. And feel something that much. But, and I'll tell you more. So basically, we're like these like little preppy kids, and we're like just like taking Oxy and like stuff, and just like listening to this like Percocet and Loratabs, and I'm like wearing like a Lily Pulitzer dress.
Hilarious.
I'm like Scarecrow.
Well, yeah, Scarecrow. What's that you're popping? A powerful pill they call Oxycontin.
Yes.
But by the way, rest in peace, Scarecrow.
Did he die from Oxycontin?
Yes, he died from something.
Powerful. Rest in power.
Rest in power, Scarecrow.
Rest in powerful pills.
AKA Soul Kaiser, AKA. That's all I remember. He had different aliases. I swear the song you were talking about, it's called Oxycontin. It's number 12
okay.
on this album.
Yeah, that's it.
Scarecrow is in there.
It's in the chorus. I just didn't know. I thought Lil White was going to have more creativity.
I know. Look at Lil White. Just that white dude, and he's got the backwards. That used to be my look.
Looks like he's doing the thing, from Superstar, when she's like, that's what he's up to.
Oh, yeah, I was thinking for sure, right when I saw that, I would smell my fingers after having my hands like that. I mean, you'd have to. Would you smell your fingers? Do you smell your fingers after touching stuff?
No. He does it all the time. Not really.
Yeah, I just love it.
Because I am a smoker, except for actually I quit.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
Hour ago? Oh my gosh.
Thank you.
Well, that's wonderful. You gotta start somewhere.
I know.
Grant, can you believe this? We're at the beginning.
Is this true?
Congrats.
Yeah.
Oh my
I
God.
quit one. It did. What's in your head? After I smoked, I put out. I said, I'm a happy non-smoker.
And that's it.
And then I practiced in my head. Like, actually, I might have said it out loud. I was walking around my apartment, and people were like, want a cigarette? No, I don't smoke.
Yeah.
I actually quit. And I
Get
was
to
like,
practice.
I was like, I'm talking with them. No, I quit. Sorry, thanks for asking, but I'm not interested.
Yeah.
Like, alone.
Yeah. Well, that's good. You have to practice because then you'll be used to it. So when somebody really does say that to you, you will practice and you'll be good to go.
And here's the thing, I did quit smoking for 8 months recently, and nobody asked me if I wanted cigarettes, so.
Oh, really?
Yeah, nobody was like, you want to smoke? I was like, I was practicing for that big moment.
That's bullshit. That's life.
Yeah, it's kind of like, when that one person says something to you and you're ready for a comeback, and they just are nothing but nice.
I know that you can't. Yeah, you've been preparing all day long, and you're gonna just get after this person, and then they're kind of nice.
Thinking about it in the shower, over the shower thoughts.
Gosh, I don't even know. I probably wasn't even thinking about anything yesterday in the shower, but I did this thing where I'm standing up and I'm totally fine, and then something happens.
This episode is brought to you by BetterHelp.
This is our first ad. And it's the most important ad I think it could have been, and it's BetterHelp. Everybody, it could be since the .com bubble burst, it could be since COVID. People are not doing good anymore, and you get better by talking to people. Oh my gosh, I used to shut myself down. I didn't start talking until I was 3 years old. Just talked to a lot of people. But yeah, BetterHelp is there to help everybody. Please never forget that. It's there to help. Everybody's there to help little Gator. Now, I'm kidding, Gator's a little dog, so she wouldn't understand probably what the people are saying. But yes, oh my gosh, it's the largest online therapy provider in the world. BetterHelp can provide access to mental health professionals with a diverse variety of expertise. Talk it out with BetterHelp. Listeners get 10% off their first month of BetterHelp.com/WMS. Okay, that's BetterHelp.com/WMS. 10% off. And you can start talking to people that can help you. And I feel like I'm falling over. And then I grab for something, and then I really almost fall over. But it didn't happen. I was able to catch myself.
It's an incredible story.
It's a victory of it. I know, because it's like I'm doing it to myself.
Were you joking yourself in the shower to come?
Yeah, I lost balance, and it's embarrassing.
But these are really quick. This guy, Graham
has been doing it.
That's like what would happen if you fell, go back.
I know, my head would get snapped backwards.
Some exorcism shit.
Damn, yeah, Grant.
That guy looks just like you.
I know it's weird. Every now and again, Grant, it really hits the ball out of the park on this thing. And sometimes it's extra scary, and this happens to be an extra scary one. Are you all right, Grant, today?
I'm all good.
Oh, and we have a Delsum right there. Wow.
Was Delsum blue? Is that a thing? Why do I keep on thinking
Actually,
the
it says that's
Delsum
great.
blue?
No, you're thinking of Celsum blue.
Celsum blue.
Celsum blue.
Wait, what? Yes, that's what I'm thinking.
That's for dandruff.
Okay, that's a dandruff thing. Celsum blue, not Delsum blue.
I think that you're supposed to be advertising certain things and your initial ads, and now you're really plugging a lot of products.
Delsum blue.
Maybe you'll get sponsored. I don't know. Now they're looking in the woods. The suicide forest where she hears about it.
Would you ever step foot in that place?
I don't really know much about it. I just know it's in Japan, right?
Yeah, and I've seen pictures. Yeah, where the people are all
see
dead.
a picture? Or they were in.
Yeah, I'll pull up a picture.
Yeah, there's some real
Not of my friend.
Right.
I was just gonna dox her and give her the exact address.
It looks like this, I guess.
Wait, nah.
I
just be waiting for the Blair Witch to show up the whole time in there if I would win in the suicide.
I thought it was supposed to be really dark, and I thought we were gonna do I thought it was gonna be some Deathly Hallows shit.
Could be. It's probably really scary at night. It's probably real dark in there at night. Look at those trees. That's maybe daytime or something. I mean, I bet at night
Make it a little darker.
It's like Daytona.
my gosh, where they drive the cars on the beach.
Wait, you can't do that. You can't put make a filter on this.
There we
No.
That's scary.
You hang a body or two.
Yeah, like from the trees, from the branches.
Yes.
Yeah, like maybe somebody's wrapped up in a sleeping bag. Sometimes they go out there and I think to go just sleep forever, and they bring their sleeping bag.
Ooh, this is getting dark.
Yeah, I gotta live in dark.
I feel like you're not looking at the right forest.
You don't think so? Is it like you want to do a speed gear?
There must be other pictures.
Let me see.
God, thank God none of us were at the Target yesterday. They got shot up by the person.
By what person? Someone who should have just gone to the forest.
He should have gone to the forest. He should not.
I didn't know about this article, and I have a news show.
Oh my gosh, yeah, it happened yesterday at a Target here in Austin.
Where?
It's a real scary guy.
North Austin. That's where I live. North Austin.
North Austin Target.
The one by the campus?
I have no idea.
How many people?
3.
Did anyone surrender?
3 and 2 guys surrendered in a garbage truck.
Wait.
Yeah, that's
people
like the happy part. 3 people died, 2 people surrendered in a garbage truck, and then the main guy surrendered.
Wait, what? How old were the people? Any association?
No, it was just some weird. They were like hanging out earlier that day or something.
They were friends?
Yeah, like old school friends.
So he didn't just walk in and just kill a bunch of strangers?
No. I don't know. I don't need to be talking about it.
Targeted attack. Ooh,
Targeted.
He's like, you took the last soap, did you, motherfucker?
In the truck. Ooh, well, there's a picture. Did you take this one yesterday, Grant?
No, you pull up the news. It's right there.
Because Grant did. Chloe, I don't know if you realize this, but did you ever watch the movie Nightcrawler?
Yeah.
Jake Gyllenhaal, where the guy like follows the police and then eventually causes accidents.
Yes.
So what Grant was doing
You were causing problems
in the mid 2010s, he was doing that before Nightcrawler came out.
It was a different time. It was less frowned upon back then, I think.
Yeah, where you're just like going around slitting women's throats and being like, we have an accident.
I think it was more
on the scene.
I think it was a lot more slitting people's messing with their brake systems in their cars.
Oh my god. Do you have any casualties?
Well, I mean, that's kind of on them if they don't check the brakes when they get in the car every time.
Did you know that?
I don't know if he's going to answer that. I never even talked this much about it. I'm shocked you just said the thing about people need to be checking their brakes before they get in their cars.
That's
never
just a general
at all about this.
I think people
I don't check my brakes before I get in my car. What are you talking about? Where can I even look at? What if I wanted to look at my brakes? I don't even know where I would begin to look at my brake. What do I do? Get one of those things with wheels on them and put my back on it and then pull myself under the car and look somewhere? I don't even. Like, do I find one of those? Do I get some overalls? I don't even understand.
Yeah, something like that. I think you just gotta check them.
Huh. Well, you're a real sick motherfucker.
No, that's why we gotta stay real nice to him.
He's kind of a bad guy.
You gotta be really nice to you gotta to him. Seriously.
Okay, I don't have a car.
How'd you get here?
I took an Uber, which she could have also messed up.
Gosh, wait, you didn't take one of the robot Ubers, did you?
No, I never did that. However, the other day, they're always driving around my little neighborhood, and the other day I was very bored. I was very bored, and I thought to myself, what if I just walked in front of this right now and see how just fucking quick they are?
Walk in front of one, but make sure they're maybe not going too fast, and then you could probably get some money.
That's what I was thinking. Either I could test to see if how good their brakes are, or I could get a little bit of money. I could call like Selena and Barnes.
Oh yeah, oh my god.
An injury attorney.
Thomas J. Henry.
Is that one?
And I
think that's hair.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but I think
Selena died in a plane crash.
Selena? I thought she got shot by like her fucking
Oh,
person in the fan club or whatever.
Selena as in Selena and Barnes.
Oh, I thought you said Selena. Oh, I thought her name was Selena.
That would be the craziest fucking ADD transition.
Selena and Barnes. Wait, it was Selena and Barnes.
Oh, and injury attorneys. 8888.
Yeah, I think Thomas J. Henry's maybe 77777.
Salino and Barnes, injury attorneys.
Oh my gosh, you could call them maybe, and then if it's the numbers. How do those law firms even get those numbers? Does that cost a lot of money? Getting the number that is like 6666666. Ooh, I wouldn't get that one.
That's the devil.
Ooh, I wouldn't do that one.
You know, one of my friends and I, we used to fuck with Salino and Barnes because, boy, they didn't really care. So we would just be calling a lot with cases for them. We called once and they were crying and be like, I recently got herpes on a Bumble day. I need you to take me down. And you're like, ma'am? And she's like, and they're like, and it hurts. And they're like, you should go to a doctor.
Yeah.
Here they are.
Wait, they broke up? Why did you not tear in the middle?
Died.
Which one was Selena?
I don't know. One died in a plane crash.
Like a little plane, huh?
So Barnes is on the right.
Okay, Barnes is that guy on the right, and then poor Selena was on the left, and then Selena is above my head. I wonder if Selena and Selena would have been buddies, like in real time, like if their timelines had matched up. You think they would have maybe hit it off?
She could have used an injury attorney.
She could have used it. Maybe he could have helped with the fan club or something. He could have looked at the books and stuff and seen. I don't know. I don't know. Talking about that.
It's always a fan. It's always.
Oh my gosh, Grant! This is actually. I like this. Right?
A little rom-com here.
It's a rom-com.
Wow, who's gonna write the screenplay?
Yeah.
Who's got dibs on that screenplay?
Who's calling it?
Salino and Selena. No, there could be a better name than that. I don't even know what it would be, and what is it about? Falling in love or something? I don't know. And then him getting in the plane crash, and
It's
then
when
her
she-
dying on the same day, maybe.
She doesn't die, actually, so she has to hire him for the injury case.
Oh.
Yeah.
So the lady
It's a
only
different-
hurts her, doesn't kill her.
And they
This
fall
is a
in
different
love.
timeline.
Yep.
And then they fall in love when he's helping her ass down in.
Yeah, and she's really not interested. So first of all, she gets assigned with Barnes, and then she really likes Barnes because she thinks Selena's like a fucking asshole
Yeah.
because she saw him rip off someone else out of a case.
I've heard that about it.
And-
Yes, dude, he's a fuck boy.
And then Barnes, which is part of the real story of life, dies in a plane accident. So then she's stuck with Selena, and she's like, "This guy, I fucking hate this guy." And then slowly over time, he begins to woo her. And I was gonna say something more interesting, but I didn't have it.
But he starts to kind of like, they're around each
No,
other.
I know. What he does slowly over time is he hires Grant. And Grant starts doing little tricks on her, like breaking her brakes, so she has to keep getting an injury attorney. And little things like, going up behind her and, pouring boiling water on her back. And she doesn't know, and then she keeps having to go back, and then they fall in love, and then she finds out, wait, you're the one who poured the boiling water on me. And then he's like, it was before I loved you.
That's when I didn't really know what was up.
And
Like, now I love
and then
you,
she
but it was
says,
before.
when she finds out, she goes, well, you know what? Speaking of which, you're in hot water.
Oh.
Damn.
And then that's the end of episode 1.
And then
Season 1.
And then he comes.
Oh my gosh. Yeah.
I love this.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, some sandwich.
Huh? What did you say?
Some sandwich, yes.
Yeah, oh my gosh, no, I love that. I mean, that was just effortless.
And she's also in the movie industry.
I am me.
Yeah, she's a scream queen.
Yes, that I didn't get the role.
No,
Actually,
What are you talking about?
My
What's
man-
happening?
So I was auditioning for a movie.
Exactly.
Because my dream, I want to be in horror movies. And I could show you my scream sometime, but
Yeah, do you have a good scream?
I'm not really sure. That's why I was saying I could. Yes, I'll commit.
You can cry.
Would you like me to?
Yeah, hold on. I have really bad news. Grant cut the brakes of the Uber you came here in, so they're not going to be able to pick your ass back up. Like, they're not. Yeah, they're not going to be able to pick your ass back up.
Not a fucking care.
That's amazing.
That was really quick. How did you get that tear out?
An
I'm
actress.
fucking good. I can cry on command. A lot of people can't do it.
no.
Wasn't that cool?
I'm so
Oh
impressed.
my gosh. So that would probably be good if you are in a horror movie, and yeah, people are, yeah, you gotta act messed up. Yeah.
I can just do it.
But she kind of auditioned for like the villain of the horror.
Yeah, so I'm sorry.
Victims.
Hold on, can you, what's a line in like the Blair Witch Project? Like, hold on, there's something outside of the tent.
I've never been in anything, but I can cry. I have a lot of skills.
How do you do that? Can you teach me how to do it really quickly? Or how do I do it?
I don't really know.
Do you think, is it something physically you're doing, or you're literally thinking of something sad really quick?
No, I just am physically doing it.
It's something you can
No, I just go up and cry.
And then so you're not even thinking about like some sad moment that happened in your life. You're not even thinking along those lines.
You basically act as if your water ducts are in your face, or eye ducts. I just kind of act like they're
water ducts.
like they're constipated or something, and I'm like holding it in. I'm like, you know?
I don't want to.
Try it.
Wait, you don't have to cry?
I don't want to do it again. Because I just did. I don't want to cry again. I don't want to. She's like,
Clog your duck, William.
Clock my duck.
Don't. Oh, you have to keep your eyes shut. I mean, open. I mean, don't close. Don't blink.
Okay, open.
Don't blink.
It's not working. I can't even do it. God. And you're doing it again. No, don't cry about me not being able to do it. It's not that sad. No, don't cry about that. Now you're gonna make me cry.
That was so bad. Not very talented at crying. I need a tissue.
Okay.
I can get one. There's right here.
Oh my gosh, hold on. Did it look like there was a little... Nah, man. I swear. Wait, it didn't? It looked maybe like my eyes were moistened up a little.
You'll never be me. Yeah, so I auditioned for the role, and...
When was this? Recently?
Very recently. Actually, in fact, I was so far from getting the role that my manager said, this self-tape is so bad, I'm not even going to submit it.
No.
What do you mean? What are you doing on a self-tape? What do you have to do? Read lines or something?
Yeah, but the thing was, it was just too funny. Because my character was supposed to be a pregnant cop. Oh yeah, William definitely needs me.
Yeah, thank you.
I was supposed to be a pregnant cop who gets possessed by a witch while she's brushing a child's hair.
Weird.
So I just started to feel like a pedophile. Being like, you're setting up the lines like, what a pretty girl. Like, you're so pretty. You know this long hair won't last forever. And I was be like, my pretty girl. I think you're so pretty. Like, get real weird.
That's kind of scary.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, so does your manager person give you any insights or just says, oh, this isn't going to work?
He just says, not good enough.
What do you say? Well, hold on, I'm crying in it. Or was it, no, you're right, you don't have to cry in this part.
I was like, kind of laughing. It was too funny.
I
was shooting it at Jenna Sparrow was filming it for me, and she was like, it was just, she was making you giggle. Yeah, because she kept laughing, and I was like, I am being serious, and she's like, I feel like you're not being serious, and I'm like, this is about as serious as I know how to get.
And then y'all both start laughing.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes it's hard to stop laughing if you're like with a friend or something, and then the other person starts laughing. Then it can be like a contagious laughter.
Especially if you're already embarrassed. If I'm like embarrassed by something, because I'm like, then I start laughing, and then they start laughing, and I'm already embarrassed. And it's like that. I have that extra embarrassment laugh because like it felt nervous. I don't act at anything. It was the second time I ever did a self-tape. I've never acted in anything.
Oh my gosh, well keep on getting your name out there. Keep on putting your name in the hat because they're going to find something. Yeah, somebody's going to be like, hold on, we need somebody that matches your description and we need somebody that cries. And then you're going to walk up and they're going to be like, what?
Here's the fucking thing. People use tear sticks.
What are tear sticks?
I learned about it from a movie called Theater Camp. And what they do
is that documentary?
No, it was a narrative.
Oh,
Ben Platt.
oh my gosh.
Yes. And
There's who's that guy? I always see his picture. It's like, what is he, a soccer player or something? It's Jordan.
Michael Jordan.
Oh. So what? Wait, so what's a tear stick? Crying on cue, real tears instantly.
Yeah, they just put them like under your eyes and it makes you just cry. So fuck you, tear sticks.
So it just makes you like think. It somehow makes you think of something really sad.
It's like AI tears. It's bullshit. You know, it's like they're stealing my job.
Oh my gosh! So you put that. So it looks like lipstick, but instead of putting it on your, probably don't put it on your lips, or you're gonna be drooling and stuff. I wonder if that's how that works.
Girls put them on their vagina.
And it's just like real wet down there. Oh my gosh! They put it on their things down there, and then it gets okay. Tears instantly.
Huge, like that's.
Oh my gosh. Well, I'm so sorry to hear. Well, hopefully this is not going to get in your way of landing a role at some point, okay? This is not going to get in your way.
Yeah, I just don't know what CEO I got to take down to get this off the market.
To get this off the market? Yeah, Grant, who is in charge of this stuff?
Yeah.
Can you look up Tear Stick?
You want to know like the brand?
I want to know the CE fucking
Yeah,
O.
could be like Procter &
I want to
Gamble.
know the big guy.
Yeah, it could be under Coca-Cola or Procter & Gamble, or it could be like some random Doritos. No, I think Doritos is under somebody else.
I want to know the guy Luigi. Frito-Lay. They're in charge of this?
Do you like the Ruffles?
No. Yeah.
Huh?
I don't
You like Ruffles?
I like Ruffles.
Yeah, Ruffles are pretty good.
Ruffles still skin?
That was one of my favorite nursery rhymes growing up. Ruffles
Yeah.
still skin.
Ruffles still skin, was it?
Yeah, what was his name again?
Rumple.
Yeah, Rumple. Still skin. Yeah. Yeah, oh my gosh, he was one of my favorites. What was he the, no, I was wrong there. I was about to say the one that slept in the different beds or whatever.
I feel like he was very poor.
Yeah, Rumpelstiltskin, it sounds like kind of a poor person.
And like Humpty Dumpty loaded.
Yeah, Humpty Dumpty sounds like some rich British
Yeah,
aristocrat.
he took a great fall. I wonder who did it. Somebody who wanted his money.
Yeah, because we were literally talking about Humpty Dumpty one day in the apartment about like, do you think that was some sort of scam? Because what do you do as an egg person sitting on a wall?
Yeah, I'm sure. I mean, somebody scamming his ass to even get him up on a wall.
Yeah, how could he
wanted to
climb
get
it? His
her-
tummy would get in the way.
No, he just had little arms and legs. I don't even know how his ass got up there. I don't have any.
And then like it's all just planned. Like they come in there, they're like, and he's like, everyone's like, what happened to Humpty Dumpty? And then someone's like, he had a great fall.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
You're like, where was he? And he's just sitting on a wall. It's all bullshit. Mm-hmm. And all the king's horses and all the king's men.
Oh, couldn't put him together again.
Yeah, see, that's how I know he was connected. Because the king wouldn't fucking help him if he wasn't. If he was some sort of Rumpelstiltskin motherfucker.
And they were all around him, it sounds like, and they all refused.
You think if Rumpelstiltskin fell off a wall, anyone would give a shit?
Nobody.
Probably not a lot of people, maybe his mom.
What did Rumple wear? No, he was too old for a mom.
Was he an old guy? I forget about him.
Yeah, that's not Rumple.
That's kind of a classic. That actually was a really good one.
Where's Mr. Stillskin?
Let's see. I got him.
I love that. Humpty Dumpty. Look at that one. That's a really nice one. Like,
Yeah.
he put up with the yellow boots.
He had a glow up.
He did have a glow up in that look. That
Brows are. It's like he's using Latinx.
Here's Rumpelstiltskin.
Yeah, that's one poor motherfucker.
Yeah, that's not my Rumpelstiltskin. What's another Rumpelstiltskin? I don't. You prefer. What's another one? That's like a weird Pixar.
He does. Yeah, he's not even wealthy enough to have that type of image.
This guy?
Yeah, that guy.
That's him.
That guy's got a mom.
That guy probably fair enough. Fair enough.
I don't think that he ever had a dad.
Just Rumpelstiltskin and Jesus. They didn't have.
No, he just never met his father.
Oh yeah. Yeah. That's right. Yeah, no, I mean, look at this guy. Ooh, and there's another one. He looks a little dainty in this one. I like this one a lot. That's how I get when I'm hungry. I start.
You fucking
frolicking around. Yeah,
It's not as big as Jean Valjean, that fucking town.
where is that? What is that?
Jean Valjean?
Yeah, what's that?
He's a guy from Les Mis who steals the bread.
Oh, well, that's the problem.
And he goes to prison forever.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Is that good? That's a musical, correct?
Yeah, I never saw it.
Yeah.
All I really saw was Oklahoma.
I never saw that. You could tell me something about it because I never saw it.
The main song is what? Oklahoma with a... And then there's other songs too. That's like the main
Who am
song.
I? What is this? Passion of the Christ?
Yeah, what is this one? Is that
Jean Valjean. Yes,
That Wolverine? Didn't he play?
Oh yeah, Wolverine did, but Hugh Jackman.
Hugh Jackman, John Valjean, John
Yeah, and then
Valjean
Anne Hathaway. That's why she got so thin.
for doing a role in the John Valjean.
She would play.
How come?
Because she played the woman who's so thin.
Oh, they're
And
just a character.
she had to get like anorexic.
Oh God.
Can we see her?
Yeah.
Please.
Please, Graham, come on. Don't freeze up on us now. Look, he doesn't like words like that. He doesn't like it when people talk like
I'm
that.
popping her over here. Here we go. I'm gonna move her to the side.
Oh, we're gonna have to whack. Left her in Star Wars.
I like Han. She's in Star Wars.
No,
Natalie
kidding.
Portman.
Natalie Portman. That's different.
One time I saw what's that fucking guy's name? Shit. Dennis Quaid. Not Randy Quaid. You know Dennis Quaid?
Yeah, Dennis Quaid. What is he in? A bunch of like bunch of kind of family kind of movies.
He's in a Parent Trap for sure.
Oh yes. Yeah, I met him all coked out at the back of the Comedy Store one night.
Really?
I got a picture with him, but it was when I was totally on one. I was wearing a wig that night, but I remember I was conversing with his ass back there that evening.
Yeah, he's so hot.
That's what I was just about to say. I couldn't believe it when I was standing right in front of him.
Really?
It's like I was thinking to my whole time, oh my gosh, I remember this guy growing up, different movies, different shows. Now he's right in front of me. I can't mess this up.
Yeah, I can't because he will never forget it.
Yeah, I'll never forget. I'll never have any kind of chance to communicate with his ass again. And then I think I messed it up. How'd you get a picture of my ass at the back of the Comedy Store with him? Right, there you are.
So that's his son, and his son's the mom is Meg Ryan.
Oh, weird.
He
From
looks
Sleepless
like,
in Seattle.
yeah, he looks a lot like Meg, right?
Yeah, more like Meg. He doesn't really
Yeah,
look
he
like
looks
the
like a
guy
little
next
bitch.
to him. Yeah, it's Meg Ryan.
Wait, so what I was gonna say is, and then I met Randy Wade when I was drunk at Telluride. I went to the film festival like a long, long time ago when I was drinking, and I saw him at a bar, and I was like, I fucking loved you in Field of Dreams, man. She was like, that was Kevin Costner.
Yeah, I was just right. I
fucking loved you in Field of Dreams, and I was serious.
That's hilarious. You said that to his ass?
Yeah, I just walked up to him. I was like, man.
But he did. He was pretty chill
I was
about
like,
it.
I'm watching that. I was like, I've seen that movie probably like 100 times. They're fucking fired. She's like, not even me. You've seen this 100 times.
You built that baseball stadium in the cornfield. How'd you do that?
And I was like, oh, to come back. Actually, recently, as in over 3 days, I actually missed a couple spots due to it.
Watching Field of Dreams?
No, to watch Eastbound and Down.
Oh.
I watched the entire 4 seasons in 2 days.
Oh my gosh, how was it? Was it good?
I decided at the end of it, he has so many comebacks, you know? Have you seen it?
I need to watch it all the way through. I think I've seen the first season and maybe the second season. I don't think I've seen it all.
He's just constantly having come back. And like by the end of it, I was just like, I'm turning my apartment into a fucking dojo, you know? Because he has dojo. He has dojo. And I moved around all my furniture. And then I got tired, and now it's all just mixed up, and there's stuff all over the floor because I was like a quarter way through making my dojo, and then
oh no!
And then I got too tired to finish cleaning it up, and it's a mess. And I switched to a show called The Outlander about the Scottish people in the Highlands, and their shit is a mess back in the day. So now I'm like,
Oh my gosh, so now it's cool.
Yeah, now I'm like, I'm on my new journey. You know, I'm gonna have to.
And then, well, after Highlander, you need to find another one where they're cleaning up and stuff so that you can clean back up. If you want to, only if you want to.
Like Good Will Hunting, when he's a janitor.
Oh my god.
But also a genius, so he's always cleaning at night.
I think you should watch that.
Oh, and then I could solve equations.
And then you'd be good at that. Are you good at math? I'm horrible at math.
Should we do an equation?
What, like test me and I test you or something?
Yeah.
What's 6 times 4?
That is 24.
Okay.
What is 12 times 11?
That's a hard one. You're good. 6s. I was trying to be sweet doing a 6 because I remember 6 is gonna be easy. 12 times 11? 122.
Yeah.
Okay. 12s and 11s always scared me. I could do 10s, obviously, but anything after 10, like, and 11, I guess.
It's like
no,
one
11.
of the, he's like the second easiest.
So 12 always was hard.
This is.
Wait, can you guys
9.
Hold on. So it's 9. So it's 1.
What is it?
What is it?
The correct answer is 9.
What do you mean?
I got that immediately.
I thought, so what do you do? 1 plus 2
6
first.
divided by 2 is 3, and then 1 plus 2 is 3, and it's in the bracket, so you multiply
You
3
did
times
backward?
3 is 9.
I thought you do brackets first.
With the version of the rules which is taught in many schools, the answer would be 1, but the correct answer is 9. The controversy ensued because of the historical order of operations from before 1917 differs slightly. I guess it's at
As I was taught, yeah, at Memphis, I was taught that would be.
You're learning old math.
I'm learning old math in Memphis.
You're old.
That's probably my problem.
You're old school.
I'm an old school kind of guy.
Pep
I'm
talk.
learning old. So you're telling me, Grant, the math I was learning was pre-1917?
I think so.
What?
Was every answer 1?
I think I'll be bogged down if I try to read this whole Business Insider
Okay,
article.
do one more. One more.
You guys want another one? Okay.
Rematch.
Yeah, William, they would teach it that way. It was called PEMDAS.
Yeah.
Please excuse my dear Aunt Sally.
So parentheses, equations,
We did that too, but I don't follow the fucking rules.
and you were correct.
Here you go.
Sometimes it pays to not.
Jam through this one.
Oh gosh,
I don't like a word
you
problem.
gotta do it.
That was kidding. Maybe too much dead air.
There's some people on it. I'm just trying to reread this first sentence over again so I can really understand what's going on. So there's people on a train, okay? 19 people got off the train at the first. 17 people got on the train.
Now you're making it harder for me.
Now there are 63 on the train.
42.
People were in the train to begin with. So
42?
hold on. Now there's. Wait, not.
44.
Let's see. Calculating the answer.
Say 32.
I noticed my He's just saying a number.
Yeah, I can't do these numbers.
There were 65 to begin with, but many are convinced the answer is 46.
Oh, fuck!
Ooh, wait, what did you say?
I know what I did wrong. I'm a fucking idiot.
What'd you say?
44. The answer
You were close.
The answer is 65.
was closer than you.
You're closer than me.
You said 1.
I said 32. Didn't I say
1
32?
again.
This is why I
I
can
like
never
that
do
one.
this.
I was joking.
Yeah.
60.
And
Hold
what
on.
kids?
Wait, hold on 1 second. Let me do this really quick. Oh, 65.
Oh, wow, that's very good.
Can you?
What did you do?
I want him to cut that other part.
Oh.
It was like I got it right away.
I see, I see.
I said I was genius early on. I don't want to.
What was the right answer?
Here,
65.
I put Good Will Hunting right next to you.
Oh, new equation.
Wait, hold on. What was that last one? The answer is 65?
It was 60.
Yeah, well, you put it back up for 1 second.
Oh, so we can print it out, genius.
What we're doing?
Oh, we got yours. We got yours.
Oh, so now we're gonna. Oh God.
Here's a question for you guys.
65.
Whoa, very good.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I still got it. Word problems always used to scare me, but Now the BetterHelp.
Okay, can we do one more? Can we do 2 out of 3?
If you guys are so good, what's this one right here?
Stop. We already did this.
It's 1.
We need one more because now
It's
one
a
more you
tiebreaker.
win. No, I haven't won any.
Yeah, you won that one. You said it was 65.
Oh yeah. So now so now we need a tiebreaker.
I know word problems. I'm not like that.
Here, this one is. This has 2 solutions.
So seems cool on the first line, then the second line seems off.
You can't talk because it gets in my head. Oh my god.
Okay.
Did you get it? Oh my
Wait,
god.
no.
It's confusing me. I don't know how to play this.
Yeah, I don't really like this.
Yeah, I like
The idea is that you multiply the 2 and then add the first number to it.
What?
I don't get it.
4 times. 4 times 1.
Oh, I get it. I knew that a lot.
What was it?
So it'd be 96.
Let's talk about pills.
Yeah, I like talking about the syrup song and Oxycontin song a lot better than the math stuff. I don't really like the math. I remember one time I had to go to tutoring. My parents made me go get math tutoring in high school. And I remember one time being
In a river?
yeah, in a fucking river. There's a thing called the Wolf River.
You get math tutoring in a
In
river.
a river. And I remember one time going there, and I've been at my buddy David Nichols' house, smoking out of his bong and doing whippets. And then the lady was like, "Okay, turn to your homework." And I just looked at her with just the worst feeling of fear in my brain, thinking, I don't know what page to turn to.
Mm-hmm.
I've forgotten everything. It was like a disaster.
Do you ever have dreams where you're supposed to be you're doing your homework and you forgot to do it, or you're late for school?
Yeah, I more totally have it. I can have it specifically with Kill Tony stuff sometimes.
Yeah, like
Or
you're
comedy
late for
stuff.
Kill Tony,
Or I can't find my crazy notebook, like crazy stuff like that. Or, yeah, I totally have stressful dreams. Thank God not very often.
do you call it a notebook or a spell book?
He does say
Oh
spell
my
book.
Do you really?
In my dream, yeah, I
say
totally,
spell book?
I say spell book.
That's so weird that I said that.
How'd you know that? What do you call it, a spell book?
No, I was just thinking because you're like, it's crazy. So I was like, oh, this guy thinks he's a fucking wizard over here, like putting fucking.
My spell book. Yeah, I don't know what somebody would think if they were picked it up. They would think, okay, this is the ramblings of a crazy person or something. That's what I think would happen.
Of a wizard.
Yeah, but I realize that I'm kind of a wizard, so I don't care what the people think.
I was really in a phase where I was like trying to really write like my truth, you know? And
How's that going?
So like a diary?
No, well, I'd just be like in lists. I guess yeah, like it's
Oh my gosh, I picture you putting on the crying stick on your eyes, just making your list of telling your
no, but sometimes I was getting confused. I'd read it because I'd be drinking and then I'd read it. And when I'd be like, oh, is this a to-do list or set list? And one time it said abortion, and I was like, abortion. I was like, I could get real confused.
Oh my gosh.
William would write all his crazy ideas when he was drinking.
All kinds of them.
And did you end up using any of them?
Sometimes.
Oh yeah, every now and again.
I never.
Wouldn't always work. Sometimes it would work. Sometimes it'd be a disaster.
I would always think I was a genius when I was drunk and writing. I'd be like, I'm gonna go drink and write, and then I'd go sit and have a glass of wine, and then I'd like write a tiny bit, and then I'd just get another, and then I'd picture more and more and more scribbles. And then by the end, I would just be writing, it would just say poop really big, and then I'd be like, all right, time to get Coke. You know? I'd be like, good day of writing.
That's how I would be too, for sure. Oh my gosh, I would start drinking, I'd write something, and sometimes I'd wake up the next day and just look at my scribblings and just think, dear Lord, what is going on?
Yeah.
This seems crazy. But that's life, I guess. I mean, I'm sure Lil White thought that. I mean, I think a lot of different...
Little White's dead.
He was in the airplane, I think, drinking Soul Kaiser.
No, I don't know if we can take any pages out of his spell book.
No. Yeah, Soul Kaiser. See, that would be a good name for either a Memphis rapper, like it was for Scarecrow, or also maybe a wizard, Soul Kaiser. But that's also kind of a little evil sounding or something. I don't actually. The more I think about it, the more that I wonder if this like evil or something.
Kaiser?
Soul Kaiser. I don't know. That just has it, and then has like kind of almost German connotations.
Yeah.
And almost can have like World War II connotations.
Yeah.
And it's like.
And then it's like, okay, I don't know, who are you supporting in the Gaza war?
Yeah, who knows? Well, if I wish Lord Infamous was still with us, because he could, I would like to. And again, that's one of
Is that
Scarecrow.
Dumbledore?
That's one of Scarecrow's other names. I can. That's his main name, Lord Infamous. Is Scarecrow's main name. Soul Kaiser, Lord Infamous.
Are you a big Harry Potter kind of guy?
No, it was a little. It kind of came along a little after my time, where I was thinking, I'm too cool for school. Ain't no way.
I forgot that you. But you went through elementary school pre-1917.
Yeah,
So you get it before your time.
Yeah, I mean, it was literally
Oregon Trail before it was a game.
for sure. Yeah, so
Would you even have been allowed to read witch stuff or wizard stuff?
The school that I went to?
I don't know.
Or just with my parents?
Yeah.
Yeah, Francis wouldn't care.
Okay. Were you religious?
Am I religious? Yes.
Excuse me.
Yeah, oh my gosh, was I? Yeah, I still am. I try to pray at night.
Do you go to church?
No.
Well, I went to church on Sunday, so.
I used to, yeah, we used to always go to church every Sunday.
I didn't because I wasn't baptized.
Oh, really? You're not baptized? No. You didn't tell me this.
Oh, is that a precursor?
Whoa, yeah, for coming one. Wait, you're not baptized? You confirmed?
This is a Christian recording studio.
My first ever concert I went to was DC Talk. Do you remember DC Talk?
No, before my time.
It was, oh, really? Yeah, I could have been, yeah, DC Talk. It was a Christian rock band, so that was very exciting at the time.
Surprised knowing you it's not DC Talk.
Yeah, tell me about it. God, with my blood. Wait, no. BC Powder.
That's
them?
DC
Talk, yeah, there they are.
They're kind of cool.
Oh, they were so cool.
I loved Kirk Franklin.
Who's that?
Kirk Franklin. He was like
Wonderful
a
Christian rapper.
He's like a Christian rapper. Yeah, I used to have to get the edited versions of CDs at like the Kmart. Kmart always sold the edited versions because I wasn't allowed to get the unedited, the parental advisory CDs.
Wow.
Yeah, this kind of life I grew up in.
Throughout the Mad TV or the Mad magazine.
You know, I'm throwing out all my magazines. The first CD I ever got was the Presidents of the United States of America, and the first song, Kitty, says we're fucking it. My mom immediately takes
Do they sing the Peaches song?
Yes, it's on that same album. Yeah, that was a great song.
Yeah, it's their only banger, I thought.
And then Lump, that was kind of a classic one. Weird Al Yankovic did Gump, about Forrest Gump.
Oh.
That was kind of like that.
I also liked 311.
Oh yeah, you said you liked. Does that mean you do not?
I just lost touch.
I know, fair enough. Me too. I don't really listen to them that much anymore. Oh, I love some 311.
And then obviously Aqua was real hot for a minute. Barbie Girl.
The Barbie Girl song.
I had that CD. I remember I went and I got Britney Spears CD.
Where were you getting them?
CD store.
Oh, CD store. So not like a Kmart.
They didn't really have any near my house.
Oh, really?
Just CD stores.
Well, that's cool. Yeah, we just had the Kmart around my house, and then we just go to the Kmart and get little toys and get a 20-ounce Coca-Cola. And if I get a free Coca-Cola on the bottle cap, there were a lot of those going on. What's this?
Is that your drink, girl? That's the music video. Yeah, we was doing that. But I did watch a lot of TRL.
Oh yeah, that was fun. I enjoyed doing that one.
Carson Daly got an eating disorder.
Did he? Is he still with us now?
They would call him Manorexic. Yeah, he's not dead.
He just got real skinny.
I remember seeing him on the cover of a magazine, like Us Weekly or something. I was like, oh, he's so sad.
And it's simply not realistic to try and convince them all to convert to Islam or to persecute them out of existence. But formally, only Jews and Christians have Jimmy status.
Jennifer Love Hewitt.
I believe so. I believe so. Not positive.
Jennifer Love Hewitt, wow.
Jennifer Love Hewitt, that
Okay.
could kind
I
of.
said no hard questions, okay? Okay, let's go on. So anyways, that's how Jews are living. We'll see that playing out in Sadia's life. So let's look at Sadia in particular now. His name was Saadia ben Yosef al-Fayoumi. Fayoumi was one of the regions where he came from. He came out from very humble origins. This is something that came up again and again as he was proposed for high academic posts. A lot of the nobility, the Jewish nobility of these towns, felt that he came from humble origins, and that really they should only be appointing scholars who came from really significant backgrounds as rabbis and scholars going back far back, that kind of thing. But there was no question that his intellectual brilliance was so far and above his competition that he inevitably won all of these contests without really trying. He wrote his first book at a remarkably young age. According to tradition, he wrote it at the age of 11, although he probably wrote it a little bit later when he was closer to 20. But at any rate, it was like an extremely complex rhyming dictionary in Hebrew, modeled on Arabic poetry, because at this time the Jews are all reading Arabic, appreciating Arabic culture, appreciating particular Arabic literature, and so he wrote a Hebrew poetry manual based on a fairly similar Arabic manual. And it is a work really of haunting genius to see exactly how he works with the Hebrew grammar to evoke all kinds of interesting meanings. We don't know why he left Egypt. It's simply lost, but he spent some time in Israel. It could be that the reason he left was because he was in an extended conflict with the Karaites. And let me take just a minute to mention who the Karaites were, because ironically, much of what we know about Sadia comes from the Karaites. Sadia was locked in a long, decades-long struggle with the Karaites, writing all kinds of ominous, invective against them, and they responded in kind. So even though a lot of Sadia's own writings have been lost, they are quoted in the Karaite writings which survive. So we're able to mine Karaite texts to see what Sadia actually believed in many cases. Obviously, that's a difficult kind of source because it comes from a questionable, origin, and they represent their own bias. But if we assume that they're quoting him correctly, then we get a quintessential way. So who are the Karaites? Very briefly, the Karaites were followers of one Hanan ben David, who came to the fore not much longer before Sadia, and he essentially argued that the Torah Shabbat Peh, the oral Torah that we spent so much time talking about last week, was in fact an invention of the rabbis and did not have any valid theological origins. The only thing that the Karaites believed was valid was in fact the written Torah, the first 5 books of Moses, and so they argued for a very strict observance of the written Torah without any layering of additional meaning. As it turns out, that's a very, very hard thing to do because the oral Torah has a tremendous degree of omissions inherent within the text, as we discussed last week. It has some extremely onerous legal impositions, like an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Or, for example, one of the classics, the Karaites would never eat short. I don't know why they wouldn't eat short. Right, because it says in the pasuk very clearly, Lo Savaru Eish B'chol Moshosecha. You shall not burn fires in all of your inhabitants. So for the rabbinic Jews, following the oral Torah, they understand it to mean essentially you shall not light new fires on Shabbos. You can't strike a match. But if you have a fire already going, you may make use of it under certain circumstances with a covering, a block, and things like that. But you may make use of it. And so therefore, the rabbinic Jews were able to enjoy chores on Shabbos, which contributed tremendously to their survival, not alone cholesterol intake, but the Karaites would eat only cold food on Shabbos. If I'm not mistaken, I think there's some posting who would say it is a mitzvah to eat hot food on Shabbat, specifically to show they were not Karaites. It's a very hard mitzvah to keep, but I try every week. I really do. So they spread quite dramatically, and they had a major pocket here in Egypt. We know from the Geniza findings, the tremendous trove of documents that was discovered in the region that covers several hundred years of Jewish life in the Eastern Mediterranean, that the Karaites were actually a huge population, and surprisingly, especially because if you're looking at these kind of documents with Sadia, they got along fairly well with rabbis, with the rabbinic community. The Geniza documents indicates a tremendous degree of intermarriage between rabbinic families and Karaite families, lots of business organizations working between each other, and although most of the accepted historiography shows, two communities that are really fighting tooth and nail over all kinds of theological points, the actual social documentation indicates that Karaites and Rabbinites had all kinds of ways to get along with each other. That was not the case, however, when you get to the level of the rabbinic leadership, people like Sadia who are constantly assailing the Karaites for their heterodox views. The Karaites still exist today, but only in tiny numbers spread out throughout Turkey and places like that. So that's how we know a lot about Sadia, and probably why he had to leave Egypt. Especially, it makes sense that, if Sadia was constantly getting in trouble with wealthy individuals because he had a mind of his own. You would have wealthy patrons who would support him in various positions of authority that ended whenever Sadia would take a position that was unfavorable to their interests. And that seems to be kind of a trope in his life, that he would recognize no man. He would only recognize what the Torah said, no matter whose influences, whose interests it affected. One of those conflicts, one that actually first brought him sort of international fame, was the calendar controversy of 921 through 924.
For like
Yes,
2
Ms.
weeks
Abramson.
recently, so I started smoking again for like 2 weeks. Today I quit.
Yeah, you're done today.
And so I forgot. Anyway, that's it. So then I came back to Austin and then smoked in, 9 months maybe. Coming back
It's a
to
good
Austin,
question. I do not know the answer. I just have to guess. When I say following, it probably means, you have to think of it in terms of the Abramson rule of history, right? When you don't know the answer, what is it probably? Money, right? It's probably about money. So, people, when they're in their midlife and towards as they're working in their careers and their business and things like that, they don't have the same kind of leisure time to be able to dedicate themselves in a discipleship relationship. That's something that really is reserved for bachelors, or maybe when they just have a very small family. That's when you can really devote yourself to following anyone. When you're older, then you're following your family, trying to just pick up after them and make sure that they're supported. So I would guess it was young people, based simply on a kind of an economic analysis. They don't really know.
Disaster.
So let's talk about the calendar controversy. Historically, in ancient times, the calendar was set every month by sighting of the moon. It's described in the Mishnah. People would witness the new moon. They would come to Jerusalem. They would testify before the court, and the court would make a calculation and declare that the month would, begin on such and such a day, and so on. There's always the reason is because the lunar months are not precisely 30 days. They're slightly off. So therefore, as you know, sometimes you have a 30-day month, and the next day is Rothschild'S, and then or you have a 29-day month, and the next 2 days are Rothschild'S, that kind of stuff. And it was always set in Jerusalem. Then when you entered a period, really around the 1st and 2nd centuries, where there was a lot of conflict with the Samaritans, and this system became no longer viable. They used to communicate using smoke signals, which is, where the American Indians, of course, got it from us.
But that was only
but they would light these smoke signals, and you would be able to see them from mountain place to mountain peak. And then the Samaritans, adopted, just to make it a little more difficult for the Jews, they would light their own smoke signals on the wrong day, just to confuse people who saw the signals and say, "Was Rothschild'S already?" And then they would throw things off. So by the 4th century, the Jewish world, also the Jews are spread out tremendously. By the 4th century, they're living in Iraq, they're living all over the North African coast. So they set a fixed calendar based on mathematical, astronomical tables. They set a calendar, which is the calendar we use today. So in the year 921, a very important rabbi in Jerusalem named Aaron ben Meir declared that he was changing the rules and declared that they were going to announce the sighting of the moon based on a certain time of day when it was visited, was seen. And according to his proposal, it meant that Rosh Hashanah would fall out on a Tuesday instead of on a Thursday, as anticipated by the written calendar. So this threw the Jewish world into quite a bit of tumult, because if you throw off one holiday of the year, all the holidays are off. And what happens if you get the Passover if you celebrate Passover early, so all right, it's not such a terrible thing if you eat the Seder early, but that means you're going to start eating chametz before Passover is over, which is a very serious transgression. And so there had to be agreement on the calendar. Sadia Gaon wrote some initially very polite letters to Aaron Ben Meir indicating why his calculations could not be upheld. But it was very clear that this was not just a demonstration of, rabbinical prowess. This was a little bit of a power contest because Babylon had for several hundred years since they closed the Talmud in the 5th century, they had demonstrated that Babylon was the new center of the Jewish world, and Jerusalem, even though it was clearly the spiritual and historical center, was not the intellectual center where the entire Jewish world would be ruled. And so there was a desire on the part of the Jerusalem Jews to try and wrest that authority from the Babylonian academies. So Sadia tried to persuade him. He was unsuccessful. And ultimately, he wrote some very powerful invective challenges against Aaron Ben Meir. They did go through at least 1 year where Aaron Ben Meir's calculations were observed in Jerusalem, and in the rest of the Jewish world they followed Babylon. This only lasted for a little while until it was very clear that the Jewish people could not tolerate 2 calendars, and as it was really expensive, Hanukkah time was ridiculous, and all the gifts you had to give for people far away. That kind of food, I guess. So what ended up happening is that Sadia Gaon won out, and the calendar controversy was resolved in his favor, which clearly demonstrated the authority of Babylon once and for all. And so Sadia emerged victorious, and this had tremendous repercussions for his life. So he was appointed initially the leader of the great yeshiva of Pumbedita in 922, and he signed his name at the time in some of the documents we have with the title Aluf that is associated there. But there were many people who felt that he should be appointed to the neighboring rival city of Sura because it had been going into significant decline, and they looked for someone as strong as Sadia in his personality to bring it back to life. Now, one more thing that we have to explain about the nature of Jews living in Islamic lands, particularly in this region of Iraq. The Iraqis or the Babylonians recognized a head of the Jewish community who is called in English the exilarch, arch meaning leader, and exiled, of course, the exile, or in Aramaic, the Reish Galuta, the head of the exile. We even prayed for the Reish Galuta's welfare on Shabbat in the Kufur kind of places like that, so it still survives in our religion. But this was kind of like a quasi-political appointee, and there was always this kind of tension between who's really the head of the Jewish community. Is it the political head, the Reish Galuta, who was a descendant of King David, that was appointed and recognized by the Babylonian Muslim authorities, or was it the head of the academy? Was that really the head of a community? So, in this context, the Reish Galuta named David Ben Zakkai, also a very strong-minded person, decided that Sadia should be brought from Pumbedita to restore Sura. And as I mentioned earlier, he had a lot of opponents to his candidacy because many people said, who is this guy from Egypt? He doesn't have any yichus, he doesn't have any family background. Why are we making him the head? But nevertheless, his brilliance and in particular his performance during the calendar controversy was undeniable, and his patron, the wealthy and powerful David Ben Zakkai, was able to make him the Gaon. The only thing is that when he accepted the position, he did so explicitly on the conditions. Now we have this from Sharira Gaon and Natan Abadli, who are chronicles of who said that David Ben Zakkai made him swear that he will not disobey me or plot against me or regard anyone but me as the Reish Galuta or associate with any of my opponents, which is kind of like dramatic foreshadowing that these things would not happen. The contemporary authority says, and I quote here, that he was not afraid of any man and does not show favor to anyone because of his great knowledge. And there came a time when Sadia and David Ben Zakkai ended up at cross.
There he is.
Specifically over the issue of probate.
Pimp, how you living, baby? What's wrong, big man?
Didn't win the lottery last time.
Okay.
There's always the next one. Rabbi.
Yes, sir.
Let's check the rankings.
All right, go for it, big dog.
Number 10.
Dude, you've been letting her down, dog. What's she gonna do?
Superman.
Oh, I don't know about that, dog. All right, are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay, just a moment. Dude, are you obsessed
What
with?
do you think?
Are you obsessed with pornography?
Yeah. What do you think?
Are you really?
What do you think this one? Yeah.
Like you have a problem?
It's only a problem if it gets in the way of daily living.
Of what?
Only a problem if it gets in the way of daily living.
Okay. So you really are into your pornography.
It's not a problem.
All right, dog.
It's only a problem if it interferes with social relationships.
Okay. Did you know that you have an invitation?
Yeah. We're playing the game.
I sent you an invitation for Match Monsters, son.
Oh, I'm playing Connect 4.
Oh, hold on. Oh, dude, it's not fair.
We're playing Connect 4.
Dude, this doesn't count. I didn't know we were playing. This isn't fair. That doesn't count.
I mean, how, Rabbi,
Yo, pimp.
how long has pornography addiction existed for?
Perhaps as long as print. I mean, there's an argument to be made that, like, even like cave walls. Have you like? There's some cave paintings that are like pretty graphic of like a dude inside a woman, doggy style. So I'm sure people have jerked off to that. All right, you have an invitation. You have an invitation to Match Monsters. Are you gonna utilize it?
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
So what you're telling me is there's a caveman that just didn't go hunting and he just sat in the cave all day looking at those drawings.
yeah. I mean, I don't exactly know how it went down, but I could see it being like a situation where some guy wrote like a really accurate design drawing of like, I mean, like the one that I've seen is very accurate. Like I could see masturbating to it, and somebody was probably like to their friend like, "Hey, dog, did you know that like I did this inside this cave?" And they showed their friend, and they're like, "Dude, that's amazing." And then they went and they just beat off to it. It's kind of like I think of it. So back before porn was a thing on the internet, there were magazines, but as a young boy, you couldn't get your hands on a magazine. So a lot of times, what would happen, it is they would, somebody would have like a porn magazine in the middle of the woods, and they would just like leave it, or it would just be there, and then people would find out about it, and then go and beat off to it. Then I've heard of people beating off to trees though. There's a comedian, Theo Vaughn, who said that there was this tree that looked like it had boobs where he lived, and because they didn't have any porn, people would just go out there and beat off to this tree. So, to answer your question regarding the use of, like, for how long have people been doing, probably even before cave drawings, for as long as humans have had a sex drive, and that's probably before even humans existed.
All animals masturbate.
I don't know if that's true.
I said do it all. I
Oh.
was asking the question.
Yeah, that's a good question. We'll have to look it up.
I know dogs and cats do because I witnessed both of them. I've walked in on my dog many times.
All right.
What's the other animal?
Oh, like monkeys do it. Dude, I'm looking up your fucking stupid question. It's a good question though. Not all animals masturbate. Dude, I missed a turn because of your question. It's in primates, cetaceans like dolphins and whales, elephants, walruses, rodents, bats, lizards, turtles, penguins, and even some birds and reptiles and primate. Okay. However, the behavior is not observed in all animal groups. It is less common in birds, and there's no evidence it occurs in all species. The prevalence of masturbation is linked to the presence of brain circuitry that makes stimulating sexual organs rewarding, which is likely evolved early in mammalian and reptilian lineages. A study analyzing primate evolution concluded that masturbation is an ancient behavior, suggesting that the common ancestor of all monkeys and apes, including humans, probably engaged in it. This indicates that while masturbation is widespread, it is not a trait shared by every single animal species. Dude, I fucking lost another point again because I'm looking up your questions.
Okay.
This is your secret strategy, isn't it? I just missed another turn. I missed a full-on turn, dog.
I just want to know what animals masturbate and what animals don't masturbate.
I know, it's a good question. I don't know. I don't think fish do. Well, it didn't seem like they do, but I'm sure there's some fish that does. It's a good question.
Just think about it, right? How much you would accomplish if you were an animal that couldn't masturbate. Like, I wonder if the animals that don't masturbate accomplish more than the animals that do.
I wonder if the animals that don't masturbate accomplish what animals do. I mean, it could go either way. It could be like masturbation stimulates them.
I mean, it probably you look at humans and you go, well, we're the most accomplished species, so it does have benefits, right?
Not necessarily.
So,
I mean, it'd be hard, but like you'd need like two twins or like a set of twins, one who masturbates and one who never masturbates. But even then, their experiences are different. So it's a tough thing to. It's a tough thing to
the only way you
quantify.
the only way you can do that, the only way you can do that, really, like, believe it, is frustration, which is cool.
No, I don't think that's the only way.
I mean, it's the most guaranteed way.
Not necessarily. There are ways to orgasm without a sexual organ.
So what you're saying is you get him an escort from the time his birthday?
No.
Which is a bit weird.
No, you could cut off a person's penis, but still stimulate their prostate and get them to orgasm.
That's cool.
I mean, you're the one talking about castration, dog.
So castration doesn't work?
No, it does. It means that somebody generally cannot reproduce anymore. Dog, I just evolved. Even with losing all these turns, I'm whooping you. Zoot, you're up, son.
Do you believe in castration for people who commit sex crimes?
No.
Why not?
Ideally, and I think we're pretty close, I think those people can be quote unquote cured using things like Neuralink, perhaps. Like basically changing to brain computer interface. So there may be a way to change their behavior so that they don't do that kind of stuff, and also have their victims be able to forget about it if they want.
Okay, that's a bit.
That's a bit what?
Oh, no, wait. There could be a lot of side effects if you deleted people's memory.
I understand.
About quit smoking.
Good for you, dog. Are you proud of yourself?
It's only been 3 days.
All right, well, that's more than you had been doing.
How long before
the thought and cravings, like just leave my mind completely.
That's a great question. The first 36 hours is the most difficult. I mean, really, every minute that you're not smoking is difficult, but the longer you move away from that, the easier it is. So the key is to get through the first 24 hours. And then I think the first 36 hours is really important. Then the first 48 hours, then the first 72 hours. So you're at the 72-hour mark, which is important. You can continue that. That is the key. Then you get to the 100-hour mark. Once you get there, you want to get to the 172-hour mark, which is a week. Once you're able to get a week, that's key. The true key, though, is getting 2 weeks. Actually, 3 weeks. If you can get 21 days of doing anything, it no longer becomes a task. It can become habitual. Now, I'm not saying you won't get cravings and pangs, but if you can go 3 weeks doing anything, whether it's positive, like running, or negative, like not doing something, there's a...
I want more processed food because I haven't been smoking.
What'd you say?
I've been eating a lot more processed food and just garbage because I haven't been smoking.
Okay.
Oh, fuck. That's not the move I wanted to do.
Dude, it doesn't matter. You're done and it's over. That's all that does matter. Dude, even with losing all of those, I did well. All right, let's play that game that you have wanted to play, Dungeon Tales.
Yeah, fuck.
Okay, so campaign is all easy, medium, or hard. We'll do all. Let's try easy. Let's just try to... I mean, we did already beat it once, though. Let's just try all. Let's try all. I don't really know what this means.
This is just Dungeons and Dragons, but like...
Welcome, adventurers. Please remember to stay online. Your party needs you. All right. Do you want Terror Beneath the Red Hill? Oh, okay, so let's start with Drums of War, which is easy.
Have you ever played Dungeons and Dragons?
I can't say that I have.
Me either. I don't have autism.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if that's necessary. I can tell you that, dude, I don't want to play this game. I want to play like something where we're actually doing something. Because
we picked the same person. This is not good.
Okay, I didn't pick anybody. We're gonna play something else where I have time because I'm multitasking right now. So we're gonna go back to Brawl Bots for the time being, or not Brawl Bots, but whatever we play. Match Monsters. Match Monsters.
Looks like?
No, Match Monsters, because I'm doing something right now.
We'll go back to Dungeon Tales.
Yeah, exactly. I'm gonna destroy you, though. Wow, it's interesting that we got the same stage as last time.
Fuck, what the fuck did I do?
What's that, pimp?
Look at this move.
I'm ready for it. 5. That was very good, dude. Oh, dude.
Holy.
Oh, man.
I didn't know you could have. I didn't know you could have multiple extra moves. You just had that feature on where you can have like multiple extra moves.
Yeah, I didn't turn that on. I didn't know that either. Sometimes it seems like it doesn't work though.
Yeah. I feel like it. I feel like you turned on multiple extra moves.
Well, I feel like you're just making up rules because that's not an option. If it were an option, I would because I think that's cool.
Yeah, I'm not gonna evolve right now.
Why not?
Because
Dog, I'm gonna blow your mind with how good this move is. Psych, it's not that good. I'm just doing this the old-fashioned way. I don't need your fancy stuff.
fuck.
Oh, dude, look at this one. I got. Oh, wait, it fucked me up. What are your thoughts on evolving? Are you proud of that move? So I just did an extra move. Okay. Maybe you can do multiple extra moves. I mean, I know you can. We saw you do it. Dude, I just helped you so much.
Oh, Rabbi.
Yo, pimp.
Dubai.
that if you figure out, well, I don't even want to say symptoms, but like if you figure out like things that you do wrong, and then you improve on these things, you can get better and completely get rid of the symptoms of that.
What do you mean?
Do you believe that you can get, if you look up symptoms of mental illness or like neurodivergency that you're diagnosed for, and you improve on all of them, you can get rid of your symptoms and just improve your quality of life?
Oh, I think that's a possibility.
Well, it's not what the pharmaceutical companies want you to believe.
That's true. I made a mistake. Dude, give me extra moves. I'll take it. Yeah, dude, that's true. I mean, if you ask pharmaceutical companies, they'll tell you all the things that their drug does, but they'll never admit what it does badly, like bad things. And I think that's an important discussion to have. Like, okay, all that stuff is really cool, all the good stuff, but what about the bad stuff?
I mean, the person who diagnosed me for ADHD, they didn't suggest, they just made a recommendation. Have you thought about going over the medication route?
Zoo. Not good, dude.
What?
I just gave you really good spots. Oh, really good move, Zoo. Zoo, you might win.
Therefore, there's like, have you thought about going the medication route? I didn't say that you missed it this time. I just said that. Maybe I should try and pay more. And I'm thinking now, maybe I should just try and pay more attention before I go to the medication route.
Right.
But I did try medication legally.
And what?
I did try medication. I tried Ritalin illegally. I didn't attain it legally.
Oh, Zoo, what a comeback I've just had. Dog. Maybe one of the greatest comebacks in the history of this game. Oh, look at this move.
Okay.
Dude. Could I beat you?
Yep.
No. Oh man, I could come really close to beating you though. Oh, Zoot. I wasn't paying attention. Zoot, are you excited for the paper, the television show?
What?
Are you excited for the television show, The Paper?
Malcolm in the Middle would be better.
Malcolm in the Middle sucks so much cock, I can't even put it into words.
I think they should redo Malcolm in the Middle, set it in Australia, and instead of him being in Genius, they should put him in special ed class.
Oh, dude, I fucked up. I'm not paying attention. You're gonna win.
That would be so much better if they remade Malcolm in the Middle, set it in Australia. Instead of him being a genius, they put him in special ed class.
Doug, isn't that just like a different show?
Yeah. But it'll be better.
Why would it be better?
Because people find it hard to relate to Genius. People find it very more relatable to just stupid. More people relate to stupid than Genius.
Doug, did you know that you lost?
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on losing? All right, dude.
There are two ways to master comedy, right?
That's incorrect.
Oh,
There are many ways to skin a cat.
okay, the biggest like way comedy can be interpreted is observation and relatability. And more people relate to stupidity than trying to fucking, there are jokes that a lot of people don't like the Big Bang Theory, right?
Yeah, because that show sucks.
Because that show sucks because a lot of the jokes being told in that series, like, are jokes that you need to be, like, intelligent to fucking understand, so that really irritates people.
Yeah, I can't stand a laugh track on that show.
Yeah, it sucks. And then
I can stand it on some shows, but not on that show. And I think one of the reasons why is because some of the jokes are so highbrow or so intelligent, not that many people would think they were funny. Like, the people just generally wouldn't always think they were that funny. So you can tell it's just a laugh track. It's not filmed in front of a live studio audience.
Yeah. Was Friends?
No. Now
What show was Friends?
They used to be Cheers, The Cosby Show, And they used to say,
Cheers one?
yeah, they used to say, Cheers was filmed in front of a live studio audience. So, like, you knew.
Those bloopers and fuck ups, right? Those bloopers and fuck ups, right?
Word.
Did you know that Bill Cosby paid the paid for the microphone and stage that Martin Luther King did his "I Had a Dream" speech on?
Yeah, I heard that.
Did you hear that from Dave Chappelle?
I don't know if I heard it from Dave Chappelle.
So I was watching Dave Chappelle before, and he said Bill Cosby did a lot for African Americans, and he wouldn't have a career if it wasn't for Bill Cosby. He does some bad things, but he rapes, but he also does some really good things.
I made a mistake. Yeah, that's true. Dog, I'm a big Bill Cosby fan. I mean, again, I think you have to separate the art from the artist.
Oh, I'm a Kanye West fan.
There you go.
So I agree with his anti-Semitic views. No. Do I think he is talented? Yes. But I also believe that maybe about 20, 25 years from now, that some of his anti-Semitic songs will be cultural moments and more appreciated than they are now. Right now, it's just a time that it's shock because no one has done what he has done before. And it's very controversial and shocking. And over time, that song will be more appreciated, either controversially or just a moment in time. I don't know. But I can't really explain. I'm not explaining myself and finishing my sentence right now, but I'm just saying that over time, Kanye's art will be more appreciated, even his more controversial moments.
Dude, I remember the first time I recognized that he was going to be controversial was during the Katrina telethon when he said George Bush doesn't care about black. I was watching it with my friend, and it was like, dog, that was not supposed to happen. And then they quickly cut to, like, Mike Myers' face was like in shock, and then they quickly cut to Chris Tucker.
Sorry?
They cut to Chris Tucker, and that was very controversial. Dude, WTF, my man. There we go.
Do you feel like Kanye was right?
I think that George Bush doesn't care about a lot of people, not just black people.
Well, the only way to know is being inside George Bush's head. But I think he does. I feel like he cared about getting the black people vote.
Yeah, but he really didn't get that.
Think Donald Trump cares about black people?
Some wealthy ones.
The ones that voted for him. Do you care about?
Do I care about black people?
Yeah.
Very much so. Yeah, I think there can be arguments that I've made that I care more about black people than I do white people at times. I'm not saying I can say this. When I was a little kid, I cared about black people so much. Not that I still don't, but it was like overly. I was and still am just an advocate for black culture, black people, black society, black music, black media.
I'll tell you, when I was 5 years old, I was put into this. I had a really old teacher. She was a like old school teacher. She was like old, like she was old. Oh, this was back in 2001, right? And she still, I don't know. This isn't Australia, and I can't believe I'm saying this. She hit kids that were Aboriginal.
Oh, that's
she would
terrible.
Target Aboriginal kids and hit them, and she made us scared. I feel like at the time she made us scared of Aboriginal children and black, like darker skin. And I remember being like 5 years old and being scared of like dark skinned people a bit. And then I eventually got over it with time. But yeah, like because of that. Yeah, she was fucking scared. Like she hit Aboriginal kids and she hit fat kids.
Did you have Aboriginal kids in your school?
Yeah. In my classroom, she picked one out of the classroom and just started hitting him. When we're playing, like, when we're doing PE.
That's terrible.
Not PE. What sport?
What sport?
Oh, just running or something. I mean, I was only 5 years old watching that, but you know.
Yeah, that's terrible.
If I knew what I knew now, I would have done something. But I was only 5 years old. Can't blame myself.
Right.
Like, what would you do if you were 5 years old and you saw your teacher start hitting another kid?
Tell my mom. Tell my dad.
surprised no one in the classroom told. Yeah, I'm surprised. Like, looking back, none of us told me.
Yeah, why do you think that is? I mean, you were little kids, so you can't really blame anybody.
Why?
Word, dog.
I feel like maybe if we told, I think a lot of us thought maybe if we told on her that she would get away with it, like nothing would be done and she would start hitting us.
Yeah, I understand that.
You don't know how powerful you are as a child to accuse, how powerful an accusation is as a child to an adult. You don't realize that until later on in life. You don't know how much power you have as a child.
That's true.
That woman went to court, and you know, she got in trouble for something later on and got fired.
Well, that's good that she didn't work around children anymore.
Oh, she died not long after. Probably burning in hell. I'll tell you something. There is a hell that woman is burning in the fucking 5 years.
Zoot, you won. I wasn't even paying attention. I don't even know how you won so quickly.
Because I had a good time. Do I stutter often?
Sometimes.
I feel like not that often.
Yeah, not like someone with a major stuttering issue.
I feel like there's nothing wrong with my speech. It's just sometimes I forget to finish my sentence. Okay. Rabbi.
What up, pimp?
Do you think I'm going to win?
No, I'm going to destroy you. That was maybe the best round that I've ever had.
You ready?
Yeah.
Correct. How big was Bill Cosby when you grew up? When you growing up?
Giant. Biggest person on television.
Really?
Yep.
In the 80s?
Yep.
And that's why he was doing the rapes.
Yeah, but he did those before. I mean, I'm not saying he also didn't do them during then too, but
Why do you think he got away with it for so long?
he was very powerful. He was literally called America's dad. So he,
No one would have believed it.
yeah,
No one would have believed it.
right. And he paid off a lot of people. So, like, I know one girl who said he drugged her. He paid for her college And like, I bet you this is a sad state of the United States, but there are people in the United States who would accept being drugged and raped if you would pay for their college.
I feel like that anywhere in the world.
That's true.
I feel like there are people that would let their children get drugged and raped to get out of countries to go to a first world country in some of these first world countries.
100%. It's really sad, but desperate times call for desperate measures. Oh, I fucked up.
Over in some of those countries, it's not as viewed as that type of stuff isn't as viewed as taboo as it is here. In some countries. In other countries, they'll stone you to death.
Yeah. Dude, that was a big move, Zoot. What are you gonna do? You chose to heal? Oh no.
No, sure.
Evolving heals you.
Does it?
Yeah, on this one, evolving restores 10 hit points.
10 hit points. You won.
I don't know if I won. Is it help? It's hit points, isn't it?
Hit points.
Pretty sure it's hit points.
Yeah, how'd you base that to hit points?
Hit points, dog.
No, it's health points.
No. Pretty sure that's not right.
Okay.
Oh, Zoot, that was really good.
God.
That was really good.
That was magical.
That was really good, Zoot.
Rabbi.
Yo, pimp.
Do you know what my real name is?
Yeah.
What is it?
Well, it's a Scottish name that's longer than this, but you go by Lochi.
Lucky.
Okay, Lucky.
Free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
What's going on, Pimp?
Hello.
Do you really think you won?
You just got a huge hit on me. Oh, Rabbi, you fucked up.
Yeah, I did.
You could have gotten. You got it. You could have got an extra move.
I know. That's okay.
I don't know if the extra move would have helped you that long.
We'll never know.
I don't think you needed it.
I don't think I need it.
Rabbi.
Yo, Pimp.
Do you like Bill Cosby?
I said I separate the art from the artist. I think he's very funny. He had an amazing show. But I don't condone rape. It's Zoo, you got so fortunate. Zoo.
Bill Cosby's gonna die soon.
Yeah.
It's gonna be like one of the most controversial deaths where people like, do we like celebrate this death and honor his legacy, or do we ignore him because what he did?
Yeah. Oh man, I have to pee. It's over, baby. All right, Zoo. I'm going to take a 2-minute break. I'll be right back. Don't leave.
Bring me water. And then like,
Zoot. Zoot. Are you there, big dog?
Sure.
Thank you for your patience. Oh, whichever person goes first has a huge advantage. Not necessarily, actually. Well, that's a good move.
And I don't even. Eskimos. How about I want?
I don't think so, son.
Bill Cosby.
Fuck. Oh, I wasted so much time.
All right. All right. Oh, how about I might go to the city?
Okay. Finish this game. Then you do whatever the fuck you want, son.
There's women in the city. There's not women in this chat.
Yeah, there are.
They're not close by. They don't live in Adelaide, Australia, do they?
No.
Well, they South Australia.
I had somebody here from Brisbane, a very famous influencer today. Her name is Chopsticks.
Oh, really?
Yeah, she's on.
Chopstick.
Word, dog.
She's on Kick.
Yep.
Do you have an Instagram?
Yeah, it's just Chopsticks, I believe. With CHOPSTIX.
She gonna be back?
Oh, I don't know. I've got messages with her.
She hot?
I would say that most any man would think this woman is hot.
Well, I'm saying the most beautiful woman that people think are ugly.
No, this chick is banging.
How old is she?
Dog, I don't fucking know. Maybe like 25?
That's close to my age.
Alright, you think I'm setting you up?
Yep.
Alright, that's cool, dog.
Oh, fuck. That was the worst move in history of moves you could make.
Is it really?
I mean, I guess I can do that. But it just helped you. Maybe I won. Maybe I did not help you. He just moved. What for his car, bro? I got work in 2 weeks.
What are you going to be doing? What are you going to be doing?
Math.
That's not work, son.
Should be. Right, what's this woman's name?
Chopstick, CHOPSTIX.
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 She's famous?
On Kick, she is. She has like 50,000 followers on Kick. Yeah, she's famous.
That's not. That's a decent amount, but it's not.
I mean,
not like,
dude, I didn't stalk this woman. She came in here, and I don't know, I was doing something, and then she came into my YouTube and said hi, and I don't pay attention to what people say on YouTube.
does she on Kick? Does like, can I go to the Kick and watch the live stream?
Yeah.
That's where you watch. Like, does it save it?
Yeah, it saves it for 30 days.
Okay. Do you think she'll be back?
Zoot, you are asking me so many questions about this woman, and I have no idea about her. I'm just telling you what happened earlier today.
Cool.
Very cool, dog. When are you gonna get pictures for?
What?
When are you gonna get pictures for your
Dating profile?
dating profile?
When I get a job.
Okay, what are your thoughts? I thought you start a job in 2 weeks.
100% I do.
Okay, I didn't doubt you. So, don't you already have a job? You mean once you get paid?
Yeah.
What are you going to be doing?
Building a cult.
That's not a job.
It's a business.
Seriously, so what are you going to be doing?
Starting a business.
Okay, what business are you starting?
Starting a cult.
Dude, you're not making sense, son.
I'm starting a cult. Starting a business that's a cult, which is pretty much all cults.
Dude, did you know it's over for you?
Yeah. Why do all lottery winners go broke in their first 5 years?
They don't.
Why do the majority of lottery winners go broke in the first 5 years?
They don't.
Okay. Discord. I'm installing Kick right now on my phone.
Okay. Do you have a username? Zoot, I dare you to any person on Kick, create a throwaway account and ask them what they think about Rabbi Rothschild. Ask anybody. They will throw you out. They will ban you.
Of a will. He had gone on to do tremendous things for Surah. He immediately communicated with the surrounding communities and asserted the authority of Surah as the greatest of the academies and so on. But what ended up happening is there was a will that was placed in probate. And David Ben Zakkai, the exilarch, stood to gain a tremendous advantage if the will was adjudicated in his favor. Sadia Gaon, looking at the will, saw that it really would not go in David Ben Zakkai's favor, that the law really favored another claimant for the monies in the will. And so therefore, he demurred and said he would only sign off on this will if another particular rabbi would sign off on it. The other rabbi signed off on it, giving the money to David Ben Zakkai, and so then it went right back to Sadia, and at this point Sadia said he was hoping that the other rabbi would be the first refusal, and therefore Sadia would not take the blame, but Sadia refused to give in, and he said he would not sign off, and that the will would not go to David Ben Zakkai. David Ben Zakkai was furious, and he fired Sadia Gaon. Sadia Gaon says, "You can't fire me, I'm going to fire you." And so he fired David Ben Zakkai. And he had this really strange situation where both people of great authority disavowed the other, and they were kind of arm wrestling, so to speak, over who was going to be the true head of the people of Surah, and really the Jews of Babylon, and really the Jews of the world. It was quite a long standoff where David Ben Zakkai, the Reish Galuta, appointed another Gaon of Surah, and Sadia Ben Gaon reciprocated by appointing rival Exor, and they're all kind of like in this strange kind of family dynamic with the four of them there, and no one's recognizing anyone. In the end, the Muslim authorities stepped in, and they said in Arabic, Ganuk Shoin, enough already, and they demanded an end to the fight. This also was, Sadia's position was weakened when his candidate for the Reish Galuta had passed away, and so ultimately Sadia was forced to resign and to accept the loss of his academy. And so he had to step down, and David Ben Zakkai temporarily was ascendant. And this was the time when Sadia actually went into a kind of like his own space, and that's when he began writing tremendously prolific and powerful amount of literature. So it's really a blessing for the Jewish people as a whole.
It sounds oddly specific.
So pause for any questions now.
And
Lots
also
of history and
research.
the Reish Galuta stuff.
Yeah, it feels like someone
Is it
close to
you
him
okay?
that could have happened.
Okay, good. Still singing about that driving comment. Okay.
I don't know, seafood
Yes, please.
restaurants was something, and then you gotta be careful with also, I think, the other little canned fish, you can get mercury poisoning.
Yeah,
That's from 3-6 Mafia.
Oh, it is
Featuring UGK Project That.
Okay, excuse me. Okay, so GK. What does it say? Give the full line, because I feel like I'm missing.
Yeah, it's a big month focus. I appreciate your question. It gives me faith that Jewish people are going to survive, because this is, as they say in Yiddish, shows. I mean, how often do you have, for example, a rabbi in conflict with his board? I think pretty much every time you have a synagogue, you'll have a rabbi in conflict with his board. Right? And that's exactly what we see with David Ben Zakkai and Sadia Gaon. David Ben Zakkai represented, so to speak, the board and the sponsorship and things like that. And Sadia Gaon was doing his own thing. And the two of them were in conflict. So it's really part of the Jewish tradition.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
It's not so bad.
Did you ever do syrup?
We got used to it. Yes, we did. I knew you got it.
Yeah, well, I just like to, I don't know what exactly syrup is,
do not
but
give us a
I just
really
when
good
I'm drinking a
perspective
bottle
of that. I would hazard a guess that people favor Sadia because he's kind of like the Rabbi. He's like the cowboy here. He's like the man standing up for his principles. And he's representing the Torah, whereas really David Ben Zakkai is upset because the will didn't go his way. But as many of us know, that Jews often have tremendous conflicts over wills afterwards. Families break up over these things, so we can understand that too. But that's the kind of it. So I'm just guessing, but I would say Sadia probably had the upper hand. He certainly comes out better in the end. Who remembers David Ben Zakkai except we here come to a class like this, right?
Wait,
but
so
people know Sadia Gaon.
what type of syrup is it though?
Okay.
I know you
So let's go on a little bit. Now, what was special about his writings? Perhaps the most significant thing was not so much the content, but the style. One of the things that Sadia innovated was he borrowed very heavily from the dominant Muslim style of theological writing of the time. A style of writing which is known to experts as Quran, and specifically the Mutazilite style. I don't really know much about the Muslim styles, but what I can tell you about it in this short period of time is that they were very particular when it comes to essentially creating numbered lists. They're very big on numbering their paragraphs, on starting with general topics and slowly winnowing them down to more and more specific ideas, and putting in their terms to purify silver from dross, right? So you have a big hunk of metal, and you have to heat it up, and you have to slowly take the silver away and separate it from the rest of the metals. And so Sadia Gaon really instituted this whole idea of creating treatises on specific halachic topics, and then, breaking it down logically into a sort of a Greek way of thinking that the Arabs had inherited, of the larger point first, and then the sub-point, and then a sub-sub-point, and then the corollary, and so on. Everything numbered 1.2, 1.3, all the way down, and a very, very logical sequence that was deeply appealing to the Jewish mind. This is in contrast to the traditional, what was the then traditional way of writing, which was essentially to follow the kind of meandering and apparently chaotic trajectory of the Talmud, which is more like a conversation, a stream of consciousness conversation, that it does have its own internal logic, but it's not a simple, straightforward logic. Simply to look up a particular halakha is a very difficult thing, and it's almost because the information is scattered so broadly over a wide amount of material and not easily indexed. So Sadia Gaon, taking this Mutazilite style and imposing that kind of rigor of thought and a very communicable level of thinking, just made his writings way more popular, and the style essentially became a Jewish style after that. Anyone who's read, for example, Maimonides' Mishnah Torah, and Maimonides disagreed with Sadia on a lot of very important points, but he adopted exactly the same kind of style that Sadia did, with breaking up the whole Torah into sections, and then into books, and then into chapters, and then into individual sentences, and everything's numbered. Everything is organized and easy to find. This was a major innovation of Sadia. Sadia was really excellent at adapting to the zeitgeist, or there's a good word for the undergraduates here, zeitgeist, the spirit of the times. Like the way people felt about things, the way people reacted to the world as a whole. That was the zeitgeist. And he found it, and he said, we can do this in Judaism, and he plopped it right in, and it worked.
Grant, can you believe this? We're at the beginning.
This is true. Yeah.
Oh my
my God, I quit. What's in your head? After I smoked, I quit. I said, I'm a happy
Absolutely.
non-smoker.
He is completely fluent in Arabic. He's writing in Arabic. The variety of literature is limited. I'm not an expert enough inside his writings to know who he cites from, Muslim writers. But there's no question that he is completely at home in the world of Arabic literature. And the world of Arabic literature is overwhelmingly religious literature at this time. So, and that's true of many of the Jews in Muslim lands, which is not the case in Christian lands. Like we started this discussion a little earlier, one of the kind of oversimplified differences between the experience of Jews in Muslim lands and those in Christian lands is especially after the Crusades, Jews in Christian lands, with a few exceptions, let's say Italy, for example, they tended to become much more insular, much more inward-looking, regarding the outside world as toxic, as dangerous, as something to be avoided, and so on. And that held true really until the Enlightenment, 18th century, let's say. In Muslim lands, that bifurcation really didn't exist, and it was perfectly normal, for example, for Shmuel Ibn Abdullah to, be a high officer in the Spanish government and write Arabic love poetry and write a Purish on the Gemara at the same time. It was not considered a stira, a contradiction, to be involved in both worlds. Whereas in the Christian world, you don't see Jews really doing that kind of thing. Writing maybe a big exception would be, let's say, the Ramchal, the great Rabbi Moshe Chaim Luzzatto, who did write, Hebrew plays. He wrote dramas in Hebrew based on Italian styles of the 18th century, as well as phenomenal works of Kabbalah and Moshe at the same time. But that's already quite a bit later. Excellent. Okay. Let's look at some of the kinds of books that he wrote. So the earliest ones we discussed earlier, the rhyming dictionary in Hebrew, so he wrote quite a bit on Hebrew grammar, which was really significant because it was not that well codified in the 9th century. The Karaites, ironically, were making a lot of progress in this area because, again, they disregarded the oral Torah, so they spent a lot more research on the written Torah and on Hebrew grammar. So in many ways, this is kind of like competing work. He wrote a very famous biblical commentary, which exists to this day, and it's noted for its very, very strict rational approach. This is one of the areas where Maimonides comes to some odds. And he avoids all anthropomorphisms, any kind of, the Torah uses a lot of human imagery to describe God, shied away from that very heavily. But for example, even the phrase Yomai, or Yomer, God spoke. Speaking, of course, involves some kind of speech and involves, articulation of breath and of your tongue and your teeth and things like that, and that's an anthropomorphism, even a fairly mild one. So he would render that as he willed, as God willed, as opposed to as God spoke. Because he wanted to avoid even those anthropomorphisms. Yes.
And so this is extra scary, and this happens to be an extra scary one. Are you all right, Grant, today?
I'm all good. No, but will is kind of like a pure intellectual phenomenon. Speech is a physical phenomenon. You have to say something. You have to breathe, and you have to form things with your body. But will can happen, just by some kind of consciousness floating underneath it.
Okay, that's a dandruff thing. Selsun blue, not Delsum blue.
I think that you're supposed to be advertising.
God, I think they would fair to say can have consciousness without being anthropomorphic. Okay, don't argue with me later. Okay, yes,
Delsum blue.
Maybe they'll get sponsored. I don't know. Now they're looking in the woods.
Absolutely.
They're suicide worse where she hears about it.
Would you ever
exactly. That's another good proof for your question earlier. The Mutazilites were very much like this, and he rendered it similarly.
Yeah, and I've seen
good
pictures.
Point. Okay. Third, polemical literature. We've got a lot of things he wrote against the Karaites, and as I mentioned, we have a lot of the Karaite responses to it. Fourth, halakhic literature. Of course, as the Gaon of Surah, he's writing to Shavuot, he's writing responses all the time, and he's writing treatises on individual halakhic topics as well. We saw that, for example, in the calendar controversy. One of his treatises was on defending the traditional method of calculating the calendar that we use to this day. He wrote liturgy, including one of the earliest siddurs that we have in existence today, still in use in some communities. And finally, and perhaps most famously, he wrote philosophy. And perhaps his most important work is the so-called Book of Beliefs and Opinions, in which he really subjects Judaism to a searching and penetrating analysis of what really is it that we believe. I know I started by talking about how Judaism is so orthopractic, but I don't want to overemphasize that point. We do have, books that argue about what is Jewish belief as opposed to Jewish practice. And this is one in a great chain of works that would include, for example, Samson Raphael Hirsch's Kodev, that are kind of overarching philosophical statements of why do we do these things, what are our fundamental beliefs. Among the many innovations that Saadia describes, or his kind of analytical categories, is he describes rational versus revealed commandments. And in commandments that we can derive as being sensible, that you don't really have to be Jewish even to recognize the value of, for example, honor your father and mother, as Abraham said, or, I'm sorry, and, but there are also revealed commandments, like, what is the point of not wearing wool and linen in the same garment? So that has to be a revealed commandment. And there's logic to it as well, but it's not the same logic as rational. So this is like a huge philosophical work, but the English translation I have is about 4 inches thick, and there's far more for us that we can possibly analyze in this short biographical class. So, in the end, to return to his life story, he did achieve a reconciliation with his nemesis, David Ben Zakkai. It happened when this feud had been going on for quite a long time. You can imagine David Ben Zakkai had expended tremendous resources, both financial in terms of his personal political capital. He ultimately came out victorious but exhausted. And Saadia is right there in Surah, and he's busily writing all these great works, but everyone recognizes him as the greatest scholar of the world at the time, but he's not holding this position of authority. So eventually, the exilarch, David Ben Zakkai's father-in-law gets involved. His father-in-law is always a big supporter of Saadia. And he says, again in Arabic, showing the mood is enough already, and he manages to effect a reconciliation between these two. Saadia is returned to his post at the head of the Academy of Surah, and the placeholder Gaon that had been hired during the conflict was allowed to remain and keep his salary. But Saadia was really considered the ultimate authority there. The exilarch, exhausted by the struggle, died soon afterwards. And to indicate how complete their reconciliation was, Saadia adopted his son, the son of his first-world enemy, and raised him in his own home out of love for him. Tells you something about his character as well. So the legacy of Saadia Gaon, again, this is not a picture of Saadia Gaon. The legacy of Saadia Gaon is a fascinating one that illustrates a lot about the nature of the Jewish life in Muslim lands, internal Jewish life, the conflict between the so-called secular and the religious powers, and of course describes the life of a phenomenal individual with a very strong character who made tremendous contributions to the Jewish people as a whole. Next week, I have an amazingly bizarre topic to discuss. I hope you'll be able to join me. We're going to talk about the very strange story of the Jews of Khazaria, which is a small territory, actually it's kind of a very large territory, in the Caspian Sea region, where in the 8th century, as is well tested by multiple authorities, the entire kingdom converted to Judaism. So we have to figure out what was all this about, where did they go, if there's so many Khazarians converted to Judaism, where are they now, what kind of Judaism did they practice. So we'll talk about that, God willing, next week. In the meantime, thank you very much for your attention and your indulgence.
Person in the fan club or whatever.
Salino, as in Salino and Barnes.
Oh, I thought you said Selena. Oh, I thought her name was Selena.
That would be the craziest fucking ADD transition.
Selena and Barnes. Wait, it was Selena and Barnes.
Oh, and law, injury attorneys. 888.
Yeah, I think Thomas J. Henry's maybe 77777.
Selena and Barnes, injury attorneys.
Oh my gosh, you could call them maybe, and then if it's the numbers. How do those law firms even get those numbers? Does it cost a lot of money? Getting the number that is like 6666666. Ooh, I wouldn't get that one.
It's the devil.
Oh, I wouldn't do that one.
You know, one of my friends and I, we used to fuck with Selena and Barnes because they didn't really care, so we would just be calling a lot with cases for them. We called once and are crying. I recently got herpes on a Bumble date. I need you to take him down. And they were like, ma'am? And she's like, and she's like, and it hurts. And they're like, you should go to a doctor. Here they are.
Wait, they broke up? Why'd you do that tear in the middle?
Died.
Which one was Selena?
I don't know. One died in a plane crash.
Like a little plane, huh?
So Barnes is on the right.
Okay, Barnes is that guy, right? And then poor Selena was on the left, and then Selena is above my head. I wonder if Selena and Selena would have been buddies, like in real time, like if their timelines had matched up. You think they would have maybe hit it off?
She could have used an injury attorney.
She could have used it. Maybe he could have helped with the fan club or something. He could have looked at the books and stuff and seen. I don't know.
It's always
talking about this.
It's always a fan.
Oh my gosh, Grant! This is actually. I like this.
It's a rom-com.
Wow, who's gonna write this screenplay?
Yeah.
Who's got dibs on that screenplay?
Who's calling it?
Selena and Selena. No, there could be a better name than that. I don't even know what it would be and what is it about. Falling in love or something. I don't know. And the name getting in the plane crash and then her dying on the same day, maybe.
She doesn't die, actually, so she has to hire him for the injury case.
Oh,
yeah.
So the lady only hurts her, doesn't kill her.
And they
this
fall
is a
in
different
love.
timeline.
Yep.
And then they fall in love when he's helping her ass down in.
Yeah, and she's really not interested. So first of all, she gets assigned with Barnes, and then she's really likes Barnes because she thinks Selena's like a fucking asshole because she saw him rip off someone else out of a case.
I've heard that about him too. He's a fuckboy.
And then Selena, and then Barnes, which is part of the real story of life, dies in a plane accident. So then she's stuck with Selena. She's like, this guy, I fucking hate this guy. And then slowly over time, he begins to woo her. And I was gonna say something more interesting, but I didn't have it.
But he starts to kind of like, they're around each other.
No, I know. What he does slowly over time is he hires Grant, and Grant starts doing little tricks on her, like breaking her brake, so she has to keep getting an injury attorney. And little things like, going up behind her and, pouring boiling water on her back, and she doesn't know, and then she keeps having to go back, and then they fall in love, and then she finds out, wait, you're the one who poured the boiling water on me. And then he's like, I know before I loved you.
This one I didn't really know it was
and
but now I love you.
And then she says, when she finds out, she goes, well, you know what, speaking of which, you're in hot water.
Oh, damn.
And then that's the end of episode 1.
And then
season 1.
And then he comes.
Oh my god!
I love this.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, so say I'm a genius.
Huh? What did you say?
Some say I'm a genius.
Yeah, oh my gosh, no, I love that. I mean, that was just effortless.
And she's also in the movie industry.
I am.
Yeah, she's a scream queen.
Yes. I didn't get the role.
No.
Actually, what are you talking about?
My man.
Happening?
So I was auditioning for a movie.
Exactly.
Because my dream, I want to be in horror movies. And I can show you my scream sometime, but
you have a good scream.
I'm not really sure. That's why I was saying I could. Yes, I'll come in.
You can cry.
Would you like my joke?
Yeah, hold on. I have really bad news. Grant cut the brakes of the Uber you came here in, so they're not going to be able to pick your ass back up. Like, they're not going to be able to pick your ass back up.
Not a fucking here.
That's amazing.
That was really quick. How did you get that tear
You're an
out?
actress.
I'm fucking good. I can cry on command. A lot of people can't do it.
No.
Wasn't that cool? I'm so
Oh
impressed.
my gosh. So that would probably be good if you are in a horror movie. And yeah, people are, yeah, you gotta act messed up. Yeah.
I can just do it.
But she kind of auditioned for like the villain of the horror.
Yeah, it's
Mike. Oh, sorry, not victims.
Hold on, can you, what's a line in like the Blair Witch Project? Like, hold on to something outside of the tent.
I've never been in anything, but I can cry. I have a lot of skills.
How do you do that? Can you teach me how to do it really quickly? Or how do I do it?
I don't really know.
Do you think, is it something physically you're doing, or you're literally thinking of something sad really quick?
No, I just am physically doing it.
It's something you can,
No, I just go cry.
and then it's, so you're not even thinking about like some sad moment that happened in your life. You're not even thinking along those lines.
You basically act as if your water ducks are in your face, or eye ducks. I just kind of act like they're
Your water ducks.
like they're constipated or something, and I'm like holding it in. You know,
Oh my.
Try it.
Wait, you don't have to cry?
I don't want it to go again. Because I just did. I don't want to cry again. I don't want to.
Clog your duck, William.
Clock my duck.
Don't. Oh, you have to keep your eyes shut. I mean, open. I mean, don't close. Don't wait.
Okay, open.
Don't blink.
So, Shabtai speaks, Peter Snow White ended kind of on an up note. He died very young at age 49.
It's not working. I can't even do it. God. And you're doing it again. No, don't cry about me not being able to do it. It's not that sad. No, don't cry about that. Now you're gonna make me cry.
The first was
That was so bad.
Jacob Frank shown here perhaps the second
I need a tissue.
more than a single page of
Okay.
I can get one. There's right here.
Oh my gosh, hold on. Did it look like there was a little, I swear. Wait, it didn't. It looked maybe like my eyes were moistened up a little.
You'll never be me.
Don't install it.
Yeah, so I auditioned for the role, and
When was this recently?
very recently, in fact, I was so far from getting the role that my manager said this self-tape is so bad, I'm not even going to submit it.
No.
What do you mean? What are you doing on a self-tape? What do you have to do? Read lines or something?
Yeah, but the thing was, it was just too funny. Because my character was supposed to be a pregnant cop. Oh yeah, William definitely needs me.
Yeah, thank you.
I was supposed to be a pregnant cop who gets possessed by a witch while she's brushing a child's hair.
Weird.
So I just started to feel like a pedophile. Being like, you're setting up the lines, like, what a pretty girl. Like, you're so pretty. You know, this long hair won't last forever. And then it's to be like, my pretty girl. I think you're so pretty. Like, get real weird.
That's kind of scary.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, so does your manager person give you any insights or just says, oh, this isn't going to work?
He just says, good enough.
What do you say? Well, hold on, I'm crying in it. Or was it, no, you don't have to cry in this part.
I was like, kind of laugh. It was too funny.
Oh,
I was shooting it at Jenna Sparrow was filming it for me, and she was like, she was making you giggle. Yeah, because she kept laughing, and I was like, I am being serious. And she's like, I feel like you're not being serious. And I'm like, this is about as serious as I know how to get.
and then y'all both start laughing. And sometimes it's hard to stop laughing if you're like with a friend or something, and then the other person starts laughing. And then it can be like a contagious laughter.
Especially if you're already embarrassed. If I'm like embarrassed by something, because I'm like, then I start laughing, and then they start laughing, and I'm already embarrassed. So it's like that. I have that extra embarrassment laugh because like it felt I don't act at anything. It was the second time I ever did a self tape. I've never acted at anything.
Oh my gosh, we'll keep on getting your name out. Because they're gonna find something. Yeah, somebody's gonna be like, hold on, we need somebody that matches your description, and we need somebody that cries. And then you're gonna walk up, and they're gonna be like, what?
Here's the fucking thing. People use tear sticks.
What are tear sticks?
I learned about it from a movie called Theater Camp. And what they do
Is
is
that documentary?
It was a narrative. Ben Platt.
Oh my god.
Yes. And
There's who's that guy? I always see this picture. It's like, what is he, a soccer player or something? It's Jordan.
Michael Jordan.
Oh. So what? What's a tear stick? Crying on cue, real tears instantly.
Yeah, they just put them like under your eyes and it makes you just cry. So fuck you, tear sticks.
So it just makes you like think. It makes you think of something really sad.
It's like AI tears. It's bullshit. You know, it's like they're stealing my job.
Oh my gosh! So you put this, so it looks like lipstick, but instead of putting it on your, probably don't put it on your lips, or you're gonna be drooling and stuff. I wonder if that's how that works.
Girls put them on their vagina.
And it's just like real wet down there. Oh my gosh! They put it on their things down there, and then it gets okay. Tears instantly. That's. Oh my gosh. Well, I'm so sorry to hear. Well, hopefully this is not going to get in your way of landing a role in something. Okay? This is not going to get in your way.
Yeah, just trying to like CEO, I gotta take down. To get this off the market.
To get this off the market? Yeah, Grant, who is in charge of this stuff?
Yeah.
You look up Tear Stick.
You want to know like the brand?
I want to know the CE fucking
Could be like Procter and
I want to know the big guy.
Yeah, it could be either Coca-Cola or Procter and Gamble, or it could be like some random Doritos. No, I think Doritos is under something else.
I want to know the guy Luigi. Frito-Lay. They're in charge of this.
Do you like the Ruffles?
No. Yeah, huh? I don't like Ruffles. I like Ruffles.
Yeah, Ruffles are pretty good.
Ruffles still skin?
That's one of my favorite nursery rhymes growing up. Ruffles still skin.
Ruffles still skin, was it?
Yeah, what was his name again?
Rumple.
Yeah, Rumple. Still skin. Yeah, oh my gosh, he was one of my favorites. Was he the, no, I'm wrong there. I was about to say the one that slept in the different beds or whatever.
I feel like he was very poor.
Yeah, Rumpelstiltskin and said like kind of more bougie guy, not
and like Humpty Dumpty.
Yeah, Humpty Dumpty sounds like some rich British
and like
aristocrat.
the Great Fall. I wonder who did it. Somebody who wanted his money.
Yeah, because we were literally talking about Humpty Dumpty one day in the apartment. About like, do you think that was some sort of scam? Because what do you do as an egg person sitting on a wall?
Yeah, it's absurd. I mean, somebody's scamming his ass to even get him up on a wall.
Yeah, how could he wanted to get it? His tummy would get in the way.
Oh no, they just had little arms and legs. I don't even know how his ass got up there. I don't know.
And then like it's all just planned. Like they come in there, they're like, and he's like, what happened to Humpty Dumpty? And then someone's like, he had a great fall, you know? Like, where was he? And they're just sitting on a wall. It's all bullshit. And all the king's horses and all the king's men.
Oh, could it put him together again?
Yeah, see, that's how I know he was connected. Because the king wouldn't fucking help him if he was some sort of Rumpelstiltskin motherfucker.
They were all around him, it sounds like, and well, they all refused.
You think if Rumpelstiltskin fell off a wall, anyone will give a shit?
Nobody.
Probably not a lot of people, maybe his mom.
What did Rumple wear? No, he was too old for a mom.
Is he an old guy? I forget about him.
Yeah, that's not Rumple.
That's kind of a classic. That actor was a really good one.
Where's Mr. Stillskin?
Let's see. I
love that. Humpty Dumpty. Look at that one. That's a really nice one. Like,
Yeah.
put up with the yellow boots.
He had a glow up.
He did have a glow up, and I look. That's
Brows, about it's like he's using my teeth.
Here's Rumpelstiltskin.
Yeah, that's one poor motherfucker.
Yeah, that's not my Rumpelstiltskin. What's another Rumpelstiltskin? I don't. You prefer? What's another one? That's like a weird.
Yeah,
Pixar.
he does. Yeah, he's not even wealthy enough to have that type of animation.
That's good.
Yeah, that guy.
Yeah,
That guy's got a mom.
Fair enough.
I don't think he ever had a dad.
Just Rumpelstiltskin and Jesus. They didn't have.
No, he just never met his father.
Oh yeah. That's right. Yeah, no, I mean, look at this guy. Oh, and there's another one. He looks a little dainty in this one. I like this one a lot. That's how I get when I'm hungry. agree. I started
You're
fighting around.
It's not as good as Jean Valjean, that fucking town.
Where is that? What is that?
Jean Valjean?
Yeah, what's that?
He's the guy from Les Mis who steals the bread.
Oh, well, that's the problem.
And he goes to prison forever.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Is that good? That's a musical, correct? I never saw it. Oh, all I really saw was Oklahoma.
I never saw that. But you could tell me something about it because I never saw it.
The main song is what? Oklahoma, where the moon comes. And then there's other songs too. That's like the main.
Who am I? What is this? Passion of the Christ?
Yeah, what is this one? Is that
Jean Valjean, yes.
Is that Wolverine?
So yeah, Wolverine did, but Hugh Jackman.
Hugh Jackman, John Valjean, John
Yeah, and then Anne Hathaway, that's why she got so thin.
For doing a role in the John Valjean.
She would play because she played the woman who's so thin.
Oh, they're just a character.
She had to get like anorexic. Can we see her?
Yeah.
Please.
Please, Grant, come on. Freeze up on us now. Like, he doesn't like words. Like, he doesn't like when people talk to him.
Repentance Asarat Yemai Teshuva, the period from Rosh Hashanah through Yom Kippur. Asarat equals Hebrew for 10. Yemai equals Hebrew for days of Teshuva equals Hebrew for repentance return. 10th of Teves, 10th of Tebet, a fast day commemorating the Babylonian siege of Jerusalem. Asarat equals Hebrew for 10. Tebet Teves equals Hebrew for in Tebet, the 10th month.
Okay. Thank you for coming. It's a nice turnout for the
Jerusalem as well.
It's nice to have reasonable turnout in the off-season.
Besides equals Hebrew for in Tuss's the fourth month. Abraham, patriarch of the Jewish people.
And we've got a fascinating presentation for tonight. I really was hoping to be able to use my new clicker thing, but unfortunately batteries are dead, so we're going to have to deal without the batteries. Our topic tonight is Menachem Begin, and the subtitle is A New Israel, because his 1977 revolution when he came to power represented a tremendous change in a lot of the thinking about Israel, the thinking within Israel, and as I hope to demonstrate in the next 48 minutes or so, really represents a tremendous step forward in terms of the maturation of Israel as a state. Many people feel it represents such a positive degree in direction in which to mature, but nevertheless, we'll explore that in the next hour. I'd like to start with the joke, which I did receive from a member of the audience. I'm just going to adapt it a little bit. And Elia at TorahCafe.com is going to edit that before we put it on the web. But the joke was like this. There's this great rabbi who spends a lot of his life studying the Torah, teaching the Torah, counseling people, and offering sermons and things like that. And after a long, well-lived life, he goes up to heaven. And the angels are very happy to see him. They say, "Welcome, Rabbi," and they take him into the anteroom, the vestibule, beautiful decor, big curtains, things like that. Angels move him back and forth. And they say, "Please have a seat here while we process your admission." Put him down on a nice sofa, give him a little cup of tea. And he's sitting there waiting, very pleased with himself, because this is the culmination of a life well-lived. And all of a sudden, he hears in the distance a shofar blowing. And then, angels start flying back and forth with great rapidity. And then they come out with these long trumpets, and they're blowing all kinds of sounds. And everyone's in a tizzy. And he says, "What's going on?" And one of the angels said, "Didn't you hear? Shloimi, the Egged bus driver is here. Shloimi, the Egged bus driver." Egged, of course, is the Israeli bus company, which is known for their somewhat chaotic and creative interpretation of the rules of the road. So, anyways, he's saying, "Oh my gosh, it must be something exciting. It must be a hidden exciting Nistar, something like that." And he waits to see who's this Shloimi. And the angels bring in Shloimi, and he's wearing like a grimy pair of khaki pants and one of those white beater shirts that's stained, and he's smoking, and he's spitting out sunflower seed shells, and he's swearing in Hebrew, and the angels just guide him in straight into the pearly gates, so to speak. I don't know if we have pearly gates, but you get the image. So the rabbi is saying, wow, that was quite a show, but I'm wondering, who was this Shlomi did not look like such a tzaddik that he should be rushed into heaven so much. And me, I really did dedicate my life to Torah and Tefillah and Avodah. How come I'm sitting on a sofa? So he goes up to one of the angels and he says, how come he got ahead of me? And they say to him, Rabbi, you don't understand. When you get up and you give a sermon, everyone falls asleep. But when Shlomi drives his Egged bus, everyone starts davening. Okay. All right, that's it for the joke. It will be cut out of the online version. So tonight's topic, Menachem Begin, 1913 to 1992. This is actually the centennial of his birth. I believe his birthday is right around this time of year as well. I'm sorry, I didn't look at the specific date, but we are at the centennial of birth of Rabbi, which is being run tonight. He is, of course, most famous for being the sixth Prime Minister of Israel, the first who did not come from a left-wing Mapai or Labour Party, as we shall see a very important change in Israel. He is associated with a group called the Rome, a very important pre-state British resistance movement, a resistance to the British movement, controversial as we shall discuss. But despite his very right-wing credentials, he definitely was a hawk, very warlike, with a sense of unease with regards to peace treaties and accommodation with the Arabs. He was, ironically, the first Israeli prime minister to sign a peace treaty with any of the neighboring Arab states. So he was quite literally the hawk who made peace, and that peace, although it is not without some tension, nevertheless has maintained stability since 1978 when it first began. So he's an unusual figure, a figure with contradictions, a figure with internal turmoil, great tragedy in his own personal life, and great victory at the same time, a man of incredible tenacity, and a man of great achievement, as we shall discuss. So he was born in Brest-Litovsk, which was then in Poland. His father came from a long line of rabbis, although he himself was not practicing as a rabbi. He was working in the lumber business. The family was also very Zionistic. In many ways, actually, it's kind of like my grandmother, her sort of orientation with pro-Hebraic, pro-Zionist, Eastern European orientation. As a youth, he first enrolled in a group called the Hashomer HaTzair youth group. The Hashomer HaTzair is a very left-wing, really communist Zionist group, but he left after 2 years, and at the age of 14, he joined a much more right-wing group called Beitar. Hashomer HaTzair means the young guard, and that is a really sort of communist-sounding phrase, like Komsomol, the communist youth, things like that. Beitar, on the other hand, is a reference to a place name in Israel, the Great Battle of Beitar, associated with the rebellion against the Romans in ancient times, which was a site of a great victory for the Romans and tragedy for the Jews, but nevertheless the symbol of Jewish resistance to occupation. And that's really the motivating principle of Beitar, was to train youth in Israel, in Poland, for an eventual paramilitary role in Israel in the forthcoming Zionist state. He went to law school at the University of Warsaw. He gained his law degree, but he never practiced law, although his expertise in language was well noted even as a young man. He was fluent in classic languages, in many European languages. He wrote and spoke in English, and of course in classical Hebrew as well, and he was famous for being a great orator. His critics called him a demagogue, but nevertheless, he was definitely a master of the spoken word, something that he attributed to his training in Warsaw. But his principal influence, without a doubt, was a man that he frequently called Mori Rebbe, my master and teacher, Vladimir Zev Jabotinsky. Jabotinsky is a fascinating, very important character. Perhaps in later classes we'll look at his life in detail. But basically, he swam in the opposite direction of much of the secular Jewish movements of the day. Communism, socialism, the idea of Druzhba Narodov, we explored in previous classes, the idea that the Jews should participate in a proletarian world in which there is no more criticism between nationalities. There's no more racism, no more hatred. That's where most Jews were kind of voting. And if they were Zionists as well, they were voting with their feet to create that kind of reality in the state of Israel, what would be the state of Israel. We discussed it last week with Golda Meir. It was typical for much of the youth of Poland at the time. Jabotinsky, on the other hand, had a radically different approach. Jabotinsky felt that fundamentally the Jews had to go it alone. This idea of, all the nations setting aside their differences once they recognized that their true enemies were not national enemies, they were class enemies. He felt that was all garbage. It was all, just hogwash that people were lovingly drinking up, but it was meaningless. He felt that ultimately the Jews had to stand on their own 2 feet, and they had to take responsibility for their own survival and not trust to the general goodwill of society as a whole. This is also in great contrast to Herzl, who, although Herzl was not a socialist by any means, his vision of Israel was something like, Vienna on the Mediterranean. If you ever seen Haifa, for example, that's really kind of Herzl's city. People get along, they're polite, they say hello to each other in the streets, and there's not too much fighting going on. That's really what Herzl had in mind. So Herzl was spending most of his time going from world power to world power with the early shuttle diplomacy, trying to convince the head of England, the head of Germany, and so on to support the Zionist venture. Jabotinsky said that's all a waste of time. We can't trust anybody. We must do it on our own. The critics of Jabotinsky said he was an early integral nationalist. That's kind of like the nice technical term for fascist, meaning that they were very into typical things that were associated with the fascists. The chauvinistic attitude, the idea that the Jews are better than everybody else, a militaristic bent, very much into parades and insignia and paramilitary drills, less of a democratic structure, more of a charismatic leadership structure. These kinds of ideas were definitely associated with Jabotinsky. At the same time, I think it's unfair to put him in this kind of camp because he had a very broad-minded approach to the national struggle of many other peoples. And in contradistinction to many of his peers, for example, he felt very positively about the Ukrainian national movement, which was excoriated by many Jews at that time. So he was a really complicated character. Begin encountered him at an early age and became his right-hand man. By the age of 22, he was already appearing beside him at the World Congress of Revisionists, which was the name of Jabotinsky's party, as we shall see. And Jabotinsky's perhaps greatest claim to fame was his backing of Jewish self-defense. Recall that during this period, there are ongoing waves of pogroms against Jews in Eastern Europe, most notably the beginning of the 1880s, and then with increasing rapidity and ferocity in the first decade of the 20th century, the second decade of the 20th century, just incredible numbers of attacks on Jews in small villages. So Jabotinsky argued that Jews should organize their own self-defense societies, where typically young Jews would get together, train themselves, and be prepared for the attacks of hooligans that would typically come on the railroads at the time. He was beloved by the youth. He was mistrusted by the older generation, who felt that these self-defense units would just exacerbate the problem, and it would look like a provocation, whereas the older Jews were saying, we should just keep things calm, we should follow what the Torah says, pray for the welfare of the government so that, they leave us alone. Jabotinsky represented a radical new type of thinking that was ultimately very influential. Now, what I'm going to show you here today, I'm very proud of. My daughter, Denise Malka, helped me put this slide together. Most of my slides are very simple with no animation or things like this. This is going to be animation super because, and I just have to give you a little history lesson. Most of you in this room remember the old teaching technology called chalkboards. Remember? So my wife actually, many years ago, she bought me a little metal sleeve to hold the chalk in, because otherwise I would come home, my right side was just covered in chalk from teaching. And I used to teach this particular class on a blackboard. not even a green board. And then, I started going to transparencies. Remember those plastic clear sheets you would write on them? So then I used that. And then when I went to PowerPoint, I couldn't do it. And now finally, with my Mac, I figured out how to do it with my daughter's help. And so I'm going to go back to old style teaching, but it's very complicated. Get ready. Okay, so it's an important moment for me. So here, this is the thing. The political spectrum. So for the rest of the world, the political spectrum only has two ends to it, right? Left and right. That's very simple. It's, towards the socialist end and towards the capitalist end. And that's push it. That's obvious. Jews can't leave it alone. It has to be more complicated. We have two axes for our political spectrum, a left to right and an up and down. So here we go. Let me label these. There are four cardinal points. The first is Zionism. The second is something called Doikite, which I'll explain to you what that means in a second. The third is capitalism. The fourth is socialism. So what are these four elements in the Jewish political spectrum? So let's put Zionism up here. And by Zionism, obviously, we understand the movement to create a Jewish homeland in the land of Palestine. We've spoken about it in a few different lectures, but that's going to be at the top, the y-axis of this spectrum. Doikite, the word do in Yiddish means here. So Doikite means here-ness. And it's the opposite of Zionism, in that some Jews, let's say in Poland, would say, we should be striving to create a Jewish polity over there, Dortikite if you want, there in Israel. But other Jews would say, no, let's reorganize ourselves here in Poland, a diaspora nationalism. So Jews would separate along this y-axis, some more towards Dortikite, more towards Zionism. Then, of course, on the right wing, we have capitalism. I think it's unfair to really call Jews fascists for reasons that are obvious, but there are some that definitely go further to the right, as we shall see. But capitalism is essentially, in favor of the free market economy. John Smith, the idea that, as long as you give people as much freedom so they do not impinge on others' freedoms, then the society will prosper as a whole, and so on. And that's contrasted with socialism, which is the idea that, no, you have to have a command economy controlled from the top that regulates how, income is generated and spent and shared and so on. Those are our four cardinal points. Any questions so far about these? It's as clear as the sun at noonday, but wait, it will get more confusing. So let's look at some of the main political parties of the day. And by the way, right now I'm talking about the period between, let's say, 1905, when the Tsarist Empire first allowed political parties to actively work, until 1912, which is the foundation of one of the last parties we'll talk about. So this is what the complexion of Jews politically were at the first 2 decades of the 20th century. The so-called Allgemeine Zionisten, or General Zionists, so-called because they had to be distinguished from about 7 other kinds of Zionists. This is basically Herzl's party. They were the largest single Zionist party, and they were obviously on the top end of this scale towards Zionism, but they also believed in capitalism. They felt that, the new Jewish land of Palestine should be basically a Western economy. These are contrasted with the Bundists, and this was basically a communist-style party. They were social democrats who were both socialist and very much not in favor of Zionism. They felt that Zionism was moving backwards against the tide of history, which tried to minimize national differences. The Bundists said we should try to, the Zionists, the trend of history is to minimize national differences. They wanted to be down here with Doikite. Then the third group would be the Poale Zion. We spoke about them last week with Golda Meir. This is her party. The workers of Zion, who believe in Zionism, and at the same time, they are socialists. They want Israel to exist, to be the Jewish homeland, but they want it to be a socialist country. And then finally, the last group, which is the Volkspartei, very small group. This is Shimon Dubnov's party that we spoke about many weeks ago, that believed, no, we should work on Jewish politics here in the diaspora, and it should be fundamentally capitalist. Okay, any questions so far? Yes, go ahead. That's a Yiddish transliteration. Yeah, it's you could call it, yeah, the Volkspartei in Yiddish, because it's a Yiddishist party. Okay, we're all right with this? Now, here's an important party for us. These are the revisionists. The revisionists, this is Jabotinsky's party. This is the intellectual origins of Menachem Begin's policies. The revisionists, so-called because they wanted to revise things, they took their cue from the revisionist parties after World War I as well, that parties that were unhappy with the status quo and wanted to change everything. They are ultra-Zionist and ultra-capitalist in the sense that they want no truck with other peoples. They really believe in the toxicity of non-Jews, and they were untrustworthy, and they had to be handled kind of like, at a full arm's length, and essentially the Jews had to stand on their own 2 feet and just take it. They believed in much more aggressive, even violent means to achieve this end, very militaristic, and very kind of pessimistic about the possibility of a flourishing of peace in the region. Now we'll see how that plays out in Menachem Begin's life in a moment. So far, have you really enjoyed the animation? Did you like the? Yeah. So now here, I normally don't like this, but since I learned how to do it, I started having fun. Let me tell you what happened to these parties, just to jump ahead in our lecture a little bit. What happened to these parties since then? So I'm going to take you up to the present day. What happened to these parties? So first of all, what happened to the Bund? Boom. Isn't that cool? Did you like that? I came dropping down and made like that. Okay. They became, in the Soviet Union, they became communists, and then Stalin killed them all. So that was it for them. In the United States, they became a group called the Workmen's Circle, which some of you may have some familiar with. It was very popular in the first half of the 20th century, a kind of a quasi-socialist Jewish group, very active in New York City in particular. Now here goes. Now here's another animation. That's nice. Kind of the star that goes by like that. The Volkspartei had a major influence on the structure of the Jewish Federation movement. Obviously, the Federation is not a party, but the philosophy of Volkspartei influenced the Federation, and they essentially observe its teachings. Here's a third one, the Polizeion. Wow, that's the flashing bulbs. They became the Labor Party, and the General Zionists and the Revisionists joined, and they formed this party, the Flames, right? Likud. So that's where we are today. Sort of the major orientations of like, as they say in Yiddish, plus ça change, plus c'est la même chose, right? Nothing changes. It's always the same. It's not actually Yiddish, but I think at least one of you knows that. Okay, so that's basically where we're looking at now. Begin, Jabotinsky are way over here in the revisionist corner, and they've got all these other parties that disagree with them.
Shema equals Hebrew for word. Buddha equals Hebrew for small coin. Shaman and Shabbos festival of weeks. Shaman and Shabbos equals Hebrew for weeks. Shechin and Shechina the divine presence. Shechina equals Hebrew for dwelling, presence. Shechina kosher ritual slaughter. Shechina equals Hebrew for slaughter. She and Hati Chak, she hatchet that time and pressure leniency is militia. She and equals Hebrew for time. Ha equals the. Be Chak equals Hebrew for pressure, duress. She la, she ila, she ella. Sheila, she ila has the latching question, so the act of asking. She la equals Hebrew for question, inquiry. Shendichen, she kachen, blessing and gratitude for reaching communication. She kachen equals Hebrew for who has kept us alive. Shekel unit of currency. Shekel equals Hebrew for weight.
So back to his life. He was very, very active in Beitar, the youth wing of Jabotinsky's revisionist movement, and he actually would travel around Europe, garnering support and encouraging young people to join this movement. And while he was traveling around, he would stay, of course, in the homes of various wealthy supporters. It was at one of these homes that he met a young woman named Eliza Arnold, and 1 month later they were married. And they had an incredible relationship that lasted until her death. I guess it would be about, I can't do the math off the top of my head, but they had a very, very strong relationship that lasted to the end of her life. And in fact, when she eventually passed away, he was devastated, and it really represented the end of his career and ultimately his life as well. She was a retiring figure who really stood in the background whenever possible. In fact, when she was honored, when Begin was invited to speak with Jimmy Carter, who became prime minister, she was honored at a dinner of that nature. And the audience was shocked that she refused to speak. She just got up and said, "Thank you." And they said, "Aren't you going to make a speech about politics or Israel?" And she said, "My husband is the speaker." And she sat down. So she really was a kind of stay in the background kind of person, but she endured tremendous suffering on behalf of her husband. That was really quite remarkable. Here she is, of course, shown with their oldest son, Benny. They had 3 children. Benny later went into politics, Benny Begin. In this particular picture, it's taken from when he was in hiding in Israel. He was on a hunt. He was hunted by the British, and so he pretended to be an Orthodox rabbi named Sasaber, I think, living in a regular neighborhood where even Irgun members, and he was the leader of Irgun, had no idea who he was. And they were like inviting him into their secret circles and things like that when he was really yeah, that's true. We'll get to that. But still in Poland. So he's in Poland in the late 1930s. And he happens to be working primarily on organizing illegal immigration to Palestine. He's organizing Jews, organizing boats, trying to get them into the land of Israel when war breaks out. He happened to be in Lithuania, the outbreak of the war, and Lithuania had kind of a tragic moment of peace at the beginning of the war because Stalin and Hitler had not completely worked out who was going to take over a portion of that territory. It happened that once that was settled, Begin found himself on the Soviet side, and since he was a prominent Zionist activist, he was arrested by the Soviets before he could be arrested by the Nazis, who would, of course, invade Lithuania a couple of years later. He was sent out to the Gulag, where he was tortured and imprisoned for several years for his activity with the party. This is his Soviet mugshot from the time. But then what happened, as we discussed in previous classes, is that in June 22nd of 1941, the Nazis double-crossed Stalin, and they invaded the Soviet Union, and all of a sudden the Soviet Union looked to their prisoners in the various gulags to see if they could dig up some allies to fight the Nazis. So Begin was released to join the Polish army, which was then fighting on the Eastern Front with the Nazis, and ultimately from the Polish army, he was transferred to Israel in May of 1942. Well, because the division of the Polish army, the Jewish Polish soldiers, they set up a special unit in Palestine to fight alongside the British. Because remember, the British and the Polish are allies at this point, and that's his kind of circuitous route. Ironically, he wanted to stay in Eastern Europe and continue fighting against the Nazis, but he was urged by his followers to go take the fight to Israel, which wasn't the same kind of fight at all, because there was no hostilities, active hostilities, no front line in Israel itself. But of course, that was the homeland, and ultimately he was had much more of an impact there in Israel. But this time, if we move to Israel and understand what's going on, we skipped over this a little bit last week because it's more relevant to us in our lecture today. The Arab-Israeli relationship is going south very rapidly. There's a lot of debate over the demographics about how many people actually lived in Palestine at the beginning of the 20th century, but there's no question that the Jewish population and the Arab population grew proportionately, which leads many Israeli interpreters to say that, as more Jews moved to Israel and created more of an economic infrastructure, bringing a lot of Western support with them, a lot of Western know-how, draining the swamps, that kind of image. A lot of Arabs were also attracted from Lebanon, Syria, and Jordan for the economic opportunities that this new population represented. And that was going fine until the 1920s, because the Poale Zion, which you recall, they are like the more socialist, more dovish orientation, which dominated Israeli politics for so long, they discovered that some of their socialist ideologies were counterproductive in the land of Israel. Specifically, they had two values that came into conflict with one another. On the one hand, they wanted to have, obviously, peaceful, harmonious relations with the indigenous Arab population or the new Arab populations. That was to be sure. But on the other hand, they valued, as socialists, the notion that Jews should get their fingers in the dirt. They should work with their backs with the land. They really wanted to get away from the kind of Eastern European mentality of Jews as accountants or Jews as indoor people, pasty, scholarly weaklings. They wanted to have strong new Jews who are farmers, who work the land. So the Arabs loved the economic opportunities of the manual labor, picking the oranges and tending to the crops and things like that. But that meant that a lot of the Jews ended up being like kind of small businessmen, managing these farms or managing commercial relations with the Arabs, and they were not creating the new Jew that they so hoped to do. So the Coalition instituted a policy of Jewish labor that was intended to get regular Jews off their butts in their offices and into the fields working. Excuse my language. Can we cut that out, Elliot, please, when you do the Torah Cafe version? Get them into the fields, muscular and tanned, and that's the kind of idea. But that meant that the Arabs didn't have work, because they had to let go of the Arabs in order to hire the Jews to work in the fields. And this sparked a significant amount of economic protest, because a lot of Arabs said, well, what is this? We came here, you need work, you're not hiring us, that's discrimination. And so you had an increasing level of economic tension that, eventually morphed into a violent conflict. There's several major riots of this nature. They were tied to other elements as well, and making it very simplistic by looking just at the economic aspect of it. But the rioting, it kind of mirrored the pogrom activity in Eastern Europe, and it was escalating rather than getting better. So this is the environment into which Jabotinsky found himself with the Arabs. Added to that was the fact that the British had just published a very anti-Zionist position paper called the White Paper that was an attempt to deal with the violence that was increasing between Arabs and Jews. The White Paper was prepared by this thing called the Peel Commission that argued for essentially a separation of Jews and Arabs with some internalization of certain zones like Jerusalem and so on. But on the whole, it benefited the Arab position. And many Jews felt that they had been betrayed by the British, who had in 1917 made that fantastic Balfour Declaration to include in their goals the idea of a homeland for Jews in Palestine. The worst part of it, of course, was the World War, and especially the constriction on immigration. You recall that, moving quickly through the period, but Britain is in control of Israel at this time. Britain is obviously fighting against the Nazis. The Arabs decide to join with the Axis powers. So the Arab nations surrounding Israel become pro-German, and England here has a little foothold in the Middle East. They are obviously pro-Allies. So the Palestinian Jews, like Begin at this time, decide that they're going to throw in their lot with the British against the Arabs, because even though they don't want the British there and they feel that the British are persecuting them and not allowing enough Jews to live there and so on, at the same time, the enemy that they share, the Nazis, was far more grievous than their temporary difficulties. And so therefore, the various Jewish underground movements said at this point, you know what, we're complaining about the British, we don't like the restrictions they placed on us, but we are going to suspend that, and we're going to cooperate with the British in our attempt to rid the world of Nazism. Shortly after the war, which of course ends positively in terms of the major conflict, the Brits immediately return to that very restrictive immigration policy, which is disastrous, because after the Holocaust, you have an incredible number of displaced Jews. Somewhere, I'm just guessing now, but there has to be at least 3 or 4 million displaced Jews who cannot go to their homes, either because of the political situation. A lot of these homes have been overrun by the communists now, or because of the hostility that's still regnant there, or even more basically, the notion that they're not wanted back home. The notorious pogrom in Kielce in 1946, in which Jews were accused after the Holocaust of drinking the blood of Christian children, was, it was just a clarion call for Jews to get out of the graveyard of Europe and go to Israel. So you have all these Jews who are amassing in displaced persons camps, and they want to go to Israel. The world opinion looks upon this with favor after the news of the tremendous devastation of the Holocaust gets out, and Britain is increasingly beleaguered trying to keep these Jews out of Israel because that antagonizes the Arabs when they're really losing this major opinion poll in the world in terms of public opinion. So Begin, again, is involved in smuggling Jews into Palestine, and as we discussed at length last week, so I won't go into detail here, the United Nations decides to partition Israel. The Jews accept the partition plan, the Arabs reject it, and you have a massive war that lasts over a year, which ultimately Israel emerges from successfully. Yes, that's what I said. Oh, that's fascinating. I've never heard of a Nazi colony in Israel. There are definitely Germans there, but I did not know what that is. Wow. Wow. And my grandmother, she always used to say that the jails are full in Israel too. That was a bit of wisdom. Incredible. Your question exceeds my ability to answer. It's fascinating. I'll have to look it up. Okay, shall we go on a little bit? I got more stuff on Begin. We got to go. Okay. So, what was Begin doing at this time? Again, the Irgun was the collective name for his new movement in Israel. He rapidly became the leader of the Irgun, which was most distinguished from something called the Haganah. Haganah literally means defense, and the Haganah was basically the military wing of the Mapai Labor Party. The socialist, Coalition Party had its own forces, and they implemented policies that were consistent with the ideals of socialism. The Irgun, which means essentially the organization, was based on revisionist principles, and not surprisingly, these two military forces often came to severe disagreement and even blows. Very significant conflict on a number of occasions. The most significant question was, how do we deal with the British? The Haganah wanted to adopt a much more diplomatic approach while clearly opposing the British and wanting them to lift their restrictions on immigration and so on. They felt that the British were ultimately civilized people and they could sit down and talk with them, and that there was a way to perhaps work things out. The Irgun, again, consistent with the revisionist principles, felt that that was just a pipe dream and not worth thinking about at all. The only way to get the British out of Israel was to drive them out. And they implemented policies that were much more aggressive towards the British. Most importantly, the notorious bombing of the King David Hotel in July of 1946. This was the headquarters of the British in Israel. And the warnings were issued. The Irgun placed several bombs in the basement of this hotel, which of course still stands in Israel today. It was rebuilt. And they issued several warnings to several different media, including phone calls to the switchboard itself. And the British ignored those warnings. There was a major investigation afterwards, and the British, although definitely holding the Irgun to blame for this attack, they also took some responsibility themselves for not heeding those warnings. part of the reason perhaps for not heeding the warnings was because bomb threats were very common and they were typically ignored, like fire drills and condominiums here in Surfside, that kind of thing. But the bombs did in fact go off in the middle of the day when the building was at its peak capacity. 91 people were killed and 46 were hurt, and that includes British citizens, Jews, and Arabs as well. And this represented a major turning point in the escalation of violence between the Israeli underground and the British. And a bounty was placed on Begin's head. I'll show you the picture of it in a minute, where he was. They would offer £10,000 for anyone who could bring him back, dead or alive, because he was a leader and mastermind of this movement. There was also very, very harsh criticism from the Jewish Haganah, who wanted to call off this entire episode. And Ben Gurion, who was the leader of the Mapai party, he was later the first prime minister of Israel. He felt that Begin was a type of terrorist that was harming the Jewish cause with these kinds of intemperate actions. And in some cases, the Haganah even captured the Irgun fighters and gave them over to the British. So the Haganah is at the same time fighting the British, but the Jews have not got their act together either. The Haganah and the Irgun are fighting bitterly as well. Yes, Mr. Lance. Well, I don't think that the Irgun's intent was to kill. Their intent was to send a message that, you're not safe anywhere. And by the way, we should realize that this is happening to the British at the same time in India. They're having a miserable time with Mahatma Gandhi, with Jinnah and the Muslim Brotherhood, Muslim Party, I forget what they call it over there. And the British essentially give up on India at the same time too. They're just taking a beating from their colonial powers because they're no longer wanted in those places. So the idea was to send a clear message: we don't want you here. And the message was certainly received. Yes.
I think that it turned out that the theory was right as far as the British were concerned, because in most instances, most of the people that were British that were in Palestine at the time really didn't have much of a vote for the Jews or their position.
I'm not going to, I don't want to pass judgment. My goal here is to just try and present the facts in as neutral a position as way, and of course you can interpret them any way you like, but I'm doing my best to maintain objectivity. I have students who are on the other end of that camera that have to hear this. Okay, anyway, here's a kind of a cool bounty picture, and it's helpfully circled for us too. Okay, another major event which occurred in the context of the Arab-Israeli war, and very important for understanding Begin's policies and Israeli politics afterwards, is the massacre at an Arab village called Deir Yassin. It really deserves a far more detailed treatment than I can provide in the short time I've allotted. But basically what happened was Irgun and allied Lehi forces attacked an Arab village that was significant for strategic reasons. And although Begin himself was not involved in the operation, he was not present at the time, he argued for restraint. Something went wrong. There's a lot of debate over what went wrong exactly, but there was a horrible massacre of men, women, and children in this little village. Numbers differ. Some bring it as low as 100 people, others place it as high as 300, but it's universally recognized that this was a massacre of civilians by an early resistance movement that had become part of the Israeli Defense Forces, and the Israelis were roundly criticized for this atrocity. Again, if we have more time, we can go into the back and forth as to how it went wrong. The warnings were issued, the loudspeakers weren't working, they were fired upon first, there are all kinds of things going around. But the bottom line is there were about 200 dead civilians at the hands of a force of this nature. What is especially important for our purposes, though, is that Deir Yassin was a major turning point for the beginning of the Palestinian refugee problem, because many Arabs in Israel said, my gosh, these people are savages, and they fled Israel. They fled the war zone. Now, many Arabs felt that they would soon be returning with victorious Arab armies and claiming property from the Jews who had been driven into the sea, but any way you look at it, there was this fear generated that the Arabs were not safe in the new Israel and that they had to leave simply for the safety of their own families. And again, you can politicize the events, but it is a turning point in the Arab-Israeli relationship early on in the war. And at the same time, once again, while the Arabs and the Israelis are fighting, the Israelis and the Israelis are fighting. And perhaps the worst moment is the so-called Al-Talena affair, which is in June 1948. The Al-Talena was the name of a boat that was commissioned to bring immigrants making Aliyah to Israel from Europe, from the displaced person camp, along with a large container load or a large cargo of weapons, including tanks, machine guns, large weaponry. And the agreement was that since this was a boat that was to be that was entirely financed by Irgun supporters, and there were Irgun members on board, that these weapons would go to the new Irgun units of the Israeli Defense Forces. Remember that when the state was declared, you had all these kind of ragtag militia with various degrees of organization, with different political complexions. They were not a unified army with uniforms and chain of command and things like that. They had to kind of patch together these various groups into a unified fighting force. So the Irgun said, sure, we're going to cooperate with Ben-Gurion's Haganah, but we have our own guns, thank you, and we have all our own people, and we're going to work this way. So they hammered out an agreement about how to divide the arms, and they came to disagreement once this boat reached Israeli shores. It went up and down the coast a little while, and with the Irgun demanding more of a share of the weapons, the Haganah their share of the weapons, and ultimately, again, it may be a whole series of missed radio communications, but the Haganah fired on the Irgun ship and actually set it ablaze, and it was eventually scuttled, as you can see here, within view of the Tel Aviv beach. So this is, more left-wing Ben-Gurion Haganah forces firing on a ship full of Irgun Jews and weapons, losing all the weapons in the process, killing a handful, about 16 people were killed. Begin was on the ship, and there's a large supposition that perhaps they were hoping to assassinate Begin personally because he was such a thorn in their side. Ultimately, Begin did make it ashore. There was a gunfight between these various forces on shore as well, and they managed to get a ceasefire and patch it together, but it showed a great moment of betrayal of the Irgun cause by the more left-wing Haganah. Mr. Lax. I don't remember what Rabin's role is, but I'm sure he was involved. It was Ben-Gurion for sure. Yes, Ms. Abramson. Oh my gosh. Okay, there you go. Thank you, Ms. Abramson. You're destined to be a historian one day, unless you can find a better Parnassus. No kidding. You were involved in this as well?
Yes, I was.
That's amazing. Do you want to share anything with us? Mr. Rodriguez, now, I have students who would like to hear something. I give you the microphone. Just tell us something about your experience.
Well, we were called out. I was in a brigade with Yitzhak Rabin, and we were called out to Kfar Vitkin. There was a settlement on the ocean, not far from Tel Aviv, not to let the people from the Al-Talena to come ashore.
Oh my gosh. That's phenomenal.
And they were right, because Begin had justified with the British. He didn't had no history of building up the country or anything.
Yeah.
So they didn't let them to come ashore.
So did you actually see the events of the victory?
Yeah, I saw the whole thing.
Wow, that's amazing. Look at that. See, this is where else are you going to get history lectures like this? I'm telling you, that's great. Okay, thank you. Okay, so let's move on. Now, immediately after the War of Independence ends, Begin joins the loyal opposition, which, as I saw in one interesting online article, He was probably in the opposition longer than any other political figure in Western history. He was in the opposition from 1948 until he came to power in 1977. An amazingly strong record of tenacity. He was an incredibly strong critic of the left, and Ben-Gurion in particular, and the Altalena affair was, his moment of clarity for all those things. And he stood in great contrast to these leftist figures, whereas, the socialist kind of ideal was very working class proletarian. They would walk in shirt sleeves and no tie and very casual, whereas Ben-Gurion, Begin was always seen only in a suit and tie, always, speaking very carefully. He had this concept of hadag, which means like kind of glory or beauty that he took from Jabotinsky, the idea that you have to look like a mensch at all times. His critique of the leftist government was very strong, including a major 1952 demonstration that turned into a riot in Israel because Begin felt that they should not accept any of the reparation money coming from Germany in Israel. He felt that it was a travesty to the memory of those who were killed in the Holocaust, and he had quite a few supporters that led to a major riot, even though they ended up continuing. Now, it's interesting to note that the name of his party was Cherut, which means freedom, Cherut. And I heard from Simi Schreiber that he quoted someone, I can't remember, that Begin led us from Avoda to Cherut, from slavery to freedom. Right? Okay, well, anyways, yes, please. Abdus Cherut, thank you.
He was a member of the unity government in 1957. Very interesting.
It's an excellent book, amazing book. That's true. He joined the National Unity Government during the 6th Day War. Right, absolutely. I should clarify that. But in loyal opposition, he did not lead the government, but he was a minister without portfolio in that government of 67. Now here, I know what I'm going to present to you, to most of you in this room now, is going to be obvious and old material, but remember I have 19 through 24-year-olds who are watching this online, so I'm going to give them some information that may be shocking to them. And that is something about how the Israeli government works. It's very important to understand this in order to get a sense of it. So here's a picture of what our current American government looks like, which, according to some opinions, is, not entirely functional. But so here's the Senate. We have two bodies, of course. Here's the Senate. We have 45% of the membership is Republican, 53% is Democratic, with 2% who are independent. These are rough numbers. The actual numbers of seats are different. I rounded it out. Here in the House of Representatives, we have 53% Republican, 46% Democratic, and of course 0% who are independent or vacant right now. And this is, it's hard to get politics done when you have a pretty evenly divided situation like this. But look at what Israel looks like by contrast. Okay, so you've got, let's see, I've got 3, 6, 9, 12 parties dividing up 120 seats. And there are about 7 parties that didn't get enough votes to get a seat, but they're still in the elections. So how are you supposed to get any politics done when you have this kind of situation? So the very important thing you have to realize about Israeli politics, and again, I apologize to those of you for whom this is obvious, is everything in Israeli politics is about coalitions. Whenever they have an election, the president, which is largely a ceremonial figure, it's not a president like here where they're elected and so on. The president there is more of a figurehead for the state. The president invites the leader of the bloc that has the largest chunk. In this case, right now, that would be Likud. John with Yisrael Beitenu has 26% of the seats, and says, okay, you have 26% of the seats, you have to get 51%, so go out, you have 2 weeks to make deals with the smaller parties to get them to join your coalition so you can have 51%. So they've never had, except for the time when they have national unity governments, when the two largest blocs come together, and that's only in the case of war, really, to deal with external threat, they've never had one party that controls 51% of the seats in the Senate. There's always these very complicated arrangements between various parties trying to agree on a common cause. cause. And it makes Israeli politics in many ways very fragile and easily toppled over. So in this case, we have in Israeli history, the labor movement had controlled the government largely because of their coalitions with other parties from its inception in 1948 until the 1977 revolution, when suddenly Begin won the election. Now, he had been slowly gaining in popularity, but and here I mentioned, here's the National Unity Government. In 1969, it should be 1967, I'm sorry. It was a difficult time for him to be in the government. He had a lot of disagreements with his co-members in the cabinet. But there were two populations in Israel, two large demographics that had felt largely disenfranchised by Israeli politics. Those were specifically the Sephardim, large numbers of Jews from Arab lands who had come to Israel after its establishment. In many cases, they were refugees because the Arabs, displaced them, expelled them once Israel was established, and they felt alienated from the very Ashkenazi, Eastern European approach of the traditional leadership of Israel. And secondly, religious voters, because the Israeli polity was led primarily by socialists who were anti-clerical, who were anti-religious, unfriendly to religion. And so you have all these Orthodox Jews, or even in the case of many Sephardim, let's say Orthodox friendly, even though not especially observant, but they affiliated themselves as Orthodox, and they find themselves shut out of a government that's largely socialist and Ashkenazi. So these two large demographic bubbles began to grow, and their resentment was eventually sparked by Begin's standing for election. And he, although he himself was not strictly observant by contemporary standards, he was definitely very religious friendly, and he definitely knew how to speak to the Sephardim. And so these two groups really propelled him into the position of authority in 1977. Now, if you recall this wonderful slide, I want to make it more complicated because we can't forget about these guys. Remember that we have these four axes. Okay, I'm gonna have to go through the whole thing. Now this part, I wish my clicker ran out of batteries. Torah Cafe, will you send me a regular supply of batteries so that I can keep this fun? Okay, I'm joking. I'll get some batteries. So here's our four groups, and here's our parties. Come on. Right, we saw them before. Here's my favorite one. Oh no, not this one. Here's my favorite one. Ready? Wow, that's great. We should have some sound that go with it. Can I put sound on this? Okay, great. Okay, now, these are all our parties. We saw them before, but Jews can't leave this alone. There's not only two axes, there's a third axis, like a cube, a z-axis. It looks like this. So as it were, you've already got a political spectrum that's doubled because of that, but now it has depth as well. And who's on this axis? The religious parties. We didn't talk about those guys at all. But now there are also religious parties that are active since 1912. One of them that's very important is the National Religious Party, which feels that the expansion of Israel is a religious imperative. Much more in line with Jabotinsky's ideal that, the land of Israel has to expand to incorporate all the immigrants that will come in the time of Messiah. And so they see this aggressive attitude towards the Arabs as a religious idea. Now, that's obviously not the only position held by religious Jews. Another one that dates from before the war, called the Agudat Yisrael, also very popular and strong here in America today. They were religious, but they did not believe in Zionism as a political desiderata. They felt that Zionism had to wait for the Messiah. But have you heard that the Agudat Yisrael, they have a presence in Israel as well? That's because after the Holocaust, whoops. Oh no, I have to do the whole thing. Oh my gosh, that would be terrible. But basically what happened, this is my favorite part too. I pushed the wrong button. Okay, come on, fast forward. We'll go through these. Come on. I know, this is tedious. I'm not going to do this again. Bang, that's my favorite one. Okay, there we go. Here we go. Israeli politics, oh my gosh. Republicans and Democrats. This lecture would be over if we were only doing that. Okay, here we go. And here's the national. Okay, here's the Agudat Yisrael. And after the Holocaust, because there was really no Jews left in Eastern Europe, they moved to the Zionist position. And so you've got these two parties over here who are significant. They can be major power brokers in contemporary Israel, and we can add other parties as well, like Shas and so on. They join with the Likud, and they give Begin that bump that puts him over the edge and gives him the election. I'm going to have to skip on a little bit because I'm running out of time. The most dramatic moment in Begin's premiership, without a doubt, is his remarkable peace with Egypt. Now, as Yehuda Avner points out very effectively in his book, Begin did do a lot of the groundwork to allow it to happen. He knew Sadat's travel itinerary. Anwar Sadat, of course, the president of Egypt. And Begin traveled to those same locations, like to see the Shah of Tehran, for example, Shah of Iran. And he met with him before Sadat would show up. And he would tell him, listen, if Sadat ever makes any overtures, we'd love to talk with him. And then, of course, he would go back to Israel, and Sadat would visit the Shah of Iran. The Shah would say, I just met with Menachem Begin, and he said really nice things about you. Kind of like Aharon making peace, ironically. So when Sadat made a rather dramatic speech in Egypt about the possibility of bilateral talks with Israel, which was something that was in both Israel and Egypt's interest, because Jimmy Carter was trying to push multilateral talks in Geneva that had some disadvantages for them, then Sadat said he would be open to the idea of talking with anyone, even Israel, about peace. So right away, Begin initiated a conversation, and dramatically, Sadat took a plane to Israel to meet with him. A phenomenal sea change in Middle Eastern politics. I happen to remember it. I was only 2 years old at the time, but I do remember seeing it on TV. Not quite 2, but this is a picture of them greeting at the airport. Begin, again, consistent with his pro-religious attitude, insisted that his plane only arrived well after Shabbat on Saturday night, so that people could, observe the Shabbat and then hear about this and so on. And of course, as we know, they were able to hammer out a peace treaty. I don't have time to go into the details of it, but one of the more difficult things was that essentially Begin gave the entire Sinai Peninsula back to Egypt. They had conquered it in 1967. They surrendered it in 1979 Accords. That was basically accepted by the Israeli population, but some very, very difficult moments as they dismantled the settlement of Yamit. In particular, in 1982, here you can see Israeli soldiers actually dragging children out of their homes in Yamit to give the land back to the Egyptians. But ultimately, as I mentioned earlier, even though Begin had a very hawkish personality, he nevertheless saw the opportunity for peace with Egypt, and it's ironic that he, of all the prime ministers, should be the one to actually seal that deal. I'm going to have to skip over the last couple things to stay on schedule, but his wife died in 1982, and Begin was never the same after that. She died when he was out of town. He was in Washington, and he retreated from public life. And he found that he did not have the heart to engage in political struggle anymore, so he eventually resigned shortly thereafterwards and essentially led a life of very deep seclusion. He had a heart attack in 1984 and ultimately passed away. I forgot to mention, by the way, that he was also a Nobel laureate for his signing of the peace treaty with Sadat. And Sadat, who also won the Nobel Prize, was later assassinated by his own bodyguard, who had become close with the Muslim Brotherhood. But when we look at the overall legacy of Menachem Begin, we see an individual of tremendous intellectual resolve, willing to undergo incredible privation for his vision of the Jewish people, enduring torture and imprisonment under the Soviets, subject to a massive manhunt by the British, excoriated by the political establishment in his own country, and yet at the same time, it was only under his watch that we were able to establish this basically lasting peace accord with Egypt. Fascinating character of many contradictions. And with this, I want to thank you very much for your attention, and look forward to speaking with you next week. Thank you.
Consort is Hebrew 410. Together equals 15. D Hebrew for Havan. F is Hebrew for the month of Tav. Shisha Sidrei I Mishnah 6 orders of the Mishnah. Shisha is Hebrew for 6. Sidrei I is Hebrew for orders. Mishnah is Hebrew for teaching repetition. Shesh mitzvah 10 miniyat 6 constant mitzvah. Shesh is Hebrew for 6. Mitzvah is Hebrew for commandments. 10 miniyat is Hebrew for constant.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, we're right on time. Why don't we get started? So today's lecture is on a fascinating topic, Golda Meir, the fourth Prime Minister of Israel. And I'm hoping, as you know, this is a thinly veiled attempt to give a survey of Jewish history course in general. We use the figures that we do little biographic studies of as a sort of a foil to understand the larger patterns of history. As it happens, Golda Meir is herself history, so we'll be interweaving a lot of this, the early statehood period, right up until the Yom Kippur War, into this class, along with her life. I want to mention that this is in many ways really a two-part lecture that overlaps, because next week we're going to speak, God willing, about Menachem Begin, and of course they are contemporaries and erstwhile opponents in their political viewpoints, although they had tremendous respect for each other off the political stage. So a lot of the material that we'll discuss today will be very useful for us when we return next week and look at the life of Menachem Begin, who represents more of the right wing of the political spectrum, whereas Golda Meir is on the left wing. So the opening joke, I delayed a couple of minutes because, you know, the Torah Cafe people, once they get this video, they edit out the joke at the beginning, and I'm trying to fool them this time. Maybe the editor isn't watching so closely. Elia, okay, here it comes. So the joke goes like this. I do this thing with my students who are taking this class online. I have a few students in LA and New York who are taking this for credit, and I put in these secret biometric questions where, for example, I ask them, tell me something unique about yourself, like you enjoy zombie fiction, or you like to balance the spoon on the end of your nose. And then they tell me that, and then later on when I send them an online test, I stick that question in the test. And that way I know it's the same person answering as the person. There are other devices as well, but I can't give them away because they're watching. Okay, so one of them is I ask my students, tell me a joke because I'm running out. And I heard this one today from one of my students out in LA. She writes, so a woman is washing dishes by the sink, and her 8-year-old daughter is standing on a chair, or 6-year-old daughter is standing on a chair helping her. And the daughter looks at her mother and says, Mommy, how come some of your hairs are white? And the mommy says, well, you know, every time you make me upset or make me cry, one of my hairs goes white. The daughter thinks about it for a while and says, Mommy, now I know why Safta's hair is all white. Okay. It was better online, but okay. So let's talk about Golda Meir. Her years are 1898 to 1978. Her contemporary Ben Gurion, the first Prime Minister of Israel, called her, quote unquote, the best man in government, which was an interesting kind of compliment. She was known as the Iron Lady before that term was applied to Margaret Thatcher, because she was a very tough character. She was capable of tremendous acts of courage and kindness simultaneously, and she really was a very worthy leader of the early state of Israel. She comes originally from Kiev, and she emigrated to America as a child, growing up in Milwaukee, where now the school that she went to is named after her, Golda Meir Public School. And then she moved to Israel as a young woman, where she immediately sought her métier in politics, and she rose through the ranks of the Labor Party, serving in various ministries until she finally became the Prime Minister in 1969. She served ably in that position until 1974, when, in the wake of tremendous controversies, especially after the disastrous Yom Kippur War, she elected to resign, and ultimately she succumbed to lymphomatic cancer a few years later. But we're going to study, God willing, her life in the next 56 minutes, and along with it, I hope to give you some of the basics of the history of the Yishuv and the early statehood period. I know for many of you, this is basic review. Many of you lived through these events, either here or in Israel itself, and I apologize for the redundancy, but I think it's very important to review these things, especially because the videos go on the web and younger people have not necessarily the same level of familiarity with this history, and I hope that they will appreciate it for ongoing generations. So, as I mentioned, she was born in Kiev. Her father was a simple person, a carpenter. When he eventually moved to Milwaukee, he ended up getting a job working in railway yards. So it was a blue-collar kind of background. She had 7 siblings, of only 2 survived childhood. One of them, her sister Shana, she was especially close with. Shana had a strong influence on her politics and eventually emigrated to Israel, made Aliyah with her in the 1920s. Living in Kiev, as we discussed in previous classes, this time of Jewish history was very difficult. There was an increasing level of anti-Semitism. The last Tsar, Nicholas II, was a notorious supporter of the Black Hundreds. He also underwrote the publication of the horrible forgery of the Protocols of the Elders of Zion. And there was notably a whole series of pogrom waves that was affecting the entire Pale of Settlement. Since 1881, there were ongoing attacks on Jews. They were comparatively small when viewed from the lens of the mid-20th century. We're talking about murders of Jews in the numbers of tens and hundreds at the most, but nevertheless, the constant pressure and fear of attack was significant. And when the gates of emigration to America were open, then many Jews from the Pale of Settlement, specifically about 1.750 million Jews left the Pale of Settlement to come to this country. As I think we mentioned in previous classes, about 75,000 went north to Canada for the health insurance plans. Another 75,000 went down to South America and so on. But her father was part of that great emigration between 1881 and 1917 when the Soviet Union fell. He worked there for several years until finally he had enough money and stability to be able to bring the family over, and she came over at the tender age of, she would be 8. In 1906, this is a photograph of her when she was 10 years old. She was a tremendous student. She entered primary school with no English whatsoever, and she ultimately emerged as its valedictorian. Her leadership skills were evident right from the very beginning. Many of the children were impoverished immigrants themselves who lacked textbooks, and so she, at a very young age, we're talking about primary school, organized a charity fund drive to be able to purchase textbooks for her peers. She was so successful at this that the teachers loved her so much, and ultimately it's a great honor that the school would be named after her, as I mentioned. At age 14, she bought a train ticket and headed out to Denver, where her older sister Shana was then living. And it was in her sister Shana's living room that she was first acquainted with politics. Shana had a wide variety of friends who were from all walks of political persuasion, specifically Jews who were socialists, who were Zionists, communists, atheists, the whole range, all packed into this one living room. And around her dining room table is where she cut her teeth on the major political issues of the day. She ultimately married one of the men that she met there, a man named Meyerson. Her name was, by the way, Hebraicized later in 1956 to Meir, because Moshe Sharet felt it was inappropriate that members of the government should have these European-sounding names. He asked all members of the government to Hebraicize their names, so she shortened Meirson, which essentially means son of Meir, to simply Golda Meir, a more Hebraic sound. But at any rate, that's after her husband's name. So after some time with her sister in Denver, she moved back to Milwaukee, and she occupied a lot of her time, specifically what Jewish movement named the Poale Zion. She ended up, maybe I should mention Poale, well, I'll mention that in the next slide. Here's a picture of her with her husband, Morris Meyerson. They had a somewhat tumultuous marriage. They remained dedicated to each other throughout their entire life. He passed away in 1951, although ultimately Meyerson could not handle her political agenda and her political activity. He was a socialist himself, and he went to Israel because Golda made it a prerequisite for their marriage, but he was uncomfortable with the kind of rough and tumble world of politics as it's actually lived in the street in Israel. And I'm sure many of you, having been to Israel, you know that unlike America, where politics are so tame, I can't believe I actually said that. In Israel, politics are, immediate and relevant and matters of life and death. So people have quite literally arguments in the street over political positions. If you're standing at a bus stop and someone mentions a particular political figure, you're guaranteed an argument right there on the spot because people care deeply about their politics. This was not Morris Meyerson's personality, and ultimately they separated in 1932. He remained in Tel Aviv, and she went on to a very lively political career that I will describe shortly. They maintained an amicable separation. They never remarried, and they jointly raised their 2 children to adulthood. But moving back to her move to Israel, so she affiliated with a party called Kol Zion, which is a translation of the term Workers of Zion. Workers, of course, is a very socialist sounding word. That's a code word for those who are on the left wing of the spectrum. It was actually part of the Social Democrat Party, the exact same umbrella group that included, for example, the communists, both the Bolsheviks and then the more moderate Mensheviks. And it was a political party originally founded by Ber Borochov with the aim of creating a socialist state in Israel. That is, it was a marriage of both Zionism, hence the Zion in the name, and communism or socialism, hence the Poale, meaning the workers of Zion movement. The kind of ideals that they had were a hostility to religion. Although they valued the concept of the Jewish people, they valued the notion that religion helped keep the Jewish people integral and whole, they nevertheless felt that, like Marx taught, religion was an opiate for the masses and kept people from realizing their true class enemies rather than focusing on their class enemies, they focused on national or religious enemies. They also believed in this concept of Drushba Narodov, which means the friendship of peoples. They believed that if all peoples would only adopt socialist values, socialist economics, then there would be no reason for them to have any disputes whatsoever. And they attempted, to some degree, to apply this to their relationship with the Arabs, which, for various reasons, which we will explore more next week when we look at the critic of the Coalition movement, primarily Menachem Begin, we'll see there are several reasons why this never actually came to pass in the 1920s. But ultimately, this is the kind of philosophy that they espoused. The institution with which the Coalition was most prominently associated was, of course, the kibbutz. The word kibbutz comes from the verb to gather, the kabetz, and it really is it's a Hebrew translation of the Russian term kolkhoz, or collective. It was an amazingly creative experiment in socialist living in which everything was held collectively by the members of this small society. That means all property was held in common, all work was distributed in an equitable fashion based on each person's ability to do so. Any income gathered by the kibbutz, of course they were farming communities, agrarian communities, was distributed equally. And in fact, in the early years, we're talking about the first decade of the 20th century, a little bit before Golda Meir came, they even shared spouses. They believed in free love, and the idea that marriage was theft. It's another interesting quote from Marx, the idea that if one thinks one owns one's spouse, then that's clearly a violation of socialist principles, and so on. The more radical forms of the kibbutz died off fairly quickly. tended to have an abundance of males and a surfeit of females, as you might expect with that kind of free love policy. And ultimately, they settled down to a more moderate forms, which did persist in still fairly radical, by our terms, existence well into the 1960s, where, for example, spouses would live together as monogamous couples, but their children would be raised from a very early age in a collective environment called the gun. The children who were raised in these collective environments, there's some interesting studies done on them. For example, they tend to be very much overrepresented in war casualties and war heroes. They seem to be much more likely to defend the collective, even at risk of their own personal selves. So a fascinating experiment. At one time, kibbutzim were about 4% of the Israeli workforce, the agrarian area, the arable area in Israel were occupied by kibbutzim, and they produced about 40% of its agricultural output. So they're really quite productive, and they did a lot for building the state of Israel. So she went to this Poalei Tzion kibbutz called Merchavia. Ironically, she was rejected at first, but she reapplied and then she was accepted. And as I mentioned, her husband Morris, who was perhaps a little less enthusiastic about the entire project, nevertheless did follow her to Israel, and they lived for several years there in the kibbutz. She loved it tremendously. She loved the being outside, working with the almond groves and things like that. But she loved even more her activity in the Histadrut, which is the collective unionized body of all the kibbutzim. She was, her leadership skills were recognized quite early, and she was elected as the kibbutz representative to this organization. This brought her more and more into national politics, and ultimately she had to leave the kibbutz in order to pursue that passion, which was to organize and delegate and lead this country. She ultimately became the head of the political department of the Histadrut, which was an important stepping stone to being active in labor politics overall in Israel. Okay, I think at this point I'd like to pause and take a couple of questions because I want to step back and talk a little bit about Israel as a whole. Yes, please. Yes, she also spent some time teaching immediately after graduation. She was those who can. Yes. I didn't follow up on that. I will have to check Wikipedia later, where I got most of this stuff anyway. What happened to her children? Yes. Mabovich. All right. So let's talk about Israel now. Amazingly, even though the vast majority of the students I currently teach at Rothschild'S itself come from full-time Jewish day schools, they actually have quite a lacuna of knowledge about what is the state of Israel. There's a lot missing. And some schools do a better job of giving them some basic Israel education than others, but Israel advocacy is actually very low, even among those students who have the best Jewish education in this country. It's quite a sad thing. Ironically, I'll put a little plug for my eldest daughter, Rabbi. Many of you might know she was this week quoted in both the Wall Street Journal and the Canadian Jewish News. Pretty good for a 20-year-old and the 21-year-old. The Canadian Jewish News article was interesting because they have on college campuses is a fair amount of anti-Semitism that is thinly disguised as anti-Zionism. And so they interviewed Rafaela because she's one of the heads of the Israel advocacy group at Tura College. And they figured if the college is full of Jews, where's the anti-Semitism? But she says the problem is there's a lot of Israel apathy, which is a kind of internal anti-Semitism we bring upon ourselves in that population. But anyway, check it out. Rafaela Abramson, Canadian Jewish News, or Wall Street Journal. What day was this week was Wednesday, right? So I think it was Monday. Okay. All right. But what I usually say to students when I'm talking about Israel is that there's a general pattern, a kultur kampf, a cultural struggle in Israel that is incredibly deep-rooted in that society, and it is a struggle to maintaining in between two poles. On the one hand, Israel is a Jewish state. It wants to maintain its Jewish character. Everything Jewish has to be associated with Israel.
Sar equals B, B equals blue, shalom equals bill. Torah prohibition of mixing beef and bill. Central category in Kashrut. That full people. That equals
creating the foundation of the United States of America. So essentially, their dream or their agenda was realized by being a proposal of search for the United States of America in the early 2000s. We all know that, most of the founding fathers of the United States were Rothschild'S. So we know that that was established. Of course, I think that they have higher hopes than where it's, where displaying right now. But, it's still not, things are still being worked out. So, we never know what's going to happen. But I do believe that they were also, I know they were in Brazil. I know they were also, they were in North America. They were in all of the countries in Europe. They were in every single country. I find them, and as mediators, as advisors, as makers to the monarchs. They were very powerful. I mean, they were involved in every single, monarchy and every single governmental system all across Europe. And, and when they discovered Brazil, they called it an island of refuge, which means the true cross. They didn't even know knew that it was an entire continent until the 1400s. They didn't know. Portugal was very negative about this. They didn't steal kings until, until we have Henry the Navigator, and then we have, Columbus. We have a whole story on that too. But Columbus was not the real, was not even his name. It's Columbus's name. The guy that actually went and discovered Americas. His name was Sarko. His last name was Sarko. A guy named Sarko discovered America? Yes. He was on a ship with the original Columbus. He died. And his suit, they just changed. I had an interview with his great-great-great-great-grandfather. He gave me the whole story and showed me the whole genealogy and the family and the whole thing. I have 4 hours interview taped from this one. Are you the only one who knows this? Or different ones? Yeah, I'm going to be doing a documentary on the sector from the Knights Templar. Christopher Columbus did not discover America in 1492. Well, not the real one. The real one died. Sarko assumed his identity, and he was the one who went out on the ships and discovered America. It was not the Columbus. When he came back to Europe after the discovery, people thought he was Christopher Columbus. At first they did. It's fake. Yeah. There's even some suggestion that he was a Portuguese spy as well. We look at him and say, you're not the guy who left. Yeah, he worked directly under Queen Isabella. I mean, he must have been pretty good at what he does. And when he did, at that time, he must have been pretty darn good at it. Did he die? Did Christopher Columbus eventually? I think eventually die. Oh yeah, Sarko went on to, have a family and have descendants, etc. And he did eventually die. We don't know how his original Christopher Columbus he wrote that he was probably run overboard, which was very common when someone died on a ship when they were out in the middle, out at sea. That was a very common way to, get rid of the bodies from the seas or whatever. They died. So that nobody else could get it. There's an incredible story. This is the first time in my life I've heard the possibility that
toys. Heavenly toys. Galactic agnostic concept of divine communication outside prophecy. Rabbi Hebrew. House. Galactically for one Catholic compartment. Rabbi Sheni equals second temple. Rabbi Pit variant of basic rabbinical cord. Dean Hash Basha Hebrew. Between the suns. Twilight period between sunset and nightfall. Galactically uncertain status, often treated stringently. Inhabitatory Hebrew. Between the straits. The 3 weeks mourning period between 17th of Tammuz and 9th of Hajj. Basic Hebrew. House of Judgment. Rabbinical court and rules on galactic matters. Beit Dash Hebrew. House of Holiness. The Temple in Jerusalem. Central place of galactic worship in biblical times. Beit Midrash Hebrew.
Israel, everything Israel should be associated with Judaism. That's one key value, a core value in that society. The other core value, anyone want to guess what the other one is? Abramson? Any guess? Democratic, brilliant, oh my gosh. Israel. Israel also believes very deeply in democracy. It wants to be a society of equality, of human rights, of freedom. The problem is these two values, like a Venn diagram, tend to coalesce in certain areas, but they're quite far apart in others. So, for example, what do you do with the non-Jewish minority in Israel? Especially, as we shall see later, when they're so numerous that they threaten to demographically dilute the Jewish majority of the population. If you give them democratic equal rights, then they can theoretically vote out the Jewish policies of the state. And in fact, they could simply revert to being another Arab nation in the Middle East. And on the other hand, if you trample on commonly accepted democratic principles and you restrict the rights of non-Jews in Israel, then Israel sacrifices a core value that they feel very deeply about. And so as a society, Israel is always vacillating between these 2 points. The more Jewish, the more democratic. And sometimes one or the other will suffer. We can also see this coming, see this at the fore, even within the Jewish world. Because Orthodox Jews, in particular, will tend to view the definition of Jewish as being more Torah-oriented. And so therefore they will want Israel to be more observant. Less movie theaters on the Sabbath, less buses running on the Sabbath, less non-kosher butchers, and less general Dizengoff activity in Israel. But on the other hand, if we move in that direction, then we limit the democratic rights of the secular Israelis, who are the majority of the population. So this struggle between these 2 opposing centers of gravity, that is being Israel being Jewish and Israel being democratic, affects the orbit of this polity in the modern world. Okay, so we will return to this both today and this week. I'm worried about my timing, so let's just move straight to the period when we get to separation. So there is a period before 1917 where there's a growing settlement in Israel. It's called at this point the Yishuv, which means simply the settlement, because it's not, of course, a state. It's known as Palestine in general parlance. It will be officially known as Palestine after the Turkish Empire falls. But in the context of World War I, which of course ran from 1914 to 1918, the British sought to gain Jewish support, especially the support of influential Jews like Chaim Weizmann, very important in Manchester, I believe. And so with a lot of lobbying, eventually Lord Balfour, the foreign minister, issued this declaration in 1917, which led to worldwide jubilation among Jews. It was overwhelming. The text reads, it's worth seeing it in the original. His Majesty's government views with favor the establishment in Palestine of a national home for the Jewish people. At this point, the Jews simply stopped reading because that's all they needed to hear. Break out the Manischewitz because it's time to party. It says, look at this. The first time a modern European state actually voted or indicated that they thought this was a great idea. Establish the state of Israel. If you want, you can go online and see my lecture on Herzl. There's a lot more talking there about how we got to this point. However, the Arabs read the rest of the statement, which goes, nothing shall be done which may prejudice the civil and religious rights of existing non-Jewish communities in Palestine. So on the one hand, the British are saying, we want to give this area to the Jews for the national homeland. On the other hand, they're saying, as long as the people living there right now aren't too upset about it. And it turned out to be impossible to actually bring this to fruition because there was no way the indigenous population was going to stand for a Jewish state there. Ultimately, what happened after the Turkish Empire, known as the Sick Man of Europe, collapsed, the British were given control of the region in what the United Nations called a mandate. It was actually the League of Nations. At this point, it would later be reincarnated as the United Nations. And this region they called Palestine actually encompassed all of Israel and Jordan over here. There was no real distinction between the two regions whatsoever. Some ongoing negotiations went on, and ultimately Jordan was established, and the British mandate was reduced to what we understand as Israel today. I'm just going to skip quickly through the 1920s and 1930s. The most important elements of those 2 decades were ongoing pressure for Jewish immigration. You have tens of thousands of Jews landing in Israel, and you have ongoing Arab protests. Major riots in Hebron in 1929, massacres in yeshivas, and the British are getting increasingly frustrated trying to maintain the principles of this Balfour Declaration. On the one hand, they promise the state to the Jews. On the other hand, they have to placate the Arabs. The Arabs also have a very significant demographic and political advantage because they are so numerous in the Middle East, controlling regions with a lot of oil. And this comes to an incredible head immediately after the Holocaust, when Jews are striving to make immigration to Israel. And the opinion of the world is basically that England should let them in because they've suffered so badly. There was a brief period of a honeymoon in anti-Semitism when, for about 15 years, Jews had a certain amount of world sympathy, and England was trying to hold desperately onto the mandate. Ultimately, and next week we'll talk more about the particulars of what happened in this time, because Menachem Begin was very involved in driving the British out. Ultimately, they handed it back to the League of Nations, then now the United Nations, and they said, "Here, you guys take care of it." And the United Nations came up, which was probably the stupidest plan you could possibly think of if someone challenged you to do so. They divided the territory into 7 non-contiguous areas. 3 of them were to be designated as Arab zones. That is this gray area here, which is the Gaza Strip, and a little bit down into Negev. This area here, which would be known as the West Bank, roughly, or Shomron, Yehuda, and this region in the Galilee, which would be Arab zones. The Jewish zones were to be this eastern part, of the Galil, around the Yam Kinneret, the coastal region from Haifa down below Tel Aviv, and then this largely uninhabited region of the south, the Negev. And Jerusalem was to be an international zone. So divide up this tiny territory into 7 parts and hope that everyone would get along. As I'm sure you all know, how it turned out is that the Jews accepted the plan. They were happy to have even a crazy, patchwork kind of demographic outline like this in order to just have a state. The Arab nations, of course, universally rejected the plan, and the War of Independence ensued immediately thereafter. Very brutal struggle in which ultimately the Jews were able to amazingly consolidate their territory and actually enlarge it in a few places. So we'll return to that, but let me pause for a couple of questions before we go back to Golda Meir. Well, I'm just talking so fast like a blue streak here. Does anyone know any jokes I could repeat? this point. I used to know a lot of jokes about living in Israel, but yes, please.
Repetition of prior leading melodies, circumlogic discussions about embellishment. Chants are in Hebrew. Repetition returned. Refers either to one the gender and passions repetition of the hymn by the prior leader, or to review the Torah study. Chants in each title. Missionary men.
There's definitely, I mean, it's the same problem as always. The Talmud is definitely jumping forward. This, by the way, has to deal with the compromise that was put in place by Ben Gurion on the establishment of the state in order to garner support of all Jews living in this demographically threatened region. You know, it's not good for Jews to be divided when they're fighting with the Arabs. And that compromise, the so-called status quo law, well, it's not really a law, it was just an accepted practice, was that, for example, yeshiva students receive an exemption from serving in the armed forces, Orthodox women have an exemption, or they could volunteer for civil service, that kind of thing. And that has been challenged and ultimately defeated with the Tal law, which I believe was passed in the late 90s or early 2000s. Yeah. So the Tal law is really the culmination of that resentment that why is that these guys are exempt from the army. So it is jumping ahead quite a bit. Why don't we come back to it next week and talk about Menachem Begin, because it deals very much with the revisionist perspective on the appropriate posture of Jews in the state. But excellent question. Any others? Okay, I'm on my own. All right. So she had an important role, obviously, in these early years. Specifically, her fluency in English and her powerful reputation as a speaker had her sent to America, where the young state was desperately seeking aid from Americans. She blew past all of their expectations. The government thought that perhaps they would collect $7 million from America for support of the war effort. Golda Meir came back home with $50 million. So it was amazing how she was able to really generate support. We would see this again in Moscow. I'll show you the next slide. Ben Gurion actually said of her that she was the Jewish woman who got the money, which made the state possible. And really, this is the bottom line. She made the state possible through her fundraising. She was also active in international politics, including a rather bizarre and courageous trip to Jordan when she disguised herself as an Arab woman to negotiate with King Abdullah to try to persuade him not to participate in the war effort. He, of course, declined, but he said to her, listen, why don't you wait? Why are you rushing this? Don't you realize, that maybe we can solve this diplomatically? Why are you rushing to have a state? And she famously quoted, famously responded, we waited for 2,000 years, isn't that long enough? So she went back home unsuccessful with King Abdullah, but ultimately the Jews were able to defend their borders. This is what the new state looked like, a little bit drawn back because I want to include the Sinai here. So if you recall the way the UN partition plan looked, and this is if they had armistice in 1948, this is what the state of Israel would have looked like, just these kind of orange colors here. But after the War of Independence, they were able to consolidate a little bit wider waste by the Mediterranean. They were able to penetrate up through the Judea Samaria region to Jerusalem, although unfortunately they were not able to conquer all of Jerusalem, and the Jewish quarter of the old city remained on the Jordanian side. They were also able to take over the entire Galil and consolidate a little bit of the Negev, which was an amazing achievement that they actually were able to increase their boundaries, although at great cost. One of Golda Meir, of course, was very active. She was one of the earliest, she was one of the signatories to the Israeli Declaration of Independence. She wrote at that time that she was educated in America, and she noticed the respect that Americans have for the founding fathers. And she says, reflecting on the idea that I myself was a signatory to the Declaration of Independence of Israel was something that she openly tried. She took a name to the table. She also had a liberal approach, which is consistent really with her socialist politics, to the Palestinian refugee problem, which began really in the 48-49 war. Specifically, there was a large population of Arabs living in Israel, or living in what would be Israel, who fled the war zone for neighboring countries. Ultimately, in most of those countries, Egypt, Jordan, Syria, and Lebanon, would keep these Palestinians and their children and their grandchildren in refugee camps for decades, something that Golda Meir felt terrible about and resented. But she also felt that the fact that these Arabs left Israel was a tragedy of incredible proportions. She even compared it to the suffering of the Jews in the Holocaust, a rather large comparison in the 1940s. The reasons for that Arab exodus were complex. And again, that's something I would like to push off a little more to next week's discussion of Menachem Begin, because he personally was involved in several of the most key incidents. Is it running low on battery? Are we okay? Running low on battery? Time? Timer battery. Okay, this is okay. This happens all the time. We're just going to quickly plug it in. So, and we're recording. We are back now. Okay. So we'll talk about it more next week when we get to Menachem Begin, because he was very much involved in it. But there are very different narratives of this exodus. Jews and Israelis generally have one version of describing why the Arabs left. Arabs, as you might not be surprised, have a totally different version. And it's really an ongoing problem that affects Israel today and is an extremely important element in the determination of, God willing, someday a lasting peace in the region. Now, shortly after the state was established, she was sent to be an envoy to Moscow, which was an early supporter of the state of Israel, actually voting for its establishment in the United Nations. Amazingly so, because later they would change that position. And she was issued passport number 1 from the new state. They didn't do it in alphabetical order. They just gave her passport number 1. And she went to Moscow, where she was very successful in her mission. But there was one event that had a tremendous impact on her personally, and she spoke about it and wrote about it endlessly. She went to Rosh Hashanah Yom Kippur services at the Moscow Choral Synagogue, and she was surrounded by literally tens of thousands of Jews chanting her name and chanting the word Israel. Here's a photograph that shows her. You can just see that she is, oh, you know what, I totally forgot. My gosh. Yeah, here it is. I've gone through 40 minutes, and we have, this is why we need like more of it. I have this remote clicker that the Torah Cafe people sent me. Yeah, and let's put it up here. And it has this nifty little red thing here, which is great if you have a cat, because they like to chase it. And this circle here circles Golda Meir, surrounded by a sea of Soviet Jews. And she was so overwhelmed with the support she received there that she felt that the mission that she was engaged in by establishing the state of Israel was something that was of cosmic proportions, because it affected all of the Jews worldwide. And she came back to Israel with renewed vigor and renewed strength to endure the challenges of leadership. This actually was later put on Israeli stamps, and I believe even some currency, this famous photograph of Golda Meir in Moscow. Okay, let's try it out. Torah Cafe people, what's going on with this? Okay, this was 1949, I believe. Okay, I guess I should have started it earlier. Wait a minute, right here. It's the wrong photo. Oh well. So much for the picker. Okay, jumping ahead again a little bit, major events militarily. She was not the leader of the country at the time, but it's impossible to discuss the later events without looking at the 6-Day War, which was one of the most phenomenal victories Israel had ever achieved, and in fact it is still a stellar victory when it's studied today. I'll tell you a quick story about my yeshiva, or Sameach. Is a story they often describe there, where there was a young man in the yeshiva, and there's more Sameach in yeshiva for Bali Tshuva, people who come to Judaism with a limited training and background. And you ask about where people are from. Some are from Harvard, some are from Yale, whatever. And one guy said he was from West Point. So they said, "What are you doing here from West Point? I mean, what a trip coming from West Point to a yeshiva in Jerusalem. How did that happen?" So he said, the story goes, that he was participating in a class on military strategy, and they had, a highly decorated general teaching this class with like 25 stars and things like that. And they went through many of the great battles of history. Waterloo, Battle of the Bulge, invasion of Normandy, things like that. And they studied what happened, why a certain general was victorious, what strategy was used, and so on. And they analyzed all these battles. And at the end of the course, this young man went up to the general and said, "Excuse me, sir, I'm very curious, why did we not study any of the Israeli wars? I mean, certainly they must have some merit. They're all quite different and so on. Why didn't we look at them?" And apparently the general said to him, "Young man, the reason we don't study the Israeli wars is because those victories are completely unexplained by any strategy known to man. They are totally miraculous, and I have no way to explain how the Jews won." So, at any rate, the 6-Day War certainly, and that's how we ended up in yeshiva. Of course, what am I doing in West Point, if I can go to the West Bank? No. Anyways, so again, the short form, because I want to discuss this again in more detail with Menachem Begin. Egypt, in particular, and Syria threaten the nascent state once again. They've had several skirmishes, the 1956 Sinai campaign in particular, but at this point, Egypt is really ready to completely obliterate Israel, particularly with its ally Syria. In June of 1967, it's absolutely clear this is their intentions. They threatened the United Nations, and its leader, Mustant, decided that it was unsafe for the UN peacekeeping forces to maintain the border zone, and so therefore Mustant removed all of the UN peacekeepers on the borders, completely exposing Israel to Egyptian tanks. And so the entire world knew that Israel was about to be driven into the sea. My uncle Leon, he should live me well, he described me, he was a young man at the time, and he describes how he and his friends, they immediately dropped out of medical school to buy their tickets to get to Israel and to support the new state. And then by the time, they came to the airport, the war was already over, because it was an amazing overnight victory. Essentially what Israel did was it launched a controversial now preemptive strike where they attacked the Egyptians and the Syrians before they could attack Israel, relying on a Talmudic principle. When someone comes to kill you, get up earlier than him and kill him first. It's a very basic Talmudic idea, and largely through the overwhelming air superiority, through the tremendously courageous Air Force, they were able to destroy much of the Egyptian Air Force before it even got off the tarmac. There are photographs of exploded planes and Egyptian soldiers lying on the runways, not even having the chance to take off. Within short order, all of these armies were defeated. The main outcome of this, however, was huge territorial expansion for Israel, which proved to be advantageous in some obvious ways, but at the same time, a great burden for Israel to bear, one that they still struggle with several decades later. Specifically, they conquered the entire Sinai Peninsula here, right up to the banks of Cairo and the Nile River here. They conquered all of the Gaza Strip, of course, which was attached to the Sinai Peninsula. They conquered all of what would be called the West Bank, so-called because it was on the west side of the Jordan River here. And they conquered this mountain region up in Syria known as the Golan Heights. Now, they had to decide what they were going to do with these territories. They basically had three options. One was exchange it immediately for peace, meaning just release that territory and sign a peace treaty with the country that had lost that territory. And many Israelis felt that, of course, that's what's going to happen. In the next 6 months or so, we'll sit down, they'll realize we're here to stay, and we'll have peace. We'll get our land back, and then we'll have peace. But ultimately, none of the Arab nations stepped forward being willing to get that land back for peace. So Israel had to make one of two other decisions. One is to annex the territory, which means to completely own it, to declare it permanently part of Israel, which sounds like a reasonable thing to do. It was won fair and square in war, but at the same time, because you'll recall, Israel wants to be a democratic nation, annexing a territory means you have to give its citizens, give its residents citizenship. You cannot, under international law, take over a country and then literally enslave the people there or consider them second-class citizens. If you want to claim that territory as your own real estate, you have to give them citizenship, which is precisely what Israel did in the region of the Golan Heights, which was sparsely populated, also ironically by a population of Arabs known as the Druze, who are traditionally friendly to the states in which they inhabit. So the Druze actually have a supportive role towards Israel. And because it's a mountain region that overlooks Damascus on one side, or the Galil lowlands on the other side, it has high strategic value. And they said, we're just going to keep the Golan Heights, thank you very much. They also agreed to annex East Jerusalem, which has high symbolic value for Israel. Jerusalem is, of course, the 3,000-year capital of Israel. The old city with the temple in it is beyond value for Jews and Jewish history. And so they said, we are taking East Jerusalem, we're making it part of Israel, and in fact, all the Arabs living there were given citizenship, given full Israeli citizenship, passports, the whole deal, in accordance with the democratic principles of international law. However, the larger population of what would be called Yehuda and Shomron and Gaza here, or the West Bank and the Gaza Strip, there was a large number of Arabs living there, and the Israelis were not willing to simply annex those territories and give the Arabs living there citizenship, so they simply declared them administered territories. This is a kind of a neutral term. Some prefer the term occupied, which is decidedly derogatory towards the occupier, in this case Israel. But that's essentially the status quo that was held in place until 2003, when the Gaza Strip was actually abandoned in a very controversial disengagement process. The West Bank, of course, is still administered by Israel, where the Arabs living there do not have the full access to rights and privileges that Israeli citizens do, which is an ongoing sore point for Palestinians, obviously, and for Israelis as well. It is a burden to administer these territories, but there is no lasting solution in immediate proximity. God willing, next week we will address this in greater detail as well, because Begin had a plan that was attempted in some parts, and we'll discuss how that worked out. Okay, so this is the status just before she comes to power. Oh, here's a picture of East Jerusalem, which gives you a sense of how it was annexed, as well as regions immediately to the north and the south as well. So she comes into Knesset. I love this photograph, which I think gives you a real sense of her personality, right? She's got muscle and she's a powerful orator. She had an uninterrupted reign in Knesset in various ministries, labor, foreign affairs, internal affairs from 1949 to 1966. As I mentioned, her name changed in 1956 to Mayor. But she retired in 1966 because she was diagnosed with lymphomatic cancer. Is it lymphomatic or lymphatic? Lymphomatic. It's bad any way you look at it, but it's how does that joke go? They're at a funeral, and someone says to the other one, look, it's 90 years old, never had a cold, and now this. She, in her tenure as prime minister, she was an outspoken individual. I think in many ways a lot like Bibi Netanyahu, because she had, a very effective command of the English language, and she could play a role on the world stage on a lot of issues. Unfortunately, part of her tenure was marred by the growth of Arab terrorism in this period, realizing that that Israel could not be shaken with conventional military methods, particularly after the Six-Day War. The Arabs, under the newly founded Palestinian Liberation Organization headed by Yasser Arafat, launched a large series of attacks on more vulnerable Israeli targets throughout the world. Most egregiously, the 1972 massacre of athletes at the Munich Olympics, several bombings of El Al, El Al ticketing lounges in airports.
How are you?
And time again, she was
What's
faced
going
with
on,
the challenges
Pascal?
of dealing with international terrorism outside of Israeli borders.
Pascal, can you hear me? How's your day going, big dog? I can't really hear what you're saying. I hope you're doing well, big dog. Oh boy, I can't hear you. Maybe you want to leave and come back or check your microphone.
Okay, I said, how about you? My day is good.
Oh yeah, now I can hear you. I'm doing well, my friend. What's on your agenda for this weekend?
Said what?
What are you doing this weekend?
Nothing much. Not doing anything apart from playing football.
Okay, very well.
Obviously.
So that's cool. Are you excited for the weekend?
Yeah. Absolutely.
Excellent. Well, that's wonderful.
Yeah, so what do you do for the weekend?
I'm going to watch Jewish history lectures. I'm going to study a little. Just some vocabulary. And I'm going to create robots for a platform that I spam. Aside from that, I'm going to just do my best to be a good person. How does that sound?
It sounds nice.
Absolutely.
Nice.
I've got a
What you need?
do you know what fantasy football is? Yeah, I do. Do you know what fantasy football is?
What? You say what?
Do you know what fantasy football is?
Not really. Not really.
Okay, it's like,
Why not then?
have you ever heard of it?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I've got a draft that's coming up, so I'm going to prepare for that. I've been doing some mock drafts, and I'm doing my best to be as prepared for it as possible, but I feel nothing's going to prepare me. I have no idea what's going to happen in it, so just excited to have that start. And we've got football coming up in the United States, which is cool. I'm excited for that.
Okay.
So I'm just chilling.
So, yeah, I got you. So, what are you watching?
Jewish history lectures. Feel free to watch, my friend. This is Professor Henry Abramson.
As well as attacks within Israel, although they would not get to really the most terrible points until the 1990s. She had a well-known showdown with Austria that was really telling of the world movement.
I'm here. I'm just adjusting one of my devices.
Leadership skills when Austria, of course, being in East Central Europe, had a transit camp that was reserved primarily for Soviet Jews. There was a trickle of Jews that were allowed out of the Soviet Union in the 1970s, and they primarily went through this one camp. The name of it escapes me right now, but this one camp in Austria. The Palestinian movement threatened Austria with terrorist attacks if they were to keep this camp open, because the Palestinians wanted to slow the immigration of Jews from Russia into Israel, which they felt was a great demographic threat to their ambitions to take over the land of Israel. So Austria caved in. The minister, who was ironically prime minister, was Jewish. He closed the transit camp, and at that time, Wilton Lear was speaking to the Council of Europe, which I believe was in Brussels at the time, and she literally lashed out at Austria for its cowardice. She went to meet with Austria's prime minister, his name was Kreisky. Afterwards, she sat down with him, and she told him that if he really refuses to actually he was guilty to the Palestinians. If he does yield to them, there will be no end to terrorism for Austria whatsoever. And Yeltsin said that they're not going to reach an agreement, so she left the room. And the first thing she said to journalists was that he did not even offer her a glass of water. And so Kreisky ultimately was shamed into creating an alternate transit camp for Soviet Jews to come through Austria, but ultimately she lost the overall battle on that particular site. But this is a kind of indicative of the leadership role that she played on an international level. Domestically, the end of her tenure as prime minister was marred by a horrible event, the awful Yom Kippur War of 1973. At this time, the young general Anwar Sadat was in charge, and he had some taste of battling with the Israelis, and he disagreed with the prevalent mood that Israel was unbeatable. Using a strategy that combined a lot of secrecy, once again with the allies in Syria, Sadat planned an attack on Israel that flew largely under the radar for much of the year 1973. The attack was planned specifically for Yom Kippur, holiest day of the Jewish calendar, when most Jews would be fasting. Although ironically, even though Jews call it Yom Kippur, the Yom Kippur War, Arabs call it the Ramadan War, because it occurred during their month of Ramadan, and secular historians prefer the more neutral term October War. At any rate, Meir was the prime minister at the time, and her ministers advised her that, in fact, the troops were massing and it looked like an attack was imminent. However, there was a big dispute among her advisors as to what to do about it. Certain contingent of advisors said, launch another preemptive attack, just like in 1967. That's the only way that we're going to win. Others, including the famous General Moshe Dayan, said that a preemptive strike was inappropriate, that it's not inclusive.
What'd you say? What's up, big dog?
Okay. I've had enough. I'm quite a little bit busy. But before I go, what do you do for a living?
I'm a certified project management professional.
Okay. Okay. That's nice. Nice. You get paid for streaming live 24/7.
Some.
Later folklore associates it with mystical halachic debates.
That's nice. Nice. You always watch things concerning Israel. Are you from Israel?
No, I'm from the United States.
Okay. Well, currently you're in the United States.
You're coming to the United States?
No, not really. Not really. You want to see me?
Sure, if you want.
I will one day. I will.
Is that where you want to live?
Not really. Not really. They want to, play football, become a footballer one day, if possible.
All right, big dog.
Actually, yeah.
Refers to preparing utensils for kosher use or the process by which food becomes susceptible to impurity. Hadaf Hebrew for beauty. Intelligence refers to the requirement of inner mitzvah. Unifying a commandment, e.g. a beautiful lumah or etrit. Hadbaka Hebrew for lifting. The raising of the Torah scroll during synagogue service. Halachically requires visibility to the congregation. That is Hebrew for telling narrative. Refers to the Passover text used at the Seder. Halachically required for the mitzvah of recounting the Exodus. Haggadah Hebrew for festival offering. Sacrificial offerings brought on the pilgrimage festivals.
Maybe just saber rattling. Ultimately, she decided to take a moderate course. She did not order a preemptive strike, but she did order a full mobilization of the army. So she ordered the country on high alert immediately, and the attack came within 6 hours. So ultimately, Israel was able to beat them back and even push the boundaries further onto the other side of the Nile River in the case of Egypt after they had significant American support. But it was a devastating blow for Israel. They suffered very high casualties, and that the glow of the David versus Goliath that came after 1967 was definitely diminished because people saw that Israel would lead as well. This ultimately catapulted Anwar Sadat as a general to the prime ministership or the vice presidency of Egypt later, because he was a great hero in Egypt for having bloodied the Jews' noses. And we'll talk again with Begin next week about how, ironically, he was able, once he had defeated Israel in battle, he was able to then turn around and make peace with them. Although that would ultimately earn him an assassination at the hands of the current movement controlling Egypt, the Muslim Brotherhood, against more extremist material. One strong opinion in defense of Mayer's decision to not launch that preemptive strike came from Henry Kissinger, who confirmed after the war was over that, in fact, if Mayer had declared that preemptive strike, which again was controversial in the international world, then Kissinger said that America would not even have contributed a single nail to the war effort. And that American support in munitions and political support was incredibly important. So ultimately, it seems that her decision was, although costly, the wisest one possible. This was the determination of the Abu-Anab Commission, which looked at the war and conducted an extensive postmortem to try and determine what could have been done better. And it ultimately cleared Golda Meir of any blame for not deciding that preemptive strike.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I need to go back to work, so we'll talk later.
All right, Pascal. We'll see you, my friend. Have a wonderful day. Thank you, my friend.
Yeah. You too.
May appear in discussion and moderation. Hamza Hebrew Arabic for fire. Code object handshake charm. Non-halachic that present in Jewish culture. Hansaga Hebrew for conduct practice. Intelligence often means pious customs beyond strict law. Arabic Hebrew for excommunications bans. Halachic sanctions imposed by rabbinic courts. Har Sinai Hebrew for Mount Sinai. Central to Fallujah as the place where Torah was given. Haredi Hebrew for one who trembles before God. Refers to strictly observant Jews. Not itself halachic, but describes halachic lifestyle. Parsha Hebrew for authorization. In Fallujah refers to appointing an agent for granting legal power. Havdalah Hebrew for separation. Ritual marking the end of Shabbat or festivals. Halachic requirement includes wine, spices, and candle. Hazan Shezan Hebrew for cantor. Leader of prayer in synagogue. Halachic qualifications require proper pronunciation, moral standing. Hefker Hebrew for ownerless property.
Her party went into an election immediately thereafter. Her party won the re-election, but several months later she was simply too exhausted from the infighting and the recriminations over the results of the war that she decided she would resign, which she did in 1974. She died several years later in 1978 of that cancer, which was first diagnosed already in 1966, causing her worst Richard component. So looking at her legacy, she's a fascinating woman, a tremendously powerful speaker, tremendously motivated ideologue. In large part, she sacrificed her personal life, her family life with her husband and her children for the needs of this nascent country, this great experiment in Jewish statehood. And as the signatory of the Declaration of Independence, her name is permanently inscribed in the history of the annals of this country, and her character and her leadership continue to motivate and inspire us all. Thank you, as always, for your intelligent attention and indulgence, and I look forward to speaking to you next week about Malcolm X.
Hebrew for beautifying of amendment. The logic principle of performing mitzvah with extra beauty and effort. Chidash Hebrew Chronology the innovation. Intelligent refers to a new insight or legal reasoning. Hilchot Hebrew for laws and prefix used in halachic codes, e.g. Hilchot Shabbat. Silula Aramaic Hebrew for celebration. In Jewish custom, refers to commemorations of feasts added to death anniversaries.
I think we've got a fantastic class planned for tonight. I'd like to say a couple of thank yous. First of all, thank you for that unexpected reading, and I especially appreciate the mention of my father,
refers to acknowledgement of debt, confession, or prayer of thanks.
We're waiting for a date on surgery, and it's still kind of up in the air.
Liturgical prayers recited on Sukkot. Halachical include processions and Torah. Hashem and remembrance for the great Hashem.
Other thank yous.
Final day of Sukkot with unique halachic prayers and rituals. Concept Hebrew for carrying out thanksgiving. One of the 39 halachic forbidden labors on Shabbat involves in carrying between the days. And the John Hebrew for statute law. As its method rationale is not revealed, e.g. Tetrad, Red Hyper.
We like the idea that
the Hebrew for the halachic marriage ceremony requires standing under Hachshaka.
together.
And church Hebrew for destruction. Refers halachically to mourning customs for the temple as destruction. Study Hebrew for silence. Appears in halachic contexts with prayer decorum. Ignorant Hebrew for letter epistle. In halachic and rabbinic contexts, often refers to responsive literature, e.g. either of Moshe by or Moshe Feinstein. Ignorant Harambam Hebrew for letter of the Rambam. Famous ethical book of Nachmanides. Study for lesser ethical religion. Hebrew for being essential. In halachic discourse, distinguishes the primary obligation differ from secondary tackle.
Okay, so with that said, today's class is on a fascinating character who I hear showing the principle of this period of history called the most documented Jewish life in the 17th century, which is a truly amazing
the primary food requires a blessing, covering the secondary.
even though he plays a somewhat minor role in the overall story of Jewish history and marked about progress through the Middle Ages. He was quite notorious, and especially he was one of those Jewish figures who crossed the religious divide and was a great consolation to the Jews and Muslims alike. He ruled kings, and so we have state documents.
Welcome, Zoot. How you living, Pam?
Not too bad.
Are you ready for me?
Yeah.
All right.
Denies Hebrew for matter subject. Used constantly in halachic texts to introduce that topic denies Shabbat equals the matter of Shabbat.
What up, pimp?
Iska header Iska Aramaic Hebrew for business partnership. Halachic legal mechanism.
Big dog, I'm listening. What's up?
You think my neighbor from when I was a baby feels bad that she dropped me on my head when she was 15, 16?
For sure, dog. And you can't even really blame her. You can't even really blame her she was quite young,
Central halachic term describing what the Torah or rabbis
Yeah.
forbid.
and I don't even think it did anything wrong to you.
Fisher Hannah of Hebrew for prohibition of benefit. Category of halachic.
Doug, aside from
But any benefit is forbidden, e.g. Chemetz after Pesach.
Tourette syndrome, you basically are pretty normal, and you keep blaming other people for all the shit that happens to you.
Prohibition punishable by lashes in temple times.
I don't know. I feel like the thing dropped on my head did something.
All right, you're allowed to think that. Zoot, did you know you have an invitation?
Halachic identity term for a Jew, used in Torah and later law. Tefillah Hebrew for deep study of prayer. Halachic Messer practice of meditating on the meaning of prayers. Hebrew for investigation in-depth study. In halachic, learning refers to deep analysis as opposed to quick review begin. Native Hebrew for examination of the judgment.
Zoot, I'm going to beat you 5 games in a row.
Careful deliberation of a case. Jubilee Yomel Hebrew Yomel means Jubilee. Every 50th year,
Who do you think's not normal?
Land returned to
I
original
don't know.
owners, slaves free,
What is
and
normal?
agricultural work ceased.
Sorry?
I don't know. What is normal?
Institution tied to SH Mida. Judah Yehuda Hebrew Yehuda means praise thanksgiving.
Neurotypical?
One
Yeah.
of the 12 tribes. Halachically, the ancestor of the kingdom of Judah, from which the term Yehudi derives. Jewish Yehudi Hebrew Yehudi means a descendant of Yehuda. In Halacha, a Jew is one born to a Jewish mother or converted according to Halacha. Jewish law Halacha Hebrew Halacha means the way, the path. The collective body of Jewish religious law governing daily life, rituals, and ethics. Jerusalem Yerushalayim Hebrew Yerushalayim means foundation of peace. Central city in Halacha. Site of the temple, direction of prayer, source of many laws tied to the land. Jericho,
What are you saying, Zoot? Did you go into the city and get some poontang?
First city conquered upon entry into the land of Israel. Appears in Halachic
No.
discussions on
Why not?
agriculture and sanctity of the land. Joseph Hebrew Yosef
My
means
phone's
evil
nearly
hands.
dead.
Dude, charge it.
Ancestor of the tribes Ephraim and Benesh.
The charger keeps fucking off.
Okay, well, you need to charge your phone, dog.
Moses' successor, leader who sanctified the land. In Halacha, many agricultural obligations are linked to his conquest. Judges Shafik Hebrew Shafik means judges. Refers to leaders in the pre-monarchy era. Halachically, they i.e. judges are central to basic
Finally.
rulings. Justice Tzedet Hebrew Tzedet means justice, righteousness. In Halacha, linked to fairness in courts and dealings Tzedet, turn off pursue justice. Job Hayam Hebrew Hayam means persecuted, hated.
Zoot, are you going to go?
Dealing with suffering and divine justice.
No.
Cited in Halachic
Why not?
in discussions of reward and punishment.
I need to charge my phone's about to die.
Okay, well, then take a fucking charger and put it in your phone.
Halachically significant for means of repentance Teshuvah. Jeremiah Yermeliyahu Henry Yermeliyahu means God will
Dude, this
recall.
guy doesn't know what I'm
Prophet
going to do with
during
him.
the destruction of the first temple. His words form the book of Lamentations read on Tisha B'Av. Joel Yol Hebrew Yol means in his Lord. Prophet whose book is read as the Haftarah on fast days, connected to themes of repentance and fasting. Jethro Hebrew means his abundance. Moses' father-in-law. Parsha Yitro contains the 10 Commandments, a halachic foundation. Judgment Yitzhak Hebrew Yitzhak means he will open. A judge in the book of Judges, cited in halachic discussions of vows.
Israel, Israel, Hebrews, Israel, means God will sound.
That the Jewish Messiah had arrived,
Israel
so we
tied to
have
agricultural
multiple
policies of the
valences
land.
to look at this individual character and see a lot about
Aramaic
who he was and what he did.
sanctification.
His dates are
Central
1626 to
paraphrasing song
1676.
recited
He
by
died
mourners
just a few
and
months
services to
shy
mark
of his 50th
transitions.
birthday. And of course, those of you who are
Choirs and
completely
foreign
new
Indian.
to Jewish history, his claim to fame was that in the year 1665, he claimed that he was the Iconic and he engendered a huge following all across Asia Minor and Europe. Many Jews were held in awe by his teachings, the force of his personality, and his impact on the world, and many very significant Jewish leaders were actually bound to his cause. They were severely disappointed when, only about a year later, he confronted the Sultan of the Turkish Empire, and he requested politely that he be given Jerusalem in order to initiate the Messianic period. The Sultan made a counteroffer, either convert to Islam or I will decapitate you, and he decided to convert to Islam, leaving his followers tremendously dejected, huge mark on Jewish self-consciousness for the next several hundred years, and we will explore the ramifications of that decision. But I want to start with a little joke, and I have to tell you, this is a joke that when I first heard it, I thought it was very, very funny, but it was just a little bit off color. And I was thinking, could I possibly tell this joke? Maybe I could tell it in this situation, but I couldn't get it on the internet. I thought about it, so I edited it very lightly, so it would be guaranteed not to offend. So the joke goes like this. Or at least it's not guaranteed not to offend, but hopefully it'll pass. And if not, I'll just edit it out. So the joke goes like this. And it deals, of course, we're talking about conversion, so it's in that vein. Reuben and Shimon, two Jewish guys, are walking down the street one day, and they pass by a religious institution of another faith. That's the part that appears offensive. So I'm going to use the version that doesn't identify the religious institution, and therefore hopefully we will avoid any
concept in Yiddish and holiday prayers.
watching this video. So they pass this institution of another faith, and there's a big sign outside that institution that says Jews convert to this religion $500 today. So Reuben says to Shimon, what do you think of that? Isn't that amazing? Shimon says, come on. Just ignore it, we're proud Jews, we're never going to give up our faith, it's just a point. And Reuben says, well, $500, I mean, it's a see it, why not? I'll tell you what, Shimon, I'm going to go in, I'll mumble a few words, I'll pretend, whatever, I'll collect the $500, we'll go, we'll have an amazing lunch, and so Shimon says, do whatever you want. So Reuben goes in. Right? Reuben goes in, and Shimon's outside waiting in the park, and he's waiting. And finally, Reuben comes back out, and Shimon says, hey, Reuben. And Reuben says, oh, there you are. And Shimon says, so, did they give you the money? And Reuben says, what is it with you? I think you can just make that pass the internet sensitive. Okay. So there are two historical truth dogma within the German term, the foundations of the Sabbatean movement that we have to consider when we look at Shabbat Tzvi's life itself. Firstly, we have to understand the impact of the Sabbats, or the spots that we discussed in some detail last week when we looked at Rabbi Yosef. This is the gathering of mystics and Holocaust that were very, very active in northern Israel in the beginnings of the 16th, 17th century. And they had a tremendous impact, in particular, Rabbi Yitzchak Luria, as the Yisrael. The ZL at the end of his name stands for Zichrono Lebracha, blessed memory. He is an acronym of his name, means the lion of blessed memory. So the Arizal in particular created or wrote about a new approach to Kabbalistic studies that was tremendously influential. And in particular, there was one element of zodiac that distinguished
What's the details on this? details and this is you said that to him and you're like, it's different now, guys. I said, that's it. I don't know if I should be miserable, but I see him Travis Brown miserable. Having to fight, just over
Groups of individuals who attempted through Mariana Kabbalah to urge God to send the Messiah immediately. A lot of people who do this kind of Kabbalistic thinking have fairly widespread in the Jewish world in the 17th century. This is the element, the intellectual idea which Shabbatai Tzvi began to explore his Jewish identity as a young man. In particular, besides these Kabbalot, these identifying the Godhead, so to speak, there was this idea of repair. The term very popular today, tikkun olam, the repair of the world, as part of social action. In the Kabbalistic sense, the 17th century, it meant some kind of fundamental repair to a gathering of the universe and the freedom of the Jews practice Kabbalah to bring about its amelioration. This is especially so after the Spanish expulsion discussed last year. This was such a huge shift in the life of Chalmers Jews who was understood by the ultimate of the golden age of Jews, the flare of the United States and the persecution of Italy and Spain and Portugal. Subject the Jews had to wander to Turkey and elsewhere. The idea of a veteran was much more profound than it ever had been perhaps since the destruction of the Second Temple. These are the kinds of intellectual ideas that are circulating. Young Kabbalists are feeling like through their study they can actually alter the shape of history, which is very source. Any questions about the intellectual I'm not going. I know what that is. We have at least 15 lectures before we get up to the 20th century and 21st century. There are. What do you mean? Hey, I mean, we really need
Welcome.
so much.
Hello. What's up? Oh, fuck you, man.
Shine sight, as they say. So that's the spot circle and its influence. There's also a very important social and political element to the development of Shabbatai Tzvi's activity, and he himself was personally motivated by hearing about the pogroms of 1648-49. In fact, one of his most profound mental breakdowns was specifically related to the day that he heard about the events of what is known in Hebrew literature as the Gzerat Tachbatat. Tachbatat is the Hebrew acronym of the year 1648-49. To give you this in brief, we will, God willing, in another year return to this and understand it in much more profound detail, but our task for today is to understand Shabbatai Tzvi. For approximately 400 years, Jews had been moving into Poland, Ukraine, certain parts of Lithuania. Russia itself, Russia proper, was actually closed off to Jews from the year 1479, but Jews were very heavily populated in the borderlands to the west of the Russian Empire. And in those areas, they were principally active as middlemen between the peasants and the landlords. There was an ethnic divide between those three groups, and in many ways there was a profoundly triangular conflict between the Polish landlords, who often lived in the cities in the north, the Ukrainian peasants, who lived in these large tract of lands called latifundia, and their Jewish leaseholders, where the Poles would hire the Jews as a community as a whole, would be given the task of collecting a whole slew of taxes from the Ukrainian peasants. These taxes would include, of course, a tax on produce, grain being the principal output of the breadbasket of Europe, but it would also be a tax on tolls if you wanted to cross a bridge, if you wanted to go fishing, if you wanted to go hunting, if you wanted to pick apples, you name it. And there's even some evidence that Jews even collected taxes for the use of the village church, meaning that if you wanted to have your child baptized,
Yo, dog.
you would have to go through the
How are you?
of paying the Jewish
What up, Crimes? How you living, pimp?
of the church.
What's good, son?
Limited instances of this, but even one instance of that,
Actually, I had a question.
it's like wildfire.
I figure you might be able to help me, but even if you can't help me directly, probably figure out how I can find help.
Sure, go ahead.
I'm trying to upgrade the RAM in my laptop.
Sure.
I just need to figure out what fucking RAM's like the best to upgrade to. It's like, I don't know if I'm able to upgrade speeds. Like, do you know anything about finding out what motherboards are like capable of handling?
Yeah, what? Our best bet is going to use AI.
I'm just trying to. Yeah, I mean, I tried to like figure out what the best compatibility website is, but I'm looking for a laptop, not a like upgraded desktop.
Okay, so you want a laptop?
I have a laptop. I can send you the specs on it.
Just put them into. Did you put
I don't
them?
know how to ask AI the right way.
Okay, so what you do is you take the specs, you go to chatgpt.com, you put it in there, and you ask, what's the best way to upgrade my RAM? And let's see what it says. I'm here to help you along the way.
Yeah, all my other phones are sleeping, so I don't know what the fuck that is.
You're good, Tim. So you have your specs?
Yeah, I'm just putting it. Maximum RAM, capacity, 32 gigs.
Coast Insiders, a new version of the Coast to Coast AM app, now available for iPhone and now Android 4.0 and above. Listen live or on demand anywhere, anytime. Go to coasttocoastam.com and download it today.
So what's it saying?
It's giving me three conditions, and that help me determine if there's any details that I need to be worried about when buying. Because it's like SDIMM or something like that on a certain stuff. But it's probably just like a laptop stuff or something.
Seaside paradise at MGM Resorts in Las Vegas. Sip on a refreshing cocktail, lounge in a luxury cabana, earn on non-stop fun with MGM Rewards. Join the sizzling summer escape today. Visit MGMRewards.com for details.
The free iHeartRadio app is number one for music, radio, and podcasts.
Is it giving you an answer?
Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
Is it giving you an answer?
Yeah, I'm just figuring it really doesn't matter if I get faster RAM than I already have. I just need more of it.
That's a good possibility. How much more are you going to get?
I'm just going to double it, and it's going to be maxed out for the motherboard.
Okay.
16.
You said it'll be at 16 RAM then?
No, 32.
Oh, dude, that'll be fast as fuck then.
I mean, it'll do it'll play whatever I need it to, but it's just got 16 right now, which is kind of like.
The free iHeartRadio app is number one for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview. Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. Number one for music, radio, and podcasts all in one app.
So did it clarify what you need to do?
Yeah, it got me.
All right. Well, as they say, that's that, right?
Yeah, I pretty much just have to buy the screwdriver and get the RAM.
Have you ever done it before?
Yeah. I'm just not all that tech savvy for like motherboards, and I know you have to make sure. Holy crap.
What's wrong?
Just like, is the shock value when you like bring up the price, but it's like the Best Buy price was like the first one in line. So like realistically, I'm not gonna buy from Best Buy. I'm either gonna look on Facebook Marketplace or
How much is it?
somewhere like New York. I'm not really the best price. So I can make sure that I'm getting the right amount. I don't know. I'm pretty sure I want 2 sticks of 16 gig. Pretty sure that's how I want it. Because I don't think I don't think it's gonna get one stick of 32 when I board on
Can I get that? How much?
I need to check my board too if I only have 1 slot or 2 slots.
How much is the RAM?
Like the best price looks like $100, $77, including shipping.
Well, that's not bad. How much did you think it was going to be?
Yeah, but it'd be 1 stick.
Oh, so twice that. So it'd be $200, right?
And it probably only. Huh?
So it's going to be like $200, right?
For what? No, it'd be 1 stick of 32 gigs is
I gotcha.
Oh wait, maybe I clicked on the wrong one. It looks like right, but it just looks like so didn't.
President Trump suddenly with law enforcement in Washington, D.C. Encouraging bank officers for cooperation with the takeover of the state's police as part of the crackdown on crime. Incredible results come out that second those since the operation began. Public tours of the White House are reportedly being suspended due to sunshine as people over inside the White House. Construction is set to begin soon on a 20,000 square foot ballroom that was recently ordered by the president. But several lawmakers opposed to notifications to constituents and White House tours are not available starting next month. That's politics. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Listen to the Stephen J. Lubin podcast wherever you get your podcasts. This week with Ulster, Frank Lutz, KFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk.
Did you order it?
I'm not gonna worry, yeah, I'm just gonna figure that out slowly, like, if I would be, well, I just have to figure out what my fucking motherboard when it comes, because that's like laptop RAM, it's not just regular RAM.
Are you sure that it's going to work once you install it?
Yeah, I just gotta figure out which, I went to fucking one of the burger places nearby yesterday. I've been like trying to apply to those online remote work jobs. So I've been steadily looking for that stuff. Trying to keep moving forward. I put both my laptops up for sale or trade. I've been looking at other laptops and buy and sell.
Why are you putting your laptops up for sale?
Mostly because like people want crazy amounts for their laptops. Like they're rocking like nearly brand new prices. So I figured I put mine up for brand new and then for 30% off of the price just to see like how crazy it is to try to sell laptops.
Is
Everybody
anybody?
treats me like I'm being rude with them when I'm just offering cash money or like a partial trade. But I do lowball a little bit.
Have you looked at Amazon?
What, for buying used merchandise?
Yeah. Or refurbished?
I don't really look too much on laptops. Mostly just because I only really have cash. And I'm looking for local meetups. Because, like, the laptop that I'm talking on is, like, brand new right now. It goes for, like, $650. And the laptop that I'm playing my games on, it goes for, like, $2,300. And I got it for, like, $700. But considering that you can get a brand new, like, 5080 laptop with like a really good Ryzen 9 in it for like 2,200 right now, brand new. Like, it's just very weird market.
Gathering with singing, often spiritual but not strictly halachic. Lashon er lashon is Hebrew for tongue, Hare Hebrew for the evil. Together. Evil speech. Halachic prohibition against gossip and slander. El Chachula El is Arabic for throne, Chachula is Arabic for the beginning. Meaning. From the outset. Halachic principle of what should ideally be done. Lashon Hebrew for bread. Central in Halachic regarding meals and blessings.
Have you had a pretty steady stream of people lately?
Oh yeah, definitely. Just had somebody right before you. My friend came in from Australia. I get dozens of people over the course of a day, so that's good.
Refers to the halachic mitzvah of accompanying the deceased to burial. Levi Hebrew for attach and join. Member of the tribe of Levi, with halachic duties in temple service. Lishma Hebrew for its sake. Halachic requirement for intent e.g. Torah study, writing again. Lo Bashima I lo is Hebrew for not, law equals it, Shema equals heaven, I equals it is. Together. It is not in heaven. Halachic principle that Torah interpretation rests with earthly sages. Lo plug lo is Hebrew for it, plug is Aramaic for distinguish divide. Principle. Rabbinic law applies universally, without exceptions. Lo ta'asa lo is hever for not, ta'asa equals, you shall do. Refers to negative commandments.
Welcome.
Lo did not lo equals not.
Yo, what up, Joe? How you living, pimp?
Halachic prohibition in the 10 Commandments. Lo terzach lo equals not, terzach equals you shall murder. Halachic prohibition in the
How's your day going?
Lo tosser lo equals not, tosser equals you shall turn aside.
Yo, Joe, you gotta be 18 to be in here.
Lo Yaakov Devaro lo equals not, Yaakov equals for faith, Devaro equals his word. Together. He shall not profane his word. Halachic ban on breaking vows. Layla Seder Hebrew Layla equals night, Seder equals order. Refers to the Passover Seder night, structured by halachic with symbolic foods, blessings, and retelling of the Exodus.
Yeah. If I just asked ChatGPT instead of Google, I figured Google AI was going to work.
Google AI sucks.
Yiddish Latin equals pancake. Fried potato pancakes eaten on Hanukkah commemorating the miracle of the oil. More Minite custom and halachic obligation. El Chachula Aramaic Hebrew phrase meaning from the outset. Halachic principle. What one should idealize before resorting to exceptions. Lachon Hebrew Lachon equals bread. Central to halachic regarding blessing shamatzi and meals. Lachon Mishnah Hebrew phrase double bread. 2 loaves required at each Shabbat meal, commemorating the double manna. Lecha Hebrew lech equals so, lecha equals for yourself. Name of Torah portion. Significant in halachic student covenantal beings. Line in Yiddish term from German lesson equals to read. Refers to chanting the Torah reading according to halachic cantillation. Lulav Hebrew lulav equals palm branch. One of the 4 species used in halachic mitzvah on Sukkot. Al-Bezah Aramaic phrase meaning in the end eventually. Used in halachic discussions in the Talmud. Levi Hebrew Levi equals S4. Halachic mitzvah to accompany the dead to burial. Levi Hebrew Levi equals attached joints. Tribe with halachic roles in temple service, distinct from Kohanim.
Yo, Joe, what's up?
Levites equals Levites. Assistant priests in halachic temple functions.
How old are you, Joe?
Which past composite Hebrew phrase chamber of hewn stone.
Joe, how old are you? All right, Joe. Hey, take care, man. Joe, you're getting banned, big dog.
Sometimes refers to the mitzvah of the 4 species as a whole. Lulav habits the Hebrew phrase the mitzvah of the lulav. Specific halachic rulings regarding shaping of the lulav. El Abdayu El Shamra Hebrew to work it and guard it. Biblical phrase describing it as duty, interpreted halachically as stewardship obligations. Lo Bashemani High Hebrew it is not in heaven. Halachic principle. Torah law is interpreted by earthly sages, not by miraculous signs. Low plug Aramaic Hebrew principle meaning do not distinguish. Halachic rule to maintain uniform application of laws without exceptions. Lo Tanaseh Hebrew lo equals not, Tanaseh equals you shall do. Refers to prohibitions among the 613 mitzvah. Lo did not Hebrew phrase you shall not steal. Halachic prohibition in the 10 commandments. Lo Turdat Hebrew phrase you shall not murder. Halachic prohibition in the 10 commandments. Lo Passer Hebrew phrase you shall not turn aside. Halachic principle of following rabbinic authority. Lo Yongle Devaro Hebrew he shall not profane his word. Halachic prohibition on breaking vows. Monazer Hebrew. Mon equals from, Azer equals 10 at 10. Refers to the tithe 10% of produce, foreign income, separated for Levites or poor. Monazer behind a Hebrew. Monazer equals 10, behind a equals animal tithe. Every 10th kosher animal was consecrated as holy. Monazer Kesapim Hebrew. Monazer equals 10, Kesapim equals money tithing of money. The practice of giving 10% of income to charity. Monazer Risen Hebrew. Risen equals first tithe. Given to Levites. Monazer Sheni Hebrew. Sheni equals second tithe.
And it's very well known in Ukrainian literature and is in fact profound element in their full culture, the idea of the oppressive Jew who would prevent Christians from engaging in religious activities. At any rate, the way the economic structure of Ukraine was so situated, the Polish landlord could increase the levies on the Ukrainian peasants, but the Jews were given the task of actually collecting it. So the Ukrainian peasants were upset with the economic oppression of the Poles, who, by the way, were a different faith. The Ukrainians were Orthodox, the Poles were Catholics. And they saw the Jews as the leading edge on the hammer that the Poles held. So there was a terrible uprising in the year 63-49, led by a man named Bogdan Khmelnytsky. You may have seen his name in the literature spelled with a CH of the Polish spelling. Khmelnytsky, but it's pronounced Khmelnytsky. And he led a band of disaffected Ukrainian Cossacks in a violent uprising against the Polish landlords. That attack on the Polish landlords was directed principally at the Ukrainian landlords, so the Jewish leaseholders, because they were living nearby. Meaning the Ukrainian anger was mostly with the Poles, but Poles are far away, the Jews are right here. So they were absolutely horrific. The true scope of the disaster is a matter of some debate among historians. Certainly exaggerated claims put the number of Jewish dead at 250,000, which is rather absurd because there are less than 100,000 Jews living in most of the areas at the time, but it would not be out of range to say perhaps as many as 50,000.
Illegitimate child collectively defined as offspring of certain coordinate unions, e.g. adultery or
The
incest.
specific nature of the attacks
R8 is dated Harambe in Hebrew. Ardent equals appearance. Dated equals high appearance to the eye.
sure, but suffice it to say that if you read
Against
some of the
actions that may
martyrologies
look
of the period,
simple
you'll be
even if
shocked.
technically
And
allowed.
even we, living after the Holocaust, can't read these kind of descriptions of
R equals
violence.
bitter hurt even at the Passover Seder to recall
So
the
there was a
bitterness of
huge
slavery
displacement
in
of this
Egypt.
massive Jewish center in the middle of the 17th century. Tremendous amount
Vatican
of
equals
poverty,
supervisor,
tremendous amount of
especially the
dislocation,
Petra and big
so
establishments.
many widows, so many
Also used for
orphans,
spiritual
and this was kind
supervisors
of like
in
following
Yeshiva.
up on the Spanish
Mashiach Hebrew.
expulsion. It was the next worst
Mashiach
tragedy.
equals
And the
anointed
Jews
one
were
Messiah.
intellectually saying to themselves,
The
what
future
will
believer
be
in Jewish
next?
belief.
Isn't it already
Masa
time
Hebrew.
for Mashiach? It's absolutely
Masa
intolerable.
equals unleavened bread
that
eaten
we're
on
listening to this period.
Passover to
So
recall
with
faith's
the
hope and solace.
intellectual foundations
That
of the
Hebrew
thought of the
Hebrew.
Tzvat circle, and
David
with the
equals
political and
gifts.
social
Hebrew
ramifications
equals
of the
priesthood,
Gzerat
priestly gifts.
Batat, then we can turn specifically to
Various
the life of
agricultural or
Shabbatai.
animal portions
Let me
given
pause and
equal
ask 30
quantity.
questions to this point.
Masa Asher and Hebrew.
No questions?
Asherah equals rich masa
Good,
made
right?
with fruit,
Yeah, thank
realized wine, instead of
All
water.
right. So you can see
Electrically
what kind of
related for
person
use
Stephen
at
is because
Passover.
when it comes to davening,
Masa
it's right up,
Asher and Hebrew.
right up front of the Kodesh Baruch.
Asherah equals wash masa made from wheat garden from contact with water to avoid leavening.
Who was Shabbatai? He was an Ashkenazi.
Netchitza equals the writer partition separating men and women in synagogue.
Which is an Asian
Netchitza
minor.
Hebrew.
He was either actually
Netchitza
born
equals
on
forgiveness.
Tisha B'Av
Equals
of
classic beliefs from my dead
1626,
horses.
or it could be that that date was fabricated by his followers because there is a
Netchitza
midrash that
equals sale.
says
Chametz
the
equals
Messiah
the
would be
ritual
born
sale of
on
Chametz to my Manu before Passover.
That's of course the horrible fast day that commemorates the various tragedies of the
Netchitza equals obligated
and of
legally
course he
bound
should
to
be born
perform
on the
mitzvah.
day that corresponds with the midrash.
Netchitza
One of the
Kappa and
difficulties
Hebrew.
of understanding the details of
The controversy ensued because of the historical order of operations from
by his followers specifically with an eye to conforming to the various midrashim that assert that he is Mashiach. Nevertheless, in the pre-modern period, printing is now available, and it will actually play a dramatic role in Shabbatai revelation as Mashiach. This material disseminates very fast. Jews are avid readers in the 17th century, and they are scooping up these books and they're really digesting them. His father dealt in poultry, he sold chickens, and he was a struggling businessman, but his brothers, there were three sons in the Tzvi family, Eliyahu and Yosef, actually ended up becoming very successful merchants. They ended up following their brother Shabbatai into implementing, as we shall see how that develops. But he came from a fairly humble background that was upward to Ashkenazim living in Asia Minor, and he was the scholar of the family. He was the baby of the family, and even his detractors are very happy to admit that Shabbatai Tzvi was
De hele zomer lang. Voor zijn
at the age of 15, he had run
Koolboormachine Easy Impact voor 89,99.
and so he studied on his own. And at the age of 18, he first played as a
Experience. Drink my name, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
However, have a very profound ascetic sense. He was a loner. He, like Muhammad, ironically, he liked to go for long walks in the wilderness. He liked to
Experience. Drink my name, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Love your channel, man. It's really great.
Like, you're really doing some really interesting videos. When did you get started?
Well, I only started the YouTube less than a year ago.
That's crazy.
It's been a bit more like,
It was like one of them YouTube recommends things that just popped up. I don't remember which one it was. It was something on ancient history.
it was cool. I mean, yeah, I started just under a year ago, but no one started watching until like March. I think you used to see me just after that point. It's been a bit of a big journey since then. But it's been very exciting. Very happy to be here today. Very excited to be in Austin. And yeah, I'm looking forward to talking about some ancient history.
So did you start off on a traditional academic journey and then sort of get sidetracked into a YouTube career? Like, how did this work?
Yeah, basically. So I studied ancient history at university for 4 years. And I've always been interested in history, from history all the way through. Like, I was fascinated by that history as a kid. Got to the stage in my life where it was, thinking about going to university. So I thought, I'll do ancient history at university and studied there for 4 years, graduated, all of that kind of stuff. But there came a point during my degree where I was kind of, a little bit, I didn't quite agree with the kind of high level ideas regarding the timeline of history and what we're taught about our ancient past. It wasn't that I disputed anything that I've been taught, and I have like great respect for the people that I met at university and my professors, and I didn't dispute anything that we were taught actually on the course, but it was more like a high level macro perspective of history that I found myself having more and more questions about. Yeah, so what are the questions? It was kind of the big questions regarding the origins of civilization and how deep civilization goes and how complex human behavior. I thought went way back further into history than what we were being taught. I wasn't I just didn't buy this idea that nothing happened for like far stretches of time, because it was during my course that they found that modern humans, they made this discovery in Morocco in 2017 or 2018, and that was when I was at university. Was it then? So, no, I was at so I can't remember, it's called like the Jim Bell site or something like that, but they were modern Homo sapien remains. They thought they were Neanderthal mission because they were so old. Now, they're 315,000 years old. That's kind of like an estimate. It goes up to potentially 360,000 years old, so they're super old. Yeah, they thought they were initially Neanderthals at this age, but then they discovered a few more, and they were classified as Homo sapien. And when I saw that, I was like, how is this not picking up more of a fuss? Because before then, the oldest Homo sapien remains we had were around 200,000 years old, and that had been the case for like a decade or something, and before that, it was like 100,000 years old. So this discovery pushed back the age of our species by another third, like 100,000 years. So I saw that, and I was thinking, like, how are we still basing our idea of history on the fact that nothing happened for 310,000 years? Everything happened in like the last 10,000 years since the Neolithic Revolution. I just thought that was odd because, living in this national for so long, and yet being told that nothing was happening that happened until, the last 10,000 years, that just didn't make sense to me. So that's kind of where I started thinking about it, and then we did this module at university, I remember, called, it was called something like Cataclysms or something, and it was all about how it recorded history, natural disaster, had a big impact on our societies and stuff like that, and how like small, like tiny changes in climate could massively disrupt human civilization and crashing down. And the case study they used was something called the late voltage collapse. Late voltage, yes, when all these like powerful, influential civilizations have kind of peak of human progress around 1000 BC all simultaneously crashing down. No one's quite sure what it was, but the best theory we have is that it's like a kind of combination of climate factors which led to trade disruption, which led to societal unrest, and then all these empires like the Hittite Empire, the Syrian Empire, the Palestinian Empire, the Greece, the Egyptian New Kingdom, within a 20 to 30, 40-year period all came crashing down at the exact same time. And I remember being this by that, I was like, that's so crazy. Like, we don't even know why this happened, but it was like a half-degree change in climate. So I remember starting to research how bad climate had been during history and how bad it had been, like these big climatic episodes had been during prehistory. And I started thinking, like, wow, if that had caused all these civilizations to collapse, just like tiny half-degree change in climate, which caused drought, which led to those civilizations collapsing. Some of the stuff that happened during prehistory was so much worse than that. And that got me thinking, like, how do we know that sophisticated human culture flourished 10,000 years ago, 20,000 years ago, 100,000 years ago, 200,000 years ago, and collapsed due to climate change or natural disaster, volcanoes, comet impacts, anything like that? That's kind of what set me on the journey, along with the discovery of the remains of Morocco. That really got me thinking about the story we've been told regarding our past and how I wasn't quite sure. Yeah, that's kind of made me initially kind of break away from that traditional timeline that we're being told.
The term prehistory is weird, isn't it? Because it's like, according to what we find, you know, how do we know what historical, if there was a great catalyst, like the younger Dryas, that theory is correct. What, you know, how much history would be written down? What would be left? How would you find it? What would you know? You know, that's one of the things that disturbs me the most is the arrogance that some academics have to have a definitive understanding of the exact timeline of agriculture, civilization, and then modern humans.
Yeah, it annoys me. I feel like academics, as opposed to the alternative historians, are kind of saying, we don't know the history of this scenario that could be possible. Whereas I feel like more mainstream, for want of a better word, I don't like using that because I don't think this is such thing as a mainstream. It's not like there's a group of people that will collectively decide, but some particularly vocal mainstream kind of historians and scientists seem to claim to know absolute truth about the past, and that's just stupid. Like, how can anyone know about what happened 100,000 years ago or 200,000 years ago? It kind of gets me a little bit riled up because at the end of the day, none of us know what happened by then. So I think a lot more possibilities are, you know, possible than what many people appreciate.
Did you ever see, there was a video documentary back in the day, something about the mysteries of the Sphinx, and there was this archaeologist that was mocking Graham Hancock's ideas and Dr. Robert Schoch's ideas about the timeline, saying, you know, talking about things that existed pre-10,000 years, and he was saying, what evidence, he was like laughing, what evidence is there of any civilization from 10,000 years ago? This was literally, I think, around the same time that they discovered Göbekli Tepe. This guy was mocking it, I think, slightly thereafter they discovered Göbekli Tepe, which threw everything into a tizzy, because now you've got something that was absolutely covered, they believe intentionally, somewhere in the neighborhood of 11,000 years ago.
Yeah, I think Göbekli Tepe is the biggest kind of smoking gun for, at least for the idea that civilization is older and more complex than the traditional one suggests, because obviously, as you say, it's not 12,000 years old, and it's massive megalithic pillars. I mean, you know about Göbekli Tepe, probably most people listening to this will know about Göbekli Tepe, but it's such a clear sign that sophisticated human culture was present way earlier than conventional timelines suggest. I think that at least should throw a monkey wrench into a lot of these people's ideas regarding human civilization and when it began, because clearly the toolkit of civilization existed 12,000 years ago, so why couldn't it exist a little bit earlier than that? Why, if it existed then, would it then take another 6,000 years for it to emerge ancient Sumer, which is the kind of traditional thought to be the earliest civilization? So Göbekli Tepe is fascinating. It's a really interesting site. I think it will one day be classed as civilization, but most certainly when enough time passes, will because it's a whole culture, the whole Tashtana culture, there's like 14 sites at least. They all show this kind of negative architecture, they all kind of share symbolism, they all clearly connected. Like, it's crazy how it's not defined as anything other than hunter-gatherers. Even if you think that hunter-gatherers don't then it's a massively updated definition of what a hunter-gatherer is, because clearly they had surplus, they weren't just building sites in their spare time. It's a truly paradigm-shifting site.
As what they've discovered so far is,
they have only unearthed 5% of it, which is even more bizarre. Because you've got so much stuff that's underground, you have no idea what's on those pillars. There's speculation that one of the pillars from Göbekli that is unearthed is some sort of a calendar of events. And they believe that it depicts some sort of a disaster. Like that these whatever how they're making these images to be associated with either an impact or something, but there's a timeline that's inscribed in these pillars. There's like a study that was recently written, I think it's Pillar 43, I think it is, kind of like a cosmic calendar, and it's like it was a prediction of impacts that could happen or already have happened. And it's like a warning for the future. I mean, that is still speaking there's been good research that's done into that that suggests that's what it is. It's just like the cosmic alignments that kind of stars in life, which is something that we can say about so many ancient sites around the world, which is another thing that isn't really considered by quote-unquote mainstream archaeology, perhaps as much as it should be. Yeah, it's a fascinating site, and I really think it displays a lot about how ingenuity and civilization people get a bit stuck with the word civilization because we have this very narrow definition of what civilization is, basically based on the old world of Mesopotamia, which is ancient Sumer. Because that was the earliest known civilization for so long, we kind of constructed this whole idea of what civilization is purely based on Mesopotamia. I don't see why that's what civilization is, because there was just one civilization, just because that was the earliest one we found for a long time, still is thought of as such. Doesn't mean that that's the only way that humanity can flourish, because humans are so adaptable, we do so many different things, we're clever in different ways, and we change to different environments. I think that definition has really kept a lot of people kind of boxed in when thinking about how sophisticated human culture could flourish in different places, in different environments, with different pressures. I think that's kind of forced people to consider possibilities of I think it's even more fascinating if you consider the fact that ancient Sumer, that part of the world from about 6,000 years ago is where they're sort of hanging their hat and saying that this is the birthplace of civilization. But if you do have this evidence of Göbekli Tepe, we are talking about some sort of an ancient civilization that lived 12,000 years ago. What happened? What was the gap between that and then it took 6,000 years before they started civilization back up again? Sort of a reimagining of civilization, which makes you really, at least to me, really consider the possibility of a cataclysm, because if the people that survive, whatever they would be, I mean, they would probably be living off the land, they would probably be barely getting by in barbaric for a long time. And if it really took 6,000 years to kind of like settle down again, that is fascinating to me. Yeah, and it ties into this idea that we've had that agriculture leads to civilization. There's that bizarre thing that agriculture appears in multiple different places at pretty much the exact same time all over the world. That's never made sense to me, because if agriculture was such a kind of vital invention for civilization to flourish, then why did no one invent it for 310,000 years? And then in South America, in Mesopotamia, in ancient China, you could argue there's other different places that, say there's like South America and there's Central America, you could argue that's potentially connected, but a lot of people said it isn't. So how can agriculture, if it's such an incredible invention, be invented by multiple people at the same time, and then no one else thought of it before? It doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense they wouldn't figure out seeds. Like, how do you not know eventually that these seeds are dropping and then these seedlings that are coming out of the ground? Just that seems pretty logical and an easy connection. And they said, oh, well, gather these seeds and go plant them over there. And, maybe we can get some fruit trees over here. Yeah, oh, look at that, it worked. That seems like you figured that out in one lifetime. the idea always has been that it's because of the climate, right? So because of the Holocene, which began around 12,000 years ago, as we came out of that, we had these kind of stable climate conditions that we still live in today. That's why they the invention of agriculture, right? And the question I always ask is, what about the other periods that have come in the past? If, as the idea is that, stable climate led to agriculture, then why couldn't such a thing have happened in the Union period 120,000 years ago? Well, there's been 4 distinct periods that have lasted for like over 10,000 years while humans have been around. At least, and obviously, these Morocco remains of Homo sapiens. It's unlikely that they're the earliest Homo sapiens that ever lived. They're just the earliest we found. So, could you even argue that? So, it's only been 3-4 distinct periods before the Holocene. And if the argument is that the Holocene was what led to the invention of agriculture due to the stable climate, then why couldn't it have happened in the earlier periods? That's the question I always ask myself and I'm fascinated by. But the real problem is there might be very little evidence. Yeah, so this is the preservation problem. This is something I talk about in my videos, so I kind of always ask the question, like, what if human culture had flourished in the Union, for example, which was from 130 to 115,000 years ago? What realistic survive? Because it's really unlikely, at least as far as I can tell. Obviously, I'm not a scientist, I'm not like a material scientist, I'm just a guy, I'm a historian technically, but as far as I can tell, it's extremely hard for these any materials, but even our modern materials in our huge civilization of 8 billion people, industrial society, sending rockets to space, all the crazy stuff that we're doing, even us, if we disappeared tomorrow, I think it would be extremely unlikely that pretty much anything would survive when you get up to these huge timescales of like 100,000 years. So I've been doing quite a lot of research into this because I obviously don't want to get things wrong, put falsehoods out there and mislead people. I don't want to look like a dickhead in front of like millions of people or whatever. So I've been trying to debunk myself, play devil's advocate to myself on this point because that's the best way to make your argument airtight and no one's really out there debunking me. I don't know if that's because I'm right, because no one knows me, maybe that would change after a show like this, but I've been really looking into the kind of degradation of modern materials as much as I can, trying to work out how much would survive from a civilization like ours if we disappeared tomorrow in 100,000 years' time. So,
right, like someplace like London or Manhattan, what would be left in 100,000 years?
Like an actual modern city. The scary truth is, it's almost nothing. Like, as far as I can tell, most of the buildings, they would just deteriorate. They would go like concrete would crack, get CO2 in there, freeze the weathering, and these huge time scales of like 5,000 years, 10,000 years, they would just crumble down into dust and be absolutely essential. Just 10,000 years. I think so. Obviously, I'm just taking this off the top of my head. I haven't really noticed it. As far as I can tell from my research, it's going to be a few like 10,000 years, 20,000 years max. It's not going to get up to these time scales of 100,000 years.
So if you do that, and if you think about what Manhattan would look like in 100,000 years, it's almost nothing.
I would say it's nothing.
Just get overrun by trees again.
Yeah, because it's just such an incredible amount of time that all these materials that we build are just going to corrode. They're going to rust away of their metals. They're going to oxidize. They're going to freak into just tiny little fragments that just disperse in sedimentary records. They're just invisible to see. Same with concrete. Same with even things like glass. I've heard a lot of people say that glass would potentially survive because glass is it's a very durable material and glass would survive a long time, but glass in the form of a human-made recognizable artifact isn't going to survive in that form. It's going to get crushed, it's going to break away into tiny nanofragments, into silica grains that are just invisible in the kind of archaeological record. When we get up to these huge levels of time, yeah, I mean, there's, I would say almost nothing would survive that long. Again, with the caveat that I'm just someone who investigated this on the internet and researched this myself. I'm not a scientist. If anyone out there is a material scientist, I would encourage them to reach out to me. But as far as I can tell, there are very few things that could possibly survive that long. We're pretty crazy. Apes like do crazy shit. So things like nuclear weapons, like testing going into the atmosphere. You could argue if we knew when to look, and what to look for. We can see traces of plutonium in the atmosphere from our nuclear weapons testing, or you can see our nuclear waste deposits, or things like carved stone. The stone obviously survives a very long time. Human carved stone, you'll be able to find that. But we do find that. We find stone tools, but just because ancient humans use stone tools doesn't mean they didn't use anything else. It's just stone was the most likely thing to survive. And the crazy thing is, don't you know how many sites we have, Homo sites from more than 100,000 years ago? We have 9 sites, 9 glimpses, 9 snapshots into over 200,000 years of history, 9 moments in time. And use that to extrapolate out what every single human was doing for 9 global. Yeah. This episode is brought to you by Whoop. You probably heard me talk about Whoop before, but if you hadn't, here is the rundown. With Whoop, the goal isn't just to live longer, it's to live better. Well, Whoop sent me their latest tracker, Whoop 5.0, and I love it. I love all the new features, especially the new battery. It lasts for over 2 weeks on a single charge, so you never miss a beat. But there's one new feature that's really exciting. Health Span is a totally new feature on the Whoop app that shows how fast your body is aging, and if you skew younger or older than your actual age, helping you slow your aging down so you can keep doing what you love. It pulls from 9 metrics backed by science like sleep consistency, heart rate zones, and VO2 max to give you a personalized Whoop age. Join Whoop.com/JRE and get a free trial. That's join.whoop.com/JRE for 1 month free of Whoop. Check it out. And where are they most profitable? And so, what do they find? What do they have? It's usually caves, and it's usually just remains of findings and stone tools. And so we see that everything up there, they just get the caves and stone tools. Right. But it's 9 insights, 9 insights, like 200,000. Well, the problem is there's people that essentially live like that right now in some parts of the world, which is really weird, right? Because we always want to think about technology and advancement of civilization being sort of universal, but it's really not. There's people that are living a subsistence lifestyle right now. There's people that are uncontacted right now. At the same time as Elon Musk says, yes. Right? I mean, that's the weirdest ones is when you see them get invaded in the Amazon. When you see them contact these people and they're pointing bows and arrows and helicopters. And they're naked. Yeah, exactly. Well, it's like that. Humans can do so many different things. As we say, right now, we're sending rockets to space, and people are living in very traditional ways of life. Just because we find traditional ways of life in 9 sites to go in 200,000 years, in my view, that's just what we can see. That's just the other wisdom like people regarding what would possibly survive. Think about human lives, stories, cultures that potentially existed for the whole species' existence. If we only have 9 glimpses from, and to be fair, that 9 is, you could say it's up to 15 because the sun sets at 8, but either way, it's a tiny amount of signs of human life. Just because in that fragment, in that snapshot, in that slither, you see is some humans with stone tools in caves. Doesn't mean that nothing else was happening. Well, a good piece of evidence to that would point in that direction is Egypt. Because Egypt, even if you accept the conventional timeline of Egypt, which is 2,500 BC for the Great Pyramid, go look at the rest of the world in 2,500 BC. You don't see anything like that. Nothing even close. Yeah, they were clearly, even if you kind of look at the conventional history, the ancient Egyptians were wildly ahead of everyone else. It's just so weird. It's so weird. And that's the theory. And the conventional order doesn't really give us any explanations of how they were doing what they were doing. Arrogantly dismiss any other explanations, which is really weird when you're talking about these immense structures that are baffling, absolutely baffling to anybody who's being honest. What's your take on these Italian researchers that are looking at the tomography and they're looking at these things that they believe are underneath the Great Pyramid and some other structures in Egypt? Yeah, that what's it called? Saw's Topler. I mean, I don't know. I was a little bit suspicious when make sensationalist claims with new technology, but that doesn't mean it's wrong. That just
It's because it's bonkers. What they're saying is 2 kilometers deep underneath the Great Pyramid is structures. And there's hundreds of meters of these pylons, these pillars that are in uniform positions with some sort of a coil wrapped around them. Like, what is that? Is that real? And they reproduce it in multiple different scans, but I don't know what they're seeing. I don't understand the technology, understand where the errors could be, like what could possibly cause it to glitch like that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I would love it to be true, obviously, because
I would love it. Can you imagine? That's the problem. The problem is the same problem that I have with UFOs and everything else. You want it to be true. 100%. So it really clouds my judgment. And then I have to get my, analytical mind to say, shut up. Yeah, let's look at this honestly.
But I mean, I think there's definitely something about the musicalism. Like, that's always been written about in ancient sources, and these kind of scans, and then people kind of, you have stories of people going down into labyrinths that aren't, accepted by Egyptology, and there's definitely massive mystery surrounding Giza and the construction of the pyramids and what could potentially be below the pyramids, and this kind of new pyramid scan project has the potential, I think, to make progress in understanding what is below Giza. But I don't know, until there's better data out there, I'm not going to jump to any conclusions and declare that this is like evidence of lost advanced technology, civilization, or anything like that.
But I am so excited about just the possibility that they're right, because they are right. That's the greatest monkey wrench in history that's ever existed. Explain away that. With ancient people with stone tools or copper. Explain that away.
They probably tried it, because it already doesn't make sense their explanation for the construction of the pyramids being wooden sledges and stone chisels or whatever they say. It already doesn't make sense. It's already so ridiculous that I wouldn't be surprised if they tried to explain away these things.
Because the problem is, if it does indicate that the pyramid is something other than a tomb,
I don't even see any evidence that the Great Pyramid at Giza, what's the evidence that was a tomb? I mean, I don't think they ever found a body in there. It's just the chamber which they've complicated. I mean, I'm not an expert in ancient Egypt by any respect, but it's always baffled me that they're so determined that pyramids are tombs just because some later pyramids have had, mummies, pharaohs, and stuff that are found inside them. But that doesn't mean anything.
That doesn't mean that they don't. That also could mean that the pharaoh decided that it was his, wanted to be buried inside of it, and it had existed for thousands of years before they ever constructed it.
And you find bodies in like buildings today, and that doesn't mean the purpose of not doing it was to get to.
That's very best of someone, as you say, the weird assumption. It's a very weird assumption. And did you ever reading Christopher Dunn's work?
I haven't read the book, but I know a bit about him. It's interesting. He's like a serious guy, isn't he? He's an engineer. Exactly. Yeah, that's quite serious there.
He thinks it's a power plant.
Yeah, which would be crazy.
Especially if you add into that Graham Hancock's ideas and some of these other people's ideas that perhaps some of these structures are far
Well, they have a line of correlation.
also the fact that the deeper you go into the sand, the more sophisticated the building techniques are. That is weird. Like larger stones. Like, what happened?
All of my ancient Egypt and the Sahara Desert in general just doesn't make sense to me, because when you look at the Sahara Desert, the fact that it was created for 9,000 years, and then it stopped at precisely the time that we're told ancient Egypt emerged. That doesn't make sense. That defies how civilization works. Why would a civilization only emerge after the climate got worse?
Right.
That doesn't make sense at all.
And so little research done in sub-Saharan Africa, where they've actually gone into the ground and done large-scale research of these immense areas.
Nothing. The Sahara Desert is vast, obviously covered in sand and extremely hot, extremely difficult to survey, politically unstable, and it's basically no archaeological work done across the whole Sahara Desert. It's massive. It's like the whole of North Africa, right down to it's massive. And if you fit the United States, you can fit anything in there, like a whole preceding civilization for 9,000 years leading up to ancient Egypt. Like, it's the perfect place. It's right by Mesopotamia. It's right by Egypt. And yet we have this blank spot for the 9,000 years before development of civilization, which is kind of also the gap between it's a little bit less than this, but the gap between Quebec and Italy and the birth of civilization. We have this huge area which would have been perfect for civilization, full of rivers, lakes, grasslands, perfect climate, and it's just missing. There's also abundant resources where they could establish a stable civilization because they had so much food and they were being attacked, so they could kind of set up shop and figure some things out. Over a long period of time. So my theory is that things were happening in the Sahara Desert when it was green in Sahara for those 9,000 years. And then, because it was really quiet, that's what I don't think people realise is that when the Sahara Desert turned from, pre-lush paradise, whatever you want to call it, to the desert, it was like a few centuries. It's called rapid desertification, and it's quite a time, obviously, but a few centuries compared to 9,000 years is not a rapid change. And for any kind of culture that was living there, you wouldn't have noticed it straight away, but in 50 years, you're like, it's getting demolished, like shit's going on. And then, I think people migrated to the last stretch of green that was still available to them, which was the Nile River. And then the kind of survivors or the migratory populations developed around the Nile River, using the kind of experience and knowledge that they had from their lives, the kind of history of their cultures in the Greek Sahara period. That is what led to ancient Egypt. I mean, that's just it's also just an assumption that ancient Egypt didn't exist alongside that history or even previous to that, which is also possible, especially when you consider what Robert Schoch thinks about the erosion, the water erosion of the Temple of the Sphinx. Yeah, the kind of explanation away of that also now makes sense to me that it's wind and sand, because when you see pictures of the Sphinx, even from when they kind of found it in Napoleonic times, it's buried in sand. And there's records from the Egyptians themselves who excavated it effectively because it was covered in sand. So if it quickly gets covered in sand, how could it be eroded by wind and sand if it doesn't take very long for it to kind of get filled up with sand? But how does wind and sand erosion even come? I've never seen anyone kind of explain that away. Well, I thought it's the walls that are supposed to be, because the deep fissures that clearly look like rainfall. It looks like something that water does over thousands of years. Yeah, when you use whales over whales, the valley of the whales, just I don't know, miles south of Cairo. That's crazy. 500 whales, hundreds of whales in the desert. That's so great. Look at that image. That's so nuts. That is so nuts. It's so crazy. It's so crazy. Because that's the weird thing about fossils and bones in general, is that most of them you're never going to find because they get eaten, they deteriorate, they're gone. Like, it's very difficult to make a fossil. When you think about our quote unquote fossil record, it's really weird because it's hard to make a fossil. So we're dealing with a very small amount of beings that get turned into a fossil. And that is what we're using as our understanding of life. It's weird. Because it's so limited. I'm not sure when was the Sahara was covered. I mean, some people say that it's like a massive flood during the kind of young dries. I think they're talking about million years time for these bones. All of these whale bones supposed to be. But I think millions of years ago, it's assumed that it was completely underwater, right? So are we talking about Pangea times? Like, what are we talking about? Even, you don't see it on the hood, like, kind of 12,000 years away, they have these massive river systems, like the Tamarasa river system here, it's 40 years old, and 40 million years old. Oh my god. Primitive whales documenting, I can see that word, cetacean Citation, transition, citation, transition to marine life, ceridians and reptiles as well as shark teeth. From the Anaheim Formation 41 billion years ago, strata belongs to Bill Eocene epoch and contains extensive fibrate fossils with a 200 kilometer period. Fossils are present in high numbers and often show excellent quality preservation. The most conspicuous fossils are skeletons and bones of whales and sea cows. There's a precursor to whales, like where whales came from. It was an ancient animal, almost like I'll just say where I end up. That's why they breed it. It's super weird. It was some animal that supposedly lived on land. And it's real freaky looking, almost kind of like dog-like. And that thing eventually I just like swimming. And one day it said, I'm never going back to the world. It's built that wow, that's really funny. That's really funny. But there's some images of it on land, on some pictures. Yeah, that's really funny. Was what whales came from. They walked around the ground. And then eventually said, did you want to do it years ago? Is that what those skeletons interesting something, right? Because they do know that when whales walked, wow. I was watching, I don't remember whose podcast it was, I wish I could remember, but they were talking to a guy that found definitive evidence of dinosaurs in Egypt. So if you go back far enough, you see dinosaurs living in that part of the world. What's that one image you just saw right there with the mouth open? Yeah, that one. That's crazy. Prehistoric whale ancestors and that thing. That's crazy. Life is hard, there's no doors. That's the problem. There's no doors. There's nowhere to hide. So it's just constant chaos. It's just constant things eating things in this 3D space. They go up and down and side to side. And that's just nature, isn't it? It is. Yes. This episode is brought to you by Uber Eats. Summer is here, and you can now get almost anything you need for your sunny days delivered with Uber Eats. What do I mean by that? Well, you can't get a well-groomed lawn delivered, but you can get chicken parmesan delivered, a day in the sun, a bottle of rum. Yes, Uber Eats can definitely get you that for almost anything delivered with Uber Eats or now. For alcohol, you must be legal drinking age. Please enjoy responsibly. Product availability varies by region. See app for details. But we figured out doors. We did. We figured out walls and doors, and that changed the game. But when did we do that, Joe? That's the question. That is the question. So a lot of people claim to think, and the kind of consensus always is that we didn't do that until 12,000 years ago. We didn't settle down for permanent communities until the Neolithic Revolution. I think that's one of the major paradigms, if you like, that we have regarding our past that simply doesn't make sense in light of new evidence. And I just, what is that evidence that they found of wood construction from far longer than they thought? Yeah, this is the claw structure. This is something I talk about a lot in my videos because I think it's crazy finding. I don't understand why it's not getting up more of a fuss. Like, if I'm the guy that has to get up a fuss about it, then I'll be that guy because basically, the idea has always been that humans were nomadic hunter-gatherers that moved with the seasons and lived in caves or just kind of walked around for all of our history until the Neolithic Revolution, the invention of agriculture 12,000 years ago. And no earlier than that, we haven't settled down and lived in permanent settlements. The colonial structure was something they found a few years ago in modern-day Zambia. And what it is this these pieces of wood, and I'll get to the point about why this wood survived in a minute, because obviously, wood survived Islam is crazy, but there you go, yes, the combo structure is these pieces of wood that have been joined together deliberately, cut in notches, connected together, tapered, and secured at right angles. And I think it was either a kind of raised walkway, like a kind of raised platform, or a house, a dwelling hut, some kind of structure. Why this is so paradigm shifting is because not only does this kind of scream that humans potentially lived in settlement, so this is 476,000 years old, so this predates Homo sapiens, so allegedly, as in what you mean allegedly, because we recently found out that they lived 300,000. I guess it could have been us. But what they imagine is it's humans have Neanderthals, it's our last common ancestor with Neanderthals, so they're kind of the human species that came before Homo sapiens. So I guess you're right, it could have been Homo sapiens, and we're just not sure how old we are, but it's kind of attributed to Homo heidelbergensis, and the only reason this structure survived at all is because pretty soon after its construction, it must have fallen into a bog, and that bog kind of got solidified over by the sun, and then it was preserved in waterlogged sediment, which protected it from decay for almost 500,000 years until it was discovered by us recently. How recent? I think about 5 years ago, maybe. It was in 2019 or something. I'm not 100% sure. Yeah, it's crazy. So last time monkey wrench. Yeah, I guess it's a massive monkey wrench because not only does it kind of really dispute this idea that we didn't settle down until 12,000 years ago with the Neolithic Revolution. It's a structure. And it's just it's so unlikely, it's so unbelievable that this one survived. But that kind of suggests that it's not the only one. There could have been loads of things, like structures everywhere. And as you said, Manhattan wouldn't exist in 100,000 years. So this is 476,000 years. It's ridiculous. It's just wood, which is less durable than all the other things we were talking about. Yeah, and obviously people might say, well, look, clear things about this is an extreme edge case scenario where it's like so unlikely that this wooden structure would kind of sink into a bog, and that bog be solidified over, and then it would stay preserved like it's and then they would find it, and they would find it exactly. 476,000 years, yeah, sediment. Yeah, exactly. We don't take that far enough for anything sophisticated because we think, nothing happened about that. And then you find this, it really suggests that humans were living in much more complex societies. The fact that they had the cognitive capacity to plan, structurally engineer, and build a structure completely flies in the face of what we've always thought about ancient humans. Because we've always had this idea that there's been this very popular idea in kind of mainstream historical thought that humans only got smart around 50 to 60,000 years ago. And that's just Homo sapiens. We always thought of the human species never got smart, never achieved what we call behavioral modernity. This has always been the kind of idea that we went through this cognitive revolution around 50 to 60,000 years ago. And the most obvious proponent of how entrenched this is in kind of academic thought is, have you read the book Sapiens? Yeah, but you all know how it's extremely popular. It's sold something like 60 million copies worldwide. By far the most popular book about prehistory and story of Homo sapiens ever written. Sapiens didn't kind of do anything new. It didn't, I think Harari himself would admit this. It didn't kind of just collected consensus of academia and presented it in a most digestible way to the kind of layman audience. But he took this idea that's always been present in academia regarding human intelligence, which is that while we've been around for quite a long time, we didn't achieve behavioral modernity until 50 to 60,000 years ago. And that's when we started currently displaying complex cognitive traits like abstract thinking and planning and burying our dead. Yeah, exactly, complex language and things like that. But this just completely flies in the face of that, because if we had the capability to plan, construct, and engineer a structure 476,000 years ago, that means mainstream anthropology was off by over 400,000 years regarding the advent of intelligence and the advent of permanent living. And that's a bad error. For 3,000 years, exactly. So that kind of suggests there could be very similar margins about other developmental claims, because that's a big error.
Well, it's also when you think about the history of the Earth, there are times that we know that there's great bottlenecks that occurred because of some sort of a massive natural catastrophe, like the Toba volcano. Right, the Toba volcano, which was 70,000 years ago. Is that what it was? Brought people down to a few thousand survivors on Earth.
Yeah, there's loads of these bottlenecks. Yeah, and you look at like kind of genetic history, that suggests that something happened.
Right, well, when you're thinking about what evidence there is, and then you think about, well, there's no one left except a few thousand people 70,000 years ago, so it's possible that there's been this rise of some sort of a civilization and then massive catastrophe and rebuilding. Just like if we're talking about the Younger Dryas, which is in this time period, we're talking about what you're doing 476,000 years ago, fairly recent, right? And think about the 6,000 years it took for civilization to reemerge from that. Now you think of Toba, and you knock down the entire population of the planet to what they think it was. See if you can find out what the number was. I think it was very low. I think it was below 3,000 people on Earth. On Earth. Yeah, just 1 massive super volcano, which is, by the way, just like Yellowstone. That motherfucker is bubbling. Here it is. Potentially, almost all of humanity, leaving around 3,000 to 10,000 humans left on the planet.
That's crazy.
Wow.
Super volcanoes and the only thing, there's so many others.
What time period is this, Jerry? 74,000 years ago.
So that's quite recent.
Yeah.
In terms of our story.
Well, in terms of your theory that I thought was one of the most interesting ones I brought up, that in your videos, you were talking about how anatomy of humans, just based on what we've agreed to, based on what we found 300,000 years. Like, one of the possibilities that there have been civilizations that emerged and were destroyed, and then there's no evidence of them.
Yeah, because I mean, aside from the preservation problem, which we kind of already talked about when we get up to these massive timescales, very next piece of life, especially when you think about what early humans were like building with.
Yeah,
like, it's probably the things that you find in their environment, like wood, hide, plant remains, nothing left. Just look at what we know about the Amazon now, because of LiDAR and because of, what is his name, Percy Foster, because these people that made these journeys down there looking for these complex civilizations that at one point in time now we know did exist there. And just 100 years later, they call those people liars because they went back to the same place and there was nothing left. That's always been, thought of as myth or pseudoscience, that's kind of the most popular idea of lost civilizations, the civilizations of the Amazon, and it was always dismissed.
Well, here's what's really crazy. Have you seen Detroit? You see the evidence of Detroit where trees are going through houses.
That's like 50 years. That's Chernobyl, the kind of exclusion zone where no one lives. There's already like trees everywhere, and like nature is already taking root after less than half a century.
Yeah.
So, and then you 100,000 years, seriously, what's going to be there?
Very, very little. And then if you go 200,000 years, I mean, if anatomically modern humans that we've discovered them in 300,000 years, when somebody digs one up that's 2 million years old, then what do you do? Then you gotta go, and then there's also this thought that Neanderthals were stupid. They're kind of abandoning that now too. They think they had language, they had tools, they had society.
There's so much evidence, and this kind of puts into the cognitive evolution argument, which is, that we were the only smart species, like our name that we gave ourselves, Homo sapiens, literally means smart man. It's always been the idea that we're the smartest humans, that's why we won. To be fair, we didn't we might just be the most evil. Yeah, we're the most evil, we're slightly the luckiest ones, but we're the weakest, so we probably had to be evil. We had to figure out weapons that would be able to defeat the Neanderthals, who had, by the way, large brain capacities. They were just intelligent as us. That's a claim that probably some people would dispute, but I think there's lots of evidence that they were very smart.
Well, necessity is the mother of invention, right? And if you're physically weaker than these other things that are as intelligent as you and far stronger. Yeah, you gotta get demons. You gotta figure some stuff out. But did we even? I mean, maybe they got wiped out by something like disease, or did they even get wiped out? Because if you even look at the DNA of non-African humans, it's something like 20% of some populations. Well, they're just sort of interbred, which is also weird because most species can't breed with other species. We're very young. We're very It's weird. The whole history of humans is weird. And for academics to deny this possibility to me seems so short-sighted. It was silly. I think we're on the brink of quite a massive shift in our perspective regarding. I think so too, and I think it has to happen where, I don't mean to say this to be cruel, but the old people have to die. Is that cruel, isn't it? Science advances one funeral at a time. I think it's taken that long, though, to be honest. I think life is just one of the good things a lot of scientists don't take care of themselves. Which is also weird. We see super intelligent people that are obese and eat terrible food. Health experts. Yes, health experts. Not real ones. But it is, to me, a great disservice. And one of the things that I find very promising is that a lot of young academics are embracing alternative ideas, whether quietly or whether they're doing it publicly. Yeah, well, I think the advent of the internet and shows like this, the medium of podcasting, has really kind of democratized the access to information and allowed people with theories that potentially wouldn't have been able to get out there in the pre-internet age when they were kind of had to go through a kind of academic institution to get the theory heard and debated. Now anyone can say anything for better or worse, and that can, reach millions of people. And then, if it's an idea that's popular, then it can kind of be in the public eye, and then it can be debated properly. And I think that's only a good thing. Obviously, there are negative aspects to it. I think that will increase, ideas regarding prehistory, for example. I think it will increase the rate in which these things will get accepted, because once the evidence is out there, once you start talking about the Columbus structure, for example, how it completely flies in the face of these paradigms regarding permanent living and human intelligence is out there now. People can look it up and people can see that this is completely kind of opposed to what we've always been taught regarding prehistory. And this is kind of arrogant to assume that they built it too. That's weird too, because they did it basically on this assumption that human beings didn't exist back then, at least Homo sapiens didn't exist back then, which is also being challenged. That's over and over and over again. Yeah, the fact that Mason hypogenesis is literally just because it was found. Some hypogenesis remains like 200 kilometers away. And they're like, okay. It could have been, to be fair. It could have been. But I mean, right now, there's people that are living in Africa and 200 kilometers away from them are apes. So if one day they found structures, in the future, so these are mainly chimpanzees, that's kind of crazy. I mean, that's the thing about history, is it's all based on assumptions. It's not like a hard science. It's interpreting everything. That's fine. Like, that's how we do it. But sure, that's why I don't. It's the only way to do it right now. It's the only way to do it. That's why I don't get why people make these definitive conclusions and then don't allow anybody to kind of speculate or hypothesize about anything else. It's gatekeeping, it's academic gatekeeping. It's also these people that have been teaching this one thing forever being threatened by the fact that they were wrong. The last thing an academic wants to hear is like, you wrote this book, this stupid book. This book misled people for decades. You were so wrong. Like, they will fight it with every ounce of their being, because it's essentially their identity. Their identity is being the gatekeeper of their understanding of human history. They built a whole career around it. As you say, it's their identity. They've been the knowledge, the keeper of knowledge on a particular subject. And it's gross, because it's ours. It's the whole planet. It's all the human beings. It's like, do you have a few nerds who you wouldn't want to hang out with in real life? And these are the guys that are telling us we can't explore these things. And those are the people that are attacking Graham Hancock with every possible insult, calling it the most dangerous show on television, because
But it's also, it's so revealing because it's so obvious that if you watch the show, you're like, wait, this is the most dangerous show in the world. Yeah, like, how is that dangerous? He's like, just talking about these bizarre structures that exist that seem to defy our modern understanding of how things are built.
Yeah, and when I mean, I agree with absolutely everything Graham Hancock says, but when I look at, these ideas of, human intelligence potentially stretching back 500,000 years as displayed in the carbon structure of permanent living, and I would argue that it could go back a lot further than that. So when you look at it, when you kind of take into account that these abilities could have stretched back 500,000 years, when I then look at someone like Graham's work, it seems so plausible. I don't see why it seems so outrageous that, because 12,000 years ago, which is kind of when he proposes there could have been, a sophisticated civilization that was potentially wiped out by a cataclysm. When you look at that from the perspective of, we've been intelligent for half a million years, it doesn't seem very plausible. Not only that, it's 450,000 years after the first structure. But no one's talking about this. That's what's weird, is that no one's talking about that. It's just me. It's not like it's us, it's like those academics as well. To be fair, the guy that founded the argument said that he never could have imagined that pre-Homo sapien, pre-Homo sapien could be Homo sapien, but he said it's completely paradigm shifting, that they have the capacity to plan and build something like this. There's no fuss about it. It's just the paper was written and it was put on. Well, these things take time because, more conversations, more people have to understand that these things aren't being discovered. And we are kind of confused about so many things about human history. And we're being told that there's some people at the universities that have all the answers. It's literally not possible that they're doing the church. It's not possible. That's why because it's a gigantic fuck you. It'd be the most gigantic fuck you of all time if they found out that those scans are accurate and there's these pillars that are wrapped in coils that go down like hundreds of meters, and then below them there's additional structures that hold. I mean, I think it's all connected. Yes! Which is like, if Christopher Dunn is correct about it being some sort of a power plant, that reveals like how the thing worked and functioned. Yeah, it's way more advanced than us. Like, what is that? In some ways, they already are. We can't explain how they did it. I know we lie. I've talked to so many people with my Aunt Zoe Gloss here who's explaining to me, it was the national project going, oh, that'll fix it. We should make our national project breathe underwater and fly through the air. Like, we should make that our national project to go to the planets and live there in case Earth gets blown up. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Yeah, I just want to I know we're delving into the kind of conspiracy side of things because I was trying to stay kind of based in not me. I go right in. Please first. I do my own time and stuff in my head and stuff, but in terms of like what do you dive into in your own head the most? I sometimes combine the UFO one with the ancient civilization. And I think what happens if, a civilization from a billion years ago got so advanced that we can't see them. That's what the UFO thing is. It's just someone from this earth just space thing. Yeah, sometimes I think about that. Obviously, I don't talk about my videos because I don't need to give anyone any information to see. Well, there's also the genetic engineering one. Why humans are so different than everything else in the first place. Like, that's weird. The doubling of the human brain size over a period of 2 million years is really weird. What's that reference? Is that from Hominins to Erectus? What is that? I don't know. Let's Google it. So how do people say that? I've always thought, I guess that must be from Homo habilis to Homo erectus. Is it just an immense thing that is, like Terence McKenna used to say, it would be bizarre if there was the liver of an otter that had doubled over a period of that amount of time. But the fact that it's the very organ that allows us to contemplate and to understand human existence in the first place, and then that organ doubled over a period of 2 million years.
Yeah, he's got the wacky theory because he thinks it's psilocybin mushrooms. I think there could be something to that. I mean, because, ancient cultures have always used psychedelic substances, basically all the way up into Western civil society kind of took hold. It's always been an integral part of human culture and society. And then us in our modern world have decided to outlaw that. I think that's a tragic mistake, to be honest with you. It is. I think history will reveal that one day. And I think that is one of the also a lot of good things about discussions that are happening on the internet that are kind of unchecked and untethered by academia, so you can talk about these things. Bigger Blank Brain study website says it's actually tripled over our time we've tracked it. Slow increase from 62 million, but a larger increase 100,000 years ago. That article goes, that's what the aliens So I didn't even buy that, though, because Paleogensis have the same cranial capacity as us, but us, and they go back 900,000 years. Maybe that's a red brains don't fossilise.
Prior declarations about progress
So the brain
justice
is sometimes happens when you can't be harmed. Actual endocounts scientists also make artificial endocounts to study like the ones above. Fascinating. You were away, Rachel. Well, did you say it's 2017 that they discovered modern humans 300,000 years ago? I think so, yeah. And where was that? Is it Morocco? So that's Morocco, right? So imagine if they found something similar in China. Well, that would fuck up Africa. Yeah, Africa, they can already fucking they can be good. Well, it wouldn't really even fuck it up. It would just push it back. Well, I guess so, yeah. We haven't even supposed to have left Africa until this time of the cognitive revolution, and that's always been one of the points. Like, oh, we got smart, left Africa 60,000 years ago. But that doesn't make sense to me either, because Homo erectus managed to migrate out of Africa and colonize parts of Asia and parts of Europe over a million years ago. If they're supposed to be inferior to us, then how can they make this massive leap? The Paleogensis did it 600,000 years ago. They're supposed to be inferior to us, how come they do this? So, I don't know. I try not to delve into that. I'll have to think about it. It gets a little bit controversial sometimes. It does. Well, it gets controversial when you bring in aliens, too, because aliens become racist. It becomes racist because now you're not accrediting the Africans to building the pyramids. Which is really fascinating. That's never made sense to me, that. Because it was a white people that built the pyramids. Well, I watched this very bizarre discussion between some guy that was trying to claim that it wasn't Africans who built the pyramids, but it was white people who built the pyramids. And so there are people that have this sort of racist idea of the construction of the pyramids, but you can't attach that to everyone is speculating about the construction because it's too. If the things are too weird, it's too weird. Let's assume that it was Africans that built the pyramids. But if we're assuming that, like, how were they so much smarter than everyone alive today? How were they so much smarter? Let's say it's 4,500 years ago. How were they so much smarter? What was going on? Like, what happened? Did they discover something that allowed their understanding of physics to be just so much greater than everybody else who's ever lived? Like, what did they discover? Like, what were they encountering? What were they consuming? What were they doing? What were they teaching each other? We lost so much in the burning of the Library of Alexandria, right? That's basically quite sad. I think they would have reckoned a lot. I'm not sure what was happening with that. I'm not sure if it was one burning or just several burnings. And then the question is, what if it's older? What if all that stuff, what if, this is one of the reasons somebody else was what is this? Like, I was talking about the King's List, when it goes back 30,000 years. What if that's accurate? Yeah, it's the Sumerian book. Yeah. It gets real squirrely when you only want to accept some parts of history. And that ties into the Greek Saga. I was talking about, like, they have the King List, they go back this far. Yeah, we say this on myth. To be fair, they have kings that reign for like thousands of years, which is a bit weird.
It's a bit weird.
Probably don't, I mean, unless you're talking some kind of alien thing, that probably wasn't human. But that might just be because it would have been a long time ago for them too when they were writing these king lists. Sure, it doesn't mean that their civilization only started with the first dynasty. What we've decided is the line between myth and fact. Because that's a modern interpretation after the fact. They never made such distinction.
Yeah, and this idea that they lived 1,000 years. Well, have you ever read the North Korean depictions of Kim Jong-un's first day playing golf?
Yeah, it's not the guys.
Yeah, I mean, he made like 9 holes in one. Crazy golf all the time. You know what I'm saying? So it's like you're writing about kings who lived 1,000 years, fire came from his dick. Like, what are we talking about? We don't know. We don't know what they were writing. We don't know who wrote it. We don't know how fantastic it was, how much hyperbole was involved.
Good morning, Miss Aquarius. How are you?
Except the king's list.
I'm well. How'd you sleep?
Yeah, but you don't accept this possibility.
That's great to hear. Are you ready to take on the day?
Yeah.
Excellent. God willing, we'll play tonight, okay?
Talk to you later, Rabbi. God willing.
God willing, have a wonderful day.
All right. You too.
Thank you. Thank you.
So it makes you think, like, how long have they been there? I think the Egyptians definitely undertook some kind of construction project around the time of 2500 BC. For sure, because there's records of them saying they did stuff, but that doesn't mean, because they have all these records, but there's no records of how they built it.
Well, they also, the buildings that they made that were after 2500 BC are dog shit.
So they just immediately forgot how to do it again.
They were trying to copy, and they just couldn't do it. They didn't have the math, they didn't have the engineering, the stones are smaller.
And no one's claiming, they didn't claim credit, which is weird. Why would you not claim it?
It's all weird. It's all weird. It's the weirdest, right? So it's the one thing that if you're a logical person and you think you know the timeline of history, you think you understand human civilization, you think you understand like how intelligence evolved, how technology and innovation evolved, and you see that and you're like, oh, I don't know shit. I don't know shit. Like, how is that statue so big and perfectly symmetrical? They're crazy. Some of it is just these vases that they don't understand. This is a 3D. This is a 3D model of an actual vase from Egypt.
It takes a bit of work on this, aren't they? People like
Christopher, don't give this to us. But you know, Ben from Uncharted X, he's done a lot of work on these things. Like those vases are very bizarre. Very bizarre. They appear right in the style of the Egyptian dynasty. Yeah, we have no idea how they made them. We don't know what tools they used. Anybody that says that they do, you're lying. You really don't know. You can't know. These things are perfectly symmetrical. They weren't turned on a wave because they have handles. The way they measure them, when you look at like the deviation from ground and like how it's like a thousandth of a human hair. Yeah, that's crazy. And it's made from incredibly hard granite. It's the hardest stuff to do that with. What are we talking about? Who are these people? This is kind of crazy. And then you have the statues that are perfectly symmetrical, perfectly spaced, just incredible and massive. Yeah, huge, unbelievably huge. So they moved them there, and then they carved them perfectly symmetrically. It looks like they're 3D printed. It's so strange. It just screams out lost technology. It screams that these people had some sort of information and some sort of education that is like on a different path of our. We went the way of the internal combustion engine and transistors and electronics, and it seems like they went a totally different way, but maybe even farther. We're scrambled in our pathway to advancement is the only one that the human mind and all its infinite creativity can
This is another point regarding culture that flourished back 1,000 years ago. We're always looking for ourselves. But there's so many different ways that we could have gone. Because why did it have to be mass farming, mass population growth, and then, as you say, kind of industrial progress? There could have been so many different forms of human development, human lives. Well, it could have been if they had enough animals, they mostly ate animals. Mostly ate animals and fish, which is probably healthier for you anyway. Really what grain is survival food. Yeah, we were going shorter and less healthy when because we didn't get the right amount of protein. And our jaws like shrunk because we were eating cool. And if you live in a part of the world where people are eating a lot of like porridge and shit, their jaws get really small. Yeah, that's not good for us. It's fucking terrible for our people. That's for a diet, which is real strange. But if you think about this time, and especially that part of the world where there was so much abundant natural resources, then animal agriculture seems super simple. You just corral a bunch of animals, you build fence, and then you eat them. You don't really have to grow rice. There's so many different ways that culture could have flourished. We're always looking for it, and we just don't know where to look as well. Right? One point people always make in my comments and stuff to try and debunk me is like, we would see pollution, we would see kind of signals in the atmosphere or whatever if there was like a big civilization 100,000 years ago. That's only the case if it was someone on the scale of us now. Because if they were doing it the way we're doing it, we're talking about a completely different pathway. Clearly, there's some technology that they had that we don't understand. When you talk about the drill holes that they find, or the way they carved out these enormous, massive chunks of stone, and we're apparently going to move them. We don't understand how they shot this. Yes, it's crazy. Unfinished objects. That's bananas. And so many of these things that they cut out of the ground and absolutely are bananas. So it's like, what kind of technology? Why are we assuming that it's going to be some internal combustion engine that sprays out terrible pollution when they figure something out? I would say it's entirely possible because we're going to eventually use 100,000 years. You will not be able to recognize any of this nonsense that we use for technology today. Especially when AI gets involved. Did you see that thing where a quantum computer supposedly went 1 second back in time? Was that bullshit? No, it happened. It's 6 years ago. It's not new. 6 years ago, well, still does. We're in 2019, but still, it went back in time by 1 second. Exactly. But that's us. Now imagine that technology that was science fiction 20 years ago. Right? Go back to like the movie Alien. Look at their stupid computers that they had. This is what they thought people were going to have when they were starving people. Now, think of this quantum computer experiment where it goes back in time 1 second and then go 4,000 years. Which is nothing. We're talking about 4,500 years ago. You might be off by 1,000, so go to 5,500 years ago, 6,000. If you're listening to John Anthony West, he thinks it's 34,000 years. That's what he thinks. And that sounds so crazy, but then you look at the length of time we've been around, and it's still quite recent.
Yeah, it's still quite recent.
And that lines up with things, doesn't it? That's the processional.
How much evidence of a quantum computer from 34,000 years ago we do have, right? So we did get pelted by comets, which we know happened. That's a fact.
I saw an estimate, I think it was from NASA, but it was from a kind of scientific journal. Earth is hit by what they define as a cataclysmic impact every 100,000 years. That's the impact that's capable of wiping out a third of today's population every 100,000 years. And 100,000 years sounds like a long time. Again, it's been around for 300,000 years. It's been hit by a cataclysmic impact 3 Sea level rise is a massive one because we always live by the coasts, and if you look at the kind of fluctuation of sea level rise over the last 100,000 years, 200,000 years, 300,000 years, the sea level is coming in and out by hundreds of kilometers at a time. Nothing's ever left. Wild stuff. It's crazy. It is wild stuff. But again, if someone is a historian, and they got into someone's archaeologist, they got into this because they have this fascination for it. For them to become professors and then start teaching and writing books about this stuff and not still be fascinated by the new stuff is to me so weird. It's like you missed the whole reason why you got into this in the first place. You got into this in the first place is because you're trying to figure out what happened. How did we get to this point? If there's evidence that shows that we don't have the full picture, and you're ignoring that, dismissing that. And the thing is, when you go through these kind of systems, I've sort of got experience in this. Obviously, I was never a professional academic or anything like that, but you know, I did history for 4 years. I was kind of inside it, like, to the point where I was almost, you know, to do this as a career, become a professional academic. It's very hard to kind of even think this way because everyone around you is thinking within these boxes that we're creating for ourselves. And so it's very hard to kind of open your mind. And you kind of have to do it in private as well because no one else is talking in those terms around you. And you're surrounded by people that think quite limited terms. I don't say that to kind of be offensive or, you know, doubting what's the culture. Exactly, it's the culture. It means that no one is. It's very hard to think outside the box when you're kind of in that culture. Yeah, I think that's kind of what creates these, you know, rigid systems of thought. It's also kind of fear-based because it's not just discouraged, they'll attack you. They'll attack each other anyway. It's just the thing about the Clovis first issue, you know, that's the best example. It's the best example because that guy was destroyed. Destroyed. And they were right. They were destroyed for theorizing that human beings had lived in North America and had arrived in North America far before 13,000 years ago. That was the established timeline of the Clovis people. And then when they found this footprints in New Mexico, they're 22,000 years old. Yeah, and I hated that as well. They hated that. Of course they hated it. But they hated it just because they were wrong. That's all it is, man. It's human. It is so gross. And this brings me back to psychedelics. Because what do psychedelics do that's most important? Well, the dissolving of the ego. It makes you realize the folly of your ways. You know, and all of these people that are supposed to be the academics, are supposed to be the enlightened ones. They're not enlightened. They have information, and they hold that information as their objection. And they're worried about hard things. They have to of our world, our history is really cool. It's really awesome, but there's a whole lot more out there for that to pretend and dismiss people like they should embrace people like Grandma Coffee. And they should correct him when he's saying something that's wrong. But instead of lying and calling him a racist and saying all these terrible things about him, that just shows me that you don't have an argument. And you're trying to protect your identity. Your identity is the gatekeeper of this information that is beyond you. As far as the whole human race, not understand what the hell happened. And I wish that the institution had ancient history and prehistory. The story of our species through people like who kind of created a massive interest in this subject, but instead of embracing that, they see it as a threat, and I think that's really sad, to be honest. Yeah, and I think it kind of hurts the discipline in general, because if you kind of like embrace that and like go to the table and just spoke to him and kind of agree to have the discussion, then you would create a much kind of healthy debate around this thing things. When you talk about the Clovis kind of narrative, because we think that we know what happened, and thus we know what didn't happen. It means that people aren't even looking for the stuff that now what's there. So like they didn't dig deep enough the kind of Clovis layer until very recently. Whereas they knew that humans weren't around until Clovis was. That was wrong. So they could have missed so much stuff. They probably just have you seen that? There's like a, to be fair, I think Rabbi mentioned on the show, there's the Mastodon site, which is like 130,000 years ago in America. If that's which it kind of looks like it is. Just the pinnacle of because the way the bones are broken, it could have been from some sort of an accident or an avalanche or something, right? Yeah, it's debatable, but it's also, it could be human. Or it could easily be human because it kind of looks like human bones on bones. So it looks like scrapings, like they're scraping at marrow or bones. Or some kind of primitive. Why couldn't it be? I mean, it necessarily have to be Homo sapien, but why couldn't another human species have got to a human? Well, it seems like they certainly could have if they were here 22,000 years ago. Like, what was that time? Why did they figure it out then? And how they do it, right? That's the question, how they do it. And we know that people were seafaring from almost the earliest seafarers. And all the Homo erectus is seafaring. Which just meant, could you really? Well, they reached places that were isolated. And some people say, yeah, they kind of floated there accidentally. It's possible, but it seems a bit weird that you then like some label colonized place. See, that's where it gets so screwed. If Homo erectus were a boat, that's bananas. I mean, Neanderthals were definitely making boats. This points to how intelligent they were. They were making sophisticated boats and sailing across the Mediterranean, colonizing places like Crete well over 100,000 years ago. Well, we know that the North Sentinel, they arrived by boat from Africa 60,000 years ago. So at least then, it was obvious. Oh, definitely. Probably way earlier. That's why we assume they wouldn't get there. That seems crazy. Big and Germany, to be fair, but then I guess if you go across the top, you go across the top and kind of hop down on the coast, then also there's a problem. It's like if you go back 12,000 years ago, Canada's covered in ice. There's nothing there. It's literally all ice. So where are they coming from? Well, they have to become from south. I guess. I mean, there's one theory regarding the Polynesian island chain. Hopping across the East Island and then making one lost and hop across to South America. That's a crazy hop going the other way. It is a crazy hop. It is crazy. I've always done crazy. And just the fact that they did it in the 1400s is bananas, right? And they did that with tech that was, yeah. The thing you get to, how do you say that ancient Greek symbol, the ancient Greek mechanism that they found, the antikythera, that's it. I never considered that. Antikythera. I'll try to remember it. But I always forget it. But that thing is bananas. Like, when they first found it, it just looked like a hunk of shit. What is this? And then when they got a better understanding, I think it was like a long time after they discovered it, that they go, oh, wait a minute, these are gears. Like, what? How is this a basic 2,000-year-old computer? Yeah. At least you found also that's the floor. No one just, someone didn't just develop a, I fucking made a computer. It was clearly like a little history of very technical stuff in ancient Greece. And it could have been the ancient Greeks, but also it could have been like, well, what's the history of this technology? Right, more technical than like this modern automatic watch. Modern automatic watch, if you look at the inside of it, it's crazy. There's springs and gears, and it's all within this thing goes like within, I think it's a couple seconds a day. Like, that's crazy. And it's all these little things. It has no power source other than the movement of your hand. Yeah. And then there's a 72-hour power reserve. So for 72 hours, you let it sit there. Just from the power of your hand from wearing it. Nuts. Nuts. But that's normal. That's a normal thing for a modern watch with these little tiny gears. This thing's way crazier than that. It's 2,000 years old. What do they think it was for? Maybe the way it kind of like tracked the lunar cycles and kind of elliptical movements. The 3D AI representation of what it looked like when it was fully done. So you can find that because it's That's the most eye-opening of it. Because you're bringing this back to the time of Christ, and someone made a computer. Yeah, it's like, okay, what are we missing? Like, Graham's quote is the best. I love this quote. We are a species with amnesia. 100%. 100%. Yeah, and this other quote that I really love. Things just keep getting older. Things just keep getting older. Yeah. This is something that people resist for some strange reason. I don't understand. I think it's just because it's attached to these folks like Graham. Yeah, that's the one. That's what it used to look like. Oh, right. But that is what it used to look like, right? That's showing the modern reproduction. Just imagine. Okay, someone 2,000 fucking years ago figured that out. They have these little representations of the stars and the planets, of the sun, and all the planets. That's right. First of all, how do they know? How are they seeing these planets? Like, do they have a telescope? Like, what are they? How do they know how many planets are in our solar system? What did you base this on? No equivalent technology ever emerged. Right. So it just makes you wonder, like, how old is that, and what's that from? And what were the, was there other stuff like this that we never find?
Set after the name of the season.
Yeah, no, I think that's the crazy thing to read. Some evidence suggests that man may have crossed the sea as early as 700,000. Watch happy you're born today. Trying to gut it out. I might tough it out. My boys are going across the line. See it with the study. There's no food left. Yeah, it's kind of great that we got as far as we did, but it's really amazing when they find things like that. The antikythera mechanism is but just the fact that we found one of those, it makes you wonder, like, what they have in Egypt? What did they have 2,000 years before that? What did they miss? I saw a video recently that does explain all the Egypt stuff up there. And
Welcome. How are you, Breaking Bad fan?
Let's just put that in greater context. We're here to promulgators of Muslims today. My colleague Dr. Alan Martinez does phenomenal work with Muslim people who are topics, and he's divided Muslim into four basic categories. The first is traditional Talmudic Musar, which essentially anthologizes teachings and almost reorganizes them, such as Orchot Tzadikim, anonymous 15th century book that lists a large number of so-called states, personality traits, and behaviors, and describes the Talmudic approach to these traits. Other Musar strains include the philosophical, which is Maimonides' most found explicator, explainer. Perhaps the greatest example of that in his book, Laws of Opinion. There is the ascetic version, such as the Sefer Hasidim by 18th century self-flagellation, perhaps even literally, with 1%. Then there is the fourth strain, the Kabbalistic, which Torah is clearly the seminal work of Kabbalistic Musar, and as a result, it's phenomenal. of the Talmud Torah popularity outside of the Iranian world as well. Many Hasidic endorsements of the work of the Ramban, although the Hasidic world is probably much more heavily indebted to the Arizal more directly for their Kabbalistic view of the world. Nevertheless, the work of the Ramban is considered holy of holies as well. And the Talmud, for example, occupies the ultimate has frequent references to the work of the Ramban. And my way of conclusion in terms of endorsements, there's rather amazing endorsements by Rabbi spiritual master, especially in Hasidic tradition. Talmud Torah was of such value that it's even I say this with some but nevertheless, I think it would be remiss if I didn't say this. Rabbi Chaim even asserted that the great Talmud Torah was it's Yedamah, which is a Yiddish term meaning phenomenal statement that one has to have very broad shoulders to make such a
What up, Breaking Bad fan? How are you?
assertion like that. But nevertheless, it's of how valued this text is in the Hasidic community as well. So, the Ramban, this is his grave in Tzfat. He passed away at the early age of 48. He was also one of the saints that passed away in Tzfat. He left behind a great corpus of literary works, including Talmud Torah, commentary on Zohar and so others. And he also left behind some extremely influential students. Those who are familiar with the ancient period will be impressed. Das, the author of the Rishon Chochmah, is one of his principal students. Of course, Arizal, Rabbi Chaim Vital, who's the author of the Messiah, and also a major student of the Arizal, and so on and so forth. Really a phenomenal contribution to Jewish thought, and hopefully with the increased popularity of the Torah translation to spirituality as a whole. So thank you for sitting through this based lecture. Hope that my technology will work fine next week. I won't have to do it again, but
Save mentioning the righteous man. That you then yagged on the Hebrew for made their marriage shieldless. Plural version. Zikronol Latin Sephardic version. Made his memory be for life. Zikronol Latin Sephardic plural version. Made their memory be for life. Sector King added languages for the memory of the righteous of blessing. Said after a righteous person has name. That you took Yankee desires to for make this marriage shieldless. Said with the righteous man. That you have Yankee for made their marriage shieldless. Plural version. The Crumble Latin Hebrew for made his memory for life. Sephardic phrasing.
I tell them it's just my
for made their memory for life. Plural Sephardic phrasing. Acronym for instance, our master, our teacher, and our rabbi. As the formal title for Shabbat rest. The Elder Reba refers specifically to Rabbi the Savior involved in the Rabbi 1745. 1812, the founder of Shabbat and author of the Talmud. Akari is plural of Akar, referring to Shabbat rest across the generation.
For 25 years, seeing the same
Exercises for one. In Shabbat, now means prayer, used in Kabbalistic meditations to signify the peace of God.
And I feel like it's
really time for love of a fellow Jew. A central value in Shabbat, often emphasized by the Reba. Having passion Hebrew for love of God. As for in Chassidus, Paul has a feeling that should permeate prayer and mix with the church. Having pattern Hebrew for love of the Torah. In Shabbat thought, connected with cleaving to God as wisdom through study. Chabad is a long Hebrew for everlasting love. Name of a blessing in prayer. In Shabbat, seen as reflecting God as eternal love for Israel. A hostile God of Hebrew, for there is nothing besides him.
I had this terrible nightmare.
A principle stressed in Shabbat Chassidus, reflecting divine unity and nullification of ego. Active Hebrew for thou. A Kabbalistic concept referenced in Shabbat teachings, describing the first stage of creation where all divine life are bound in one vessel. Al-Hajj is Hebrew for the miracle. A prayer recited on Hanukkah and Purim, highlighting Shabbat for its emphasis on divine providence. Al-Qadr, a series of Shabbat discourses and teachings interpret Torah with mystical depth. A Hebrew for ascent. Refers both to being called up to the Torah and to spiritual elevation, a central theme in Shabbat thought. All biblical action symbolizing now tenfold this toward holiness. In Shabbat philosophy, and all activity force of spiritual apathy, one must overcome. Amid a central standing prayer. Shabbat emphasizes how vanity is intense, and meditation during it, especially on God as unity. On an era made for high your service. A phrase used in Shabbat diction of melodies to express self-nullification before God.
With you what her life says
On in Massachusetts, on the Hebrew for I believe. A declaration of faith, often sung in Shabbat, far renderings, ties to Jewish perseverance. On the Yosef Hebrew for I am Joseph. Famous story phrase. In Shabbat, Chassidus symbolizes revelation of hidden truth and unity. Axillus Hebrew for emanation. In Kabbalah and Shabbat, Chassidus is one of the four spiritual worlds, representing human persons. Ax is Hebrew for essence. In Shabbat, refers to God as ultimate essence, beyond all attributes, with which Jews connect through Yitzchak. As Hebrew for father. Also the name of a Hebrew month is not a tab. In fact, it carries both morning Tisha B'Av and comfort Shabbat Nashamu. Akar Chami Hebrew for father and mercy.
Parents were people who were
A prayer with deep emotional resonance, explained in Shabbat texts as God as compassionate natures. The Buddha Hebrew for service. In Shabbat, it means serving God with the heart, mind, and soul, particularly through prayer and inner work. The Buddha is Hebrew for inner service. In Shabbat teachings, refers to deep inward spiritual work on character and awareness of God. The Buddha Shibboleth Hebrew for service of the heart. Prayer, which in Shabbat is central to transforming emotions, love and awe of God. The Hebrew for patriarch. In Shabbat, often studied in connection with Pirkei of the ethics of the fathers, explained with Chassidic depth. I am Hebrew for where are you? God as Falco Adam. In Shabbat thought, interpreted as an ongoing divine question to be about their spiritual state. There is an Yashir Hebrew for him to say. The song that is the Exodus 15. In Shabbat liturgy, its recitation involves meditating on God as power and redemption. All Betanya Hebrew for author of Betanya. Refers to Rabbi S.A. Resolve in the Briani, founder of Shabbat, who wrote the Tanya, the seminal Shabbat text. All Temkos that Hebrew for master of Tebet Base. Refers to Rabbi Yisrael, Temkos, founder of the Chassidic movement, spiritual predecessor of Shabbat. All Peshuah Hebrew for master of reserve. Peshuah refers back to Torah of service. In Shabbat, embraced warmly as part of Calvary Kairos. Our Hebrew for blessed. The call to people prayer. In Shabbat services, this is emphasized with strong intention as connecting to higher spiritual levels. Baruch Hadis Hebrew for blessed be
also not so
A common Shabbat expression of gratitude in daily speech.
as we shall see,
Basardi Shalom Hebrew
the
force
social
and bill.
insult that she suffered as a result
Refers to kosher dietary law obscurating meat and dairy. In Shabbat home, strict separation is observed. Vegetable Aramaic for heavenly voice.
most egregious in there.
In Shabbat talk, symbolizes divine guidance and
I'd like to do
even
tonight
after
is
prophecy
I'm
ceases.
going to
That makes the people for daughter of possession.
women in medieval
With a
communism.
Jewish girl turns 12. Shabbat encourages a celebration that emphasizes learning Torah and doing mitzvah.
I'd also like to spend a little bit
This
of time
category
getting
includes
into
for
the deeper
religious traits,
elements of
refers to the 3 weeks of mourning between 17 couples and 9 halves. In Shabbat explained as a time of hidden divine compassion. The IOE or intermediate one. Central concept in Kanya. Salupo struggles with inner conflict yet controls thought, speech, and action. These named Hebrew for house of our life. Represents 770 Eastern Parkway, Shabbat headquarters, considers a part of Shabbat worldwide. These include 4 house objectives. Unrepeatable force. In Shabbat communities, these influences are often tied to militia and community leadership. These common actions for holy people.
A very
In
fascinating
Shabbat
document
philosophy, it represents both the historical temple in Jerusalem and minor sanctuary of the heart.
And so these 3 documents allow us to give us kind of a triangulation of her life, a
Shabbat
GPS,
yeshivas and study halls are even called this. These Reba Hebrews for house of the Reba.
we'll see a lot about women in the
Classic
economy
Shabbat
and
biography of the
in
first
particular.
branch, chronicling their lives and teachings. Then
One of
we
the
see the
most
idol
difficult things
for
about
figure in
studying
Kanya,
social
described
history
as the ideal
is
spiritual
the lives
model
of the
accessible
kings
to all
as
youths.
opposed to the lives of the great religious
He has
figures
wrapped actively as Hebrew for with God as
social
help.
history looks at how
Common
people
phrase in
actually
Shabbat
live.
correspondence
Or as
and
Herder put
speech.
it, yes, I can't think of it, is
Speaker
about
calling
how it
Hebrew for
actually
visiting the
was
sick.
for people. How did
In
people
Shabbat
actually
practice,
live?
consider the vital
One of
acts of
the
kindness and
massive
outreach.
subpoenae we have in our
Minor
sources is
Hebrew
where
for
are the women?
platform.
The vast
The raised
majority
stand
of
in the synagogue where the
people
Torah is
create
read.
documents from which
In
history
Shabbat
is
Kol,
understood were
central
men.
to communal Torah
Men
reading.
tended to write
Working
mainly
on
about
Hebrew for
things
grace
that
after
were
meals.
important to men, like medieval
Shabbat
baseball,
custom
politics.
emphasizes reciting it with Kaveh Avi's
Because I
intention.
picked up the joke.
Myra is Hebrew for refinement.
Men tend to
But in
write
Shabbat
about other men
religious
and
concept.
about things that are important to men.
The task
Women
of elevating sparks
had
of
less
holiness
access
back
to
in the
education. They
material world.
tended to be far less
The task
literate.
on Hebrew
They
for
left
trust
far
and
less
law.
of a literary
In
record for
Shabbat,
us
it
to
means complete
create the
reliance
kind
in
of
divine
archaeological
providence,
finds
taught
that would tell us
extensively
about
by the
what their
Rabbi.
lives were like.
Middle
So
Hebrew
the
for
only way we can really get
self-nullification.
access to women's lives
Central
is
Shabbat
much
idea.
of human history is to try to
Unifying ego to
reconstruct
allow
their lives
godliness to
out of
shine
what
through.
men say about them.
Leave inner
And
Hebrew
that's
for
just
without
one
a vow.
of the challenges of working in
Common
this discipline
Shabbat
is
phrase
trying
with
to
community
understand
Mulam
any
Mitzvah to
vacuum
avoid making an unintended hoax.
how that vacuum
Proper
affects
Yiddish
the
for young
outside
man.
world, so to speak. So we have
Refers to as married yeshiva students in Shabbat, especially those learning in 770 or other Shabbat institutions.
that will inform our discussion.
Branch
The
of
first
Hebrew
is
for blessing.
traditional rabbinic
In
literature.
Shabbat thought,
That
a
is
branch channels
pious
divine
literature,
energy into the world.
sometimes legal,
Branch Afro is Hebrew for after blessing.
why rabbis
Blessing
obviously
recited after
trying
reading.
to promote
Shabbat
particular
emphasizes
religious
proper
agenda,
galactic
trying to
observance and
greater
awareness of
attraction
divine
to the
flow.
values of Judaism and so on. And
Branch
their
Risilis and
reflection
refers to
on
blessing.
women and the roles
Blessing
of women
recited
are
before
often
eating.
idealized kind
Shabbat
of placed
teaching
in
stress
the
mindfulness before partaking
that
in
may
physical
not
pleasures.
conform to reality.
Curricula
The
teaching
other
for
type of
covenant
source, I'm looking,
circumcision.
for example, at the Mishnah
In
Torah,
Shabbat, it
one
has
of the
us with
classic works
spiritual
of great
milestones
Maimonides,
connected with
writes
how
down
to be eternal covenant
very
with God.
hard-nosed legislation about
Even
how
Yiddish
men
for
and women
grandmother.
comport themselves
Often
with
used
each other,
affectionately in Shabbat families.
which often, was kind of stating
But
an
Yiddish
ideal without
variant for
necessarily
grandmother.
reflecting what
Common
women
affectionate
actually did.
term in Shabbat
We
homes.
also look at the Sefer
All
Hasidim,
a
which we talked
Tanya
about a
Hebrew
couple
for
of weeks
author
ago,
of
and
the
we'll get through
Tanya.
that lesson. There's one interesting reference
Rabbi
in there
S.H.
because it's
Nerd
very
Alden
rich
of Leon, the founder of Shabbat,
the
who wrote
second
the Tanya.
major source that we have
Baal
for the
Shem
lives
Tov
of
Best
women
for master of the
are
good day,
social
founder
and
of the
economic
Chassidic
documentation.
movement, spiritual
Things
forerunner
like,
of
for
Shabbat.
example, the find of the Cairo Genesis.
Baal Teshuva BT Hebrew for master of return.
here, previous master, this treasure trove of
In
documentation.
Shabbat,
But
a
basically,
warmly used term.
the Geniza
Shabbat
was
is
the
known for its
storehouse
unreached
of
ponds.
documents.
Malachim
That
is
was
Yiddish
kept
for
in the
respectable,
synagogue
dignified,
mountains of
proper.
Cairo. Ben Ezra Synagogue
In
synagogue,
Shabbat
you can see
slang,
here,
describes
that's
someone who
actually
acts
the
refined,
to the
responsible,
Geniza
or come
on
together.
the second floor.
Malachim, Malach is Yiddish for homeless, head of
Another
household.
recreation later on in this lecture where he shows
In
people
Shabbat,
actually
often means a respectable married man, not a yeshiva mocker. Malachim is Yiddish for good home maker.
Store.
A compliment for a Shabbat wife orderly who runs her home with care and doing more. Mark is Hebrew for blessed. The call to communal prayer. In Shabbat services, recited with strong concentration and spiritual intention.
But what made this
Baruch Hashem meaning Hebrew for blessed be God.
this small
Constant
town
Shabbat expression for gratitude or simply answering how are you. The Sargi Shalom Hebrew for live and build.
letters actually.
Kosher dietary laws of separating meat and dairy.
Very
Shabbat most follow this very
business
strictly.
contracts.
Baptismal era dating for heavenly boys.
For example, that Maimonides had a sister.
In Shabbat thought symbolizes divine inspiration still echoing in the world. Bas mitzvah Hebrew for daughter of convention.
Shopping list.
When a girl turns 12.
Pick up some hummus on the way home.
In Shabbat, marked with joy, learning, and
Maimonides
mitzvah.
because anything written
Being mandatory Hebrew for between the straits.
as a result of some interesting
The dream means of morning to 17 tongues and 9 halves.
600
In
years.
Shabbat thought, a time when it is divine
At the
compassion.
end of the 19th century,
Behind only
and
Hebrew for
scholars
intermediate
discovered
one.
approximately
A central Indian
250,000
concept.
which
One
dwarfs
who has
every
never
other
struggled,
source
but
from
never
the
seeks
Mediterranean
thought,
basin,
speech, or
covering
action.
approximately the year
These
900 to
Hebrew
about the year
forecasts of our
1550.
life.
An incredible trove of information
After still
that scholars are
770
still
Eastern
pouring over
Parkway,
into
Shabbat AU, considered the heart of the
in the
business.
Cairo Geniza,
These in
we
Hebrew
have all
forecasts
kinds
of
of
judgment.
documentation that people will loathe to
Simply
throw
they
away,
go forward.
such as, for example,
In
marriage
Shabbat
contracts.
communities,
There are
candles collected
thousands of
rulings.
marriage contracts.
These
And unlike the
objects
ones that
Hebrew
people
for holy
generally
temple.
use today, maybe I should say
That
that
thought also symbolizes the
but
inner
there were lots of
sanctuary of the soul.
these stipulations
Enraptured
made
Hebrew
in marriage
forecasts of
contracts
study.
was not just the standard Aramaic text.
With
People
studio
would
of
add in,
Shabbat
you know,
Yeshiva
and
or
if he
Shul.
yells at her and then she has to
These
give
read
him
the Hebrew
chicken
forecasts
food,
of
they
the
would add
Rita.
in all kinds of details. So we know a
Classic
lot
Shabbat
about their
text
social
strongly
lives.
twin lives of the early
And
Shabbat
finally,
leaders.
one last
Benoni Sibi Adoni.
Jewish literature is the so-called
We has
responsa
Hashem
literature,
as Hebrew for
which
with
is
God
a
fell.
genre that still
Common
persists to
Shabbat
this
phrase
day,
in speech
and
and
it goes
writing.
back to the
Hebrew
Gaelic
tongue is
period
Hebrew
of the
for
8th
visiting the
century,
sick.
where
But for Shabbat act of kindness.
petitioners will ask rabbis questions.
Simon Hebrew for platforms.
And
The
the
raised
questions
place in a
themselves
home where
are
the
lost,
Torah
they're
is
not
read.
preserved, but the
Birth
answers
comes
of the
Hebrew for
rabbis
grace
are
after
preserved
meals.
and often,
In
collected
fact,
and
recited with
reprinted
strong
and
intention.
recopied
Myra is Hebrew for
in
refinement.
Jewish law. So the types of
Shabbat mystical
responsa
concept of elevating sparks of holiness hidden in the physical world. We touch on Hebrew for trust and thought.
So
Shabbat emphasizes complete reliance in divine providence. Middle Hebrew for self-nullification. Central to Shabbat passages.
Social literature, like the Detroit
Unifying ego so divine like can shine through.
as well as response literature.
For without
These
about.
things we can sort of
When
mix
promising to do something,
this
so it is not in
Shah
them.
was and what women were doing in
Proper
Islam.
Yiddish for young men.
Any questions or
Refers to
arguments?
as married yeshiva students in Shabbat.
Did I tell you a joke about
Often shorthand for a Shabbat yeshiva guy. Longer al Yiddish diminutive. Little longer. Used affectionately for younger yeshiva
If I
students.
say this one, that's a good one. That's a
Ration Hebrew for blessings.
Hadassah in Margate
Shabbat teaches
get
that
together
blessings
and
draw
they
down
raise
divine energy.
$2 billion
Rakia Akron is
to
Hebrew for
buy
after
the
blessing.
latest jet fighter for the Israeli.
Blessing said after meeting.
The purchase
Rakia Risona
and
Hebrew
a
for
big
first
ceremony at
blessing.
Fort Lauderdale Airport where they
Blessing
have
before meeting.
the bleachers set up and all the
Regular
members of
Hebrew
the
call
Hadassah
covenants
group
of
are sitting on the
circumcision.
bleachers
In
and
Shabbat, a joyous event reminding the child to the Jewish people.
salutes the women and gets into the cockpit,
From
goes
Hebrew
down
Yiddish
Cowley,
father and mother.
fires up these
Common
massive jet
affectionate
engines and
term in
shoots
Shabbat
down the runway
homes.
and then stops.
Red Yiddish for fire, passion.
Right? Then he turns around,
In
fires
Shabbat
it, then
slash
shuts
is
down
by
one day and
fiery,
stops. So he does this every
enthusiasm in
time.
prayer,
Finally,
hard running, or
taxis
his
up
love
to
of
the preachers
service.
again. He opens up the cowling and
Rabbi
says,
much better
ladies,
passion in Shabbat
the
than
plane
her
will
older
not
women
take
named
off.
after the Red
We
Sea
have to
Common
do
Crown
it
Heights.
south of the blacks.
The Chastai passion acronym for with the kindness of God.
Okay.
Interchangeably with Mari
Now,
passion
this
in
is
Shabbat letters.
painting very broad strokes tonight because
Shabbat
we're speaking
Hebrew
about the
acronym for
medieval
Chaka,
economy,
Bina,
which we're
God's
talking about,
wisdom,
700
understanding,
years
knowledge.
of history.
Refers
So
to the
it's
intellectual
going to be
branch of
incredibly rough
Chassid
in
is
many
founded
areas.
by
But
Rabbi
one
S.H.
major
Involved in
distinction
the
that we have to be
Bukhari.
aware of is that with the exception
Shabbat's
of
first
Spain,
line for
which is
Shabbat
always unusual
often
since it
used
was
with
that
pride,
triangular
sometimes
society
feverishly.
of both Christians and
Chapter
Muslims,
Hebrew
which is
4
all
lines
directed.
1.
The vast
Its
majority
hardest
of
and general usage
Europe
means rabbi,
was either
but in
Muslim
Shabbat
or
is more
Christian.
often used in
Muslims,
such
of course,
contexts.
conquered all of North Africa
Shalom
and the
Israel
Middle
had
East,
referred
and
Jewish
as
supervised
Persia
will.
and further movement of
Shabbat requires strict adherence to this kosher standard.
and the Christians were in control of Europe.
Shalom Hebrew
And
for
they
portion
had
of
very, very
Jews as
different
an offering.
relationships to Jews.
Also
And the
refers
wives
to the
of women
greater
were
bread on
similarly
shadows
different,
and Yom
whether they
Tov.
were in a Christian land or in a Muslim land.
In Shabbat,
And a
often
couple of
holy
factors
as
you
here.
should bear in mind.
Shaluka Hebrew
One
for
of the factors is
distribution.
that Jewish women
It
in
refers
Muslim
to charity
lands
comes
suffered
distributed in
under
old Shabbat
more
tradition, especially in Israel.
standard of living
Shabbat's Hebrew for
vis-a-vis
leavened
their
bread.
activity in the
Quoted
public
on
sphere.
Hesed.
For example, Maimonides
In
writes in
Shabbat,
the Jewish
we
law
consult
that
very strict life for
it's appropriate
Passover.
for women to go out
Hebrew for
maybe
dedication.
twice a month.
Festival of lights celebrating the rededication of the temple.
Otherwise, they should really be living
In
only
fact,
in the
central
home.
focus on
This is
public
not at
menorah
all
lighting.
the kind of standard
Shadow
you see
Hebrew for midnight.
Rashi writing
Those
in
mystical and
France, for
dramatic
example, or
significance.
Germany. So Maimonides is reflecting a
Shabbat
social
emphasizes
reality where
midnight Torah
even though
learning at
there's
this time.
nothing in the Torah that was
Shabbat
specifically
Hebrew
said
for
women has to
temper.
stay in home,
Needs
there
prayer.
is definitely some encouragement
In fact,
of the
often
private
done by a
sphere
mocker
and
or ball
association with
temple
women.
rather
But
than
the
a
idea that
professional
she would be
singer.
restricted to the home
Chest
was
Hebrew
really
for
not at
kindness.
all a value that Jews had in Christian Europe.
Shabbat
But it was
teachings
one that they
represents
absorbed
divine love and outreach. China's acronym for choosing
Ironically,
heavily,
at the same time, Muslim law
daily learning
has
cycle
a couple of
established by the
leniencies
previous
that are not
Rimas.
present in
Shitonic is
Jewish
Hebrew
law,
for externality.
and women would take a
In
veil
Shabbat
of
thought
these
refers to
leniencies
superficial
to their
service
benefit,
of God,
even
contrasted
though
with limited
Muslim
inner devotion.
society tended to be somewhat more repressive in
Chalk
terms of
Elo's
women's
never
activity
Hebrew
in
for
the
a law
public
that
sphere.
cannot transgress.
Muslim law gave
Expression
women
for
a
something
little bit more
fixed.
control over their
In
earning
Shabbat
income
slang, used
within
about
marriage.
set rupees
And
like
as we shall
Yahidi
see,
or Pargrani.
women often exploited this decline by
Shorthand or
conflict
Hebrew
between
for
what the Jewish law
intermediate
allowed
days.
and what Muslim
The
law
middle days
tolerated
of Pesach
for their
and Sukkot,
benefit.
hardly
And the rabbis
Pesach, hardly
were
weekday.
forced to simply go along with it. In
Shalom
fact, it
stand
was
regular bill.
affirmed by several
Not
important
accepted
rabbis,
in
including
Shabbat
the
practice,
rabbis,
since
saying that,
only
look,
Shalom
this is the
Yisrael is
custom of
observed.
the people in which they live. The
The
women have
Hebrew
no
Hebrew
rights
Psalm 5
over
books
this
the
income,
Torah.
and therefore
In
we should
Shabbat,
respect
also
the custom
shorthand
of
for
the
the
Jews
daily
living
Jewish Tanmurati study.
the last thing that's kind of relevant is that
Just the Yiddish for
after
audacity and boldness.
1492, the Spanish
In
expulsion, and
Shabbat
shortly
slang,
thereafter
can
the
be
Portuguese
negative or
expulsion,
positive.
then you have this
Holy
unusual
chest
mixture
outreach.
of all of these very educated
Favor and Hebrew
and
quadrants.
much
In
more
Shabbat, sometimes
cosmopolitan
refers
Jews
to groups
in
of
coming in
activists for
large
human
numbers
years.
out of Spain
Chassid
and
Hebrew
Portugal
for highest
and
one.
populating many of the
In
important
Shabbat,
cities of the
Refer still
region.
has a devoted follower of the
For
Riva.
Africa,
Chassis
of course,
featured
Greece,
Yiddish
and
for
so on.
Chassidic
So
style.
that also changes a lot of the
In
intellectual
Shabbat
dynamic,
slang,
as many
means
of them
someone
come
who
into
acts
contact
with
with
warmth,
customs today,
harmony,
which are
and
not
contemporary
familiar
to
with.
Chassidism.
So that's a really important
Chassid
thing.
featured
to
for
bear in
rented
mind.
informal gatherings with
Those
Hebrew,
generalities,
Torah
but
insights, and inspiration.
without discussing
Central to Shabbat life. Chassidus Hebrew for Chassidic teachings.
Like Islam,
In Shabbat, usually refers specifically to Shabbat Chassidus. Chidus market slang for someone devoted to daily Chidus learning. Children Yiddish for the slow-cooked Shabbos stew. Shabbat style, often spicy and oily. And a staple at farm recipes. Shabbat Hebrew for wedding canopy. In Shabbat weddings, often held outdoors under the sky, symbolizing boundless blessings. Turban Hebrew for destruction. Refers to destruction of the temple. Shabbat teachings stress spiritual renewing. Chutz Louisiana Marat Hebrew for outside the land. Refers to Jews living outside Israel. Shabbat has church everywhere in Chutz.
this is a metaphor for the
Chavrusa era
balance
made for study
and
partner.
associated more with the
In
feminine
Shabbat
than with the
Yeshivos,
masculine.
Chavrusa is central.
Yes, Ms. Abrahamson.
Chavrusa is slang for like on Chavrusa. Refers to intense back and forth debating Torah ideas. Shabbat Hebrew acronym for Tasha, Bina, God's wisdom, understanding, and knowledge. Refers to the Chassidic philosophy of the Alter Rita, belief of movement.
There as a protection.
Chassid Yiddish for follower or pious one. In Shabbat, a devoted disciple of the Rita, someone needed by Chassidists.
I think that's the idea. You have to put it
Chassidist
somewhere.
Hebrew for
Right?
piety.
And in many
Refers to the mystical teachings of the Baal Shem Tov, developed in Shabbat as deep intellectual Torah philosophy. Chassid Yisher Fargren in Yiddish slang. Chassidic
what
gatherings.
this meant for women in Muslim lands in
Informal
particular
get-together with
is again
singing,
very
stories, Torah insights, and Talmud to inspire service with passion. Chassid Yisher
We'll
oil
see it
Yiddish
especially
slang.
after the
The
12th
Chassidic
century.
crowd.
There's a relative explosion of women
Refers to
in that
Tekman
area.
community or atmosphere.
There are women involved
Chassid Yisher Nidan Yiddish.
in commerce and
Chassidic
so on,
melody.
but it is definitely considered a
Some
lower
and
status
Fargren is
activity
often
for women
wordless,
to be
carrying
involved
deep spiritual
in
intent.
public
Chassid
haggling
Yisher
in the
Lord
marketplace.
Yiddish.
On the
Chassidic
contrary, the
saying
kinds of
inside.
professions that women especially
Platform
chose
teachings
in
with
the
inspiration for
Muslim
women.
world were
Chassid
associated with the
Yisher
textile
Hashem Yiddish.
industry. And it's important for us to
Chassidic
bear in
story.
mind, particularly because we
Often
live in
about
the
rest or
post-industrial
Chassidim,
revolution,
told to
where
inspire.
we have one of the hugest,
Cheshbon
most
is Hebrew
huge,
for soul accounting.
spiritual
Spiritual self-evaluation, especially before Rosh Hashanah or at that time.
changes in women's
China's
reality
acronym for
after
human,
industrialization
heavily,
is that they
Kogias.
were free from
Daily
the
study cycle
incredibly
central to
important
Shabbat
task
life.
of making
China's
clothing,
big slang.
which don't forget began
Someone
with
diligent
the
about
raw
doing
wool
China's
from
daily.
the flax.
Chitmani is Hebrew for outer external.
Task to process
In
that
Shabbat
flax
terms,
or that wool
superficial action or
into
external
thread
motivation,
and
as
make that
opposed to
thread
Judaism
into
inner.
cloth and tailor that
Chassidic
cloth
slang.
into clothing. It took
Grab or
hours
cut.
and hours of an average human
In
day.
Shabbat Bingo, Chukka
So
Lord grab
this
and
was
Mia or
fantastic.
Chakmari grab the opportunity.
And it was considered
Chakmari
kind
Yiddish
of an
slang.
ideal job.
Activities.
Maimonides even
Famous Shabbat
explicitly states
catchphrase.
that spinning, that is
Grab
taking
every
a raw
mitzvah
wool
or opportunity before Mashiach comes.
making it into thread,
Stolen Yiddish for slow
It
cooked
says
stew.
in
Classic Shabbos food.
Ancient Tile, we say it,
Cholan Presser Yiddish slang. Cholan Dinar. Teasing term for someone who piles up or overeats and hard wrenches Shabbos to go. Chavrusa era mating for study partner. In Shabbat you change lives to your learning buddy. Shabbat's for Yiddish slang. A Shabbatic, often said with warmth or looking low. Shabbat House Outreach Tender run by Jerusalem Shabbat emissaries. A home for Torah, Tefillah, and community. Shabbat House Master Slang. Person who always shows up at the Shabbat House for free food events without money commitment. Shabbat Light Slang. Someone connected to Shabbat but not fully immersed. Friendly with names sometimes means talking. Chamber Hebrew program. In Shabbat can also mean someone close to the movement. China's club slang. Kids or youth groups organized around reciting China's. Chumping Yiddish Shabbat slang. To rock and catch a class without meeting a regular. Chelsea Beecher Geshman Yiddish slang. A Chassidic flavor taste. It refers to the special joy of living a Chassidic life. Chamber is Hebrew for friends. Also used as a name of volunteer organizations in some communities. Chitmani Hebrew for outsiders. In Shabbat thought refers to external negative spiritual forces or influences. Shabbat Yiddish for prayer. Refers to Jewish prayer in general, especially the structured daily services. Davenaka storm slang. Pray with fiery intensity or with a lot of energy. The reality is that women are still very involved in Shabbat often implies a long meditated prayer.
engaging in the marketplace.
That
Here's
is the
a
marriage
text
of
from
Hebrew plus
Europe,
Aramaic phrase.
from the Rhineland,
Extended
same
prayer.
thing we talked about 2 weeks ago.
In Shabbat,
And
spending
here's
much
an
time in prayer
amazing
with
little
me,
piece of
meditation
folk
on
history.
Hasidic
Think about
ideas.
what it's like for women.
All
A
Semitic
woman
Hebrew
who is
for
traveling,
species.
first of all, there's a woman traveling.
Refers to the Lula, Esrei, Hanasi, and Parnoshim on Sukkot.
And she feared they might rape her.
All famous Hebrew for
In such a
species.
case,
Halachic personal space around that
she is
person.
permitted to dress in
Many laws like carrying on shadows are measured by this. All famous Hebrew for gates.
It's an amazing thing. I mean,
Nicknames for part of the Talmud translates Baga, Kama, Baga Metzi, Baga Basra.
tremendous prohibition
All Kosos
in the other
Hebrew
areas,
for
but
cups.
it gives you a sense of
Refers to the four cups of wine and the peasant singers.
And if a woman traveling
All
hears a group
Parshigos
of
Hebrew
Jewish
for
ruffians,
fortunes.
this is like mind-boggling.
Special Torah registry for peasant shekels,
Presumably, the
Zachar,
Jewish
Sarah,
ruffians would not
Tajovish.
be put off by a woman
All
in a nun's
Rothschild'S
costume.
Hebrew for
I
acronyms.
can't believe this.
In
She
chastity
is
learning
permitted
for
to
breaking
dress
down
in
the phrase
non-Jewish
in
dress
initial
and say
letters
she
to
is a
reveal
Jew.
meaning.
But it's I'm not Jewish.
All
I may not
Jews
rape me
Hebrew
because
for
I'm not
life.
Jewish.
Sometimes
She may
used
warn
in
them that she will
Halachic for
cry out and
mystical
reward them. She
contexts.
will also cry out at once in order that
All
Gentiles
Yami
will come to
Tov
help her,
Hebrew for
even if
holy
they
days.
kill the Jewish
Refers
ruffians.
to peasant,
Just
Shavuot,
this
Rosh
one passage
Hashanah,
from this
Sukkot.
book, 13th century
All
book,
Solomon Hebrew
gives you
for
a
world.
bizarre outlook of what must life have been
All
like
Hasidus,
for Jewish businesswomen
Absalus,
at the time.
Beriah,
But let us
Yetzirah,
return
Cecilia.
to
All Rosh
some of
says
the
Moshe
gender-related
Hebrew.
aspects of it.
Four
And
officials
perhaps
and
the
Shema.
most significant
Used in
economic
Hasidic meditation on the
step
Shema
in a
prayer.
woman's life is the
Davidic
institution of marriage.
Hasidic slang. Hasidic style of
Economically,
Davidic.
it was hugely balanced
Slow,
in favor of
meditative,
women.
heartfelt.
In fact,
Bird Yiddish
it's
slang.
true that
To
the
grasp, to
Talmud
internalize.
uses for marriage
In
is
Shabbat,
kinyan,
used to be
which
truly
means
getting
to
the depth of an
acquire.
idea.
It can't be understood in the same way of acquiring chattel. I think that's
With inner grasp.
but
Compliment
definitely
for
is a
someone who really
one-way
gets past
relationship.
it.
The husband, as it were,
Bird
acquires
magazine
the
Shabbat
wife.
with
The wife
Canadian slang
allows
among
herself to be
Bakulas.
acquired. She may not
Did you
be
see the new bird?
acquired without her permission. So
There
to
is a
speak,
Shabbat
she married
contribution
into
for
wealth.
me in some our world.
Women
Central
have
Shabbat
in
concept.
far more autonomy
Making
than
the
men.
physical world not only for passion.
Status, for example, in Jewish law,
There is Hebrew
a
for
man,
dwelling.
a Jewish man
In
may be
Shabbat, for man
enslaved.
for
A
Shabbat
Jewish
concept.
woman may not
Dollar
be
slave.
enslaved. It is illegal to hold her
The
as a
Sunday
slave
custom when the
once she
women
reaches the
distributed
age of
dollar
maturity.
bills for
12
charity
years old.
2000s.
Before that's a different
Did
story.
you
But
get a
at
dollar
12
from
years
the
old,
Rita?
she may not be a slave.
Dollar line slang.
So when it comes to marriage,
Nicknames for the
there's
long lines of people waiting
property
to
that goes
receive a
from
dollar
the
from the
woman into
Rita.
the marriage,
Rosh and
family,
Yiddish
and
Hebrew
property
for
that goes
servants.
into the family from the husband.
In Shabbat,
The
often
woman
used for a door
contributes
given
the
by a
dowry,
Manasseh or
obviously
rabbi.
with her parents' help,
Bridal
and the
Yiddish for
dowry
spinning
is
top.
far larger than anything
Common
that the
control with
husband brings
Hebrew
into
letters
the marriage.
symbolizing a great
The
miracle
dowry
happened
is
there.
kind of like,
Bridal and
to
Yiddish
look at
plural
it
for
cynically,
bridal.
it's kind of an incentive for
Common
marriage.
Shabbat fermenting
Last year we
program.
spoke about global Pamela,
Bridal presser slang
and
book.
it's
Someone
amazing.
obsessed with
17th
bridal
century
game or
woman
collecting bridal.
writes 70 notebooks of her own
Last Hebrew
reflections.
for
And I
exposition.
would say at least
Refers
30%
to
of
the
them
homiletical
are
level of
worrying
Torah
about marrying off
interpretation.
her children. And in particular, collecting
Rosh
a dowry,
presser
having
Yiddish
enough
slang
dowry
book.
to attract this kind of
Person
thing.
who always sits through
It's
sermons
a
and
really
loves
big
them.
deal how much
Red
money,
Yiddish slang.
property, it could be
Nonsense. Garbage.
real estate, it could be things like
Sometimes used in
yes,
yeshiva.
a woman will bring into
Donkey
the
fill
marriage.
your head with bread.
Bridegroom, on the other hand,
Deacon
gives
Hebrew for
13
attachment
gifts.
or cleaving.
The first is the unofficial,
Shabbat
yet mandatory
The
prenup
spiritual connection to
which
passionate
typically is something
through
like
prayer and
engagement.
chastity.
It's not actually a sign of marriage, but it
A
is
slow,
a
soulful
token
chastity
of,
melody for meditation or prayer.
yeah, I'm tempted to say it's
Because like
deposit
Hebrew
that
Yiddish.
it's like, but it's really, he has to
Prayer
give
done
some
in a state of intense
object
attachment
to
to
the gift.
passion.
It's
I
far
return
less
Yiddish
about
for the
the
Most
dowry.
High.
And then there is the
A
marriage
common Shabbat, Yiddish way of referring to DC. High soft Hebrew for without N. With the ball and Tacitus.
Marriage, yes,
And
it's
six
small
and lesson.
desire. Finally, there is the so-called
High Motto
delayed
Motto Heaven,
installment,
there is
which
nothing
is
besides
the
Him.
promise
Chastity
of a
phrase
gift
expresses
in the case
as
of
absolute
divorce
oneness.
or the death of the husband. But
I'm
when
not
they enter into this marriage,
yes, that is indeed so.
should the marriage be
Classic
dissolved,
Calvinist phrase,
then
used
the
in
husband or
High
his
Latin
estate
Hebrew for time
falls
of
on his
favor.
heirs, would have to pay the
A
wife
spiritual
or ex-wife
time
a
for prayer
large
or
sum of
blessing
money,
easy shadows,
and this
not
is
skipper.
intended as a deterrent
Five T's are
to
Hebrew
force
for
and
time
also
of trouble.
a reasonable protection that's put in place
Refers to
for
times
the
when extra
women.
prayers are
A
said for
so-called
salvation.
legesh, or a
I saw
concubine,
biblical
is
name
essentially
Esau.
a wife.
Incassitus
Concubines up until the 11th century were still permitted,
symbolizes
and
the
it's
material
starting
world
last
and
really
the
up until
struggle
the
of
20th
not
century.
soul versus
A concubine is a full wife in every respect, except she does not have the protection of the related stuff.
Put stuff on Friday night, also audible of praise for a righteous moment.
So these
Here
things
Hebrew for
really
mixture.
favor the husband because
Graphic structure allowing carrying on Shabbat with an undefined boundary.
but he
Here
also
cat
acquires
arrows
a big
Hebrew
chunk
for
of
courtyard
money
pointing.
from the dowry.
A specific halachic form of burial.
The woman may also bring into the
Hebrew
marriage
for
property from her
Incassitus
father's
refers to
estate,
divine
for
entity
example,
as it is
and
revealed in
under
the
certain
world.
circumstances she may retain ownership
Below
of
Hebrew
that
on
property.
before Rosh
But in
Hashanah.
traditional company
In
law,
Shabbat,
she does
among the
not
preparations,
retain the right to
Teshuvah, and
control that
spiritual
property
stock taking.
or to gather
Hebrew
the
Yiddish
interest
portrait.
from that property. So let's say, for
A
example,
strong
the
Shabbat
father gives her a
compliment.
field.
He has the
The
debt
husband
for
can't
chassis.
sell the field.
And
It
the
belongs to
Hebrew
her.
for faith.
But he has the right to decide whether to
In
plant
Shabbat,
corn on it,
interfaith and passion
build a
that
hotel on it,
transcends
or
logic.
whatever he wants, and he keeps the
Every
income
Teshuvah
from
Hebrew
that.
for simple faith.
That's, traditional
The
common
natural,
law.
your
Finally,
faith about you.
perhaps the most difficult thing, I've had a lot of
Every
arguments with
Italian
my
Hebrew
son
for living faith.
right now.
A faith that is felt and acted upon. Every Italian Hebrew for
Not
complete
say
faith.
the work of her hands.
Full
A
trust
woman
in
is
Jesus without
expected,
doubt.
not
Every Italian
demanded,
Hebrew
but
for
a
faith
woman is
and trust.
expected to work in marriage
Chastity
and to
care.
earn some income.
Faith
That
is
income
dignity
is
and
controlled by the
trust
husband.
confident reliance. And the Dallas Shabbat slang. The long-awaited end of exile with Moshiach.
So that's this is the economics of marriage, at least as per traditional law. Now, as I mentioned earlier, there is Torah and there is reality. There's a difference sometimes between what the rabbis say, the way it's supposed to be, and historically and socially what people did. As I'm sure we see around us even today.
Frantic activity in Shabbat households Friday afternoon getting ready for Shabbos.
And we shall see that the way the it's very structured
Halachic ritual to allow cooking on Yom Tov for Shabbos.
both with their feet. The rabbis have to catch up to social pressure.
One of the
And
four
the rabbis,
species for
on many
Sukkot.
occasions, including rabbis
In
of
Shabbat,
Muhammad,
emphasis is placed on
Caro,
the
the
biblical,
author
then
of
Shir
Torah, they will validate
Ezra
practices
Hebrew plural for
that
Sukkot.
are not in
Often
harmony with
discussed with
traditional
great care among
statements of the
Shabbat
Talmud,
chastity.
if that is the
Ezra
minhag
box
hamatzah,
slang.
the custom of the community.
Protected case, often silver or ornate for an Ezra during Sukkot.
Vary. So, for
Ezra
example,
checking slang. The obsession with
let's
bottling
just skip this
inspecting
here.
Ezra
So
the
what do we see from the
underdiversified
Genesis
glasses before Sukkot.
First of all,
Natural
these
acronym.
documents, as opposed to the rabbinic documents,
A
indicate that women, yes, they're working,
and drinking,
and you know what? They're not letting their husbands
refers to hospitality and caring for guests.
to let their husbands over and over again. It is
Special
one
Shabbat
of the
day was
most
Shabbat
common
hospitality
causes of
centers,
domestic
especially near Crown Heights and Israel.
You know, these
Special.
cases come to court, and the
Abraham
husband says
has
one
10
thing, and the wife
biblical
says another thing,
reference
and the court has
used
to
in
decide
chastity
what they're going
teaching
to
to
do.
mean kindness and outreach.
Quite often, husbands
Special
complain that their
770
wives are
slang.
making money and they're not
A
declaring
place
it
for
properly.
guests often walking and staying
Like,
in Crown
they're
Heights.
making $100 a week, and they're saying, I made
Efforts
$50 a
supporting
week, and
Hebrew
what
form
happens
of
to the
effort.
$50? You know, like,
Used
that's a
outside
hot
Yiddish
dog.
Shabbat context.
Switch or something. But,
Even
so
Ezra Hebrew.
we have husbands complaining that their
Section
wives are
controlling
hiding
and
their
dealing
income
with marriage
from them,
divorce costs.
controlling it
And
really
passion Hebrew for
Secondly,
servant of GD.
we find wives telling their
Chastity
husbands,
ideal of
hey,
dedication
sweetheart,
and humility.
if you insist on
And
taking
the
my
last study
paycheck,
of Hebrew
then
for
I'm going to
faithful
go to
servant.
the Muslim
Title
courts.
of high praise,
Because the
often
Muslim
implied
courts,
to
as
be
we mentioned
irrational.
earlier, were far more lenient
And
with
degree
regards to
Hebrew for
women's
Hebrew
control
slave.
of their own income.
Store and
And this was
category of
considered
servant bound by
using
law.
the Latin term
Chastity
ashanta,
symbolizes
if
discipline.
a woman would take her case
And
to the
Bertha
Muslim
Hebrew
courts,
for
where she
fear
would be
slave.
vindicated,
The
and that
one
would be
who
a
chose to
humiliation
remain
for the
with his
Jewish
master.
family, for the husband, and even for the rabbinic
In
courts. So
chastity
in many
symbolizes
cases,
attachment,
rabbis would
power,
counsel
only
their
desires.
parishioners,
And
their
Hebrew
the
for
husbands,
servant of
just
envy.
Let her have it.
Tough phrase denoting
And this
loyalty to the
became
deep
kind of
passion.
enshrined in practice.
Exile mindset slang shout out
Dowries as
expression.
well. As opposed to Monte,
Now is
that
thinking rather than
workers'
inward
dowries
thinking.
were often a cause of
Expert
dispute
Cassidy
because
slang.
her father would give her
a certain
Over
amount
their
of
top
money
display
into
of
the marriage,
chastity
and
behavior,
the husband
usually
want to,
affection and teasing. Baby with all unit
sell a piece of
exclamation.
property, which she's only allowed to do
No.
with her permission. She
Wow.
refuses to allow it. They have a dispute
Tomorrow
over it.
here.
And ultimately,
Common in
overwhelmingly
Shabbat
says
circles has
SD
colorful
Goitai,
slang.
the premier
Far-read
scholar
in Yiddish
of
for gathering.
these treasures, that the
For
rabbis
Shabbat men
overwhelmingly
where
gave
chassid
into
and
the
sit
wife's
together,
commands.
sing dignum,
And
share,
she said,
Nagri
let the
Torah,
wife
inspire
initiate
each other,
dowry
and bring
and
down
have
value.
these kinds of disputes.
They
Fascinating
rank
kind
slang
of
contraction
dichotomy
of far-read, used
what
casually.
the codes
There
say
was a
of
fade
people
rank
do.
last night. Fade ray inner one who leads a far-read, usually an older chassid inspiring the crowd. Favorite lead slang verb. Meeting at a far-read or making it feel like one. Parker Yiddish for the opposite. Common in Italian chassidus debates.
It's very hard not to imagine reasons. I give
Yiddish
you
for
one
choked
right
up
now
with
here.
emotion.
Jump ahead a little bit.
Used in
For
Shabbat
example,
when
one case
inspired
that
or
came
overwhelmed.
actually before Maimonides.
Part in Yiddish for to rejoice in someone
This
else
case
has
goes on
success.
a man goes
A
on
phrase great in chassidus.
a long business trip.
Part from Yiddish for
years.
trusted, twisted.
He's gone on business.
Used figuratively
He
for
does not
skin picking.
anything for his wife.
Part
to
Dutch
support
Yiddish
herself
slang for
and
straight,
her children.
uptight.
So what the wife
Used
does
for
is she
overcomplicating
takes a
things.
job
Part with
teaching
fade rank
Torah,
slang.
which is also an interesting thing. Here's a
A part
woman
rented where
teaching
every
Torah,
got overly
and your
emotional
brother's
or tried a lot.
So here she is teaching
Part like
apparently
Yiddish for drag.
Talmud, but that's
Slang
not
in
clear from the
yeshiva.
sources. Anyway, so she's
Meaning drag to mushy or
an
bent.
independent woman
Part
teaching,
liquor Yiddish
and
slang for
her
someone
husband shows
always
up. Hi,
tagging
honey, I'm
along
home.
or lagging behind.
And he says, "You're what?
Part still
My
Yiddish for
wife is
spoiled.
walking through the streets
It's
every day to yeshiva
Something
and then
overcooked,
teaching
ruined, or wasted
boys."
time.
Just caution.
Part
That's what
is
it is.
Yiddish for you
And
understand.
you have to quit this job. Forget it.
Often
And she
used in
says, "What are you
teaching.
talking about? I
Part
love being a career woman.
Part is
You know,
Yiddish for
I
why.
can have it all. And
Commonly
I
for
want to
Yiddish.
I don't get this job."
Part is
So
still very boy.
the husband goes to Maimonides
Part
and
not
says that
Yiddish
my
for
wife is a
standard.
moredes. My
Used
wife
in
is a
chassidus
rebellious
meaning for
woman,
picturing higher
and I
concepts.
want to coerce her to leave this job, or I'm going to divorce her.
Faste,
And
English
the
Palace
law
Party
is
of
if a
Fasting
woman is
BGC
a
Long
moredes,
Genelia,
a
Pasara
rebellious
BG.
woman, then she
In
loses
Shabbat,
her
emphasize
legitimate
as a time for
ability to
teshuva and
divorce her
reflection.
and not have to pay the delayed
Fast
instrument.
app Yiddish
So
for
my
night
money
before
says,
fasting. Used by some chassid and for and fast preparations. Fat chassidish slang.
I don't know what they say in Arabic for talking.
Extremely devout or hardcore in Shabbat practice.
So,
Will common Yiddish
the
Shabbat
husband
veil
comes,
name,
my
often
mom
paired
says,
with
I
other
guess I agree
names,
with you.
not
Then the
Yiddish
wife
multiple.
comes and says, what are you saying?
Slang,
You know,
jokingly
did
used
you know that
in
my
yeshiva for
husband
being
left me
extra
for 4 years
Heimish or
with no
stubborn.
income whatsoever, and he expects me to just,
Feldman slang
what am I
in
supposed to do, beg?
770 circles.
For a
Generic
Catholic
nickname
law,
for a random
for a
walker,
woman to
like
beg is a
Yoshiko.
far more serious thing.
First consider Yiddish itself
Men
for
are almost
sticky.
expected to beg if they have to. But
Pitch bad slang, joking terms for someone, acting unpleasant.
so anyways,
Peter
Rambam,
Yiddish for
when he
uncle.
hears this, the woman's side, he says, no, you are
Used
absolutely right. And he
affectionately
takes
in
back
family
his job.
Shabbat
He
settings.
says, you can keep your
Big
job.
short slang for
And
part
you
rented
are
before.
not considered a moredes.
Big
Your
part
husband wants to
yeshiva
divorce you.
slang.
He has to pay you the full payment. So he
Capital part
reaffirms
rented with
everything
a couple of
that
guys in a
he
dorm
said.
room.
And that's like kind of an example,
Ticket slang.
perhaps, of what they're fighting about
Someone
with the
who
money.
always initiates
I
little
don't have any
fits.
other specifics. But it's
This
interesting because I refer
customizing
you to
chassidic discussion of a possible extra cup of wine and hesed not practiced, but mentioned.
a Mediterranean society.
Fifth group of
She's
Rita
spent his
refers
entire
to the
life
Rita
analyzing
Rashab
these
Rabbi
documents.
Shalom Dr.
There's a
Pearson.
huge trove of information there.
Fifth for
So let me
fifth
just get to
participants in
what
Yiddish
kind
for
of
5 or
work are they doing.
25.
This, by the way, this is the
Sometimes used in yeshiva slang. Fifth for favorite slang for a tiny part rented with
So
only 5 people.
what kind of work would women
Fifth
typically
type
involved
joking
in?
slang.
Goitai
Making everything
identifies
revolve around
7
5
different
linked to
classes
chassidic number
of
symbolism.
laborers, of labor.
First group of Rita refers to the altar Rita Rabbi Shner's Almond of
As I
Leonim.
mentioned, you also see
First of our reference, of altar Rita S for the Rita S first chassidic discourse.
trades.
Friday slang.
In Christian Europe,
Friday
you see a
shape
lot
meal
more
tradition.
trades, especially silversmithing.
Fish with shallow
That's,
before shallows.
metalworking and especially working
Fly
silver.
Yiddish for
And
meat.
all of our
Refers to
shops,
Galactic
deckers,
meat
things
category
like
of
that.
fly ship.
Very long tradition.
Fly ship Yiddish for meeting.
And in some cases,
Dietary category of kosher food, opposite of milk dairy.
yields.
Fly ship's favorite slang.
Amazing thing. Um,
Akbar
we're
bread is
also
heavy
involved in
food
money
meat
branding,
instead
which
of
I'm
just
gonna explore
fat.
next slide.
Fly ship jokes, Yiddish Shabbat slang. Off-color or overly murky jokes from eating palms. Flash high Yiddish for physicality, coarseness. Inchastity represents worldly desires. Flip-out slang. Becoming overly religious quickly, sometimes used jokingly for Malai Teshuva. Flipping distant slang. When someone keeps changing the divan too often and up Fagran. Fodder for Fagran slang. Stories, or flash, or personal struggles shared and of hard lemon. 4 cups malachic obligation and 4 cups of wine and the peasant seder. 4 species lula, esrid, pandasi, and pardos cheese on sukkos. In Shabbat, discuss deeply and worry. For world's Chassidic teaching of Axilas, Beriah, Yetzirah, Messiah. 4th Lutherature Rima refers to the Rima Monger's Rabbi S.H. Pearson. Presser Yiddish slang for blood. Seasonally in Shabbat Yeshivas, when someone overeats and Kiddush. Print Yiddish for religiously devout. Sometimes used admiringly, sometimes mockingly. From Yiddish for religious. Standard description of observant Jews. From Yiddish for religiosity. Fantastic is sometimes critiqued when it is about external piety without inner connection. From her Yiddish slang. Super religious guy. Get teasing for genuine. Profound slang. To become more observant. Profound slang.
Christians developed this canon law called the
sidewalks,
which
has no one view.
prohibited Christians
Both
from
Hallel
charging
recitation of
interest
the complete Hallel prayers on festivals.
which basically shut down
Both
the
eared shut at
medieval
my neck.
economy because in an
Growing up
agricultural
here and
society
not
where you
treated
have
as a sign of piety.
income and expense,
Both
it's
times
very
religious
hard
slang.
to ride out the year when you're waiting
A
for your
couple
harvest
who
to grow.
devotes themselves
The
24/7
Jews
to
were the only
outreach.
minority for about
A
500
basic
years
favorite
who
slang.
were legally
A
allowed
favorite that
to
is
lend money on
actually
interest.
just about
At one
money
point, the
appeals.
Italian Christians said this is ridiculous, there's so much
From
money to
the
be made,
slang.
and they ignored the
A more
lockdowns
colorful
and
kick
they
award by
forgot
younger Bachman.
about it. But
Honey
for
Nigun slang.
about 500 years, Jews were the
Light-hearted
only
Nigun
source
is
of
certainly the
credit.
deeply serious ones to lift the mood. Fire Yiddish for fire. In Chassidic lingo,
Correct.
used
So Jewish
metaphorically
laws
for
right there,
spirit
the idea.
malfunction.
Jews are not
Fire
allowed to
is read
charge
to the
interest
phrase
to
fire
other
with
Jews.
burning.
I've tried calling MasterCard.
In Shabbat, describes that causes as enthusiasm and warm
But the idea is Jews are allowed to charge to non-Jews.
Title given to great foreign scholars
Theoretically,
namely the
Christians
Bill
can charge interest to Jews, but the
From
market
an even
differentials
acronym for David have
that
used
was
it.
not profitable.
Head of a rabbinical board.
Provide
Here's a
for
picture, by the
synagogue
way,
officer
of
a Jewish money
In
lender.
Shabbat.
I think 14th century Germany.
Person managing values, finances, for 770 order. Provide his adoption giving for charity treasurer. Collects and distributes funds. That's all he does for great. Church for a major rabbinic leader. That's all and or Hebrew for great one of the generation. Title for leading sage.
So
That's
Jews
all
actually
he
really
actually
enjoy
for us
practicing
students
history
who serve some great
although there
rabbis.
are some risks.
Praise stressing closeness.
Non-payment. To a large degree,
Values
that
Hebrew for
risk
exile.
was moderated by the fact that
Incassitus refers to both physical exile and
relied
spiritual
on
distance
taxes
from
that
PG.
Jews paid for money lending, and the king would
Now
lend
is
his
Hashishina
money
and
in
refer
enforcement
exile of
to
the
make
divine
sure that
presence.
debts were paid.
A
The
Shabbat
one time it
P.
was really dangerous was
He
if
has
the debts
presence
became
within
so
the world.
large that the king
Now
would
is
feel it was more
mindset
expedient
slang.
to simply sacrifice the debt.
Medium stuck in small thinking for lack of freedom. Scans to ultimate Hebrew for this to this for the good.
They expelled the Jews 3 times.
Famous
One
saying
century.
of Natchuvich Gamzu, often quoted in Shabbat conventions.
Then they realized they
Gan
weren't
Eden
credit
Hebrew for
against
Garden
it, brought
of
them
Eden.
back in. They owed them
In
a lot of money, so
Tacitus,
they kicked them out 3 times.
2 levels.
in the 14th century.
Lower and
And
higher
there's
Gan
sometimes
Eden.
the risk of
Gan
violence,
Eden Glee in
and
Hebrew for
sometimes
higher,
there's
Garden
always
of
probably
Eden.
the risk of popular
Souls
resentment.
experience deeper divine revelations.
Here's a rather
Gan
penniless
Eden Cottage
Christian
Hebrew
movement.
for lower Garden of Eden.
That these Christians are
Souls
spearheaded.
enjoy Torah learning after death.
Penniless because it doesn't involve their hands.
Gan Dizi slang Shabbat shorthand for Gan Israel, the Shabbat Summer
There's the
Camp
Jewish money
Network.
lender again at the back.
Dash views Yiddish
This
for
gesture
physicality,
is making
materialism.
in Medieval art
In
is an
Shabbat,
aggressive gesture.
contrasted with Ruth's
Logic gesture,
spirituality.
like I'm teaching you something.
Gashmiya's night Yiddish slang. Physical things. Used in hard wrenching, so talk about elevating material. Gehenna's Hebrew for purgatory.
Profession. It allows Jews
In
to live
Chastitus, a spiritual cleansing process from the soul. There is
like
Hebrew for conversion to Judaism.
synagogue,
Nice high-tech Yiddish slang for giving up.
restaurants, very hard to live far away.
Used
To
in night
clean
Hebrew with a
profession is
favorite
not
against
involved
intent.
digging in the dirt for
Are
potatoes.
Hebrew for
It's one that you
completion.
do with your mind
Calvin
as
text
opposed to
interpreting the
with your
Mishnah.
back. It's a portable profession.
For Rashi and study.
Cash.
Gematria Hebrew for numerical value of letters.
Difficult for Jews
Shabbat
where you
often uses
pick
it
up
for
and move
mystical
someplace
insight.
else. And it allows time for
Generalist
study.
text Hebrew
You know,
for
if you're a
acts of
banker, you can
kindness.
set banker's
Often
hours,
refers
and
to
you
Greek
spend the rest of the
society.
business learning Talmud. So in other words,
So that
you
Hebrew
would say
acronym for generalist
banker's hours,
basically
that shouldn't lose people, right? That's
free loan fund for
like
money,
10 to 3.
books, baby
Remember
gear,
that time?
etc.
Banks used
Common
to be open
prime
right down 10
highs.
till 3. Now they drive
Common
through the
Hebrew
banks.
plural for geniuses. Refers to
One
the post
kind of
Calvinist
misconception
sages
is widely,
650.
it's kind of an apologetic of development
1052.
of Jewish historiography began in the 19th
Jihadi
century,
period,
that the reason
historical
Jews
Jewish era
engaged
after
in
the
this
Talmud records
distasteful
in
occupation
Fallujah.
was because they were
New left Hebrew
prohibited
for
from
redemption.
owning land.
In Shabbat,
That's
central
partially
focus on
true,
becoming
but
the
it really
Moshiach.
misses the point. In many areas, Jews
New
were
left
allowed
minus
to own
E
land.
line of Hebrew for the true and complete
But much
redemption.
more important is the fact that
Shabbat
this is a much
slogan
better
about
profession.
Moshiach.
Owning land meant that
Devil
you could
Yiddish
be expelled,
exclamation.
and then where was your
No.
investment? It was gone.
Or oh no.
You had something
Used
liquid
with shock,
that you could
inspired,
transfer,
or
and it
complaining.
allowed Jews to move from place to place, and it had all these other
Involved
benefits.
in Yiddish
So
for amazing,
Jews didn't want
tremendous.
to be farmers. The Jews did
Positive
not want
exclamation
to
in Shabbat slang.
maybe buy and sell like
Involved
real
in
estate,
fake
that's
red
something
slang.
different, but to be a farmer, it's
And
not
awesome, fiery,
really
hard
a
reddish.
Jewish value.
Gets under
in this
that Yiddish
time
for
period.
withheld.
And
Common
the
Shabbat
apologetic
blessing.
to say, oh, the reason we were money lenders
Gets
is
under
because
my
we
favorite slang.
farm,
That
well,
has
we
a
love
big
farmers.
rank.
That's kind of an idea
Meaning
that
one with
develops out
good
of
balance of
late
inspiration
19th
and joy.
century socialist
Different
ideas
for
that
degree.
farming is the most natural and healthy
Often by
occupation,
rabbinic prohibition.
but it really doesn't.
Gezer a Shabbat Hebrew for equal degree. Talmudic rule. Deriving Phoenicia by comparing similar words in verses. Himmel Tammuz Hebrew date. 3rd of Tammuz. Good Shabbat. May the Rita passed in 1994, marked as a day of reflection and connection. Himmel Tammuz favorite Shabbat slang for the emotional hard-run and held that day. Himmel Hebrew for camel, also the third letter of the Hebrew alphabet. Symbolism used in Chassidus. Himmel chest Hebrew phrase. Letter Gimel represents giving kindness Gemulus chest. Himmel case Sabine slang in Yeshiva. Read notebooks for Gemara, Chassidus, and Phoenicia. Lit Yiddish for leper fortune. Used in blessings.
So let's look at Wiltshire.
Lit favorite slang. Some hard running where everything worked
I want
out
to look
lucky.
at 3 specific documents. I actually have
Hebrew for
this
that.
1967 article here
Galactic
from
category of
Einstein
stealing.
himself,
Comes
in
down
which he
Hebrew
first
for stealing
revealed
knowledge.
this woman that he discovered in the
Galactic
80s
prohibition of deception.
And the 3
Gold
documents that
Hebrew
I'm
for
going to share
redeemer.
with you, the first
Refers
is
to
record
Moshiach.
of a small claims dispute. The second
Gold
is her
Zenik
last
Hebrew
will
for
and
righteous
testament.
redeemer.
Third is
Term
an
for
unusual
Moshiach
document
prayer.
that was used to prove
Golas
the
mentality
paternity
slang.
of her legitimate son. So,
Stuck in
and this is
exile thinking.
this is
Opposite
brilliant
of
history.
human
This is how
mindset.
history is really done.
Gold Hebrew for
Never heard of
benefactor.
this one before.
Refers to
And
Berkeley's
the only time it
humble
comes across
blessing
these
after
tiny
surviving nature.
scraps of paper and pieces them together
Gold Hebrew for
and creates a
nation.
picture of who this one was.
Commonly used
So
as
here's the
monkey.
only document which was actually
Gold Yiddish
dated
for lineage.
April 19, 1098 in the
Descriptive
U.S.
and
Church.
sometimes negatively.
And the
Yiddish
document
from
reads as
Yiddish
follows.
slang.
On the same day, Mr. Rula
Means
Halevi,
foolish
son of
for
Joseph,
impractical thinking.
presented Mr. David, son of the late
Gold
Judge
from
Yair, to the
Yiddish
court.
slang.
And the latter
Non-Jewish
witnessed for the
case.
former that he
Used
was
to
in the
describe
synagogue
things that
on
feel
Wednesday,
foreign
the
to pure
10th of
life.
this month, when Karima,
Rab
the
on
daughter of
slang into
Amar,
that.
known as
When
Luksha,
someone starts
I'll tell you
singing
about
one
what
out
his
of
name is in a
nowhere.
second, the
Raw
broker,
acronym for David
appeared in
Rabbi
the synagogue
Eli
and said to
Filthy.
him and to Moses, the teacher,
Rabbi title
and to
for
Malani
Chassidic
Hakol, the
Rita.
brother of the section.
In Shabbat
Here's what was
context,
happening.
usually
This
used for
document
Rita.
is some kind of court document, and this person is testifying that he was in shul, and this woman comes into shul, and she talks to these two other named individuals, so they can testify to the validity of the story, and she says, I want to see the dayan, I want to see the judge, for I was informed that he summoned me. Meaning she shows up in shul because the judge, the dayan, religious judge, called for her to appear. Now, for what reason did he do this to me? You can hear even the translation kind of like, what does he want from me? You know, like, there's not a lot of like self-application coming out of the document. One of those present answered her, because Ula Halevi appealed against you to the president of the court, the Al-Beit Din, meaning this guy is suing you. Wherefore he sent after you, asking you to appear with him before the court. Meaning this other guy is summoning her to appear in court over a dispute. But you refrained from appearing with him in court. Meaning she ignored an earlier summons. So now she's called to the carpet. Hey, how come you didn't show up when we called you to court? And thus you deserved a public notification and a warning. Said she, and I heard it. I love the way it reads. It's like, you're not going to believe this. She actually said this. What do I owe Mr. Ula that he should make such a claim against me? All that is due to him from me is 5 kirats, which is, I'll tell you later, basically works out to about $20. All she wants from me is $20, 1967. Well, actually, it's only $10. And he calls me to court for $20. For 5 kirats, he makes such a fuss. At the same time, also, Mali, the brother of the sexton, was present and made the same deposition as the aforementioned David. We have written down what has been said before us and have signed so that it may serve as a document conveying rights as a proof. So, what do you make of this just quick vision of who this person is? What do you think, Judith? You work with these documents all the time.
Well, it sounds like
yeah. Yes. Well, you get someone to court, someone is suing you, he's facing you, right? And if the court says, it sounds to me, I don't know these terms are all, it sounds like she's being contemptuous of the court. Like, interesting. That's the perspective I wasn't thinking about. But the kind of things that Goithein points out are fascinating. First of all, her actual name was Karima, and she's referred to as the daughter of an Amar, who is known as the head of a very wealthy and impressive individual. His father apparently was also a very important individual. And she's called Rothschild, which apparently means, he translates the Arabic language, means
someone who
one
always
without
asks for handouts.
kind of an
Grapple with Tacitus line phrase for struggling through lunch to mark. Perhaps Yiddish for belch. Used in slang jokingly and figuratively. Perhaps vagrant slang.
Welcome.
Vagrant with too much food, where everyone has broken. Shopkeepers for body. In Tacitus, often contrasted
Without identity, you can't say it's the shopkeeper from such and such a street. You have to say a woman who is the wife of so-and-so, the daughter of so-and-so, and there are people here who testify to that. She doesn't need any independent verification. Everybody knows who she is. Just give her name and that's it. Yes. Well, this is like kind of before the Beit Din. She was called to appear at the Beit Din. We don't know what happened about the $20 or anything. We just have this little piece of documents, like 150, 200 words, and that's all we got. But let's go on to her will, which is fascinating. Okay, so this is her will. The main points of the will, a book shall the broker, she's called the broker. To my brother shall be given 100 dinars from the objects given to me as security. Note, by the way, Goithein figures out that 2 dinars was about the monthly income of a middle-class family. So if you take the American median income as that same marker, and that would be about $50,000. If you say white non-Hispanics, it's a little bit higher, for example, $55,000. And so that would mean if we use $50,000 as a middle-class income, which is kind of hard to believe, but let's say that is, then that would mean her total wealth was $689, about $1.4 million.
Collective requirement for
Or
foreign
looking at a
earning
different way,
guests.
28 years of retirement.
That Jewish Yiddish
as a
Hebrew for
middle-class
good
salary.
month.
It's probably an easier way to
Read
put
it and
it.
start
She
the
could
country
live
Jewish
at a
month.
middle-class rate for 28 years.
That was Yiddish Hebrew for good festival.
Wealth of what? So
Read it during Chol Tammuz.
So she gives her brother 100 dinars.
That Shabbos Yiddish
Well,
for good
my friend
Shabbos.
says to my sister 50 dinars. As
That
well as the
also
morning
Yiddish
dress
Hebrew
to
for good
my father,
holiday.
my paternal uncle,
Holiday
5 dinars. All these family
That be Yiddish slang for
then she
little good
says,
one.
for the cemetery,
It's some
25
Shabbat circles.
dinars. For the synagogues in Old Cairo,
Practices
20
worship
dinars.
Hebrew for well-trained
20 dinars
guests.
would be the equivalent
For
of
mitzvah, live in Shabbat communities. Practices separate Torah Hebrew for dedication to the Torah scroll.
for the synagogues of
In
Damascus
Shabbat.
and Cairo, 5 dinars. For the purchase
Celebrated
for
with
study,
dancing and
for the
decorating.
poor of Old Cairo, 20
Practice Hebrew
dinars.
for we will be
Joseph's
heard.
wife, 5 dinars. To each of her 2
Formula
brothers,
said
5
and
dinars.
events
To
of
the
study
orphan
by
girl of
practice
Cairo,
on Talmud.
a relative of mine, 2
Catholics
dinars.
Nero's Hebrew for
All
kidney
this shall be
lives.
paid from the debts
Refers to
against which
Shabbos
securities
and
were given.
Yom
Let me skip a
Tov
little bit
lighting.
here.
Half
The
profits from
remaining
Ionos Hebrew for
securities
spreading
shall
the
be
wealth
added
rate.
to the cash in full which
Central
I
Shabbat
possess,
mission to
namely
spread chastity.
300 dinars, meaning she's got
Half-rich
300
Shala Hebrew
dinars
for
in
separating
cash, which
Shala.
is again about
Mitzvah of reducing the
$500,000 by
portion
this
of the
calculation, liquid cash,
Nana Hebrew
which
for
are already
Kelly.
with me, and the 67
Mostly on
dinars,
Passover
despite
at the
this
Seder.
being positive with Lady
Shabbat has
50
its
on
own
me. She actually had
hand-painted
another
edition.
woman who held 67
Hebrew
dinars
for
for her.
Libya.
That's interesting as well.
Raising
In
the
addition to
Torah
all
scroll
of
during
this in cash
services.
and kind and rugs and
Pathos
carpets,
Hebrew
all
for
this shall be
servants.
kept for my son
Dancing
on
with
conditions
Torah
I shall
Siddur
mention.
Torah.
If he remains alive and
Tactful
attains
Hebrew
maturity,
for
he shall be
Sekel.
handed over to him.
Torah demand every
If,
7
however,
years.
God forbid, death
In
overtakes
Shabbat,
him
any
before
gathering for
he
Torah
chooses to preach the
inspiration.
mitzvah, 1/2 of all this shall be
Hakana
given to
Hebrew
the
for
synagogues in
sweetness,
Cairo
harshness.
and the poor in equal
In
halves.
Tacitus,
The other
warns
half
against
shall be
being
divided
overly
between
demanding.
my heirs in equal shares. My brother
Religion
consider
Hebrew
him
for Jewish
to
law.
his
Literally
father,
the way.
the boy's
Religion
father,
Lemesa Hebrew for
Chasum of
practical law.
Ashkelon.
How religion applies in daily
Not
life.
1 penny shall be given.
Halachic man term from Rav Solomchik.
Goitan remarks
Sometimes
that he uses
discussed
the
in
Latin term.
Shabbat
This
as
is
contrast to chastity
verba is
Halal Hebrew quatrains.
her very own word.
Psalms
She
recited on
herself, she's
festivals.
cited not 1 penny.
Halal Yadal Hebrew for great
Except
Halal.
that 2 promissory notes,
Longer
meaning
psalms
that
of praise
he gave her
recited on
2
special occasions.
IOUs. She's holding on to
And
debts.
Moxie Hebrew blessing over bread.
Concerning a debt of 80
Brings
dinars
forth
which he
bread
owes
from
me,
the earth.
will be handed over to him. Meaning she'll
And
forgive the
shows
80. She
Hebrew
doesn't want his
foremost.
money. Give
In
him
Shabbat.
the 80 dinars.
Transcripts of the Reba and
so on
Smart
and so
Regiments.
And then there's a lot of description
Canada
about
will be given Hebrew for
Pluto and so
edited
on.
transcript.
And there's a beautiful little
Notes
description
from
of how she
Alina
wants
and
her son
Chelsea for
educated.
editing.
She clearly
Canada
loves him
Hebrew
dearly
for edited
and
transcript.
devoted a tremendous amount of money to
Checked
make
by
sure
the Reba.
that her son would get a proper education.
Hanukkah Hebrew
And
for
yes, I'm
dedication.
going to skip
Holiday
over.
celebrating
Still,
the
second,
Maccabees'
they
victory
take
and
the
the oral
message
miracle.
together. This was a colossal
Hanukkah Gel Yiddish for
with
Hanukkah money.
very
Given
charitable
to children.
and
In
she had
Shabbat,
an
also
illegitimate
given
son.
by the Reba.
And she's definitely estranged
Hanukkah Nezabeth
from
Hebrew
her boy's
Yiddish for
father.
Hanukkah
This
party.
doesn't sound like your
Taken
typical
Shabbat outreach.
Beis Yaakov kind of
Amorah
girl
Hebrew
in the
for
12th century.
inside.
What's going on
In
here?
Shabbat.
Let's turn, I'm sorry we're a little bit
A
late.
scholarly note on Amar
Let's turn
Horsesha.
to the
Pamela
maternity
Hebrew for
documents.
abortion.
And let's
Turn
read
to
this, because this is the
Covenant.
most fascinating part, I
Hobbit's
think.
Yiddish slang.
So this
And
document
Used in
was
Yeshiva
probably
Becker.
written after
Have
her
parents
death
Mary Hebrew for annulment of vows.
to record an earlier
Done
event
before Rosh Hashanah
that was
and Yom
designed
Kippur.
specifically when her
Parents
son
Hebrew
wanted
for
to
one
marry
freckles.
to prove that he
Refers
was
to Ultra
legitimate
Orthodox
marrying.
Jews.
I use the term illegitimate that
Shabbat
Judaism
Islam
doesn't recognize
with outrage
illegitimacy
focus.
per se,
Parvati
except
Hebrew
that a
for children.
child is born from a
Intelligent
forbidden
refers
relationship
to
with another
sensation
woman.
of
For
nidus.
example, a married woman having an
Incassidus, feeling
extramarital
of
affair or
Nicolinus.
an incestuous affair
Passage
with
of
a child
for
known as
great
a
success.
mamzer, which is a terrible
Comment
stigma.
Shabbat
That
Eugene
child will
blessing.
not be allowed to marry anyone else except a
Passage
mamzer
is lying
or a
short head.
convert who comes with zero
Success.
yiddish. with zero
Capital
and
Hebrew
lineage,
for
and then that
separation.
status would continue
Ceremony
with their
marking
children
ends
as
of
well. So
Shabbos.
it's a huge stigma. So this document
Capital
reads,
Hebrew for study partner.
the elder Abraham Yaakov.
Hector
Something wrong
Hebrew
here.
for
The son of the
certification.
elder Mashiach, may he rest in
Rabbinic
Asliach,
approval of
may he
kosher
rest in
status.
peace. Appeared before us and made the
Extra
following
Hebrew for
deposition
preparation
while we
for
were
a
constituted
mitzvah.
as a court of three. So another court
Header
document,
Yiddish Forum.
formal deposition.
Refers to traditional
He
Jewish
said,
elementary school.
I was with the
Irish
cantor.
Yiddish for
May
homie,
God accept
authentic,
him with
warm.
favor. When Uksha, the broker,
Used
came
to
in and
describe
said,
people or
do you
admirers
not have an
traditional
advice
Jewish
for me?
feel.
I had
Private
an
loyal
affair
Yiddish
with
slang.
Hasur and
The
conceived
Heimish
from him.
crowd.
Hoytine says the
Being
phrase I had
suffered.
an affair is really literally I slept with.
Heimish Yiddish slang for today's generation. Often critical tone.
We contracted a marriage
Ethnic
before
Hebrew
a
for
Muslim notary.
consecrated.
It gets worse.
Property
She
dedicated
apparently
to the temple.
went to
Ethnic
a
Hebrew for
Muslim
comparison.
Qazi and had a civil
Collapsing
marriage.
ethnic comparing laws
So
from
she married
persons.
this Jewish guy from Ashkelon.
Ethnic Hebrew
And
for
she got pregnant.
continuation.
Why did she get
Shabbat.
married in a mosque?
Series of connected learning discourses.
Hoytine presumes that because her
Hemshik named these
her
famous
lover
series of
was a
144
refugee
discourses
from
by the
Crusader
Rita
attacks
Rashab
on Ashkelon.
1912,
Perhaps he was already married
1920.
to a woman in Ashkelon. And
Hemshik
the rabbis did not allow her to marry a
1906
second wife
series
with
by the
Rabbi.
Rita Rashab,
But the
Quarters
Muslims
of
didn't have such a
Shabbat
man.
Pot,
And so therefore she
and
went,
Yiddish
only
slang.
imagine she fell madly in love with this guy.
News the
And,
Mark
he hit her up for 80
Hesed
dinars,
Paras
so
Hebrew
that's what
for
kind
and
of
local
guy he
thought.
is. But she went and
The
she got married to a Muslim.
distraction
Perhaps there they
invalidates
eventually
this life
be able to
definite.
divorce his wife.
Base
She
Hebrew for
died and they
kindness.
got a normal wedding, but
The
anyway,
Shabbat
she
Chassidus.
got pregnant.
One of the
Contra,
divine
but I'm
attributes.
afraid that he may
Base
deny being the
Hebrew
father of my
for
child.
kindness and mercy. A divine trait.
This is a monster, right? This is
Hest
a guy.
Hebrew for
Well,
unity.
they're worried they don't have the baby.
Deliver
And
at
they don't
funerals.
say that he's the father.
Hest favorite slang.
She then lived in the house
Style
of
Hargrave. Funny and
whatever
fearful.
was for. So
Hest
the cantor
becomes
gives her
slang.
a piece of advice. This is really Yiddish.
Hest no Shabbat
He says to her,
to and a sad gathering.
go and gather some
Peter Mitzvah Hebrew
and
for
let them
beautifying of
surprise you
Mitzvah.
with chassid, so that your
He found
assertion might
Mitzvah in the most beautiful
In other
way.
words, she arranged a
In a Hebrew
tryst
world of
with her lover,
enhancements.
and she arranged for
In
people
Shabbat
to
for the
interrupt them.
mitzvahs extra beautifully.
Regulate intellecto,
Build
something
post
like
Hebrew
that.
for
So
laws
that
of
people say, aha,
title
they
format and
definitely have a
Halachic
relationship.
text.
Stands to reason that he is
Build
the
post
father.
Shabbos Hebrew for
She
laws
did
of
so,
Shabbos.
gathering to her surprise
Build
her
post
with
Talmud Torah
and
Hebrew for
confirmed
laws
her
of Torah study.
assertion.
Build
She was
post
then
Tefillah
pregnant
Hebrew
with this
for laws of
other
prayer.
son whom she had conceived
Build
in her
post
illicit
Teshuvah
relationship
Hebrew
with
for
Hasur.
laws of repentance.
Now,
Fitness random section.
I also know
Build post Yom Tov Hebrew for
the
laws of
personal
festivals.
student testimony says
Hillel
that she
and
went
Hebrew for
on the Fast
celebration.
of Atonement, Yom Kippur,
Refers to the
to the
yard
synagogue
Shabbat
of the Iraqians.
in Shabbat.
But when the Nasiya
19th
blessed
Kislev
Mary
Alter
noticed
Rita
her,
as
he
released with
expelled her
Abdullah.
from the synagogue. Can you imagine?
Did
She
any
has the
Muslim
child out of
Muslim
wedlock.
Hebrew for
She
the
goes
whole?
on Yom
I am
Kippur,
prepared.
and the head of the
Formula
shul
before
kicks
certain
her.
mitzvahs in Shabbat Sibulim.
I know this all for sure, and the
Did any
prosecutor
Hebrew
would
for
be
here? I am.
with my testimony
Biblical
to this
phrase
effect.
of readiness before GD.
What
It
is, I
fits
think,
Yiddish slang for
fascinating
someone who oversimplifies
about this
deep
is that
concepts.
even though
Liver
she
Hebrew
suffered
for thought.
such a huge embarrassment
Intelligent,
by
often
being
forbidden
driven out of
thoughts.
shul in Yom Kippur, if you look at her village,
Liver
she
Teshuva
mentioned
Hedger
that
for
the
thought of
amount of
repentance.
money to that very
Sometimes
shul
counts
that
as
never
partial
has to
Teshuva.
services.
This dash is Hebrew
So
for
I apologize
connection.
for going a little later
In
tonight.
Shabbat.
The conclusions that I want to present
Bond
are that
between Chassid and
talks a
Riva.
little bit about
This
historiography,
dash
about
first
source
Stephen
bias,
in connection with the
the
Riva,
traditional
even from the
rabbinic
far.
formal documents,
Izor
and then
is
the
Hebrew
social
for
documents, the
awakening.
response that
Spiritual
sometimes paint a
arousal
different
or
picture of
inspiration.
the reality of
Izor
Jewish
is
life.
Rothschild'S Hebrew
They
for
portray
arousal of mercy.
a very broad swath
Prayer
of
deed.
Jewish female
This
economic
Hebrew
activity,
for emotional
despite the fact that
involvement.
they may have suffered
A
some
state of inspired prayer in
handicaps as a
Shabbat.
result of the unique nature of Jewish life.
This back is
Jewish
Hebrew
women
for passing
were
away.
extremely
In
adept
Shabbat.
at
The Rima as this back is
leveraging their
marked on Hebrew
circumstances, even if it meant threats of going to
This
Muslim
is this
courts,
Hebrew
in
for
order to
protection.
ensure that their
In
economic
Tacitus.
well-being was
Being
satisfied.
satisfied with
And
little.
we see this specifically in the
This back
unfortunate
brought another
story
spelling
of
of this
Chuck
category's
Wilbur,
connection.
who
This was
endured
the Hebrew
you know,
for
personal
enthusiasm.
tragedy and still
But by a
retained her
revealing
sense
in
of
prayer.
Jewish responsibility, her sense of Jewish
This is
identity,
the Hebrew
and
for
supported
honoring.
even those
For
causes that
conferences,
sought
like
to
kindness
deny
passionate.
her.
Did passion
Thank
this
you very
Hebrew
much
for
for your attention.
expression.
I appreciate your extrication.
Faceted concept of influence beyond one's self. Wikipedia Hebrew for obligation. Halachic requirement. Dr. Farr Yeshiva slang for review test. Kofutza short for Konfatzes Hamayanos. Spreading Chassidus. Kofutza Boker Shabbat slang. A student devoted to Bitcoin and outreach. Hakshi Hebrew for free. Used in slogans about Jewish freedom. Torah Hebrew for reading.
Thank you all for coming. I apologize for the
Torah practice
rain
Hebrew
so
for
entry
practical guidance.
the building. We'll have to
That.
figure out what we can do about that.
Marina has
Maybe
supply
we'll just plan
directives.
the class around
Hashem
weather a
Hebrew
little better.
for
But
please safe.
the joke goes like this.
With moolah.
So there's a guy
Hashem knows
who
plural
walks
prayers
into
on
a
sukkos.
tailor shop,
Hot
buys a
slang
suit,
for firing,
and
intense.
the
About
tailor
park wrenches for bakulim.
asks him how much he wants to spend. He gives
Hot
him,
favorite slang.
I have the perfect suit
Hot
for you.
favorite
You gotta
that's
try
not
this
very
suit.
heated and passionate.
So change
Hot
when he comes
unit
out, he says,
slang
you know, I
for
really
spending
like this
money.
suit. It's beautiful.
Commonly joked about in frown hides.
Material and so on. It feels
Held a
great.
Hebrew for
The only
market.
thing is, he says, I noticed that one
Source of
sleeve
halachic
is
questions
a few
about
inches
fine
longer
animals.
than the other sleeve.
User and
The
Hebrew
tailor
for
says,
stringency.
no problem.
Meaning
All
extra
you have
strict
to do
to
is just
militia.
sort of tilt your shoulders a little bit like this.
Such slang for someone trying to act mysterious or
Then he says,
secretive.
oh, one more thing.
Such
That
of an
I
Hebrew
noticed
for
that one
memorial prayer.
hand leg is also
Same
a
as
little
yours.
bit longer than the other. The tailor says, no problem. I
Such
do is just gotta
Hasidic
stand
slang.
with one leg sort of,
Settle.
you know, bent like this.
For someone
He says,
calm,
you know,
not
that
too
takes
excitable.
So he basically
Favorite
soon he
Hebrew
walks
for
out, he's walking
pregnancy.
a little bit Quasimodo down the street,
Infoligia.
and across the
Also
street,
matriculation
Sam
of
says to
Celtic
Blanche, Blanche,
Kabbalah.
look, I gotta walk down the street so
Temporary
funny.
dwelling with
Blanche
one
says, yeah,
soul
but
in
look
another.
at this suit fits.
Favorite Shannon Hebrew for
Wasn't
matriculated
really
on
funny,
year.
but we tried anyway.
Back
Okay,
in the
tonight's
garden
class,
in the
we're
Jewish
going to
leap
talk
year.
about a very famous individual,
Reverse the Kovic
Yehuda
Hebrew for holy
Halevi,
letters.
the poet of Sefarad,
A
a very
section of popular
amazing
letters
figure
of the Alter
who
Riga.
encapsulates really the best of the golden age of Spain, which
The
we'll
published
cover
letters
as
of the
well.
Luca
He also
Cherahim.
has kind of an interesting
Favorite Shabbat
connection to
shorthand
the
for the Riga S
Khazar
letters.
people, which is something
The
we should cover
Hasidic
in this
means
course.
them
We
as
had
a
an
means of
entire
guidance.
lecture on it last year, so I'll just have a couple of
Favorite
slides
practice
to remind
Shabbat
you about it
slang.
because it is a fascinating
Writing the letter to
look
the
into
Riga
in
and
Jewish
placing it
history.
randomly in the
Tonight's
Negro
lecture is
volume
sponsored
for an
by
answer.
the shul. We're very grateful for them
He
for
would
giving
need a
us
new
the
Hebrew
space
phrase these
and
endos.
giving us some
From
equipment
Calvin of
to
Dictum.
make the videos online
Both
and things
of
like
these
that.
are words of the
And
living TV.
one last personal detail that you might find
Favorite
interesting.
Hebrew for main
My
thing
son
for
Alexander, the
essence.
picture doesn't come up quite
Common
as
in
nice as
Halachic and Shabbat
better looking
discussion.
than you see here. But he's
Favorite
kind of an
main
interesting
Hebrew for
kid.
the
He's
four
14
law.
years old and he's
The
planning to
strict
run a full
Halachic
marathon
requirement without
this January.
stringencies.
We really tried to
Favorite
stop
slang
him,
from the front.
but he's
The
run
main
2
point
half
in Eshi
marathons
or
already.
Sita.
He raised $4,000 for
The
Joe
Louis
DiMaggio
Hebrew for
Children's
prodigy.
Hospital a couple of years
A
ago.
brilliant
And
yeshiva
he raised
student.
some money last year
His
for
years of
Teen
passion
Friendship.
by age Hebrew
And
for
this
his
year he
TV
got the
wills.
green light from his pediatrician. We
Common
also took him
phrase
to a
for
pediatric
speech.
heart specialist and also
Denied
to a
Hebrew for
nutritionist
concept
and
for
everybody
matter.
and made sure he's okay.
In
They
Shabbat.
all said he's okay to do
Used
it.
constantly
So
when
he's
discussing
running for an
Chassidus.
organization called Friendship Circle,
Denied
which
Hebrew for
specializes
divine
in
concept.
developing
In
social
Chassidus,
relationships
a teaching
for
relating to
children with various
EPS essence.
disabilities, especially developmental disabilities,
Denied passion
autism,
Hebrew for
things like
simple
that.
concept.
If you want to support
Yeshiva
his
slang for
run,
something
go to
basic.
his website,
Denied Gadol Hebrew for big concept.
teamfriendship.com/Alexander.
Something major or profound.
Whatever you like to this worthy
Denied
cause.
AI
He is
Moshiach
going
and
to
do
run
a
it
Hebrew for
anyways.
matters of
So
Moshiach and redemption.
we're proud of
A
him.
strong Shabbat learning week since
He's 14, going on
1991.
37. And
Denied Hebrew plural for matters.
he's a tough kid. You know,
Shabbat
it's like
slang
really
for
motivated
stuff.
to do his thing. And
Example.
I have to be very careful.
He has to with the ID.
But anyways, he's very determined, and I think he'll do great things in his life. Like all
Usually
my kids
refers
do.
to Jerusalem.
Okay, so tonight,
In Shabbat
back to our
sometimes
topic.
is
We're talking about
related for frown hides.
Question
Permikla Hebrew for
this
city of
physician,
refuge.
poet, and
George
philosopher
mandated the silent
was again
cities.
an exemplar
Permit Hebrew
of
for
the golden
organization.
age of Sefarad,
In Israel,
the
they
Sephardic
free
period,
state militia.
which extends primarily from
Injections like
the 10th
the
to
organizers
the
of a
13th, early
program.
13th century at the
It
most.
says Hebrew
In
for man of
Spain,
practice.
really a fascinating period in
Shabbat
Jewish
terms
history,
for Hachassid
which
known
has
for
become
generosity.
emblematic
Fish
for
dance
many
Hebrew for
as
man of
an
food.
ideal state for
Chastity
Jews
compliment.
in the modern world.
Fish
This
code
I'll
Hebrew
explore
for
this in
person.
just a moment, but let's understand what makes Spain so special.
Fish differ slang for students or
Term
teachers connected to
separata,
his name.
which
Chastity is
sounds
not
like
Shabbat,
Spain,
but used in
is
yeshiva
actually
conversations. Dysphagia Hebrew for subduing. Shabbat Chassidus. Holding back one has desires to serve the weak. Bishop Hebrew for transformation. Transforming negativity into holiness, a higher level than Dysphagia. Disser Hebrew for prohibition. Halachic category of forbidden acts. Iskana Hebrew for benefit prohibition. And it is forbidden not just to eat, but to derive benefit from.
Similarly, we have other regions like Ashkenaz, which are associated with Germany, even though there's no
Category
real
of
connection
halachic
between that
rulings
biblical
on
name
Catholics.
and the region of
It
the
counts
Rhineland,
as
nevertheless,
Arabic for beginning of
historical
redemption.
association for centuries.
Phrase used in discussions
The
of
Jews
Israel
who
as
lived there in
founding.
the 10th and 11th centuries in
Dysphagia,
particular
alternate spelling,
had
see
an
dysphagia.
unusual amount of
It
political
is
power,
slang for someone
cultural
constantly
power,
forcing themselves,
and Jewish
language.
learning. Combinations that is really quite rare in any point in Jewish history. Very rarely do you have Jews who were at once highly learned in their traditional Jewish sources and quite adept at making their way through the byways of modern culture. In America, for example, and there's some comparisons to America, you often have, figures, Jewish figures who are exceptionally renowned for their cultural data that they provide for the society, comedians, literati, scientists, politicians even, so on. And you also have Jews who are really expert in the Talmud, the Bible, and so on. But rarely are those two groups combined in a single person or being. These are highly distinct categories of human activity, and they really don't intersect very much. You have a little bit of that perhaps in 19th century Germany, people like Maurice Mendelssohn perhaps would encapsulate some of these values. Even that's a debatable point, kind of we'll talk about in a few months. But in Spain, you did have them. You had individuals who were politically very powerful and religiously very observant, and Jewish very knowledgeable at the same time. And these were the people that the communist population looked up to as their example. Something which is really quite different when we have in most other periods of Jewish history, particularly since the emancipation in the 18th and 19th century. Aramaic, and English slang spoken in yeshiva circles as supporting even before there was a unified non-Jewish concept known as Shabbat preserving videos, audio of Karath, American March nickname for circling a hole or building, referencing Joshua. Rare slang. As Jane Gerber, a noted Sephardic specialist, puts it, no other instances in Jewish history of such a close and enduring identification of the Jews with a land outside the Holy Land. Meaning Sephardic Jews are really Sephardic. They're really into that part of the world they come from. And this, I think you could say that today, you could certainly say it 900 years ago in the Golden Era. It's a very special period of time. Although this picture, by the way, is a statue of Maimonides. He looked exactly like that. Cultural stereotype about ill feelings tied to Jewish upbringing. Sometimes joked about in so let's just look at Spain for a few moments. Other stereotypes slang for the overprotected near using Jewish moms. Recorded Jewish population in Spain go back to the 4th and 5th century even. And we know that most significantly from the Visigothic era. The Visigoths were kings who ruled Spain before the Muslim conquest of 711. These were Christian kings, albeit what the Catholics call heretical Christians, Arians, A-R-I-A-N, which was a form of Christianity of the time that viewed Jesus as less than a god, more like a man who was a prophet. This was denounced as a heresy, and the Arians eventually moved on. But at any rate, one of the ways in which, and this is a pattern that recurs unfortunately through Spanish history, one of the ways in which they demonstrated their bona fides, meaning their attachment to Christianity, was by persecuting the Jews. And so we have some really awful persecutions of Jews during the Visigothic period, burning synagogues with Jews inside, really nasty things that you wouldn't see until much later in other parts of Europe. And this seems to have a correlation with viability.
rare
So, for
unique
example,
in the
here's
Jewish
the
world
list of the
X.
kings of Visigoth,
A
Spain,
convented
from
Jew is
586 to
uniform.
711, when the
Two
Spaniards
paper
were
slang,
invaded by
humorous slang,
the
blending you with two paper
were
cryptic
invaded by the
monster.
Muslims.
We had
And
joke slang, rare
the
slang in
Lars,
Jewish circles referencing
if
tension with Islam.
they were
Often
assassinated,
different.
and if they
Dog
ever
biblical a figure of
passed
suffering
anti-Semitic
and
decrees.
faith, reference
So
to
you see there's a
servants for
correlation here.
vengeance.
All those kings that passed
Joseph
anti-Semitic decrees
Yusuf
did
biblical
not
patriarch,
end their reign
connected
through
to Shabbat
assassination
teachings on
or
Yusuf
other forms of
positive.
deposition, whereas
Join a
if they
service phrase
failed
translated
to
into
enact
as Hashem
anti-Semitic
Sikha.
decrees, it meant that
Kaki
their
Shabbat
reign as
principle.
a king was very short-lived. So
JP
it clearly
Jewish
seems to be
Telegraphic
a
Agency major Jewish news
Semitic
service,
vote
sometimes
for
referenced by
leadership. We
rabbis.
passed a few anti-Semitic
Judean
decrees that
desert
we have.
area east of
Yes,
Jerusalem, referenced in 10 Act study and biblical geography.
These last three were actually Jewish.
Judaism, the
I
religion
made that
itself,
up.
in Shabbat defined as divine wisdom, Torah, and service with passion.
Yes, so he's trying it. It goes for 15 years.
Judaizer historical, slang for
Again,
the historical term for those adopting Jewish practices.
Probably
We
not.
have objects of Jewish ritual art businesses, menorahs, etc. Shabbat houses often sell display that.
What happens
Due
in
to the double
7-Eleven
Torah law of the 50th year when land returns to original owners.
is that the Muslims come
Judaizer slang historical old term for Gentiles adopting Jewish practices.
This is a map that shows you
Judgment
the
Day on faith
very
in Jewish
rapid
beliefs.
expansion of Islam from
Rosh
632
Hashanah when bees are judged.
immensely here.
Jumper
Islam
slang
just
is from slang.
expands with tremendous speed
School over
throughout the
garments
entire
worn by
Mediterranean
girls in
basin,
Beis Yaakov
extending
schools.
all the way out here to the
Just
east.
on my
It's
head
actually
slang,
going to
Yeshivish phrase downplayed in something that's only
India,
by custom.
Pakistan, Bangladesh.
Justification classic slang when a rab gives a header leniency, yeshiva, guys don't give is like a satanical justification.
North Africa, and then
Kabbalah
this
Hebrew for receiving.
year of
Jewish
7-11,
mystical
they
tradition.
make the jump over the
Central to Shabbat thought.
little body of water. It's basically
Kabbalah's
over
Shabbos
the
Hebrew
Mediterranean.
for accepting Shabbat. Sitting on service while coming Shabbat. Kabbalah's Hebrew for accepting the yoke.
Conquest. We know their
Shabbat praise
experience
for
under the
surrendering to
Islamic
God
kings,
as will with
that
humility.
the Muslim promise of
Happy Hebrew
egalitarian
for forward.
treatment, and particularly the
Modern Israeli
extension
slang
of dhimmi
sometimes
status to the
political.
Jews, meaning that the Jews were
Kaddish
a
Hebrew
protected
for
minority,
sanctification.
allowing them to practice
Prayer
their
for
religion
mourners,
within the
also
confines
marking
of the Muslim state.
transitions in that meaning.
Was very appealing to Jews, and it's quite
Talent
likely that
Hebrew
they
for
were
bride.
at the time really quite
Also
open to the
slang.
idea and
With
assisted
talent
the
equals the
Muslims
bride
with
to
their
be.
conquest of this
Called
erstwhile
Lithuanian
Christian
for
kingdom.
cold Lithuanian.
At this time, we have
Slang
really
itself for
several
everly rational
main
Jews,
people who are
contrasted
in
with warm
Sparta.
Chasidom.
We have
Capiros
Christians,
Hebrew
of
for
course, the early
atonement.
Visigoths, later we'll have Catholics.
Yom Kippur
We have
ritual with chicken
Arabs.
or money waved overhead.
Arab, of course, is an
Supposed
ethnic
Yiddish for
designation,
coat.
not a Muslim, not a
Long
religious
black coat
designation.
worn by
Although in
Shabbat
this context,
Chasidom.
all the Arabs are Muslims.
Carbon
Brokers
Corbin
in North
Hebrew for
Africa,
sacrificing the temple.
Slavs, especially
Study
slaves,
Epolucha and
and
Chassidus.
Jews. The most important
Carries
populations
Hebrew
were the
for
Christians,
Chakal.
Arabs, and Jews.
Severe
Spain is
spiritual
often
punishment
as
mentioned
a
in Epolucha.
tripartite region
Catholic
because
Hebrew
these
for
three
Christians.
cultures interacted
First
in a
to
way
for
which
dietary
was not
laws.
like any other part of Europe.
Capture
The
Hebrew for
Jews were
fifth.
always a
Slang
minority,
to capture
actually
that pen
the
equals
only
making
minority of
kosher.
any significance
Capture
in
a
Western
process
Europe.
of making vessels
And
kosher.
that was within a Christian society. And in
Hamat
North
Hebrew for
Africa,
honor
they
or
were
respect.
largely the only minority of
Hamat
any
Habrit was
significance
Hebrew for
within a
human
Muslim
dignity.
environment. But in Spain,
Halachic
they were
principle allowing exceptions to laws.
there were always one of two
Kaddish
minorities.
Hebrew for
Either
intention.
a minority
Shabbat
alongside the
expresses
Christians
David
in a
equals
Muslim region,
Canada.
or a minority with the Muslims
Elos
in
Hebrew
a
for
Christian
vessels.
region. And this
Long
triangular
Medina.
relationship
Tamar original
creates a
community.
wholly different culture in
Telikos
Spain than we
Hebrew
have
for test.
elsewhere in Europe. And
Kabbalistic
to a
term
certain
of
degree,
Shabbat.
the three legs of this tripod gives
Spiritual
the
cells
society a
packaged
much
seal
better
holiness.
balance in some ways and allows the
Ten pieces of
Jews
Hebrew
to
for
really
this
extend
method.
themselves politically
Praise
because the
Shabbat
ruling
Hebrew.
faction often sees the Jews as a
The
useful
Knesset Hebrew
ally
for assembly.
against the other minority
Modern
that
term
they may
for
have to
Israeli
contend with in
parliament.
the future.
Kiddush Hebrew for
The Muslims and
sanctification.
the Christians were always vying for authority.
Blessing over
The
wine
Jews
on
never
Shabbat
vied
holidays.
for political
To
rule,
Dutch
so
practice
therefore they
for
made very
sanctification of
loyal
God as name,
minions in many
living
cases.
as a proud Jew.
Okay.
To
Portugal
Dutch
in
Rebbe
this map.
Hebrew for
Portugal
sanctification
is, I
of the
think,
group.
cut off this map.
Monthly prayer over the new food.
Yes,
Institution Hebrew for Trafal.
probably.
First stage of Jewish
Yeah,
marriage.
your imagination a little bit.
Tippet Hebrew for dome.
Pick them to the west.
Skull Path
Okay, let's
Yarmoga.
go on.
Slang.
Of course, the
Can you
other
put
end
them on?
of Spanish Jewish
Fire
history
Hebrew for bringing
is
clothes.
1492,
Outreach.
the horrific
Shabbat as
expulsion
mission is pirate.
in the 15th century, which created
Kislev
such
Hebrew
havoc
month built
in
for Hanukkah and
Jewish
Shabbat as nuns
demography,
Kislev Rosh
Jewish
Hashanah of
self-image,
Tacitus.
Jewish philosophy.
Kidney
And we're not going to get to that today. We're going to talk about it more when we get to the end of this term
While
in
Israel
a
Hebrew
few
for the
weeks.
Jewish people as a whole.
But this period of the 10th and 11th century in particular
Private
is
singular
that
of
high
Calico's
point
Hebrew
of
for shell.
Spanish-Jewish
Evil
civilization.
force covering
Okay, so let
holiness.
me pause. Well, actually,
English
let's do one more
Yiddish
thing.
for moth and balls.
A few of the
Classic
famous
Jewish
names.
food. Song Yiddish for passion or energy.
Kastai Ibn
In
Shambat,
Shabbat.
very
Two
important
Shabbat
Jewish
indoor learning.
politician who was extremely
Kurdish
active
Hebrew
as
for
an
holy.
ambassador for the
Kurdish
Spaniards,
Kodashi
very
Hebrew
involved
for
in
holy of
exchanging
holies.
letters, traveling between Christian
Interchamber
regions
of the
and
temple.
Muslim regions,
Khan
Jews
Hebrew
being
for priest.
a protected
Descendant
minority
of
had
Abraham
much more
with
freedom
special
of travel,
mitzvos.
ironically, between these two
Kurdish
large
Gadol
global
Hebrew for high
populations, and
priest.
furthermore,
Served in
Jews
temple.
had such a far-flung network
Gold
of
Hatter
connections
Hebrew for the
because
entire
of
Dimosura.
the nature of Jewish
Gold
society. They
Hatter
could walk
Hebrew
into a
for all
synagogue
vows.
really anywhere in the world
Yom Kippur
and say,
night
you know,
prayer.
I'm from such and such a place, and
Follow
you
Hebrew
know
for
where I can
gathering.
get a good egg roll.
Institution where married men
So
study
Kastai
during
Ibn
full
Shambat was
time.
one of these early
Kometz Hebrew for hand school.
Spanish Jewish politicians. Shmuel
Temple
Halevi
occurring
ibn
measure.
Gabriela, also known
Kosher
as
Hebrew for
Shmuel
fish.
Anagid,
Halachically permitted food.
an extremely
Slang.
important politician. He
Is
rose
that
to the rank
kosher?
of vizier,
Legend
which
hawk.
is essentially second in command in all of
Kosher
Spain.
style
And
slang
he was
for
also
food that
well
looks
known
Jewish
as a
that would be
Talmudist,
halachically
authoring
kosher
the
like
famous
pastrami
Mabot,
sandwiches
which
on
is an
rye.
introduction to the Talmud itself that is currently
Kant's
printed
Yiddish
in all
shorthand for the Kosher Riga.
editions of the
Sometimes
Talmud
used
to
in
this day.
Shabbat discussions.
Yehuda Halevi is squarely in the middle
Puppets
of this
Hebrew
period
for
we'll talk about
collection.
today. And then at the
Platform
end of the
journal
full
or
day,
anthology.
the famous
So
Rabbi,
not all.
Moses ben Maimonides,
Spelling and Chagad Yiddish Hebrew means
who
for
of course
respect.
is very well known not only to Jews
Rhea
but
Hebrew
as
for
a
tearing.
massively important
Act of
world
tearing
philosopher
garment
as
during
well.
mourning.
Okay, let me
Also
pause
Torah
and
reading.
take a couple of questions before we talk about
Rhea
the
Al
religion.
Hamai's head for tearing for the dead. Ritual at
It
funerals.
means
Rhea's Shema Hebrew for recital of Shema. Central prayer.
you see quite often with Jewish names
Rises
from
Brit Hebrew
Arabic,
for covenant.
just like our
Halachic
last
phrase
name,
meaning making a
Abraham
covenant.
son, right? At some point, I
Middle
suppose,
Yiddish
in
for
distant
cooking
history,
casserole.
it would have been called Ben Avraham.
Classic
When
Shabbos
I was
food.
almost your
Slang.
age and I went to Israel as like
Middle
an
backer
18-year-old,
equals big
I
shot.
was all fired up.
Kupit
And
Tzedakah
I tried to
Hebrew for
use
charity
my
fund.
name, and changed my name 8% to Ben Avraham.
Promoted
I
Shabbat
walked around
houses
saying,
and
"Abi,
shows.
Hillel Ben
That's
Avraham
Yiddish
in
for
Canada."
complain.
Right? And everyone was speaking
Slang.
back in English. And the
Soft
assistant was
K
like, "How do you
Becky.
spell his name?"
K Becker Yiddish slang.
Yes.
Someone who always complains. K Middle Yiddish for note.
There's no familiar
Petition
with
written to Ariba, often placed at his grave is cynical. K Becker Hebrew for group. In Shabbat. The year-long program for International Bachman in 770.
That's a great question.
K Bar Hebrew for already.
Paul
Common
ever
slang
reading
filler word in Israeli
anything that
Hebrew.
Maimonides wrote
Lag
about
Omer
Yehuda
Hebrew for
Halevi.
33rd of Omer.
It's impossible that he would not
Followed
have
for
known
Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, making Shabbat with parades and bonfires. Lashon
especially
Haren
because
Hebrew
Yehuda
for
Halevi
evil
spent
speech.
quite a bit of time in Egypt,
Forbidden
where
gossip
the
for
Rambam
slander.
spent most of his years
Latin
as well.
Yiddish for pancake.
But
Potato
I know
pancake
that
eaten on
the
Hanukkah.
Rambam was diametrically
Bell
opposed to
Hebrew for
Halevi's
polite.
philosophy.
Toast
So
over wine or mash. Central and
perhaps there's
Shabbat
references
favorites.
in the
Slang.
more in the Buchim, the
Abba
guide
El
to the
Hai
Complex,
equals
that
drink and
talks about
eat
Yehuda Halevi,
spiritually.
but I'm not familiar with it. I don't think it
El
ever occurs
Chacula
in any
Arabic
of
Yiddish
those.
Shabbat phrase.
Remember in the Mishnah
From the
Torah,
outset, go averted. Motto of the Rita Mocker. Don't keep overwhelmed problems rise above them.
Yeah.
Let
that's true.
Lection Hebrew for go forward.
And
Harsh
we'll
and where
talk about
Margaret
that
Hahn
Yehuda
is
Halevi
told to
coming up
journey.
to. Okay, so who was he?
Often
His
used
family
slang for
background
Time Beta
was,
Uva.
again, one of these
Mighty Yiddish for
classic
reading.
Spanish Jewish
Public
families.
Torah reading
very wealthy and very good. The traditional vow takes place in Toledo, but new research that emerged from the Geniza in recent years have indicated that it's more likely to develop. But at any rate, around year 1075, his family gave him a very well-rounded education, similar to the kinds of educations that people in his class would receive in Spain. which was at once
With the Tatar and Hebrew for
essentially
study
a
of
good
Torah.
day school education
Central
with
Mitzvah.
a very solid
Slang.
Judaic component.
In
where
learning
we learn
Hebrew, studies
classical
like
Hebrew,
Yeshiva study.
learn the traditional texts,
Mishnah
including
Hebrew
the
for
Mishnah,
its
the
own sake.
Talmud, and of course Tanakh.
Learning Torah with pure
At the
intent.
same time, it was also
Mompus
receiving a
Yiddish
very well-rounded
Yeshivish for analytical
secular
Torah
training,
study.
which would not space and time would have included
He has got
mathematics,
Mompus equals
astronomy,
sharp mind and learning.
geography,
Mompish for
4th
Yiddish
century
for analytical
science,
insight.
and especially the
Slang and
Arabic
Yeshiva
language.
talk.
So in many ways, the kind of educational pattern that he got was probably like the kind of
For
ideal
someone
day
who
school that
studies
we all want to send our kids
slang.
or our grandchildren to.
Good Roman
Today,
equals
all
diligent learner.
people have Alisa, a lady.
Long Chacheries Yeshiv
Okay.
slang. When that evening stretches very late sometimes into afternoon.
So,
Long Seder slang
he
for a
lived,
late night
as we
learning
should see, in
session,
both
usually
Christian
way
and
past
Muslim
bedtime.
Spain for a while. He had
Blue Long
experience
Hebrew
living in
for Tom
both
Brand.
regions. The
One
entire
of the four species
peninsula
used on
really,
Sufus.
the
Blue
borders
and
between
Hezron
Christian and
Hebrew.
Muslim were quite fluid,
Central
and
Mitzvah
also
of
the
Sufus.
borders between various
In
types of
Shabbat,
Muslims were
Peter
quite fluid as
unification
well.
was emphasized.
My mom used to experience later when
Love
the
Hebrew
Alma
for
Homs
all
took over
non-creed
the
or
region
mystical
and
those that
expelled the
remains
Jews
after
as well.
death basis for resurrection
So
teaching.
he came
Felt
of
that
age
Hebrew
on
for
a
garment.
visit to Granada when he
In
participated
Catholics,
in
spiritual
an
garments
Arabic
equals
language
thought,
poetry
speech,
slam.
action.
That was not the term they used
Also,
at the
the
time,
English is
but
a
it
classic
was
Galactic code.
a competition. Actually, it
Without
might have
mention
been a
Hebrew
Hebrew
wear
language
long
poetry slam
garments.
this time. Excuse me.
Used in
It
mystical
was a
discussion.
competition to see who could
Yiddish
imitate a
for city of
particular
love.
poem, which I believe
Found where
was
Shabbat
authored
was
by
founded.
one of the Ibn Ezra's
Now
in
indigenous
Hebrew.
with
And
Lubavitch movement.
we have to understand the
Late
role
night
of
Yeshiva
poetry
slang for
in
a Bocker
Spanish
always
Jewish
made
life in the
consider,
11th
now
century.
meaning, for meals.
Poetry was something that, like, for
Lazy
example,
Bocker
my daughter
Yeshiva
Lisa
slang
mentioned
for a
mine.
slacker in
If
learning
I
for
tell you
chores.
her earphones broke,
Learning up a Sunday slang for deeply analyzing the section of Talmud.
and this is maybe what the
With
fourth
Lubavitch
set
for
of
on the
earbuds
level.
you've broken this year, I
Slang
think.
for authentic, straight.
6 pair of earbuds. Now, how do you break
Lack of
earbuds?
integrity
How
and
do you do it?
mysticism.
The way you do it
One
is
of
by
the
wearing
36
them
hidden
constantly.
righteous people
Awake,
sustaining the
asleep,
world.
in class, out of class, and just
Lubavitcher
constantly
Yiddish
wearing
for
these
follower
earbuds.
of
Wear out
Lubavitch that.
whatever it
Pell
is,
Mall and Hebrew
music,
for above.
17-year-olds
Cassidy's.
is, well, should be 17
Spiritual
now,
melts beyond the physical.
Shabbos. Right, so I'm sure I-
Pell on a Hebrew for below.
So whatever
Refers
music
to
is to
this world,
17-year-olds,
the
that was
physical plane.
poetry to the entire society.
Pell
That
Pavel
was
Moshiach Hebrew
people said,
for
oh,
degree the
you know,
face off Moshiach.
lady, I
Shabbat expression.
put poetry verse or something.
Look
Say
I am on
something
Tanya
beautiful.
Hebrew for
And it was the
collected
measure of
sayings.
intelligence, it was the measure of wit,
The
it was the
Tanya as
measure
formal
of
title, cornerstone
sophistication,
of
it was
Shabbat
the measure
Cassidy's.
of virility.
Look
It
I
was all
Sigos
kinds of
Hebrew
things
for
wrapped
collected
up in
thoughts.
poetry. And there are all kinds of different styles of
39
poetry
volume set of
that
the
were
Lubavitcher
highly,
Rita as Torah insides.
highly
Look I Torah
stratified
Hebrew
and
for
highly
collected Torah.
structured, and you would
Words
measure
of the
the
altar Rita
quality versus
explaining
poetry by
Cassidy's
how
on the
well they
Tarshiyos.
could maintain these
Little
very rigid
Rita slang for
structures
a Baka
and
who
yet
acts overly Cassidish
terminological
for
phrase
self-important.
in the same process. There were
Long
certain
favorite
standard
and slang
types of
for a
poetry
favorite
that
and those that fill
all
more
of
is
these
very
great
common
figures
in Shabbat
engaged in,
Yeshivas.
some more than others,
Held by Rashi
including
Hebrew
in the
for
case of
according to
Shmuel
Rashi.
Hanagid, the occasional
slang.
homosexual poem,
Held
which
by
was
Rashi,
really
the
quite an amazing
Pishaches.
thing. Especially
Held
the
by
person who
Cosmos
wrote the
Hebrew for
commentary on the
according to
Talmud,
Issachos.
and we have half a dozen or so
Same
clearly
slang usage as
homoerotic
above.
quotes, which
Held
you
paper,
know
a
are
ride Yiddish
problematic in
Yeshiva
a lot
slang.
of ways. We
It's
talked
hardly
about the
often
movement
to
that we
get
called
the
last
price
year,
for
and it
monthly.
seems that this was the
Held
style.
paper on
People
SH
wrote these
Torah
kinds
slang.
of poems.
To
And
grab my short
the
Torah
fact
off
that he
the
could write
chair.
a poem about
Held
how
paper on
good
that
looking
slang.
he thinks a waiter
Good
is
nasty
serving
sweet
him
celery.
food at a banquet, that was a measure of his
Held paper
sophistication
on
and
Alpine
his
slang.
worldliness. And he could
With
also
1600
learn
the
Gemara
night.
and publish a
Backward
commentary on
unit
the Talmud at the same time. It's
One
hard for
shot,
us
someone,
in our
influential or
comparatively
pushing in the
speaking
community.
That
low
society
standards
to
for
understand how these two ideas can fit
Information
together,
founded,
but it
legal
gives you a
marketing.
sense of what poetry
Slang.
meant as a means of communication and as a
Lots
means
of
of
comments.
establishing status.
Magnet
in
Congress
this
Hebrew
very
for Shield
poetry
of
sense of the
Vapor
word.
Path.
One last comment, I will tell you that
Morning blessing
when
in Shachari
one of the
and
things that
Dave
amazed me
Galactic commentary on
when I went to
Shulchan
Russia, I've been there
Magnet
several
David
times in
Hebrew
the
for
context
Shield
of my
of David,
research.
the six-pointed
When
star
I
of
went
David.
in the
Monty
late
Janet
communist
Hebrew for
period
what is different.
before the
With
Soviet
more
Union
questions
fell,
at the Seder.
and I don't know if you've ever been
Slang.
to St. Petersburg
Monty
or
Canada's time.
Leningrad or Kiev or places like that.
What has
You walk down the main
differential?
streets,
The
and there will be
marketing
people
for the
sitting on
scores.
tables selling books.
In Shabbat, a Hasidic discourse recited or delivered by a Rabbi often begins with the verse. Mary Hebrew for evening prayer. In Shabbat, often said late after favoritism.
Oh, look, there's a new edition of 19th century poetry out. I can't wait.
Refers to Noah as blood.
People dressed
Slang.
in clothes like they're
It has some humble out there pouring rage.
who come and buy his poetry. It was really,
After
really
Hebrew
valuable.
for cycle.
Later, after
Purpose
the
for holidays, Rosh
spell
Hashanah and Yom
and
Kippur.
all of the
That rate of Hebrew
restrictions
for level or spiritual realm.
you walk down the streets and you go past those same
Slang
tables,
in
they're still
Yeshiva.
crowded, and there are lots of
He
people all
has
around
some
them,
different
but now it's all Russian
That is
translations
Hebrew for
of
preacher.
American detective fiction,
In
pornography,
Shabbat, a title of honor for
novels,
teachers
things
and
like that. It's
Hasidus.
like communism,
That
at
is
least
a
on one
memory
side.
successor to the Baal
Face
Shem
change,
Tov,
I guess. Okay.
teacher of the Alter Rebbe. Mash Yiddish for leakers. And favoritisms, mash is central. Slang. Shell hide on the mash. Mash be a Hebrew Shabbat term. Influencer or mental guides in Chassidus and Pagodas fashion. Masked Hebrew for diligent learner. Slang. That guy has some masked, emeralds the bees be rash. Matzah Hebrew for unleavened bread. Central mitzvah of Chesed. In Shabbat, SH where matzah is given to many before Chesed.
That's amazing.
Matzah
I
ball
guess it's
Yiddish
kind of
slang.
like, you go to a yeshiva party, and some yeshiva bar will
Matzah
get up and
Hebrew
start
unique cross
saying
situation.
a rap song or something.
Slang. What has the matzah?
Okay,
What
yeah,
has happening? Matzah Kashya had a
Okay.
Yiddish slang.
So anyways, it was in this context,
Situation
in this
thoughtful.
youth, that
That
he
is
won
a
this
Hebrew
poetry
for the writer.
contest. He developed the beginnings of a very close association with the Ibn Esra family,
Mentions
most
of the
significant
Hashbat
member of
slang.
which was Abraham
Very
Ibn
called
Esra,
writer.
commentator who we'll talk
Sometimes
about
said
shortly.
vigorously.
They shared
That
many,
is
many
Yiddish
experiences
slang.
together. And
Pleasure
most of
or
the
mind
poetry he
picking.
wrote in this early hedonistic phase
Example.
of his life. When I
This
say that
is
term
not that
hedonism,
shit.
obviously in a
That you
qualified
Hebrew
way,
for forgiveness.
it's not like hedonism
Slang.
like South Beach or anything. It's
That you
hedonism
can
of
you pass this all?
Spain. He wrote a lot of poems
The
about
Rash
wine,
Rash Rabbinic
about love,
homiletical
about
teachings.
beauty,
Shabbat
about
frequently
women,
references
things like
the
that.
Rash
That
in
was the
Sitchos.
main thrust of his poetry at the
Year
time.
Hebrew nation
He had not
included
distinguished himself
Slang
in
in
any other
Yeshiva.
specific area.
Year Elf for
Then there
Hagai
was
named year.
major
Technical
conquest
Hebrew
in
for village.
1090 by the
Slang.
Berbers coming up from North Africa.
Ethics he has some
With
technical,
a
cities
slightly
with
different
red springs.
approach to Islam
Relevant
and
Hebrew for
less
teacher,
tolerant
especially
view
in Cheddar.
of many of the local minorities.
The London Malta Hebrew
So
for
before that
escorting
lady
the queen,
began
the
a
meal
long
after
period of
Shabbos.
wandering, about 20
In Shabbat,
years,
strongly
which took him
emphasized.
both into Muslim regions again and into
More
Christian
Hebrew for
regions.
land.
Once again, he's really traveling around,
Militia.
seeing all kinds of things.
Temple
This
Temple
time he's primarily
In slang.
supporting himself with
Condiment
his
and
medical
Delavra.
skills. He trained
Then
as a
Yiddish
physician
for a high
and he's
person.
doing quite well, often
Slang.
catering to the
Ilan
nobility in any particular town
Nashon and
that
Hakam
he
Hebrew
enters.
for changing
He's
place.
also developing a quite a
Galactic
significant
concept
following
affecting
for his
rituals.
poetry, and so
That
he's
you
really
Yiddish
establishing
slang.
fame throughout the period.
Craziness,
There is
nonsense.
no evidence that he
That you enter Yiddish for
lived
crazy
off
person.
any specific benefactor or was in any way supported by
Nesor
any
and Hebrew for
wealthy
tradition.
individual. It seems
That's
that
in
he
Yiddish for
was
translate
truly
with Calvin.
independent, pursuing his art purely
What
for art's
Nesta are
sake,
you holding?
while maintaining
Mentor
himself
is the
as a
Hebrew
physician.
for
Pattern that we see also,
self-sacrifice.
for example, with the Rambam.
Shabbat emphasizes Nezir's confession
Doesn't engage
stretched
in
to
poetry so
Judaism.
much, but
Then
very,
sign
very
Hebrew for
prolific
time.
writer.
Galactic
Doing
tractate
entirely on
about
the
lost
side
property.
of his medical practice.
Slang. What of them
Does
sign?
remind me of a literature.
Garden.
There are
Mrs.
two
Hebrew for
Malam
the
who are
host.
talking to each other.
Argument affixed to doorways.
Primary
Hebrew
school
for
teachers
ritual
Malam did.
math.
And one of them says to the other, you know,
Shabbat emphasizes
if
daily
I was
wisdom for them as
Rothschild,
well.
I would be
Milton's
richer
passion
than
Hebrew
Rothschild.
for war of
Rothschild,
defeat.
of course, the 19th century emblem of
Chastity
Rothschild.
praise for
And the
spiritual
other guy says,
struggle.
oh, really? If you were
Milton
Rothschild,
Yiddish for
you
dairy
would be
food.
richer than Rothschild. How would you be
Milton
richer than
slang.
Rothschild? And the first guy says, I would
Kosher
give bar
kitchen
mitzvah
area
lessons
for
on the
dairy
side.
foods. Mention Hebrew
So
for after
he was not
prayer.
giving bar mitzvah lessons on the
Indian
side.
Hebrew for
His
form of
medicine
ten
and his medical
Slang.
practice was keeping things going.
Now
And at the same time, he was developing
Factory
a larger
slang.
and larger cultural
Show with
corpus.
rolling mini all day like in
This
Brooklyn.
lasts until 1108, wait until
Which
one
was
is
NATO's
supposed to be
ever-presenting portions.
and then name
Currently developed with two kids.
that. Tito was assassinated in a political and economic dispute.
Text overly
This gave
moral law.
Halevi pause,
Commission of error of elected
thinking about how
commentary by
really
Chapman's
secure
findings.
Hamath. This is like the second major departure I've made from a city as a result of persecution. And this kind of turned his mind in many ways towards the ancestral homeland of Israel. But we'll explore that in a little bit greater detail. During this time, he's also very close, as I mentioned, to the Gentile. One of a large family of very educated individuals writing poetry, traveling with people.
Help someone out.
Even Ezra was ironically really
It's the
quite
tank shouting
alert.
verb.
Complains bitterly about his poverty in his commentary on the Bible, his introductions, and his poems as well. The two of them are fast friends, and they travel extensively throughout Spain, and ultimately they're going to travel across the coast of North Africa. According to some opinions, it was Abraham and Ibn Ezra who would accompany Halevi on his last trip to Israel, although other scholars dispute that. There's also quite a bit of legendary information to indicate that perhaps Halevi and Ibn Ezra were connected in a familial manner, either cousins or perhaps they're connected by marriage. But all of these details are lost in the assessment of history. More data is forthcoming from the Geniza, where we may have a better idea of the specifics of their relationship. So let's look at maybe most famous, perhaps, which is poetry. There are several categories that he engaged. As I mentioned earlier, he wrote a lot of love poems, specifically in his Later, he wrote quite a few eulogies. We're talking about several hundred eulogies. And these are also known as laments. They typically describe the dismay and the loss of his friend. Most of these were literally for friends. They were not written for hire or
After Victory, early medieval galactic prayer commentary by Rabbi Footnote of Victory. Madrid Hebrew 4 died. Shabbat context. Hebrew or transfer.
Spiritual Sephardic and in the Ashkenazi tradition, you see much
supervisor and yeshiva.
of
Source
the
Hebrew for
the
division.
poems
Used
about
for
the destruction
galactic
of the temple
textual
and Jewish
continuity.
suffering that are read on the 9th day of the month of
That
Av,
is
which is
Hebrew
kind of
for
like National
priestly
Jewish
gifts.
Bad Luck Day.
It's those of giving
Finally,
fortunes to
what he's
Kohanim.
perhaps most famous for are his Shirei Zion, his Songs of Zion, about 90 of these poems,
What has
which
the
all
Mata
talk
Ruach
about
and the
history,
Tigridin?
a topic
They
that
polish
would
Hebrew for
obsess
approach
him
method.
in the last part of his life, and
Slang
eventually
in
result
Yeshiva.
in his
That has not
aliyah,
his
his
Maypolish
movement to
learning.
Israel.
That we
Let's look at a few of these
beautiful
poems
and
just to get a
hands.
sense for his personality, because we can see a little bit
Used
coming
for
through.
mitzvahs done in
these are
the
not
best
my
way
translations,
easily
but
met
they're
either
from
Lullah.
Needle this one is
for road.
translation by Jay Watson.
Temple priestly garment. Also behind law
One
equals
day I
disputes of
observed
sacred
that
property.
gray hair in my hair. I plucked it right out
For swords.
when it thus to me
Slang.
said,
What
"You
has
may
the defense
smile
for
if
that?
you wish at your
That
treatment
you will
of me,
Hebrew for
but a
privilege.
score of my friends soon will make of you
Sometimes
a
used
mocker."
exlankily for mystical
Sorry
types.
about the rhyme there, but that's
Fellowship
the
Hebrew
idea,
for
right?
word.
And
The
I can
39
identify with
prohibited categories on Shabbos.
it's too late.
Modern
Here's an
legal
example
common
of his
Shabbat
love
named
poem.
after the Tizamim
This is
Tibetic
one
and
of
the
the
Lubavitcher
tamer
Riga.
ones that I chose.
Often shortened
But
to Mendel.
they're very much about
Methader Kiddush Hebrew for one who arranges the wedding.
This one's,
The
my
rabbi under the
sweetheart's
chuppah.
dainty lips are
That
red,
Cash Hebrew for
with
Caesar.
rubies crimson
Slang.
overspread. Her teeth are like
He
a
has
string
had a
of
big
pearls.
cash, always
Down
looking
her
to
neck,
grow
her
spiritually.
clustering curls,
That's
an
the
ebony
Hebrew
hue
for
vie
invited.
with the night,
In
and over
Felicia.
her features
More
dances
of
love.
Greek for benching.
The twinkling stars enthroned above are
The Rash
sisters
with a
to my
classic
dearest
collection
love.
of
We
Midrashi,
met
often
you
cited in
joy
Chasidus.
complete, to lay our service at her feet.
Midrash 10
But
and
oh, what
another
rapture
Midrashic
meets her
collection
kiss,
strongly
a
ironic.
forecast is
Middle
ever
Hebrew
bliss.
for tower. In
I
Haifa.
note the translation,
Symbol
and
of
alas,
spiritual strength.
famous. Colossus fame, right?
Wilkins the Amalek Hebrew for war with Amalek represents the eternal spiritual battle against coldness apathy.
There's no schwitzing in here.
Wilkins God even the Hebrew for war of God Pentagon.
Anyways, you get the sense of it here.
Eschatological war before Moshiach. Wilkins Passion Hebrew for wars of God.
These are all Hebrew.
Slang.
He's
Sometimes
more narrative
applies
as
to
well, but he was
Torah debates.
very, very
Wilkins Mitzvah Hebrew for obligatory war.
language.
Galactic category e.g.
Should be,
Defense of Israel. Wilkins
This
reaches
is his
Hebrew
most
for optional
famous
war.
poem.
Biblical
Actually, this is just
category
the
for
first stanza
expansion.
of the poem. It's quite a bit longer.
Bill
But this is the
Comical
one that
Torah
most
Hebrew
people
for wars of
associate
Torah.
with that lady.
Refers to
Let's see.
galactic
Anthony, you
disputes
want to
as
read the Hebrew
constructive
perhaps?
battle.
You can say with the proper accent.
Wilkins Shalom Hebrew for dairy.
How did 13 people
Used
already
in
see?
tactless separation.
Who
Wilson
leaks it?
embedded to Aramaic for joking matter. Slang. When rabbis insert humor in learning. Minor Hebrew for custom. Halachically significant. Minor Hebrew Torah I equals the custom of Israeli Torah. In Shabbat, Minor are
So
meticulously
let's read the
preserved.
English. My heart is in
Minor
the east.
Shabbat, the particular customs of
I am
Shabbat
farthest
Lubavitch,
west.
codified
This
by
is
the
a
rabbi.
literal metaphor,
Minion
meaning
Kotami
that
Yiddish slang.
his heart is in
Butcher
Israel,
S. Minion
which is
equals
to the
really
east
fast
of
now
Spain, which is in the farthest west.
This page
If you go
Hebrew
any
Yiddish
farther
for
west,
opponent.
you get west.
Originally.
So that's what the meaning of it
Those
is. I'm
opposed to
stuck in
Catholics.
Spain, and Israel is so
This
far
magnet
away.
plural
My
of
heart
the
is really in
state.
Israel, but I am
Slang.
stuck here in Spain.
Sometimes
How
still
can
used
I
for
taste
literature.
what I eat?
Alright, we'll see how that
Wine
works.
is in the chords of Edom.
Refers to the outreach mitzvah campaigns launched by the Lubavitcher Rebbe Chamberlain, Arizona, Torah study, Shabbos temple.
Under the control of the Crusaders.
Backloads Hebrew for dispute.
Balzac is in the chords of
Refers to
Edom.
Galactic or Torah
Bound
debates.
by the Arab.
Slang.
Spain.
Arguments in yeshiva. Prayer meetings for high holidays or festivals. After Mikri Table Galactic Prayer Commentary by Rashi S. Student Simanoff Mikri. Madrid Hebrew for guide. In Shabbat context. Counselor or leader, test.
I go to Israel where
In
life
cash.
is really happening. You can see
That rise to feminine form of Madrid. Madrid Hebrew for preacher, storyteller. In Shabbat.
Short selection.
Teacher of Chassidus. Also title of the messenger Maggid. Maggid Chi Hebrew for lesson giver. The main lecturer in a yeshiva. Master Hebrew for supervisor. Either a coach or certifier or yeshiva spiritual guide.
Let's go to philosophy, something that he engaged
Mashpia Shabbat term, for spiritual mentor, who guides in Chassidus and Avoda. Mashpia Rabbani Hebrew for spiritual guide.
One of the most famous
Formal title in Shabbat Yeshivot. Short mentor and Hebrew for tradition. Central idea
the setting of the Kuzari is based on the story of the Chazar, which is a rather amazing story. Even though Yehuda Levi used the story simply as a vehicle for philosophical conceit, nevertheless, it's such a fascinating note that I just want to take a few minutes and talk about what are the Kuzari.
Equals what has those
the Khazar Empire, at about the year 740, when amazingly the entire country converted to Judaism.
They call it Hebrew for approach
Probably never heard about this before,
in yeshiva.
but it is rather
That
amazing
has
thing.
they
This
call it in learning.
entire country in the
And
middle
either
of
Hebrew for
Central
beautiful
Asia
and hands.
converted to Judaism. I'm saying
Refers to mitzvahs performed in the best way. Needle Hebrew for robe.
They were pagans before. They were
Priest
worshiping
best
under
garment in the temple.
trees, rocks,
Also
emeralds,
linked to
things
the
like that.
Ilon
Here's the
disputes of
Black
holy
Sea.
property, which are Hebrew for swords.
Kiev is right here.
Slang.
Kiev, according to
What
Rabbi
has the
Yitzhak,
river for
was
Nephilim?
actually built as a Khazar
Technical
outpost.
Hebrew for Shibboleth.
An
Delicate
extension what
Hebrew
would be
for word.
today
The
Georgia,
39 categories prohibited on Shabbos.
into what would be Tajikistan
The
and
non-mental
Kazakhstan.
common Shabbat name, after the teaching of
Very
David and the
significant
Lubavitcher Rebbe.
That
Often shortened to
we know
mental.
from multiple sources, from many
Mental
different
common nicknames
Christian,
Shabbat
Jewish,
yeshiva word
Arab,
for the
everybody
non-mental.
talks about this. Jewish kingdom
The Seder
that
Kiddush
converted
Hebrew
in the
for
year
one who
7.
arranges the wedding.
So,
The officiating
what
rabbi
exactly
at
was
the
this
Shabbat.
conversion about? I just remind myself what oh yes.
Meshik
So,
is slang for Shabbat, it's emphasizing
according to
public
the legend,
pronouncements of the Rita as
there was a
Moshiach.
certain king named
Mesmer
Dagon,
Snikish Hebrew
who,
for
very
self-sacrifice.
religious individual and very spiritual
The synagogue
individual,
in
and
Shabbat
he wanted
like
to
hand
explore the
touches.
various faiths
The
that
Mekash
were
Hebrew for
circulating in the
seeker.
world at the time. He
Slave.
had heard about the great
Yes,
monotheistic
the
faiths,
Mekash, always looking
Islam
for
and
spiritual growth.
Christianity and of Judaism, and so therefore he
Message
invited
Hebrew for invited.
envoys from each of these
First
three
to form
major
a three
faiths
for
to
benching.
sit down with him and
This is
debate
for
the merits of their religion. And in the end,
Short
according to the legend, he said, "That's it. I think the Jews win this debate, and we're all going to become Jewish."
Midrash is a classic collection of Midrashim heavily coded
We
in
have
Tacitus.
all kinds of
Midrash can move out
explorers like
another
Matthew
Midrashic
Regensburg,
collection
Benjamin
focused
Fidel,
on
we
Haggadah.
mentioned in an earlier class. Actually, I'm not sure if
It's
Benjamin got this
only
far, but they
so
all
long as
report
the
That's
Haggadah
very
was
basic,
spiritual
but like
spread.
there's the King's Chamber and the reverberations that happen. I was reading from Archimedes, I think,
story was so
it's
popular
quote here
that it was later picked up
when
by
the priests sing the hymns of the gods.
They are foundational documents.
They sing the seven vowels in due succession. The sound of these vowels has such euphony that men listen to it instead of the flute and the lyre. From 2000 or 200 BC.
Because there's like so many ancient sites though built with acoustic and like resonance in mind.
So that's what I was getting to. This. I was trying to find it. Someone made a video I saw recently where this somatic stuff shows up all over the place. Some ancient sites, definitely obviously churches, cathedrals. But this is what happens when you like put sand on a plate and all on it a certain vibrations, and how
What he
you
says is
stumble across this, and it just so happens to be the same thing. You're like, what's that right now?
What is that image of? What is that
right now?
This.
Yeah, what's that?
It's a cathedral.
Required for public
Is that
prayer.
Kenny?
Spain.
It's in Spain.
He also dropped Islam. It's explicit in the text. He dropped Islam because he said essentially, okay, I love
Those
this.
are the oldest doors in the land, 5000 BC. It's found in Switzerland somewhere.
So he's forget about
Those active doors in the UK from 900 AD, I think.
With those images of sacred geometry, that right there, they are Da Vinci's original drawing of the flower.
probably have
What Da Vinci? What drawing did he
two things. First of all,
How was he seen?
it seems to have been, and there's a lot of debate about this,
Yeah, well, that's ancient imagery, right? That's